Well, there may be no bricks or high banks, but since 1916, the race to the top of America's mountain has forged its way into history as the second longest running race in the world. While most great races start and finish in the same place, this one is a daring ascent to 14,115 feet. Each driver has to navigate 12.5 miles and 156 corners with only one try at each. There's no second chances. There's no lap 2 or 50 or 500. It's a make or break race to the clouds. Welcome to Colorado and the 102nd running of the Broadmoor Pikes Peak International Hill Climb, brought to you by Gran Turismo. Hi, everybody, and good morning here in Colorado. My name's Kyle Heyer, joined by Tanner Faust this morning. We've got Joey Atterbury up at the top of the summit at 14,115 feet. And Tanner, welcome aboard. This is my second year here at this event, but the 102nd running, the first done back in 1916. So much history at this event.
Oh, thank you very much, Kyle. Yeah, it's second oldest race in the country. So much history. Just walking around the pit, so many memories. So many families dedicated to this event, where it's just been generation after generation racing up this mountain. And what a day for it. It is absolutely spectacular. It's one of the things about Pikes Peak. You never know what the weather has to offer. And showing up and seeing the blue skies that we have so far, it really bodes well for a great event.
Well, let's check in up at the summit at 14,115 feet. Joey Atterbury is the man on the mountain.
Hi, I'm up here at the summit of Pikes Peak, 14,115 feet. Also dealing with a lot of wind up here, about 25-mile-an-hour gusts, sometimes even up to 35-mile-an-hour gusts. Dealing with some wildlife in the background, as well as the beautiful blue skies that Tanner was just highlighting. We are excited to get the first cars underway, climbing up the mountain all the way to 14,000 feet here.
Yeah, thanks, Joey. It looks gorgeous up there. It looks gorgeous down here. Great entry list here this year as well. About 60 entrants, as you see that wildlife he was talking about there. So we've got about 60 entrants here. But the big story, I think, Tanner, is the huge rookie class this season. 21 entrants have never run up the mountain before, and they didn't get a lot of practice, especially in that upper section. So that's a huge challenge for them to really see the course at speed for the first time this morning.
Yeah, just talking to some of the organizers this morning, and I haven't been here all week, but it sounds like the weather has been diabolical, and very few runs. Some drivers only getting one run, to your point. And, in a lot of years, even when the weather's like this down at the bottom, there's still frost up the hill. I've heard some of the worst fog anybody has seen on the mountain was here this week. So you've got to understand, I think, really pay attention to what's going through their minds right now. You just get the one run at it. They're really as a rookie, you're really in the state of mind where it's really you versus the mountains, you versus the elements, making sure the car stays together, but also making sure you don't make any mistakes and confuse any corners out there. And there are a lot that look very similar, but do have very different speeds. So, it's definitely, there's a lot going on in the heads of those 21 rookies, but they have a great track for it today.
And we're running the order a little bit different than we have in the past as well. The first car should launch in about 27 minutes or so at the bottom of the hour, at about 7:30. And we're going to run a couple of the exhibition cars at the beginning, a handful of the EVs that are running. And then we get into, effectively, our top 15 fastest, but inverted. So the fastest the fastest qualifier, will be last in that order. And that'll be kind of prime time. That'll be fun to watch as the cars continue to get quicker throughout the morning. So that's all very exciting. And two of those cars in that top 15 are in a new category this season, the Pikes Peak GT4 Trophy by Yokohama. That's a very exciting category that we're going to hopefully talk to Jim Jordan about a bit later this morning, allowing GT4 cars that are the same specification that you'd see racing internationally to race here on the mountain with minimal modification. Yeah,
they're putting up some amazing times. It's great to see a lot of these cars stretch their legs out here on the mountain. Shows the versatility of that whole class. That's racing out there, and it's great for Yokohama to put that up. When there is a down day, a lot of people may not realize there's a whole week of practice. There's tourists on the road all week, and then Saturday there's really a down day. The tourists are up there. The weather can do whatever it does. These first few runs always have a little bit of dust to get off the road, and the cars are very, very fast. So by inverting those top 15, if the weather holds out, really you have a nice little advantage for qualifying first. You get more rubber on the road, you get more dust off the road, and where typically the afternoon weather can creep in and make a later qualifying time a little bit dangerous. So far, so good today. So I think we're going to have some heated competition, and it's great to see a good track for that racing to be happening.
Yeah, certainly. The first driver out will be Randy Popst in the 2025 Hyundai Ioniq 5NTA spec, which is a really exciting build. Hyundai's brought a handful of Ioniq 5s here to compete at the Pikes Peak International Hill Climb this season. They've modified fairly heavily. They've got a couple of them that are what they call their TA spec, with basically software horsepower cranked all the way up, additional aero packages, better suspension and brakes and that sort of thing. And then they've got one that's just a Hyundai Ioniq 5N that's just running 4 production car records here in the EV category, and that will be driven by Ron Zaras, who's got, of course, a lot of history in racing as well. So that'll be very exciting. But those first handful of cars will be coming up at the bottom of the hour. Of course, then we've got our first Pikes Peak GT4 Trophy by Yokohama cars with Laura Hayes and Nuno Citano. And then we get into those top 15 like we talked about. And the pinnacle of that will be Romain Dumas at the very end in the Ford F-150 Lightning, which is going to be a lot of fun to watch.
Yeah, it's great. I talked to Manfred Stoll, who founded Starred and built this, and it's great that they have Ford presence on this program in a much larger way. The truck looks absolutely insane. Nobody knows the mountain better than Romain. Certainly nobody knows how to drive fast better than Romain, with the overall record still being held by him. So, and Hyundai coming out in a big presence. I love seeing the buses of journalists they've brought up. The hospitality area they have set up is amazing. I've driven those cars in their commercials, and incredibly fast little machines. I personally am a big fan of Danny Sardo. He, when he first got his driving career going and driving on asphalt, he was an asphalt specialist. This actually plays right into his hands. I mean, this type of road surface, this will be the widest stage he's, as far as compared to like the German rally stages or something. That he's driven on. So I'm really excited to see what he can do with that Hyundai.
And certainly one of the biggest challenges, I think, of the Pikes Peak International Hill Climb is that it's all pavement now. Of course, over the years it had a mix of pavement and dirt surface, but now that the whole course is paved all the way to the top, you're going so much faster in those upper sections where the hairpins get tighter and the cliffs get taller, and that brings a lot of challenge, I think, especially in cars that have so much mechanical grip now. They've got some aero. Of course, that aero isn't going to be super helpful at low speeds, but I think the pavement actually brings even a bigger challenge to what was already a challenging event.
It really does, and I certainly don't have the experience a lot of these competitors out here do, but I have been fortunate enough to race this mountain in dirt and on pavement, and I get a little more sketched out about the pavement. It sounds weird. People are like, oh, it must have been so dangerous when it was dirt. Well, the speeds are a bit lower. You are really focusing on fighting for finding grip, and you're paying attention to that kind of stuff rather than just eking every single mile an hour out of every corner entry and corner exit. And for me, when you're really splitting hairs on the tarmac, it just feels like it's a bit more risky.
Right, and we talked about the challenges the drivers faced in the lead up to this event in practice and qualifying. Really a lack of upper section practice. That was one of the biggest challenges I think that they faced. But when we get into the good weather today, I think they're going to have really nice grip. A lot of teams have wet weather tires set aside. They probably won't be using those today. But in a few minutes, we'll have the 2024 pace car, the 2024 Acura ZDX Type S, driven by Coco Zarita, who'll be climbing up the mountain first in that pace car before we turn everybody loose. So BMX legend will be driving that car up the hill.
Yeah, very cool. That'll be it's always quite a ride. And when you come to the mountain, even as somebody who's been asked by Acura to come out here and drive the pace car a lot of times, never been up the mountain before. You've seen the race, you've seen your great broadcast, and maybe seen the race on live stream or something. But when you come up here and you actually see this mountain, see how steep everything is, see the drop-offs, the very blind sight picture that the driver has coming to a lot of these corners, you gain so much respect for what's happening in the car. I had the pleasure yesterday for Optima Batteries to take some journalists up to the top of the mountain that had never been up there before. And it's always a great experience to bring people up for the first time. They make a lot of decisions in that car. They really don't know you that well, and they're starting to try to figure out if they trust you. You can tell by their questions. They're asking, where you're from, and no, you got a pilot's license. That's great. Have you had a lot of crashes? Tell me about some of your crashes. And they start to go into. You can tell it's self-preservation mode once you start seeing these cliffs up here. So then when they ask, okay, how fast is a race car going here? And you're like, over 100 miles an hour through this corner, you can see the jaws drop, and it's just awe-inspiring. So hopefully Coco has a great run up here.
Well, let's check back in at the summit with our Joey Atterbury and see what he's up to up there.
We're up here at the finish line here. These barriers represent where the drivers will be coming across and actually finishing their Pikes Peak International Hill Climb run after 150 turns. As we were mentioning earlier, it is a beautiful day out here, picturesque to get some cars running up the mountain. This is the last images that these drivers are going to be seeing before they finally crest the hill here at 14,115 feet and can breathe a little bit of normal oxygen again.
Yeah, it is a great picturesque location up there at the top of the mountain. And, I wanted to talk a little bit about some of the challenges of building a car for this hill climb. Last year, you competed in the Radford 62-2, had a really great run there. But that car was fairly modified from the road car. And I think there's a huge challenge in modifying cars for this hill climb because of all the different the undulations, the bumps, the different kinds of corners. You've got 156 of them over 12.4 miles. That's more corners than the Nordschleife has in a similar distance. So how do you essentially engineer a car to do all of those things well?
Well, I think with the Radford program, one advantage we had was we started from scratch. If you start from a race car, a GT4 car, GT3 car, or even from a street car, that car has a lot of experience on tracks around the country and a lot of data that just doesn't apply to the mountain. So it's almost false data leading you in the wrong direction. When you come up onto the mountain and start from scratch, first of all, you say, what do you think the cooling capacity should be at sea level? Double it. You basically need nearly double the cooling capacity. You have much thinner air. You're driving uphill the whole time. And the car's always working. Then aero package, of course, you got 30% to 50% less effectiveness from the air up at altitude. So you're kind of going extreme on aero. And for me, some of the requirements, I really wanted ABS in the Radford, which they put in because of such bumpy braking. It can be helpful to stabilize the car under braking. And then, I was working with Jensen Button, who's used to having cars very, very low to the ground on the racetrack, and I was pushing for a 4-inch ground clearance, and he just thought it was a Baja truck. But when you get up to the top and you're catching air, all of these cars will catch air today. And it's not like jumping a rental car. They're stiff. I mean, not that I've ever jumped a rental car.
No, certainly not. No, absolutely not.
Who would do that? But you need something that has some droop, has some capability in the suspension to stay planted and keep the power down and stay stable at one of the fastest sections of the track, which is right up at the very top and also is the most bumpy. So from scratch is ideal.
And the bumps year to year change. This is not a static course that stays the same all year. Over the winters and as time goes on, the bumps change, the road changes a little bit. And so I think having experience in years past is great. And I think the more experience you have, the better. But it's not going to be the exact same challenge each year. And that's something I've heard drivers tell me, especially the upper section has a lot more bumps than it had in years past. And that was something they had to adjust to. And they said the exact same thing about ABS.
Yeah, I was very fortunate to run the GT4 program and get coached by Jeff Zwart. One of the years, and there's a very specific racing line for a corner, but there's a very specific driving line for the bumps that changes. So the Zwarts of the world, the Vascholts of the world that have been up here for just decades, literally every single year have to change their line based on the changing track. As it's thawing and freezing over and over again up there at 14,000 feet. So the track just changes its surface. You just have to adapt to that.
And over the 102 runnings of this event, there have been a whole bunch of notable firsts. Well, the first race, of course, was 1916. The 1926 was the first appearance of the Unser family. Of course, Lonnie Unser is competing here again this weekend, and very excited to have her in that Porsche alongside David Donahue in a very similar livery, celebrating the 50 years of Mobil 1. So that's all very exciting. The first onboard camera of the hill climb was 1956. So that's awesome. Of course, the post-event, we're going to have lots of onboard footage for everybody to look at. The first woman to make the hill climb was 1960. That was Joyce Thompson. The first automatic transmission, 1965. So technological hurdles year after year after year. The first electric car to climb the mountain, Joe Ball in 1981. 1985, Michelle Mouton sets a course record. 2011, the 10-minute barrier comes down. So year after year, there's all all these technical challenges that are overcome. And of course, in 2018, that 8-minute barrier smashed by Romain Dumas, and that record still stands today. It's a 7:47.144, I believe, is the lap time on that. It's an incredible time.
What a spectacular little data sheet you've got there. That is just awesome. First in-car camera was in the 50s?
Yeah, the first camera, it obviously wasn't live at the time, but the first in-car camera to go up the mountain back in 1956, yeah.
The first year I ran this was in 2002, and the way that we got our onboard footage is a company that I don't think it's in business anymore, Circuit City, had a great return policy. So we got a handy cam. We literally cut a hole in the box, put a tape in the thing and recorded it, and then took the box back. Kept the tape, and not ashamed. You know, it's years past, so they can't come after me after 5 years, I think. So we're okay.
Yeah, don't rent cameras or cars to Tanner Faust. That's what I've learned so far in the early moments.
I was absolutely broke, so I couldn't afford a camera like that. But the in-car footage was amazing. I drove a Wells Coyote up here, and that was kind of the quintessential machine back then. Such a great experience. But man, the milestones that you're talking about there, I'm a huge fan of Michel Mouton, so that is just so cool. I love watching videos from back then. But yeah, the progression is extreme. To hear that the electric cars started racing in the 80s, and now if you talk to a lot of people, they say because of the challenges with the altitude and with the grip of the pavement, that electric cars, it almost need an electric car to break the overall record. That may be correct, but a lot of people would argue that. So I still think we're in this era where it could go either way. And I love to see the challenges.
Yeah, there's a handful of drivers that have declared an attempt at a record. I think we've got about a dozen of them. And as far as the electric modified SUV and crossover, there is no current record. So both Danny Sordo and Randy Popes will be aiming to, I guess, best each other in their similar machines. Of course, the electric production SUV and crossover, Ron Zaras is going to try to take that down in another Hyundai N. And then the electric production truck, Gardner Nichols set that last year. He's going to try to best his own time of 11:23.983. So those are just the electric records. Of course, Romain Dumas, the electric modified truck and van, going for an 8:47.682 to beat his time from last year.
Yeah, that is an extremely fast time. I've talked to Gardner Nichols over the last few days. Quite a different truck that he's driving this year, even though it may look the same from the outside. Rivian may be getting a little bit more involved. Still a lot of stock components on that production truck. Bone stock braking system, even though it has over 1,000 horsepower. And quite a bit more horsepower than his previous truck. Ron, driven a lot of cars, done a lot of things on camera, and but never raced something like this before. Has spent time on the mountain before, but falls into that rookie category. So this is going to be an eye-opening experience, and I'm actually envious. I think sitting at the bottom of this run with a clear day, seeing the top of the mountain, and knowing that you're going to be there in 10 minutes, and between here and there is just a whole bunch of joy. So I'm really looking forward to seeing his run.
And in the drivers' meeting this morning, all the rookies were basically told, just get to the top, right? Just set your baseline to come back and beat it, because there's risk involved, certainly, but really just making it to the top is an achievement in itself, and that shouldn't be overlooked. But going back to some of the records, we've got also some front-wheel drive records that are at stake. It's currently 10:48.094, and one of the drivers that is going for that front-wheel drive record is Catherine Legg, who's joined us in an Acura Integra Type S here this weekend. And what an exciting time to have Catherine here. She was just competing in the Indianapolis 500 a couple of months ago, and a fan favorite, has done so many things in her career. And just adding this, she's a rookie, and that was one of the things we talked about at FanFest the other day. Was she's done so many things, but she's a rookie again here at this event.
I love it when drivers tackle different disciplines. It shows a true love for driving, love for motorsport. And yeah, Catherine jumping from just polar opposites from one weekend to the next is just great. And I think it makes you a better driver overall. So, and that's one of the things rally drivers get touted as being some of the best drivers. Danny going to show that here in a bit. But because they drive on a variety of surfaces, and so they can jump into different disciplines. So I love when drivers do spread out their talent toolbox and try a bunch of different stuff.
And I think the beauty of this event is it has a great mix of very grassroots entries, cars that arrive on open trailers that are built by one guy or gal in their garage, and then you've got manufacturers bringing in, these crazy machines that have CFD on them, and they've got all these crazy aero and 1,000 horsepower. And I think this is a spectacular event because those drivers are going to share the same experience. And once they get to the top of the mountain, they're stuck there until the end of the day, and they're all going to be celebrating the same achievement together. And I think that's a really powerful thing. In the age of racing where it can feel like you're on the other side of the fence, sometimes here everyone's on the same side.
It's true. This is one of the most unique pits to walk through, right? Factory efforts, beautiful Porsches, lots of manufacturer technology, and then some things that were literally assembled, designed, thought up right down the street. At the bottom of the hill in a shop. So there's a huge variety, a variety in takes on how to conquer the same problems that everybody's facing with the altitude and what the mountain poses. So everybody has a different idea of how they can accomplish the goal, and that's represented in just the most varied pit in motorsport. It's really incredible to walk around.
Yeah, some great representations from the U.S. military up at the summit right now, delivering the checkered flag to the finish line, and that means we're getting closer and closer to the start of the Broadmoor Pikes Peak International Hill Climb, brought to you by Gran Turismo, the 102nd running, and just minutes away. And going back to the different categories that we have here this season exhibition, we've got 4 entries in that category, and most of those are electric vehicles. We've got 8 in the open wheel category with some of the incumbent families that have been running Pikes Peak for decades and decades. The Pikes Peak GT4 Trophy by Yokohama, 4 entries in that. Pikes Peak Open, 17 entries. That is a stacked category. Time Attack 1 has 11 and Unlimited 17, as that Acura ZDX has just lit the afterburners, hasn't it, on that pace lap up the mountain.
Yeah, just making his way through ski area. So Rookie's Corner, sadly, have been off there. It's I think everybody who's driven up here has a little bit of a laundry list of places where you've had moments.
Yeah, I mean, even some of the drivers we were talking to at FanFest, Jeremy Lauder is running a Camaro up here, and he had an accident in practice and rolled the car over, and he managed to repair the car, and he'll be running here today, but it's got what he called the bear claw, where I think it was some vegetation that had basically dragged some scratches through his A-pillar, and so it looks the part now. It is. I told him, I think it's faster once you put some scratches in it, maybe, but probably don't try to put any more on, at least this time.
No, that sounds pretty gnarly. It's amazing at the top here, and it's great to see the broadcast from the top. Believe me, every driver's looking at the jumbo, trying to see what the road condition is. It looks absolutely beautiful. Again, even sometimes when it's really nice down here, it's still icy at the top, and there's still a lot of dust. You can't really tell what the actual road surface condition is, besides the fact that it looks great. But it still will have some dust on there. So Randy and some of the first cars will be dealing with that. But it's great to see that there's no ice, no moisture on the track, and that there's good visibility.
Yeah, and the fans that have had a very early morning climbing up to camp trackside there, I noticed that the higher up we go, the more layers they have on. And down here, it's cool but not cold. It looks a little colder up there. I want to talk about tire temperature, because this is a topic of discussion that I think we talked about a little bit last year. But the higher up you get, the colder the track gets, and the less grip your tires are going to have. And the track also slows down at some points up there, those really tight hairpins. So, Tanner, how do you keep temperature in those tires, especially for those running slicks that really need a lot of load to keep heat in them and keep the stick to the road?
I think it always feels a little bit slippery on Sunday because of the Saturday off day. So I end up pushing a bit hard on the bottom where the road is really consistent. It's like a race course, the lower third. Maybe even allowing a little bit of oversteer on some of the exits just to try to get some tire temp in there. The problem is if you build the temp too much, you build the pressure. And as you go up in altitude, you build the pressure anyway. So that takes some of the compliance away from the tire once you start to get into the bumpier, colder sections. And you can take grip away from the top. So believe me, through testing and through experience and just conversation in the pits, a lot of drivers are really choosing their start pressure carefully in order to find that balance somewhere. But it always, to me, does feel a little bit more slippery on race day than it did during the tests.
Yeah, I think that'll be a challenge here as we get another look as the ZDX continues to climb up towards the tree line, when you start to lose all the vegetation because it can't exist up there. There's not enough oxygen. And a lot of the cars and drivers are carrying oxygen on board. And Tanner, how is it up there for you? Are you a driver that prefers to have an oxygen bottle and use that, or just go straight up to the top without it?
I had oxygen for the first time last year, and in the past had never run it before, and then talked to some drivers who said they saw colors differently when they used oxygen. It's like, all right, that seems like the brain's working better. I'm going to give that a shot. And for flying, legally, if you fly over 12,500 feet for more than a half hour, you have to wear oxygen. If you're over 14,000 feet in a plane, you have to wear oxygen as a passenger or a crew member. So you are up into that range where it's a known effect on your brain function. So I think it does help. It's better to not be able to feel the difference. Better just to be safe, run the canoes up your nose, and breathe deep.
So about 5 minutes until we're expecting the first car to head to the start line and begin the climb up the 12.42 miles and 156 corners. Again, that'll be Gardner Nichols will actually be the first. It's Randy Popes. That'll be the first one to take the green flag, followed by Gardner Nichols in that 2024 Rivian R1T, who's going for a record again, as he set last year. So trying to beat his own record. And this is one of those events, Tanner, where I think the competitor is as much the course itself as it is all your other competitors in your class, and I think the mountain might even be a more fierce competitor than yourself at times.
For sure, for those 21 rookies, they probably aren't even keeping track of other people in the class so much. Once you've done it maybe a few years, you start paying attention more to the times. You start thinking about prioritizing turns and making sure that you're eking everything out of it that you can, and you're comparing sector time. So in practice, you break it into thirds. There's a known gap between each of those three sections, so you can estimate what your time is roughly going to be and estimate your competitors. And now you just have to try not to mess it all up and try to get that time. And your competitors have to do the same thing. So it is a balance, but certainly at this race, anytime I've done this race, I've focused more on getting to the top and accomplishing that goal much more than just measuring up to the competition.
Yeah, certainly. I think this is, when I was thinking about it the other day, it's like, well, your competitors, you can beat them. You can beat your own time. Beating the mountain, the slogan for this year is often challenged, rarely conquered, right? The mountain, I think, is kind of the immovable object in all of this. So looks like the Randy Popes machine, the 49 Hyundai Ioniq 5N TA spec, is getting ready to begin the launch up the mountain. Randy Popes, of course, is extremely experienced in motorsport, has over 90 pro racing wins. He's a current journalist for Motor Trend, and he's a fan favorite for sure, Tanner. And this is going to be a fun run to watch.
He's one of my favorites. I mean, I believe, and I hope I'm not misstating this, but I believe he actually came from an autocross background before he started racing Porsche in sports car series, and was incredibly successful, and always is one of the few guys to credit his success to autocross racing and really shed some light on that grassroots side of the motorsport world. But he has very limited time in this Hyundai. He showed up just midweek. He's had just a few. He's a part-timer on this program, and he has just an amazing amount of experience in this car and adapting to various cars. Been racing EV vehicles for a while, racing Teslas up here for a while, so this should be an interesting run. He's paired up against one of the best in the world on roads like this and cars like this in Danny Sordo, so this should be an interesting run for Randy. He's got a lot on his shoulders right now.
Yeah, I think it'd be a lot of fun to kind of compare the two, right? Because Danny's got so much experience, as you said, in rally and driving on roads like this, and Randy Popes has got so much experience in EVs on courses all over the world and all over the U.S. And I mentioned 90 wins in pro racing, but this car that he's driving, this Hyundai Ioniq 5N TA spec, it's got new shocks, it's got bigger brakes, a higher downforce aero package on it, but it retains effectively the same propulsion system, just with software tweaks to crank up the power quite a ways. So I think this is going to be a great demonstration of what Hyundai's got as far as their EV offerings as well.
It really is. I mean, they've built this N brand up. They've done a huge amount of marketing with it. It's a little bit different with an EV, I think, to get more power out of them. Where a combustion engine car, maybe there's one weak link. Maybe it's the intake. Maybe it's the exhaust. Maybe you just make add some boost. With an EV, if you modify one thing, everything is sort of at the limit in the whole line, from the powertrain and the battery to the gauge of wiring, so you sort of have to change everything. This comes with quite a bit of power. I don't know the exact number, but it's somewhere around 600 horsepower in an electric form. So it's very, very fast right out of the gates. Now, to be fair, Danny probably was involved in the whole development of this car and has driven, a couple hundred, if not 1,000 miles. But so Randy's coming in here to get it to the top. But he's a racer, so he's going to lay it down. He knows the mountain. He has the experience of the mountain where Danny doesn't. Danny has the experience of the car. where Randy doesn't. So it'll be a tight comparison, and he's off the line already.
Randy Popst off and away in the Hyundai Ioniq 5 NTA spec. He begins the 12.42-mile trek and 156 turns on his way to the summit of the Broadmoor Pikes Peak International Hill Climb, brought to you by Gran Turismo. And he's the first of about 60 competitors today to give this a go. We wish him the best on this climb up the hill. Great aerial shots here this year as well as he disappears into the trees. This lower section is so fast as well. You really build up that speed. You mentioned building up the tire temperatures and pressures as you continue to climb and the air gets thinner, but so far so good.
Yeah, this lower section is used for qualifying. There's a lot of emphasis on maximizing time through this lower third, and it drives a lot like a very flowy racetrack. Not good visibility turn to turn, but it does have a flow to it, and it's pretty straightforward to memorize. So this is something Randy's going to, have an advantage at a little bit here. Driving on slicks with a high horsepower car in this section is really just such a joy because the road is so smooth and it's such a beautiful ribbon of highway.
Yeah, everything's looking very neat and tidy so far. This is Randy's 10th go at the Pikes Peak International Hill Climb. He resides in Gainesville, Georgia, and continues his climb up. And this is where you start getting into the tighter sections. The middle section in particular, there's some scary moments along that path. And then the very top of the mountain section, there's some real tight hairpins, the W's and things as you get to the top. So that'll be fun to watch. There's Gardner Nichols getting set up. He's going to break his own record, or is going to try to do that, 11:23.983. That's his goal, and he's waiting the green flag for him. That Rivian R1T is a pretty large, heavy vehicle as well. There goes Randy on the brakes, looking very tidy. He's just doing a very nice job so far.
Making his way through picnic grounds. He doesn't have a lot of familiarity with the car, but certainly with the track. And it is a car you're able to push quite hard. It is a really advanced all-wheel drive system. It does, you can choose to send the power 100% to the rear or 50-50. So it'd be interesting to know what the teams have chosen. But it is, and there goes the Rivian. Some 1,100 plus horsepower he's putting down in that truck. Gosh. It's heavy, but it is freaking fast.
He just lit that thing took off like a rocket. That was crazy. As we continue to get ready to watch Randy Popst now, we've got Jim Jordan joining us now. We'll talk about the Pikes Peak GT4 Trophy by Yokohama here, because there's a handful of those cars coming up in a few moments. But Jim, welcome. We just saw Randy Popst and Gardner Nichols begin their launch in their EVs, respectively the Ioniq 5 NTA spec and, of course, the Rivian R1T. Jim, this new class, the Pikes Peak GT4 Trophy by Yokohama, a very exciting inclusion, bringing in an international class to an international event.
Yeah, we're very excited about GT4 performance, especially here. We weren't sure what to expect at all, and to have the top three cars covered by less than 0.2 of a second with both a normally aspirated and a turbo vehicle just shows how great the GT4 class and the potential is. And one of the things we're most excited about bringing GT4 to Pikes Peak, Pikes Peak is so popular in Europe. It's so popular in Asia. And with GT4, we have the most popular road racing class in the world that people, if you're in Europe today thinking, oh my God, I'd love to run Pikes Peak sometime, there's plenty of American GT4 teams that would love to put you in the car. And we've shown that we've worked really well with the SRO team in Europe that helped us put this class together. We also have maybe the best BOP specialist in the world, or at least in North America, Marcus Hasselgrove, who has done the BOP. I tell you what, Marcus was so excited when he saw qualifying. He was just walking around just so excited. So again, GT4, huge popular road racing class. Really have to thank Ford, Porsche, and Toyota for taking that risk to bring their cars out here. But I think we've demonstrated that Pikes Peak is a perfect place for those cars to run, and we're hoping cars like BMW and Aston Martin and Mercedes will all be here next year to run up the hill. And maybe we can get you in one of those cars. Would you like to try one of those GT4 cars next year?
The answer is yes.
Okay, good. I've been working on a Porsche deal for you, by the way,
just
good.
So you know.
Thank you very much.
I
was over there working on a Porsche deal for you for this race. So They didn't say GT4, but since I'm the GT4 guy,
Yeah, no.
you and a GT4 would be awesome.
I love the fact that you're using the international spread that and demographic that Pikes Peak has to promote motorsport in the U.S.
Yes.
It's hard to describe to a lot of American fans what motorsport is like in Europe and other parts of the country. It really is a massive sport with huge. I signed an autograph for an 80-year-old lady one time, and she held my hand as I gave her the autograph and said, "You know, you're losing 3/10 in the first corner." And we had just gotten out of a debrief where I was told that from a very high-paid engineer. But the fans are very invested there
Right.
and love to see teams from Europe come and race in the U.S. and grow motorsport here in the States.
Absolutely, and again, Marcus Hasselgrove said when he was growing up in England, the only two races that they paid attention to in the UK, the Indy 500 and the Pikes Peak Hill Climb. So Marcus is, again, he's integral to the program here with GT4, but he is so excited to be here at Pikes Peak. I don't think people here understand worldwide how important Pikes Peak Hill Climb is. So, and again, just really excited with how competitive the GT4 field is. And again, just with you, now that we can announce you're running it next year in a Porsche sponsored by Mobil One, it's just going to be fantastic.
We're getting deals done down here.
Getting deals done.
Just updates on the times here for Randy Pope. Section 1, a 147.504. Section 2, a 223.171. And Gardner Nichols about 10 seconds off that first section pace in the Rivian R1T. But on good paces so far here, Tanner, as the next car, the 13, Ron Zaris, is going to head up the hill. This is not the TA spec car. This is the Hyundai Ioniq 5N. This is a very, very similar to the road spec car. As he just flies off the line. That thing is a rocket.
It's very, very fast, and you hear the sound. It's speakers making that sound. And so you may think that's a little bit of a weird noise for an EV, but that way they don't have to run the siren if they do run that sound up there. Randy definitely not holding back. You see, he is very tidy, to your point. He will have very limited experience in this car, as I mentioned, but now he's coming into the bumps. And Randy has some experience with some of these bumps up here in the top third of the course. So I'm sure he's going to head into Bottomless Pit, which is in 2 turns from now. A little bit tentative to get a feel for how this car handles those bumps at speed on race day. And then we'll see how he finishes out the top of the mountain.
Great start to the pace there. And Jim, I wanted to continue to talk about the GT4 category. And I think there's a great point to be made about how race ready those cars are, right? I mean, there's so many cars here that are extremely custom built. Some are entirely custom from cradle to grave, right? But GT4 cars are ready to run race car, not only here, but in all sorts of race series across the world. So as far as barrier to entry to different kinds of events, I think it's a great platform for drivers to pick if they want to dabble in a whole bunch of different series and different experiences.
Yeah, the other thing that I think we proved this weekend is how fast those cars are. Because to have 2 GT4 cars in the Fast 15, it surprised me. And also really want to take a moment to thank Yokohama because they brought an amazing tire to this event. And it's a street tire. It's a high-performance street tire. But for Pikes Peak, it's just fantastic. And again, great credit to Yokohama for bringing such a good tire. I believe these Fast Hyundais are also on Yokohama tires. Am I correct there?
That's correct.
And so Yokohama just a huge supporter of the Pikes Peak Hill Climb. And like I said, the experienced GT4 teams were a little nervous going in about the performance of the tire, but they've just been shocked at how good it is because right off the bat, you don't have to heat them up. They're fast to begin with. They're very predictable. So again, great kudos to Yokohama for being such a great partner up here at Pikes Peak. And again, one of the things that's so special about Pikes Peak is the variety of vehicles that run here. So we've got these fantastic electric Hyundais that are running here. We have the Rivian. We're going to have that amazing Ford 150 Lightning. We have these crazy open wheel cars. But so someone who's not familiar with Pikes Peak, that can be intimidating, that they don't know that they could do it too. And that's where GT4 comes in because it's so accessible. There's over 200 GT4 cars just in North America. And so again, if you're a GT4 racer that's running WRL or any of the other series, you're welcome here. We want you to apply. We want you to come up and experience it because Pikes Peak is just so amazing. And if you haven't been here, you just don't get it. just don't get it.
An amazing event for sure as Danny Sordo waits for his launch. Here's Randy Popes as he is almost done with his climb to the top of Pikes Peak. Section 3 was a 2:48.705. This is going to be a pretty solid lap time, or I guess lap time, time up the hill. I'm used to circuits here. Across the stripe, the big slide for Randy Popes. What an amazing finish, and left nothing on the table there.
Well,
that was unbelievable.
You could really see how stiff the rear suspension is on that Hyundai, and job done for Randy. You know, comes in a little bit late in the game, gets the job done, lays a respectable time. Now Danny can go out there and push the limits, knowing that one is in the books already.
Yeah, Ron Zaras also kicking the rear end out of that Hyundai Ioniq 5N, and Sordo continues to await, but the time for Randy Popes, 9:55.551, a sub 10-minute time. Now remember, I mentioned earlier that there wasn't a sub 10-minute time until 2011 or so these cars are so fast as Sordo takes the green and heads under the start gantry in his race to the clouds.
I heard you guys talking about him. To have a driver, rally driver his caliber here, again, it shows how seriously Hyundai is taking this Pikes Peak hill climb. A huge investment from Hyundai. Great to see them out here. I'm really impressed to see the caliber of executives and everything else that Hyundai and the whole End program brought. So I love talking GT4, but I got to give Hyundai some love because, again, very impressive program. Brian Herta's efforts are always fantastic. And again, they're demonstrating the ability of electric cars. And that's where Pikes Peak is so great to demonstrate how high performance electric vehicles can be.
I think even in the face of weight, right? This Rivian R1T is not a light vehicle, but I think it hides the weight very well. Tanner, you mentioned about 1,000 horsepower in this truck, and I think it's also, you know, a very practical road car as well. And you see, I started to see them pop up just on the interstate, and here it is climbing Pikes Peak, which I think is just an unbelievable achievement for Rivian and for Gardner Nichols, who is his Section 3 time was 3:07.814. Now, remember, he is chasing to beat his own prior record, so we'll keep an eye on what that's going to be, which I think it was an 11:23.983. He seems like he's on pace to do about that, so we'll see.
Yeah, Pikes Peak definitely is known for as short a race as it is, 12.5 miles, being so hard on equipment, not just on drivers and on the human factor, but it still is one of the great races to showcase the capability of automotive products. You know, and that to your point about Yokohama, I love that they still prove their merit in motorsport, with Porsche Cup now being the only Porsche Cup series in the U.S. that's on Yokohamas, and then translating that into the street cars that you're experiencing with the GT4s, with Optima batteries, the booth that we're in now. Obviously, some of the best automotive products are not afraid of this mountain. They've been here, they've been sponsoring it for a while. They know that it's too challenging for some and maybe too risky for others, but it's a great way to showcase performance and reliability of these products in a nasty, nasty environment. It looks beautiful on screen right now.
Right.
But trust me, it gets nasty out there.
Here comes Gardner Nichols finishing his run up the mountain, drops a tire in the dirt there to hook that Rivian R1T around the corner. You see the bumps there as that car hops and skips over them. And coming across the stripe, Gardner Nichols chasing his own record from last season. Is it going to be faster than last year? 11:23 was his time last season. What is it going to be? Waiting for my timing to update.
Survey says
10:53.883, smashes it by about 30 seconds.
Congratulations.
Job well done.
Yeah, very well done. And for anyone close to the start-finish line, we have our first fast female in the Fast 15. So Laura in that GT4, beautiful GT4 Supra, again, made the Fast 15, which is just fantastic. And dads or moms, if you're here with your daughter, Laura, it's proof that your daughter can be racing up here in the future.
Yeah, this is great to have Laura as part of this program here in the Fast 15 as she gets ready to begin her trek up the mountain. Awaiting the green is just updates on Ron Zaras. Sector 1, a 157.029. Sector 2, a 235.689. And Danny Sordo's first sector was a 141.238. We haven't seen him come across Sector 2 just yet. But there goes Laura Hayes in the Toyota GR Supra GT4.
Laura was second fastest qualifier in the GT4 class. And we'll see what kind of advantage she has up top because she's turbocharged. The next car up, Nuno, and the Porsche that's about to start, he's normally aspirated. So that's been one of the challenges, is how to how to balance that, and we'll see how Marcus and the SRO team did.
So what I'm gathering is that the BOP, or the balance of performance, is adjusted specifically for this event. It wasn't taken from the GT4 rules that you use on other tracks. It was modified for Pikes Peak.
Yeah, that's correct. So for those who don't understand BOP, it's balance of performance. It's giving each car a specification that in theory will allow them to win. So whoever executes the best is going to potentially win.
Nice.
And let's head back up to the summit with Joey Etterbury. He's standing by with Randy Post.
I missed it once.
Here we are at the top with our first driver, Randy Popes, up the mountain. 10 years you've been coming here. What did you learn this time?
After 100 years of Pikes Peak, 10 years, that's 10% of these races. I got the call Tuesday, and guess what? That was my first practice run on 2/3 of the course. I'm really thrilled for the Hyundai team. The Ioniq N5 TA spec was one heck of a machine, and it's only going to get better. We chose these Yokohama tires that were in between. Not too soft, not too hard, kind of like Daddy Bear's oatmeal, right? And we had great tire grip. The road was pretty slick. First guy out, I'm the track sweeper. You're welcome, Pikes Peak competitors. But the grip was actually, it was pretty good. The bumps are brutal, and the last bump was the worst. So I'm calling to my teammate, I'm like, look out for that last bump. I got kind of sideways and sort of death wiggled it across the finish line. But I'm just so pleased to be part of this Hyundai effort, because I've watched as this company has come from the XL economy car in the 80s and just gotten better and better and better. And now here we are back on Pikes Peak with Hyundai.
And this isn't your first time in an electric vehicle up this mountain. This is kind of a regular thing for you now. What kind of draws you to the electric vehicles?
Well, that's the future. And for Pikes Peak, electricity has a couple of big advantages. This one is all-wheel drive, and it comes off the corners with electric torque. Electric motors have got a ton of bottom end. I mean, you'll never beat one across the intersection on the street. And it's like silent power, just moves you. So all the switchbacks, that's where the Ioniq 5N was best, except for our aero. The team built some pretty magnificent aero. We had a lot of stick in the fast sweepers, and I needed that confidence. Being the first guy out there, every corner's like, what's the grip gonna be like? And it was good. The bumps were brutal. Cars jumping around. We're gonna make that better, because I'm really good at that. And I know with this team, hopefully we can come back and be even faster.
You keep mentioning the bumps and just all the way up to the top of the mountain here. The weather was not ideal earlier in the week. What was it like on the top, just really going for it?
Well, you know what? I really didn't have the opportunity. We were fogged in one day, didn't run at all. We were fogged in the middle section, got one run in. Car felt good. We were sleeted and rained in on the top for the optional practice on Friday. But it cleared up right before closing time. And I got 1.5 running. So this is literally my first practice. Car was easy to drive, a lot of fun. And this one cools its batteries. That's what's so different about the Ioniq 5N. It cools the battery. I had full power the whole way up for the first time in 5 years of electric cars for me.
Awesome to see you here, Randy. Congrats on making it to the top.
Thank you. I'm so glad to be here and be part of the Hyundai team.
What an exceptional drive there by Randy Pope, setting the first time of the day. Of course, his teammate Danny Sordo is on a mission to defeat his time, and he's looking on a trend to do just that. I'm joined now here in the booth by Makina Norton and Annika Normandy. Makina is the Girl of the West for the NFR Open at the Pikes Peak or Bust Rodeo, and Annika is the aide to the Girl of the West. So welcome, girls. And what's the significance of the relationship between the hill climb and the rodeo?
Yeah, Yeah, so the hill climb is the longest running tradition in Colorado Springs, and the Pikes or Bust Rodeo is actually the second longest running. So we're really excited to be partners with them this year. It's just super exciting for us.
It's a really exciting event. Obviously, there's so many people here from all over the world and all over the country. But what are the jobs of the Girls of the West?
So basically we go around to over 150 events to promote the Pikes Peak or Bust Rodeo and promote the Western way of life. We love it and we dedicate our time and our summers to this.
What's your experience been like here this week so far? Obviously, this is the weather is absolutely beautiful here this week. It's an early morning for everybody here. So what was it like for you this morning?
Oh yeah, I mean, we woke up at 1 this morning and we met at 2:30 just to drive up the mountain, be here by 4. But we're super excited to be here. It's always such a fun experience.
Oh, very, very exciting. Danny Sordo climbs to the top, and we'll see what lap time or what time he puts in for the race to the clouds. As actually that was, let's see, was that Ron Zaras that just came across? 10:49, 2:67. There's Danny Sordo, 9:38.52, the fastest time of the morning for Danny Sordo. So up 12.4 miles, girls, in 9 minutes and 30 seconds. How fast have you guys driven?
Definitely not that fast.
Well, this is obviously a very exciting event. What's the rest of the day hold for you guys? What's next on your agenda here?
Well, we're just gonna hang out and have a great time, and then we have more events to go to tonight to promote our rodeo.
Awesome.
So it's super busy.
Very, very exciting. And where are you guys from?
I'm from Black Forest.
Okay. And you?
I'm from Peyton.
Okay, awesome. So real true Girls of the West. But thanks so much for joining us here. It's been a pleasure. And this is a very exciting day, so I hope you enjoy all the sights and sounds of the Pikes Peak Hill Climb.
Thank you.
And so the next car is lining up here on the start line here. It's going to be Tom Tang in his 2002 BMW M3 as he gets set to make his climb. He's a part of the unlimited category as he begins his trek up the mountain. Meanwhile, updates on the sector times for Nuno Satano and Laura Hayes. Nuno's first sector a 1:49.681. That's the third quickest so far. And then Laura Hayes a 1:51.365. So just behind as they continue their climb up the mountain. Looks like there is Laura Hayes in the Supra as she navigates her way up in the midsection up above the tree line, and as the Pikes Peak GT4 trophy by Yokohama cars get closer and closer to the top and put some times on the board. I am now joined by Mr. Rob Holland, another competitor in that category. Rob, welcome. Very excited to have you here. I know we talked last week on the SRO Pit Pass about how exciting this event is for you in this category, in this class, but what has it been this week for you?
It's been great. The mountain has obviously been a little grumpy with us, but I think we've got enough time in the car and an understanding of what it can do from all of our SRO competition, and we've been working with the Yokohama guys because obviously this is our first year on the AO52. It's a brilliant tire, but it's any new tire you work with, you've got to figure out a bit. So, it was a leap into an unknown, and Yokohama's been amazing with their support. So I think we're ready to go.
We had a chat with Jim Jordan earlier about the GT4 category globally and how powerful it is to have a car that you can run in multiple series, not only nationally but internationally and at an event like this. So how exciting is it to finally have a car in class that is not spec, I don't want to use that word, but the balance of performance, the horses for courses thing, but you get to take a whole bunch of different manufacturers and put them head to head in very similar machinery on the mountain. Yeah,
I think it's amazing, and it's. I will tell you right now, both Nuna and Laura have been pushing me nonstop, and it's great because I'm now learning all of these things about the mountain. It's when we were running before, even when we broke the front wheel drive record, it was me against the mountain and just trying to get the most pace out of things. But now that we've got competitors and now that the cars are balanced, we come down and we look at the times after every practice session, and I'm like, oh man, Nuno's got me by a 10th, and Laura's right behind me, and so our next run we've got to go a little bit harder, a little bit faster, and man, it's pushing us, and we're all saying the same thing. We're having more fun this year, I think, than we've ever had in the mountain, and both of those guys are experienced competitors as well. So this has just been a blast. It's been a lot of fun.
How much of a challenge is it to adapt to this course? Obviously, you spent a lot of time in the same car in the SRO Pirelli GT4 America Series, so you're adapting to a different course, but the car is familiar. So does that give you an upper edge on some of the other competitors that are maybe learning their car and the track at the same time?
Yeah, I mean, I think so. I mean, for sure that we have a good handle on what the car is, and obviously running an SRO for as many years with this car as we've had, and the support we've had from Porsche Motorsports, and then with all of our sponsors and Hella and FCP Euro, everybody's been kind of allowing us to get the most out of it. So, it's. I think it helps. Again, and working with the Yokohama has been a blast here because the tires are the big thing. And, I was really surprised with the AO52s. I was like, okay, it's a street tire. We're going to be way off the pace. It is such a drivable tire. It's absolutely unbelievable. The balance is so good. And like I said, with all of the support in Yokohama, Jim had to come back in here. He heard us talking and said, all right, Rob's up here. We got to come back in.
Well, here comes Laura Hayes across the finish line. We'll see what she can do and put the first time on the board for this category in 2024. And let's see.
Nice. That's good.
That is a solid time.
487.
Basically, this is what we were saying last year when we started talking about this whole thing. Everybody was saying, okay, what time can the GT4 cars run? And I said, look, I think 10:20 is a good base. I mean, you look at it. I mean, and Nuno's flying as well. I mean, he is just absolutely on it. And, you're looking at another time that I think is going to be a sub-20 time, and that's going to be in a normally aspirated car with street legal tires. How insane is this that we're now talking about knocking on the door of a 10-minute time with a street car with street tires?
That's amazing. Tom Tang's first sector, by the way, in that M3 150.507. Nuno Satano's first two sectors, 149.681 and then 228.4. And just for reference, as accordance to Laura, it's about 3/10 slower in that second sector. Sector 1, though, a couple seconds quicker, so it's going to be pretty close between those two.
Nuno has been strong all week long in that first sector. I don't know where he's finding the time, and I think it's just full commitment. He had me by, I think it was like 3/10 in qualifying in that first sector, and I'm looking at my, all of my data going, I don't know where I would have gone faster. So Nuno is just dialed. He's on it. I mean, he's going to be really tough to beat. Again, it's so much fun now that we've got, it's literally, I'm sitting here looking at the times and going, all right, where are these guys at? What do I have to do? And you look at the time that Nuno ran, it equates to around a 4-minute, 17-second qualifying time. And that's only a second and a half off of the pace that we did in qualifying. And we were just banging out lap after lap. So, Nuno is on it. And, it's going to be hard to beat. It's going to be hard to beat.
I think the competition between Laura and Nuno, this is going to be fun because their times are going to be very close as they were earlier in the week. So this will be fun.
Yeah, and I'm hoping that that my advantage is qualifying a couple tenths behind. That we now have all of the other cars going in between. For me, laying rubber down. And then I've got the ace in the hole, I think, which is I got Romain Dumas going off right in front of me. And with that ground effect, I think he's going to vacuum the course for me. It's going to be pristine when I run. Yeah. So, I looked at when the results came out because they inverted the top 15 and I'm 16th. So it literally, I think it played out the way I was hoping it would play out. So
we were wondering when I looked at those times, I said, man, Rob is the sly fox here. Yeah, how the heck could he? Because 16th, you're in the perfect position. You know the times you have to beat.
Yep.
The cars have cleared the course, so it's just like I was saying. Yeah, the experienced road racer has really got this figured out.
Well, I mean, and that was the thing is that you got to, one of the things I have to do is I got to read the rules, and the rules said we're inverting the top 15. So every day I was taking a look and seeing, where qualifying was at, and I knew that the GT4 class would qualify somewhere in the top 15 or top 20, and I said, okay, well, that's a little close. I said, I don't want to go first. I don't want to be the first one off. The road's a little bit cooler. There might be some runoff or gravel or something like that. And I'd like some temperature in the course and have a chance to warm up the tires. So, the hope is that, okay, if you can qualify just outside of the top 15, then that puts you in 15 through 20, which is perfect. I didn't expect to literally be 16. That was a bit of a luck. But I'm super happy about that.
And Wickstrom is about to take his ride up the mountain. Let's have a look at Don Wickstrom's pass here at Pikes Peak.
When you're watching Pikes Peak, what you should be looking out for is, number one, is look at these drivers and know that there's a story behind every driver. And I think even more importantly, a story that probably a fan needs to hear. All of us, we had dreams of coming to Pikes Peak, and we're all living out a dream to race the most beautiful, most treacherous race in America. Participating in Pikes Peak, the race, has changed my life, dramatically. Number one is it gave us a platform just to share a story of hope, and our hope comes from Jesus. That's what we believe. And it's changed my life in the fact that it's opened up opportunities I would have never thought. And in fact, obviously, the film Chasing Hope is the biggest one for me, which has turned into this whole thing of going around the nation and speaking to students and inmates and churches. And it's been incredible. But Pikes Peak has just, the race itself has opened up opportunities I would have never dreamed of. And I always tell everybody, I'm an old guy living a young guy's dream. You get to race up the side of the mountain really fast through 150 some odd turns. But now I'm going to tell you, after actually doing it, it's the Pikes Peak community. It's the staff, the volunteers, the fellow racers, and most importantly, the fans. So what makes the Pikes Peak staff so unique, I think, is a twofold. Number one is you're talking about not just people that organize a race, but they believe in you. They believe in you, number one, to accept you, and they accepted a nobody like me that first year and continued to believe in me. We've laughed together, we've cried together, we've been in victory together, and we've been in loss together. And we've become a big family, and so you're just not talking a bunch of promoters, you're talking people that invest in your lives and become your friends and literally your family, people that you miss when you're not racing at the mountain. They truly are an incredible staff of people. So 6 years ago, in the midst of a cancer diagnosis, did I ever think I'd be sitting here talking about a tour and doing Pikes Peak? No way. I mean, but my hope was that I'd be able to impact the kingdom in the name of Jesus somehow. And never in my dreams did I ever think not only would I be living out a 7-year-old's dream of racing up Pikes Peak, that God would take me on a journey that would be far beyond anything I could think I could do, nor that I think that I was capable of, and here we are doing it.
And a great story there for Don Wickstrom and his 2016 Axel Riley LMP3, waiting to make his 4th ascent up the Pikes Peak International Hill Climb. And we're going to head up to the top of the mountain, though. Joey Atterbury is standing by with one of the drivers who's completed the Pikes Peak Hill Climb.
We are standing here with Ron Zaris, driver of the number 13 Hyundai. You've made it up to the top of the mountain for the first time ever.
That's right.
What was the experience like?
Indescribable. I mean, it doesn't matter how many times you do the sim or watch videos or practice. I mean, I've been very spoiled by the Hyundai team. They've got me a lot of time on the mountain in this car. But man, you hit that starting line, you see everybody there. You see people on the side, people cheering you on. You see the marks, you see the sun. It's nothing compares. It's an unbelievable experience.
You did get some behind-the-scenes testing time a little bit earlier. That might have helped with that time up the mountain. Are you happy with your run?
Overall, yeah, definitely happy. I mean, would I have liked to be in the 10:30s? Yeah, of course. But 10:49, my goal was A, get up here, shiny side up. Secondary goal, be in the 10s. To be up here first time in the 10-minute mark, I mean, I really can't ask for more.
Well, thanks for coming out and racing here, and congrats on making it to the top.
Thanks for having me. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, great inaugural run there for Ron Zaris in the Hyundai N. And there's Dominic Tapia, who's making his way up the mountain right now, the number 72 Unlimited car, 2008 Mitsubishi Evo. And he's out of Colorado Springs, so he's a local driver. And there on screen is Tom Tang in his M3, and he's almost to the summit. And it has looked like a nice, tidy run for him. That car looks a little stiff in the rear, though, as he navigates those bumps. And across the stripe for Tom Tang. And pretty solid sector times. We'll see what it pans out as far as the full time. And it is a 10:31.372. Rob, not a bad time at all.
Not at all. I mean, for a rookie, that's pretty impressive. You know, he's been he's kind of the guy that I've been mentoring the whole entire week, and you know, it's great to see his approach. He's very, very smart, very methodical. Didn't come here saying, "Hey, I'm going to set the world on fire and I'm going to run in the sub-10s." So he did it right and made it to the top with an amazingly respectable time.
And Don Wickstrom continues his way through Picnic there as he navigates the 12.5 miles and 156 corners. That is an LMP3 chassis at its base. And Rob, you've had a chance to drive a whole bunch of different things over your career. How's that car again? It's got a lot of downforce in it, but when we were talking with some drivers earlier, they were talking about, well, the downforce doesn't really help you, in those really slow hairpin corners. You're relying on mechanical grip at that point. So how does that challenge shape up as you get closer to the top?
Yeah, I mean, especially with the bumps this year. I mean, it's really, really bad at the top. And an LMP chassis is super stiff, and it's going to be a difficult thing for him to manage. But he's got a lot of experience here, and he's been running that car for a number of years, so he understands what that car needs to go quick. I'm really, really happy with the Porsche GT4 RS. It does such a great job. It's such a well-balanced car. The chassis is very compliant. Again, with the Yokohama, the tire is a really, really wide operating range, so I'm really having a great time driving that thing. We were joking around in the middle sector. It was raining, and all the Yokohama guys have been watching the cars come up the hill, and I was sideways coming out every single corner, and they're just like, you were just having a blast up there. So, I'm really happy with the fact that we got some heat in the ground today, and I think we're gonna go quick.
Wickstrom continues his climb up. Now staging by the start line is Lonnie Unser in that celebratory livery for Mobil 1, 50 years of Mobil 1, and that flag will be waved by Lance Fenderson, who's an up-and-coming open-wheel driver before he sustained an injury playing lacrosse in high school about 5 years ago. Paralyzed from the chest down, but he returned to racing sports cars and is driving with hand controls now. Recently, he met Lonnie Unser at a Porsche Sprint Challenge race. They spoke about Pikes Peak, and he just had to come support her and check out the event, so he'll be waving the flag for Lonnie Unser in that number 92. And she was here last year competing in a different car, but this car she calls Lucy, makes over 900 horsepower in that Porsche 911 platform. So very excited to see her there. And I think that was a slowing there for Dominic Tapia there as he was getting ready to make one of the hairpin corners. So continuing the climb up the mountain, Lonnie Unser takes the green, and off and away she goes up towards the top of Pikes Peak. The summit, 14,115 feet. And down here, we're joined now by, hello, how's it going? Introduce yourself.
Duncan Cowper from the UK.
Duncan Cowper, welcome.
Alias the fastest plasterer.
All right, well, it's a pleasure to have you down here and getting set for your run here this weekend. And, of course, this Pikes Peak Hill Climb, one of the most spectacular international events. What's your week been like in the preparation for it?
A little bit traumatic first run on practice at the top section. We blew a motor just going into Olympia corner, so we had a 20-hour day, motor out, put that back in for qualifying. We had a small oil leak in qualifying. Then practice on the middle sector got cancelled because of rain, so then we ran on the Friday in the wet on the cut slicks and went second fastest. So that was quite good. But I would just like to say I need to say a big thank you to my wife and daughter back home, so Molly and Wendy.
Tell me about your car. You've listed as the 1998 Dax Pikes Peak Cowper Special. Tell me a little bit about what that car is and what makes it go fast.
So back in the UK, there used to be a firm called Dax, or DJ Sports Cars. I used to work for them. So back then I made all the panels at night, did all the carbon fibre panels, built the car, and we sprint and hill climbed the car back in the UK. So it runs a high booster turbo, around about 380 horsepower at the wheels, and the car weighs about 1,100 pounds with me in it. So, we don't have all the traction control and all the ABS, so it's a raw, like driving a big go-kart.
Certainly. Let's jump up to the top at the summit. Let's chat with Nuno Citano and Joey Atterbury standing by with him.
Standing by with Nuno Citano, the first of the Porsche GT4s to make it up to the top of the mountain. How was the experience this time around?
It was tough. I had a tough run up. I made a couple of mistakes, slipped up in a couple of places. It felt pretty slippery out there, actually, so I don't know. The car just didn't seem to be hooking up as I wanted it to, so it was a little bit more lively than I wanted to.
Now, you're one of our international drivers. You just mentioned to me you've been here for a few weeks now. Is that the standard prep time for you? Are you looking forward to going home, or what's kind of the schedule from here?
I'm definitely looking forward to going home, because as you know, this is a tough place. You've got the altitude, you've got the fact that it's 156 corners, so you really need to put your time, and that's something that I learned last year. So I was going to do the same this year. Every time I come, I need to be here 2-3 weeks, just really acclimatize to the whole situation. That's the only way to do it, I think.
Well, congrats on making it to the top here, Nuno.
Thank you very much. Appreciate you. Thank you.
Solid run there by Nuno Kitano in the Pikes Peak GT4 Trophy by Yokohama down here with Duncan Cowper. And Duncan, you're just telling me that there's some special cargo on board your chassis as well.
So a couple of years ago I said to Dad that we was going to come out and try and do Pikes Peak. Unfortunately, we lost him before we came out here. So when we was building the car, I've actually got some of Dad's ashes in the chassis, and also we run with my dad's cap as well, so he will be coming up the hill with us again this year and hopefully pushing us on. And you know, we did a 9:57 last year. We're hoping we can get a little bit quicker, so you know, as a rookie to go under the 10 minutes I think was quite a good effort. But everybody on the overalls and on the car, you know, I couldn't have done it without the help from back in the UK. But the people in America, Bob Boileau, Rob Holland, you know, Aaron Kaufman, everybody has just clubbed together and just helped us, because we went through a bit of a tough week this week getting the car, but there was nothing that was too much of a problem for people running about helping us. So, you know, it's just amazing coming from the UK, you know, just unbelievable. So, but the event back in the UK, the Pikes Peak hill climb is just massive, probably bigger than it is in America.
Yeah.
So,
Duncan, I want to thank you so much for joining us here and wish you the best of luck.
Thank you very much.
I just will update on a couple things that are happening here. Looks like Don Wickstrom's going to get a reset. He'll head back down to the starting line. And we're going to take a short break, and we'll be back just after this.
The best pro rodeo cowboys and cowgirls are coming to Colorado Springs July 9th through the 13th. Catch the speed and excitement as top rodeo athletes from the U.S. and Canadian circuits, plus national champions from Mexico, compete for over $1 million in payouts. Then stay and enjoy all the beauty and adventure Colorado Springs has to offer. The NFR Open at the Pikes Peak or Bust Rodeo, July 9th through the 13th. Get your tickets now at pikespeakorbust.org, the official site of the NFR Open.
Pikes Peak Regional Air Show returns to the Colorado Springs Airport August 17th and 18th. Don't miss the incredible sights and sounds with vintage aircraft flights and displays, and the first Colorado Springs appearance of the legendary Blue Angels flight demonstration team. Fun for the entire family. Colorado Springs, you are cleared for takeoff at the Pikes Peak Regional Air Show August 17th and 18th. Gates open at 8:30 a.m. Purchase tickets and learn more at pprairshow.org.
And welcome back to the Broadmoor Pikes Peak International Hill Climb, brought to you by Gran Turismo. Let's head back up to the summit and chat with Tom Tang and Joey Atterbury.
Standing here with Tom Tang with this BMW in Unlimited class, the first time up the mountain for you. You're all smiles up here. How was it?
I am. It was amazing. This is something I've been dreaming about ever since I was a little kid. So to be standing up here at the summit is an incredible feeling. We practiced all week and worked hard at it. The mountain was a little bit challenging in that we didn't get a lot of days because of rain and ice, but here we are. It feels incredible. I'm at a loss for words, to be honest.
Now, this car used to be an endurance car, an endurance road race car, and you guys stripped it all the way down, made it a hill climb car. Did it handle well up the mountain?
It did. It handled amazing. So we focused a lot on really the handling. It doesn't make much power up here, only a little over 400, but we went full carbon wide body, bigger wheels and tires, and everything just worked together really well. So that allowed me to feel really confident. and to be able to keep my foot in it. So I used every little bit of power that I had.
Well, congrats on making it to the top, and are you looking forward to the next time already?
Absolutely. I've got a bunch of ideas going through my head already about how we're going to do this better next year.
Well, thanks for coming out and racing with us, Tom.
Thank you so much. Yeah, thanks, guys.
And well, great run there by Tom Tang as we're back here joined by Marisa. Now, Marisa, I'd love you to introduce yourself for those watching from America and around the world.
Yes, good morning. I am Marisa Wigglesworth, and I'm the CEO of our United States Olympic and Paralympic Museum.
Well, welcome. This is a spectacular event. You know, we were just talking, earlier about the significance of this event internationally and the stage that it's on. So talk to me about the Olympic and Paralympic Museum and how it impacts the world and here at the Pikes Peak Hill Climb.
Absolutely. We are home to America's Team USA heroes, our Olympic and Paralympic athletes, and we are home to their legacies, and we use their stories to inspire all of our visitors to tap into the greatness we each have within. That is certainly a story, an American story, and it is a story that applies to international audiences as well.
What's the significance of the Pikes Peak International Hill Climb to the area and to your causes as well? Because this event draws so many people from around the world, and I think it really draws an eye, especially now with the Olympics happening in the background as well. That's it's always a topic of discussion.
Absolutely. Here in Colorado Springs, we are Olympic City, USA. We have so many extraordinary sporting events that make this community special, and the Pikes Peak International Hill Climb is really just one of them. All eyes on this marvelous community this weekend.
Yeah, what's your experience been like this week? Every year this event blows me away with the number of people and the organization of it. What's your experience been like, not only this week, but this morning as well, getting in?
Absolutely. So this is all new to me. I've been here in Colorado Springs for less than a year, so this is my first hill climb. And it's just the magnitude of putting on an event of this scale has been tremendously impressive, almost hard to wrap your head around.
Yeah, certainly. It's been a blast so far. We've had some really solid times put up on the board. And I think also, I was talking with Melissa earlier in the week about tourism through sport. And I think that's a big part of Colorado, bringing sports to here, here in Colorado with the Pikes Peak Hill Climb, with all the other sports that you'll find in the Olympics. So how important is it to draw people to this area for that?
Absolutely. And I think you've really tapped into something important and special for the Pikes Peak region. Sports tourism. It's key to who we are. It's key to how we'll continue to thrive economically and to share all of the wonderful assets, both the amazing natural assets, but also the extraordinary assets that we've created, such as the U.S. Olympic and Paralympic Museum. It's a unique, special feature of our community.
Well, certainly it's a pleasure to have you here this weekend, and I hope you enjoy the event. Of course, it's a great spectator event, and this is also one of the most dedicated spectator events I've ever seen. People climbing up on a mountain at 1 in the morning, just an unbelievable experience for everybody. So thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
Let's check back up on the top of the mountain with Joey Atterbury. He's got another one to chat with after their climb to the top of Pikes Peak.
Here with Laura Hayes and the Toyota Supra GT4. You've made it up the mountain again. How was the run this morning?
It was finally fun for once. Since I've been doing this, the weather just hasn't cooperated, so I'm just so excited right now. Slept in the back of the car, and once the sun, kind of woke me up, I popped my head up out of the window, and I'm like, oh, I can finally see the summit. This is going to be a good day. I'm finally going to have a chance to show what we can do. So had a ton of fun in this Toyota Supra. It was hooked up this morning, so we twisted all the right knobs and made the right changes, and it got a little hot about halfway up, so was kind of dealing with that a little bit. You could feel it sort of zapping the power, but it felt good. It felt good. It was so much fun.
You had mentioned the mixed weather earlier in the week. How happy were you to wake up today and see the blue sky knowing that it was going to be a dry track?
Oh, man, it's like we had the perfect schedule. So day one, we were in the upper section, which, I kind of struggled the most up here, and it's constantly changing from the test days to race week. It is so much bumpier. I mean, like right now, I felt like I flew 3 feet off the ground at the finish line. I'm like, just keep your foot down and hope it doesn't bounce off the mountain. But then we cycled down to qualifying the next day, and then middle section, and then the last day was supposed to be up here again, right? So it's going to be perfect, but we woke up on Wednesday morning, and the mountains decided not today, right? So it kind of shuffled things up a little bit, but I think everybody was at the same disadvantage, and it's just kind of who was the bravest in the places that you didn't get to practice the most, and yeah, I think we did a good job.
Well, congrats on making it to the top.
Thank you so much.
Laura Hayes, a great run there for her and her climb up to the top of the Pikes Peak summit. A little bit of a hold at the moment, as I believe Dawn Wickstrom was resetting. Lonnie Unser, I believe, also had to because she was starting behind. So kicking things off, we've got about 8 times up on the board. And currently the fastest driver of them is Danny Sordo in that Hyundai TA spec car. There's Lonnie Unser. She'll get a second green flag, and she'll begin her climb up the mountain once again in Lucy, that 900 horsepower Porsche 911 Turbo Cup. And revving up, and tires alight, and Lonnie Unser is up and away, continuing the tradition of Unsers on the mountain since 1926. The family tradition will continue here as she begins her 12.4-mile ascent up to the top of Pikes Peak. And a great story. She's had such a great career already, and so far continuing to drive in Porsche racing. This is a much different car than she was in last year. She was in a front-wheel drive car last year. Of course, this is a rear-drive, rear-engine Porsche 911 Turbo Cup car, so it has got plenty of power, similar in some ways to the car that David Donahue will be taking up a little bit later today. So very exciting things for Lonnie Unser. And, of course, the Unser family, a huge part of the history of the Pikes Peak International Hill Climb. Don Wickstrom had a couple sector times on the board, a 142.047 and a 219.107 for his first 2 sectors in that LMP3-based chassis. And currently, again, it's Danny Sordo, Randy Popst, and Dominic Tapia, the top 3 overall. It's 2 exhibition cars, followed by an Unlimited, and then the Pikes Peak GT4 trophy category, powered by Yokohama there. Laura Hayes is leading that over Nuno Catano in the Porsche. So it's Toyota over Porsche in that class, as we wait for the rest of the morning to continue. And actually, there is Don Wickstrom right here. So he is back at the start line. I think thought he'd gotten through 2 sectors and came back down to reset. So that was the reason for the delay. Got to hear his amazing story, and I think it's not necessarily the only one that we've got here in the paddock. Of course, Don's story is heartwarming, but there are plenty of other amazing stories. We'll talk a bit later about Mary Barker and Sam Kendall and the story that they've had in their battle with cancer in the last year, but they'll be a little bit later today. There's Lonnie Unser up through Picnic and sailing by, looking very smooth and tidy, and turns in and continues her climb up the hill. And Don Wickstrom waiting for the separation. Unser's first sector is 143.531, but let's check back up with Joey at the top of the mountain.
Standing by with Dominic Tapia here in his Unlimited class Mitsubishi Evolution. First time up the mountain. How was it?
It was amazing. It was a great experience. Unlike any other, even compared to practice, just linking it all together. It was awesome. Got a little sketchy after Boulder Park. I lost all brakes. So I had to maintenance it through and downshift and just keep pumping it the whole time for hopes of anything, but I made it to the top. That's all I can care about.
What was that like as a driver, and what did you do to adjust to that to physically make it all the way?
I had to slow a little bit. I still stayed in it a lot. I just had to rely a little bit more on downshifting, and the whole time just pumping the pedal, hoping that it was helping out, trying to get a little bit of that pedal feel back, but all I can say is I made it.
I think that was a veteran move. It might have been your first time up the mountain, but not your first time here. Congrats on making it to the top.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, and Dominic's got some time attack experience that he leaned on as well for that, and a great job there. You see, look at this replay of him bouncing and skipping over the bumps. And as we mentioned earlier when we were talking, the mountain changes year to year. That pavement is not the same as it was last season, and for those that didn't get a lot of practice at the top of the hill, it can certainly catch you off guard, as it did with Randy Popst. Don Wickstrom still waiting for his first run, or first attempt, as Lonnie Unser continues her climb up. And just as far as her sector time, she's actually the second quickest car overall right now based on her first sector time. So she's looking very good with that 143.531. And there goes Don Wickstrom again, off and away under the start gantry to begin his climb to the summit of Pikes Peak. That car low to the ground. It will lean on the downforce here as it begins the lower section. It's such a fast area of the course, and as you continue to climb up, the technical bits start to come. You head up all the way up towards Olympic. You've got Devil's Playground up there, which the name of Devil's Playground, after looking into it, there's iron deposits in the ground up there. So when the lightning hits the ground, it actually scatters, and it attracts a lot of lightning up there. So that's why it's called Devil's Playground. Kind of spooky, in fact. But Unser working her way through the middle section now. Not quite to the upper section just yet, but sector 2 for Lonnie Unser, 2:18.740. And again, the second fastest time that we've seen on the mountain this morning. So she's trending very, very well to be second overall at the moment. And who knows what sector 3 will hold, and see if she can maybe put herself up at the top of the board ahead of Danny Sordo with that 9:38.52. So she's trending very close, in fact. About 4 seconds off. That would be about a 9:35. If that were to stick as far as the trend. And now lining up towards the start line is David Donahue. And of course, this is another name that is just synonymous with the Pikes Peak International Hill Climb. Porsche of Colorado Springs on the rear there. And Donahue is in a very similar Porsche. It's a 2014 Porsche 911 Turbo R. This is David's 9th year here out of Westchester, Pennsylvania, and he'll begin his climb here very shortly. And Don Wickstrom sailing through Picnic there in that LMP3 based chassis, continues his march, this time hopefully without having to turn around and do it all over again. This is the second attempt of the day. Lonnie Unser, a little bobble there as she navigates now up above the tree line. Things are looking very, very good. Well, we've got a couple of folks joining us here down in the booth. We got Commander Sergeant Major Michael Downen. Did I say that correctly? Yeah. And then Captain James Holland are from the Army Recruiting. Guys, welcome. This is a very exciting event for everybody here. But this is, of course, you guys are here representing the 10th Special Forces Group. But how does participating in events like Pikes Peak assist in the Army's recruiting efforts?
The idea of working with the Fan Fest and Pikes Peak was to show that everyone in the Army is not just what we're doing in the movies. So for Fan Fest, for example, we brought veterinary technicians, space satellite technicians, and other communications experts to show that it's not just what you're doing in the movies, and there's plenty of other jobs and opportunities within the Army.
Certainly, and I think what impact does the partnership with the Pikes Peak International Hill Climb have on the relationship between the military and the local community? You just touched on a little bit of that point.
Yeah, so for us, it's really just about being able to spread a message, right? So as soon as you get away from a military installation, a lot of times the information about the military drops pretty precipitously, right? So for us, it's just about being able to interact with the community in a one-on-one basis and really just spread the message that, you know, the Army is a viable career option for so many people out there. And now we have kind of a myriad of different opportunities, whether it's, you know, something from combat all the way through to, like he was just talking about, with like vet techs. And so it's just really an interesting and really a good opportunity for us to interact with as many people as possible and just spread that message to as many people as possible. And that's what we really do as recruiters. So,
yeah, what does it mean to serve in the 10th Special Forces Group, and how does it differ from other military units?
Well, I think for the 10th Special Forces, so we're part of the Army Recruiting Command. The 10th Special Forces Group is actually the other more handsome folks sitting over there. So they're going to be up here in a few minutes probably to talk to you about their stuff. You know, for us, with recruiting, we interact with a lot of different Army units to include the 10th Special Forces Group, among others, 4th Infantry Division based out of Fort Carson here, and then all over the place. So it's really just this big community that operates within the community at large across America.
What's this event been like for you guys? Obviously, a very early morning for everybody. You guys are probably used to that also. This is a huge event. What's your experience been this week?
The experience so far this week, from the VIP Hall of Fame reception through FanFest and today, has been fantastic. So while our main goal is to recruit America's sons and daughters, the secondary piece, which is the most rewarding piece for me in recruiting, is to give back into the community and to be a part of that community and show that while Fort Carson is a major part of Colorado Springs, that we're here and we're a part of the community and want to be a part of it.
Certainly. And also, guys, this is you know, an international event also. It draws international eyes, and I think it's important to remind everyone how important the U.S. military is globally as well, to keep everybody safe. And you know, you mentioned that there's so many different jobs and roles and things that I think people don't necessarily consider, not only internationally but here as well. Yeah, and I think that's something, again, that gets lost on a lot of people, that, you know, American service people, right? Whether it's the Army, the Navy, Air Force, you name it, you know, we serve globally and we interact globally with a lot of different partners across the world.
And again, that's just one of those other opportunities to where somebody that joins the military, or specifically the Army is the most globally diverse enterprise that the military has. And there's limitless opportunities to be kind of stationed and travel anywhere in the world, no matter what it is that you do within the Army.
Well, gentlemen, thank you so much for joining me up here, and it's been a pleasure. Thank you for your service as well.
Thank you, sir.
And appreciate you as well. It's an amazing group of people that have joined us from all over the world. So enjoy the event, and appreciate everybody.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you. The battle continues here on the mountain. Danny Sordo is still the quickest. Randy Pope still P2. And Lonnie Unser will check back in on her progress here in just a moment's time and see where that number 92 Porsche has landed on the timesheets as she continues her ascent. We're going to step away for another moment. We'll check in with that just after this.
Hello and welcome to the Museum of American Speed in Lincoln, Nebraska. I think what really sets us apart is our museum tries to pay homage to the grassroots racer and hot rodder. And so we have all kinds of exhibits here that talk about that, but we also have one of the largest collections of pedal cars, art, sculpture, and a lot of other things that kind of tie into automotive culture. And I hope everyone out there watching this will come pay us a visit and just see what makes this museum so special.
Overlanders and crawlers, clubs and individualists, newbies and not so newbies. We can all agree on one thing. The tougher the tire, the easier the escape.
Need parts fast? We got fast. Need them now? We got now. No matter what you need, we have thousands of professional parts people doing their part to make sure you have it. We're O'Reilly Fast. Just one part that makes O'Reilly stand apart. The professional parts people.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Welcome back to the 102nd running, the Broadmoor Pikes Peak International Hill Climb, brought to you by Gran Turismo. And we're currently in a little bit of a delay. We believe that Lonnie Unser has had a mechanical issue up in the W's. So for now, we will hold things in a holding pattern. But we're joined now by Kevin and Matt from the 10th Special Forces Group. Gentlemen, welcome. This is a great event. We were just talking about it with the recruiters here. But first of all, I want to ask how the 10th Special Forces Group engages with the local community here, because obviously this is engagement in this event, but obviously outside of it as well.
Yeah, no, I appreciate the opportunity. This event just reaches an incredible amount of people across Colorado Springs community, and this being an international event, they're saying I think 285,000 people dialing into this online. Just an incredible place from exposure. I want to start off just saying thanks for having us here. Thanks to the Pikes Peak International Hill Climb team, the incredible reception that they've given us for this event and all the opportunities that we've had throughout. It's just been fantastic. So,
what does it mean to serve in the 10th Special Forces Group, and how does it differ from other military units?
Well, Kyle, 10th Group, we're part of the United States Army Special Operations Command, USASOC. You might have heard that before, right? So one of 5 active duty Special Forces groups. So for us, our guys and gals, they're specially selected and trained. They'll go to Fort Liberty, North Carolina, and they'll do anywhere from about 18 to 24 months of training. They'll get selected, and then they'll come out to our location at Fort Carson, Colorado. There.
Yeah, tell me a little bit about Fort Carson, because I'm not from necessarily around here, so I want you to tell me about some of the historical highlights of Fort Carson and how significant it is to our surrounding community.
Yeah, Fort Carson has a incredibly unique history. Unlike a lot of the military, it was during World War II that it was actually the people of Fort Carson, or the people of Colorado Springs, that purchased the land that Fort Carson currently sits on. And so it was that initial invitation during World War II that really set kind of the tone for this community relationship with Fort Carson and the Army. And then it wasn't until 1994 that 10th Special Forces Group moved from Fort Devens and then Bad Tolz, Germany prior to that. But in 1994, we got here to Fort Carson and joined in on that incredible relationship, and here we are today.
Yeah, what makes you so proud to work for the 10th Special Forces Group? Obviously, there's a lot of personal pride involved in being a part of this, I'm sure.
Yeah, no, it's something I've done since 2002, so going on 22 years, working specifically for 10th Group. But what it means to me, and us, is special purpose, right? I mean, ultimately, what our teams do, it's very similar to what the Pikes Peak International Hill Climb team. It is a team of 5. Not many people know that. Very small team, and has put in all of this together. It's absolutely amazing, right? So that's the same thing that ultimately a Special Forces Operational Detachment Alpha, an SFODA, is comprised of 12 service members. And so ultimately what they do, what makes it so special, is that we actually go into tough situations, right? Very small, self-supporting, but then we'll team with partners, other nations. Specific for 10th Group, our area of operation is European Command there. So all of Germany, and the Baltics and everything through theirs, we're partnering with them, and then ultimately that small team through that host nation can absolutely have strategic effects.
How do the values and mission of the 10th Special Forces Group reflect the broader goals of the U.S. Army?
Yeah, so in Special Forces and similar with the rest of the Army, we've got just an incredible sense of team purpose and drive, which is not too dissimilar from what you see out here, with the people, and they're coming for a lot of the same things. And we share those values with the Army. Some incredible opportunities in a career in the Army, which you heard from the recruiting folks here just a few minutes ago. We actually had Jeff Hartsaw, one of our senior NCOs, non-commissioned officers, leading up the mountain with the checkered flag and leading his team. And so there's just a ton of different opportunities, this being one of them.
I have a question about that vehicle. How does it do at altitude? it
actually,
got there.
Yeah, so that's actually one of the big reasons why we're here, too. So we're not just here to have fun. We're actually training. So we're actually getting some good data, for that. And so we have some reps, they're actually with those vehicles. They're actually going to pull the data, be able to pull that back, ultimately make the force better. So
really? That's fascinating. Yeah, we passed the line of those vehicles on the way in, and we're like, well, I wonder what time those would do up the mountain. And we got to see one go up this morning, so that's very, very cool. This event is huge for the local community. It's also huge for the global community. So what does it mean to serve not only locally here in Colorado Springs, but also globally in the U.S. Army?
Yeah, I'll jump on that question, Kyle. The relationships specifically within Special Forces that we create while we are deployed, there's nothing like it. So I mean, ultimately, our Special Forces motto, Deo Oppressor Liber, right, to free the oppressed. It gives the opportunity to basically build those relationships, and then you're working from within. So, right, you empower that nation to be able to do those things that actually, so they can stand on their own, right? They can fight an aggressor, kind of like what's happening right now over in Europe, right? So, our guys and gals, they're forward deployed right now, supporting our Ukrainian partners, and doing some great things to allow them to stand on their own and to be able to fight an aggressor from the east. So
certainly, this event, obviously, it's very fun as a spectator event. You guys mentioned not just here for fun. There's data going on, but what's your experience been like here this week? Just for everyone, I think they experience it a little differently. Early mornings for most people. I joked earlier that you guys are probably pretty used to early mornings at times, so it's probably not that abnormal. But what's it been like for you guys?
Yeah, just the reception here has just been incredible. Our team got up here at the wee hours of the morning, camped up here last night, and they said everybody that's here at this event has just been incredibly welcoming, bringing them into the fold, making sure they had hot coffee last night and were well rested and ready to take the checkered flag to the top.
It's super special, right? It's all about building those relationships, thickening the ties between the military and the community. And it's something like this where we get to see, people, that just really want to come together and see a phenomenal performance, right? And what's interesting specifically with 10th Group is, we have a lot of service members. Man, they specialize in a very niche capability, right? And they're phenomenal athletes, phenomenal people, all that. And it's the same thing here, that you have all the pit crews here, everything. And I mean, ultimately, being able to train for one event, right? I mean, that's just today. It's going on right now. That's exactly what we do, right? And so to be able to have that opportunity to be able to camp overnight and, thicken those relationships and just get to know each other, man, nothing like it. Absolutely love it.
I think you mentioned teamwork and relationships and that sort of thing, and I've had a chance to speak with a lot of Operation Motorsports folks that work with the SRO, which I also have work in sometimes, and they talk a lot about the teamwork aspect of motorsport in general and how it brings people together on a small team, and they're all working towards a common goal. So I think there's some parallels to draw also between those two things.
Yeah, for sure. The sense of teamwork on a special forces team is unprecedented. I think what's equally important is the sense of teamwork that we have throughout the community, some of the people and the industries that exist in Colorado Springs, and bringing that all together. We've got the aerospace industry here, an incredible technical industry, as well as Space Force, the Security Force Assistant Brigade, 4th Infantry Division, and bringing that whole broader team in with the Fort Carson community really allows us to get on the cutting edge of technology and set us up for readiness as we kind of look forward to the next conflict.
Well, gentlemen, thank you so much for your service, and I appreciate you joining us here this weekend, and enjoy the rest of the event.
All right, Kyle, Thanks, Kyle. We got to do something that's really important to us in the military community.
What's that?
So I don't know, we got to coin you. So we're going to give you a challenge coin.
Okay.
Military challenge coin. Right there. We appreciate you doing what you do here, and then giving us the opportunity to be able to speak up here and talk about, this special event, and hopefully we're doing this year after year, coming back, and we'll keep updating that coin for you, all right?
Thank you very much, guys. I appreciate it.
Yeah,
Thanks so much.
Thanks, Kyle. Thanks.
Well, we're still under a bit of a delay here as we await the continuation of the action here from the 102nd running of the Broadmoor Pikes Peak International Hill Climb, brought to you by Gran Turismo. I believe it was a mechanical issue for Lonnie Unser up in the W's. Don Wickstrom is headed back down towards the start line for a third attempt. In the time being, we'll show you a package about the women of Pikes Peak. We'll be back in a moment.
Of everything that I've ever done in my racing career, driving Pikes Peak is hands down the best experience I've ever had, and it's a huge challenge, which is what entices me to keep coming back for more.
I've wanted to do Pikes Peak forever, right? It's the second longest standing race in American history after Indy.
It just feels like now I am making a part of history. I believe there are only previously maybe 49 women who have competed in the Pikes Peak International Hill Climb, and just to be among the small handful of women who have done this feels amazing. I get to be, somebody opening a door for other little girls who want to get into racing and want to do this.
We're definitely celebrating that we have 6 women on the hill, which is the most Pikes Peak's ever had. But when I'm out there, everybody treats me like a competitor. I wish I was 20 years younger now, because the opportunities there are for women in racing now is astronomical. It's amazing.
I'm a Shift Up Now athlete and very honored to be so. The Shift Up Now is compiled of so many incredible women, not only drivers from different disciplines of racing, but also women who are behind the scenes. And I was one of their scholarship recipients this year, and that has been a huge contributing factor of getting me here to Pikes Peak. I've been racing cars since I was 8 years old, and to be doing this many years later is a dream come true.
I've wanted to do it because I've seen all the greats do it and talk about it, and I wanted to have that experience too. It's a whole different personality that this race has compared to anything else I've ever experienced on the planet, and I've been racing a long time. I mean, who wouldn't want to do it? I mean, probably sane people, but I did.
I was inspired to race in Pikes Peak because last fall I was actually diagnosed with cancer, but being diagnosed made me realize life is short and you've got to, take a couple risks to really live your life to the fullest. That I am officially in remission as of May. And I am here and I'm ready to do it on Sunday.
I am a small town mom of two who just is chasing her dreams. And I always ask the little girls, do you think it's weird that a woman's racing? And they say no. I didn't even know women could be racers when I was a young girl. To change that perspective, especially with the next generation, is absolutely amazing.
And welcome back to the Pikes Peak International Hill Climb. It is a beautiful Sunday there. The not so beautiful sight is the Lonnie Unser Porsche on the back of a flatbed heading back towards the, I think it's continuing its climb up the mountain there, but on a tow truck, unfortunately. So while we got a moment, we've got Sarah Woods from the Penrose Heritage Museum. Sarah, welcome. And this is a very exciting event, but tell me about the Penrose Heritage Museum.
Yes, good morning. So Penrose Heritage Museum is owned and operated by El Pomar Foundation, which is the nonprofit organization that Spencer Penrose and his wife Julie Penrose created in 1937. The Penroses are the ones that built the highway to the summit of Pikes Peak and started the Pikes Peak International Hill Climb in 1916. So our museum really encapsulates their legacy, which a huge part of that is this event. So we have in the museum the Pikes Peak Hill Climb Experience, which is immersive exhibits that take you through the full history of the race. It actually mimics the mountain that we're on right now. And we have about 15 or 16 race cars in the museum that actually show all the different divisions of cars that compete in this event.
The history of this event, I think, is so significant because while it has been running for, now this is the 102nd go at this event, over those 102 years, it has changed quite a bit. The road has changed quite a bit, but the challenge remains the same, right? So it has a lot of significance in the Penrose family and Spencer Penrose being a huge part of constructing the highway, as you pointed out. How significant is the hill climb and the Penrose family to international motorsport, right? Because we look at events like Daytona and Le Mans and Spa and Bathurst and all these great races, and I think Pikes Peak belongs in that category as well.
Yeah, absolutely. When Mr. Penrose had the idea to construct the highway and start the race, his intention was to draw international attention and acclaim to this region and bring the whole world here. And when you look around today at the fans, the spectators, that's exactly what he accomplished. So it's really incredible to see that vision really prevail all these years later.
Certainly. Was there a particular motivation to building the highway other than just the goal to do it, right? And that's really, I think, a lot of the drivers' goals here is just to get there, to do it. Is that really the motivation behind why it was constructed?
Yeah, I mean, developing tourism and really bringing international attention to this region, which wasn't as developed as it is right now, is a big pull. But when you think about, when he started constructing the highway, he had a lot of his business associates pitching in money. They had a really low estimate for how much they thought it would take to construct the highway. And, with each mile of construction, it's like, oh, this is more difficult than we thought. This is more expensive. And so by the end of it, he had really put in the majority of the money because he was just determined to get this done and to see it through. And that sort of perseverance and determination is, what we see in this event today.
I think looking back at the history of this event, and you talk about the construction of the road and the paving of it all the way to the summit, is that a significant moment in the history of this to finally complete maybe the vision of Spencer Penrose to pave it all the way to the top?
That's a really good point. I don't know that his vision was necessarily to have it paved, but certainly having the highway paved in more recent history for the event, dramatically changed the nature of it.
Certainly. This museum, where can people go to find more information about it or to visit it?
Yes, so you can visit El Pomar Foundation's website. You can Google Penrose Heritage Museum. We are located on Broadmoor property, right across from the main entrance of the resort. We're free, and if you're at this event and you are at all interested in the legacy of it, you have to visit Penrose Heritage Museum.
Well, Sarah Woods from the Penrose Heritage Museum. Sarah, thanks so much for joining me this morning, and I hope you enjoy this event. Obviously, it's a huge part of the community, a huge part of international motorsport, so thanks for being a part of it.
Thank you.
So the Pikes Peak International Hill Climb will continue here. It looks like Don Wickstrom finally got his green flag for the third try this morning as he got held up a few times on the way. And The scenes from the top, there's some more wildlife up there. Gopher or something. Do they have gophers up there at 14,000 feet? As he continues Don Wickstrom's climb. And David Donahue is going to get lined up here again in his Porsche 911. And the weather continues to be absolutely beautiful down here as we get set now to watch David Donahue begin his climb. And joining me now in the booth here is Catherine Legg, who has had a motorsports career that has spanned a whole bunch of different kinds of racing, open wheel and closed wheel and sports cars, and you recently competed in the Indianapolis 500. First of all, welcome. It is a pleasure to have you here. This event is so significant, I think, in international motorsports. It's one of those big ones, I think, that everyone wants to have on their resume, and for you, this is your first go. So tell me about the experience of your first trip up to the mountain.
Yeah, it's pretty incredible being a rookie, really. And as you've said, I've done a whole bunch of different things, but this is unlike anything I've ever done before. I've only ever done one front-wheel drive race before, and nothing nearly as crazy as driving as fast as you can up Pikes Peak.
Yeah, I think we were talking the other night about the front-wheel drive thing, how you've only competed in one front-wheel drive race. This is a different race, right? My opening, I was talking about how most of the world's great races, they start and end in the same place, right? You get a lap 2, you get a fourth or fifth hour in some cases, but here there's 156 corners in 12.5 miles. That's more corners than the Nordschleife has, right? So you get one try at each of them. Does that add a whole bunch of pressure to the trip up the hill?
I think that's the hardest part, especially for us coming from circuit racing, is that you get sighting laps, you get warm-ups, you get to do simulator runs and watch a bunch of video, and then to try and learn 156 turns and 12 miles and change in one sitting is actually really hard. And we haven't had that much time this week because the weather's been kind of bad. It's gorgeous today, thankfully. But it's a challenge to try and piece everything together and learn everything in one go. And it's never the same. You know, the conditions are always changing. You've always got something different to kind of greet you around a corner. You've got a mama or maybe a little bit of rain or whatever it may be. But honestly, there is nothing that evokes emotion like driving up Pikes Peak. I mean, I have never been so focused. It's so intense and terrifying all in one go. But it's also like super rewarding. And so I'm definitely hooked.
And of course, you've been a part of endurance racing plenty of times in the past. I think my favorite era was the Delta Wing era. I think for me that was a fun one. But you know, waking up very early to get in a race car is you know, you're not new to that. But maybe waking up and then having to sit there for 5 or 6 hours to wait for your run, that's got to be a new experience as well, right?
It is. It's all part of it, right? Even sitting at the top of the mountain in sub-zero temperatures as freezing fog's coming in, it's all part of the experience of Pikes Peak. But I'm kind of used to the getting up early thing now. I don't know. I might keep it, but maybe not 2 a.m. No, it's all. I don't know. It's so new and so different. And I've been told that even if you hill climb or rally, it's not nearly the same thing. So it's special. It's got its own personality. Like this mountain has its own vibe, and. I just think that the nerves and everything, because you get one chance at it, so being sat here for hours before you go is just, it's another experience and one that I will look back on and very glad that I've done it and hopefully get to do it again.
Yeah, and you're piloting the Acura Integra Type S, effectively a TCX car that we see in series like the SRO TC America series, and it is a little different than that car was last year. It's same body shell, I understand, as last year Lonnie Unser drove, but now it is a little bit different. It's gotten some upgrades and changes, and you've driven so many different kinds of cars that is it tricky to adapt to anything in the car? It's got a sequential transmission. It is front-wheel drive, so that's different. But it seems like you're able to just jump into pretty much anything and go fast.
Pretty much anything with 5 wheels, right? Like, it's done incredibly well, and the team at HRC have done a fantastic job. I've been part of the Honda and Acura family for a while now, and so I have ultimate faith in everything that they do, and this has been no different. I mean, the guys have given me an incredible race car. Being front-wheel drive is slightly different. That's taken some adapting, but as you say, it's got lots of new upgrades, and I'm super happy with it.
Don Wickstrom's working his way up above the tree line now. We just saw David Donahue working through the lower section. Is there a particular area on this course that you found struggles with, or that you particularly enjoy the sequence of? It seems like each sector has a pretty unique vibe. You like all of them, or Challenger? All of them are awesome.
Both. So every sector, well, when we test, we do the 3 sectors, not the 4 sectors, right? So sector 1 and 2 are together, and then 3 and 4 are separate. And each of the 3 are very different from each other. I would say sector 1 is the longest. It's the most technical. It's fast. It's not as terrifying to me. The middle sector, actually, with the W's and with the switchbacks, is something that I'm not used to. And we don't have the power to kind of get us out those hairpins, so that's challenging for us. And then the top, I really don't know very well because we got fogged out both times. So the top is going to be the most technical and challenging and fast, and the one that I'm kind of, I don't know, most nervous about, I would say. But what happened to this car? I saw that there was a mechanical.
So it seems like, I'm not sure exactly what happened the first time, but the second time he was following Lonnie Unser, and then she had some sort of mechanical issue in her Porsche, so her run came to an end. So Don had to go back to the start and begin again. But it seems like this run is going a little better for Don Wickstrom. And Sector 3, a 246.483, that is very quick, second quick of anybody so far, actually. So it looks like Don Wickstrom is on a mission right now to go up to P2 on the board. David Donahue now working his way through the middle section. And, we'll talk a little bit about the kinds of cars that we see. We saw Cole Powelson on the line in that Sierra Alpha, which is, there he goes, at 450 horsepower, 1,100 pounds. It creates 1 ton of downforce. So wildly different cars, right? You've got to experience open wheel cars and stock cars and sports cars and now this effectively a touring car. Tell me about the challenges of we've got aero that you have to lean on a little bit, maybe not so much in the Integra, but in a car like this, Don Wickstrom's LMP3 chassis, in those slower corners, you can't lean on the aero so much, so it's all mechanical grip and feel.
Right, but they're also very light, so that kind of car's quite nimble, and it will get you out of the W's and out of the switchbacks pretty quickly. Also, the downforce counts in the faster stuff on the bottom and on the top, so all in all, I think it looks like it's going to be quite speedy. I think, obviously, you want all the things, right? You want the most amount of downforce, the most amount of power, and you want the lightest car out there. But it's so cool to see the variation in cars and how people have modified them to go up the hill, because we were talking about it as a team. Like, what do the Honda Acura family have that can go up the hill? And you have to be able to do the switchbacks, you have to be able to do the fast stuff, and then downforce probably up the hill is less important because there aren't that many really fast corners where it will really stick you to the road. But honestly, anything you go up in is going to be really fun. Right?
The car we're looking at now is Jay Esser's Empire Wraith, which is effectively a purpose-built hill climb car. You can put a whole bunch of different motors into it and configure it how you'd like, but I anticipate Jay Esser to be going for a very quick time in the unlimited category. So that's one of those cars that's extremely lightweight, right? This Porsche that David Donahue is in is a little heavier. There again is Cole Powelson in that Sierra Alpha, very, very lightweight, has a fairly wide stance, but it's small and little and nimble. And I think that's very important, especially when you get to this section here, Catherine. This is a challenging section.
It really is. And honestly, like guys like David who have been here and done it several times and are basically Pikes Peak royalty, they know all the intricacies of the mountain, right? They know what to expect and what's coming up and can probably drive it in their sleep. And I think that's definitely worth some time as well.
Don Wickstrom across the stripe finally gets it done on the 3rd attempt there. And we'll see what time he puts up as he crosses the stripe. And it is a 9:40.512, which puts him 2nd overall on the day in the unlimited category, first in that class at least. So 2nd behind Sordo by about 10 seconds, but that's a very strong run.
Yeah, it was a super strong run. Like I said, it's light and nimble, and it's got all the things you would want to come up here in.
Do you think that having to restart will throw you off your rhythm a bit, right? Because Don had to restart, I think, 2 or 3 times.
No, I think it's great.
You think it's great?
Yeah, because you've seen the mountain. You've got like a practice run in, right? I think I think it's probably a good thing. Is Lonnie going to get back out again?
I'm not sure exactly. Maybe they'll give her another go. I haven't heard an update on exactly what went wrong with that car, but she was all the way up to the W, so she was getting pretty close and was running very quick times, quick enough to be second overall. And actually, still, if she had finished that third sector as we anticipated, she still would be second overall on that predicted time. So very strong run that she had going as Cole Powelson continues to rip around. I love the Sierra Alpha, such a cool car.
This is the car that does the Nitro Cross, right?
I don't know.
Something to do with it, or something like that.
And there goes the number 9. And that's Jay Esther and the Empire Wraith, and off and away, just lit the afterburners. That thing gets up and goes, doesn't it?
It certainly does, and it doesn't look like they could have fitted any more rear wings on it.
Probably not, no. It wouldn't fit under the gantry with all the Home Depot PVC section stuck on the rear of it. But up the mountain now as we continue to watch times come across the board. David Donahue, a 1:41.837 first sector. That's only 0.6 off of Danny Sordo's best. And a 2:22.974 second sector, so that's about third quick of anybody so far. And then sector 3 at 2:52.611, and that is about fourth overall. So setting up for a very solid time in that Porsche 911 Turbo.
So how long do you think that Danny's going to stay at the top of the timesheet before somebody topples him?
Well, we're in the Fast 15 right now. We're going to continue to get quicker and quicker until we get to Romain Dumas. So we're currently on Jay Esther. We're waiting for Jimmy Ford. We just saw his Trans Am car kind of roll by the screen a moment ago. So it'll be Cody Vaschultz who's up next in his 2013 Ford Open. That car's incredibly quick. Dan Novembri in the Wolf GB08 TC Special. That car's going to be very fast. So we're within the last 6 or 7 of the top 15. So I do think we're going to see that time get pipped here pretty shortly.
Yeah, I do too. I just think it's really cool that all the manufacturers kind of get behind this event and they all want King of the Mountain. I think that at some point we should rename it to Queen of the Mountain though. Like I want to come and have a good attempt at that.
I think that's great. That's awesome. And there's a handful of women here. We saw a piece earlier on the women that are here competing in the Pikes Peak International Hill Climb. And one of the things we talked about this morning is we see, wow, Jay Esther ripped by Picnic there, is, this paddock is filled with some of the best in international motorsport, yourself included. And then you've also got people that are building cars in their garage, right? It's one guy or gal building their car, and they're showing up, and everyone's competing for the same prize of getting to the top of the mountain. And you're stuck up there, by the way, for the next couple of hours, and all really relishing in the achievement of the same thing. I think that's so powerful in motorsport, to bring the grassroots side of motorsports and the professional and manufacturer side of motorsport together.
Yeah, I do too. And I think we were discussing it earlier, and discussing like just diversity in general makes everything stronger. And to have such a diversity in levels of experience and manufacturer backing and all the things is quite special here. And I tell you what, it makes for a very cool environment. And literally everybody has been so nice and so kind. And I don't think I've ever been to a motorsport event in my 20 whatever years in racing that has been so welcoming, in all honesty.
David Donahue, third overall, 9:49.429, and tops the TA1 class in that number 911 Porsche. So a very solid run there for David Donahue. As we get another look at Jay Esther and the Empire Wraith, just the turn-in on that car is incredible. And to see a little bit of wheel spin and kicking out the rear on exit, it's got power to spare, at least for now.
It certainly looks that way. Can I have some?
Yeah. Well, momentum cars are also fun, and I think it's challenging especially when you get to the top, you get the hairpins and things and carrying speed, and wheelbase is also a consideration when you get into those tighter sections as well. But
yeah, you know what? It's like you have to drive whatever you have to the maximum of its ability, right? Like whatever the drivers are out there driving, whether you've got 200 horsepower or 900 horsepower, and you've got 1,000 pounds of downforce or 3,000 pounds of downforce. It's if you get to the top of that hill and you're like, I didn't leave that much on the mountain, then you're happy. But it seems to me that everybody gets to the top and thinks that they could have, should have, would have gone faster.
Jimmy Ford kicks off his run up the mountain in his 2017 Ford Mustang, effectively a Trans Am car that he's got, and that thing immediately fired up and drove off very, very, very quickly. And again, Jimmy Ford, one of those families that's been here for quite some time and has had a lot of experience here on the mountain. But as we continue our climb up the mountain, it's just after 9 o'clock here. And joining us now on the third headset is Robin Shute, 2023 King of the Mountain. Robin, welcome. Got Catherine Lake here in the center still. It's been a great morning so far. A couple little holdups on the way, but it's been a very impressive morning. Great weather here as well.
Yeah, the course conditions are absolutely fantastic at the moment. I'm very jealous of everyone running today. But yeah, we've got a clean course, we've got a warm course as well, so we can see the times. Mid and top section are really strong right now, so excited for the top three.
Yeah, we were chatting about the conditions. They're absolutely beautiful. We were talking with Catherine about the different kinds of cars, and we were just watching Jay Esther in that Empire Wraith climb the mountain in one of the open wheel cars, and I think it's just really neat to see all the different builds that people bring. We're continuing to work our way through the Fast 15, and we're getting closer and closer to Romain Dumas, who put up a pretty good fight to you last year in that the Ford Transit Super Van, but now he's got an F-150 Lightning, so it would be fun to watch him do it again.
Yeah, I think that truck's going to be a little bit quicker. They've done a year's worth of development, and that car is a lot more aerodynamically sophisticated, so that's going to be a lot stronger on the bottom two sectors. And then I think the middle and the top, they'll really benefit from the conditions of the day, and I think they're going to be deep into the eights.
I wonder though, like with it getting hotter, how much that's going to affect it, because if he has to wait, if there's any more mechanicals or what have you, like the longer we wait, the slower the course is going to get, right?
It's a really interesting question. It's hard to answer. What I've found over my years is the track gets faster, but your setup gets more out of the window because you never run in these conditions. So that's what's so different about race day. We never run the mountain like, ooh, spicy.
Wow.
Good job, Cole.
Cole Powelson up to the top, and he is going to go second overall and top of the open wheel category, 9:33, 2:22. Unbelievable time there for Cole Powelson. Very, very strong run. Let's jump up to the top of the mountain, though. It's Don Wickstrom waiting up there with Joey Atterbury.
Hey there, standing by with Don Wickstrom, who just finished his run in the Unlimited class, and he broke the 10-minute barrier. Needless to say, Don, you are ecstatic.
Yes, I am. I'm solely convinced you need four things to race this mountain. You need a good crew, a good car, good Yokohama tires, and the good Lord above. Man, I cannot thank Jesus Christ, my Lord and Savior, for bringing me here. I can't thank my crew, all my sponsors. This one was for them. Like, I felt like I've accomplished everything, but I wanted to give them a sub 10, getting turned around, having to go 3 times up here. I'm an old man. That's a lot of work. But man, I'm still thankful. The one ethanol was just sipping through the ready engine. I Am Second's been here. They've been with us. I'm just so thankful for Kelly Moss, KSV Looms, Tuned by Shane, Zebulon, Axel Speed. Am I missing anybody? I don't think so. And Yokohama, obviously, and you guys for putting this together and making a Midwestern boy's dreams come true. And I thank it. And I love my family. My family, you cannot do this without the family I have. My wife, they're just amazing. And I wrap them in with my crew. My crew's my family. But I'm just so thankful for everybody. And I'm going to tell you, Tristan, I love you, buddy. And I believed in you, and I knew you could handle this program. So good job.
Well, multi-time Fast 15 qualifier, and now you break the 10 minutes. Congrats here at Pikes Peak.
Thank you again. Thank you, Pikes Peak. Thank you, fans, Mobil 1, Optima, everybody. God bless you guys. Appreciate you.
Don Wickstrom, a very animated interview there, and what a great success it is for him. Unfortunately, it looks like Jay Esther has had it off in the Empire Wraith. He is out of the car, but Robin, this is the challenge of the mountain. It will bite.
There we go. Here's the replay. Let's see what happened.
It just looked like it just maybe a bit hot into the corner there and just locked the rears and went around it. It happens fast in cars like this.
Certainly does. That thing is very light, very nimble, but when you get it wrong, it does bite. That's just after that third sector. So that's actually where we finished the race in 2021 with weather. But yeah, looks like he's okay. He's out of the car. And yeah, I guess we've got a reset going on here. We might have to turn Jimmy back down the hill.
Yeah, we might have to turn him back around, and we're going to quickly step away. We'll be back in just a moment with the Pikes Peak Hill Climb.
Rocky Mountain State Games is Colorado's largest sports festival with over 12,000 athletes competing in more than 35 different sports. Athletes can compete in a variety of sports ranging from archery, basketball, ultimate frisbee, and lacrosse to figure skating, pickleball, soccer, and tennis. Registration is open now for athletes of all ages and skill levels, with early registration discounts and youth scholarships available. Learn more at RockyMountainStateGames.org.
Straight for the field.
Welcome back to the 102nd running of the Broadmoor Pikes Peak International Hill Climb, brought to you by Gran Turismo. And a bit of a delay here as we reset Jimmy Ford, and after Jay Esther had a bit of an off, a little ways up the mountain. He's okay and out of the car, but will cause a red flag for the time being. Joined now in the middle here by Robin Schuden, on the far left by Carl Bauer from the U.S. Forest Service. Carl, welcome.
Well, thank you.
This race is such a huge part of international motorsport. It's a huge part of American motorsport, but I think one of the major things to remember is that we're on a public road here this weekend, in public land as well. So talk to me a little bit about the significance of having this event here in this beautiful region of Colorado.
Well, yes. First, I'd like to just welcome everybody to their national forest. This is the Pikes Peak Ranger District, and yeah, we've been in partnership with the city putting this on, along with Pikes Peak International Hill Climb Association for a number of years. And yeah, it's a little different aspect of people getting to utilize and enjoy their national forest.
Yeah, certainly. It's this is a great event that brings in so many people from all over the world and all over the country to see the beauty that Colorado has to offer, but also to leave it the way that we came here as well. I think that's a huge, important part of the conservation of this area.
It is, and Pikes Peak Hill Climb Association, they have a great track record of putting on this event and being very limited impact on the natural resources. I would say a week from now, you would never know this race even occurred here. And I want to thank the campers that I met all last night and spent the night with out on the mountain. Everybody seemed to be having a good time, enjoying themselves. Appreciate them taking care of business and picking up after themselves. And I didn't see any campfires, so that was really good.
We've got Cole Powelson waiting for us on the summit with Joey Atterbury. We'll hear about his triumphant climb to the top of the mountain.
Here we are at the top of the mountain with Cole Powelson, who just completed this run in this awesome little open wheel car. How was it for you up the mountain?
It was fantastic. It's pretty good conditions. It was a little looser than I experienced during any of the practice sessions. It was my very first look at upper section this entire week. So navigating the new bumps and some of the wet spots, stuff like that, with a car that was pretty loose was a little hairy, but ultimately I was able to go faster than my previous fastest time, and that's, I think, just what I was looking to do. We'll see if I can retain an open wheel podium spot. Got a couple fast guys coming behind me, so overall I'm very, very happy with the run. Of course, I'm focused on the things that I can improve in for next year, but yeah, very happy to be up here. The car works fantastic. It was couldn't have done it without my family, the crew, everybody down there that made it all happen. It's kind of a last-minute effort, but I'm standing here now with a big smile on my face.
I was going to say, we're one big racing family up here, but you have your real family back down at the bottom of the mountain. How special is that?
Oh, there's nothing like it, man. I got my wife, my kids, my brother. I borrowed Dad's truck and trailer to make this thing happen. So it's a full family effort, pretty much a grassroots team. This car was built in my workshop years ago, and I've been kind of tweaking and tuning on it. But it takes all of that, and it's really hard to leave the family at the start line to do something. This is dangerous, you know. This is not an easy thing to do and stomach. It's not easy, but I couldn't do it without their support, and it makes it that much more special, leaving the start line with them supporting me.
Well, thank you for coming out and racing with us, and congrats on making it to the top, Cole.
Thank you so much.
A great interview there from Cole Powelson, and what an amazing achievement just to get to the top of the mountain, first of all, but also to continue putting times on the board. 9:33, that's incredible. We documented that the first sub 10-minute time was back in 2011, so we've got how many cars under that already in the first dozen that we've had, Robin?
That's it, yeah. Going sub 10 was and it didn't happen for a long time in the race, and now we're getting quite a few people going and doing that. I remember back in 2020 when Cole was running at the very end of the race, and it was within seconds of him almost winning overall there, and his car smoking them on those last couple corners. I bet he wished he had this run back in 2020, as he'd be a king of a mountain.
Well, the mountain and climbing to the top has always been about pushing the limits. Take a look at this.
Safety. And for that, it's a big advantage for all the manufacturers who want to come in Pikes Peak. You can try everything. And it can be an electric car, it can be a different car, it can be 3-wheel, 4-wheel, 8-wheel, whatever you want. And this is a big advantage on Pikes Peak. And I think Ford, since 2 years, proves that with an electric car from a van to now a pickup, we can be very fast. With this kind of battery power we have, we calculate really to have the optimum power for the distance. You don't have any issue with altitude. You get instant power. You have no gears. So all of that makes the car very quick. Our target number 1 is to win our class, the Pikes Peak Open. Number 2 is try to go faster than last year, was 8:47. And number 3, we will see.
We build our own cars, we build our own engines. Every part of our cars we have touched. Everything from, any little bolt on the chassis to building the engine to the aero, we have touched. The car I'm racing is a 2000 2.5 RS. It's really difficult to navigate every bit of Pikes Peak because of just how different the sections are. You really have to just compromise and set up your cars medium fashion. So we actually raised my ride height yesterday to compensate for how bumpy the top section is in order to just not destroy my front splitter. That's gonna maybe compromise a little bit of the lower section, but I'm okay with that as long as I'm safe on the top section.
I have driven an electric car here at Pikes Peak 4 times. And I always relished the opportunity because electric motors don't care about the altitude. One of the advantages of being part of this Hyundai effort is that the car has been designed for high performance in the long term.
But the power and the way to drive the electric is also nice because you have a lot of power. You can have more power than the combustion engine, and it's instantaneous.
You know what you want? You want all-wheel drive traction, and you want instant, huge amounts of torque. That's what electric cars just naturally have. So it's a perfect choice for the mountain.
We've been developing this car for the last 10 years now. Kind of started as a stock Mitsubishi Evo that over the years it's progressed to more and more than what it is, and I'm actually running an unlimited this year, and I'm just running with it. It's a great class to be in. I can kind of do whatever to the car that we need or want. Not a whole lot of limitations other than having the safety stuff. Being turbocharged definitely helps up top with limited oxygen and air, and try to get as much power out as we can, even though we're losing a bunch. Another positive would be all-wheel drive. A lot of those real tight corners, all-wheel drive helps me exit them a little bit faster if I tend to enter them a little slower. I'd say a negative would be we've done what we could to reduce the weight, but we're still battle the fact that it's a 4-door sedan that we're trying to make into a race car.
Back from the start line of the Pikes Peak International Hill Climb, there's Jay Ester's Empire Wraith on a flatbed, getting towed off the course after an incident towards the top of the hill. Kyle Heyer joined by Robin Schudeth, and on my side we've got Carl Bauer from the U.S. Forest Service. And Carl, before we let you go, I wanted to talk a little bit about showing this mountain, this road, this area on this international broadcast. How important is it for the rest of the country and the rest of the world to see the beauty that this area has to offer?
Well, you're right. Pikes Peak is iconic in many ways. It gets quite a bit of use, and we got to make sure that that use is appropriate, and it normally is. It takes a lot of partners to pull this off, as we see just for this event today. But during normal operations, I can't stress enough that our partnership with the city is paramount in making things run smoothly on the mountain every day, all year round for that matter. And your previous interview talked to the Special Forces folks about partnerships, and Pikes Peak is an example of all types of partnerships coming together with the city, with Colorado Springs Utilities, providing water for the city of Colorado Springs. Pikes Peak's very instrumental to that. And the military, the Army, Fort Carson, the Army has a high-altitude research station on top of Pikes Peak as well. So there's quite a bit going on. And the Forest Service is at its best when in partnership with others.
Well, Carl, I want to thank you for joining us here again, and thank you for being a part of this this region and this event. It's been a pleasure to have you on here. Let's chat with one of the drivers that completed his climb up the mountain. He was 4th overall right now with a time of 9:49.429. That's David Donahue standing by with Joey Atterbury.
Here with David Donahue, your run officially a 9:49, but it was not the easiest to drive, I understand.
No, frankly, 9:49 is really disappointing. But I had significant brake problems. The balance was shifting back and forth. The pedal position was changing. It wasn't slowing down. I went into bottomless and darn near couldn't slow down at all. So I knew there was a problem earlier on because the pedal height kept changing. But we faced this problem all month long. We changed master cylinders yesterday, and I got to give a big shout out to both PPIR, the racetrack nearby, and Pueblo for letting us keep coming out and shaking down, trying things. And Porsche Colorado Springs and Joe Brenner and his team, his whole crew, have been just busting their tails. It's been a really difficult month, which should have been easy because the car should have been a known commodity, but this really caught us off guard.
Now, this is not your first time here. This is your 9th time up to the top of the mountain, I believe. Would you consider it your most challenging time all the way up?
Yes, it's the 8th time, but yes, it's definitely been the most challenging because there was such an unknown every time I got on the brakes. But fortunately, Yokohama's been on board since 2018, and when I didn't think I was going to make it, I just kind of tossed it sideways and scrubbed off some speed, especially at Glen Cove. I don't know if anyone really heard what was going on there, but that's where I had an incident in 2020, so it would have been really awful if I repeated that. And it's great to have Mobil 1 on board. Hopefully we can carry the flag. We'll see what Catherine and Jim Hall and Catherine Legg can do. Hopefully it can stay in front of them, but I don't know. Well, I'm not terribly optimistic about it.
Well, congrats on making it all the way up here to the summit.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Joey. And yeah, Dave Donahue, a little disappointed there, Robin, but I think, when you've done it 8 or 9 times, all of a sudden making it to the top isn't, the accomplishment that he's hoping for. He's hoping to continue to beat his own record and other records as well.
Exactly. Yeah. It's the most underwhelming feeling getting to the top and knowing that you haven't given it everything that you wanted. So I could see it was a tough run for him, and he's managing, the car and his safety and staying on the road whilst trying to go as fast as possible. That's also really hard in itself. So yeah, when you get to the top, it doesn't feel as good as it could.
Yeah, and certainly fighting the mechanical issues, especially in the brakes, that's a confidence thing, right? Because you get to the top, and all of a sudden having brakes is extremely important, and not being able to trust them, I think, is a major factor in how far you can push.
Exactly, yeah. Braking is everything, especially up here. There is no room for margin at all. So, yeah, you've room for error. So you really need to trust that system, and yeah, it's tough when you can't.
We're joined now on my left by David Steinbrunner from the Chief Medical Officer of the UC Health. David, it's a pleasure to have you up here as well. Of course, UC Health is a big part of how this event can get put on, so welcome and thank you.
Oh, absolutely. Thanks very much. We're really thrilled, actually, to provide sort of the health support here on the mountain. We have about 150 medical personnel up here right now, and obviously this is a team effort, right? I mean, we're pairing in with Teller County Search and Rescue and El Paso County Search and Rescue, and obviously the Sheriff's Department from both of those counties. And we've got AMR with 4 to 6 ambulances on the hill as well, and we've got just our UC Health Lifeline ambulance actually is up there as well, or sorry, our helicopter is up there as well, and so we're able to take somebody off the mountain should they have a traumatic event. And we've got 12 trucks, I think, in sort of one every mile with 2 members of the team on there. So we've got the fire captain, who's part of it for extrication equipment from AMCAS and stuff like that. We also have hazmat spill things that you can identify, but we also have a medical personnel on there as well. And so they can respond to anything with a trauma ALS bag. And then we've got docs and nurses and techs and everybody from physical therapy and the like here volunteering on the mountain on the UC Health and the first aid tents to help everybody out.
Yeah, certainly this is a unique event, right? It's on the side of a mountain.
Yeah.
The elevation plays into
sure.
the factor as well. And of course, the higher you get, the harder it is to get oxygen and get air. So I think the logistics of UC Health providing these services, I think it's so important. And so I thank you for being a part of it. But let's talk about the logistics a little bit, right? You mentioned
Sure.
all the trucks and the people and the places, but they're all strategically placed where the spectators areas are, as far as I understand, right?
They
They're
are.
basically where the people are.
They are, but they can also go mobile because you have to actually respond to wherever there might be an incident on the road. So we have to take care of, there's the drivers, there's the pit crew, all the staff are on the mountain as well, everybody who's helping to support it, and then all of the spectators as well. We have to make sure everybody's safe and healthy on the mountain. 14,000 feet is no joke, right? I mean, that altitude can affect you. So the drivers, many of them actually wear oxygen so that they don't lose any sharpness as they go around the turns. And obviously we give them, physical exams before and say, are you ready for this altitude and for this race? And then we've got the Hans system and everything to make sure that they're safe should there be, God forbid, a crash at the same time. And we make sure that that whole harness system and everything is set up properly as well. And we also have the Rally Safe Geo, which makes sure that you actually know where everybody is. But we also have 22 people in the different turns to make sure there were 22 locations where we're watching. So if somebody doesn't hit a turn, we know it.
How challenging is it to really only have one way up and one way down, right? You've got the helicopter, so
Correct.
that's a number of ways you can get in and out, but really the road is one up, one down, right? So that has to pose a challenge to how you logistically are going to handle an emergency.
It does. I mean, remember, there's a lot of people here, and everybody's really eager to get here, and there's all these cars lined up and everything, but we have to be able to put somebody down quickly. So either you use the helicopter asset, or you just put them in an ambulance and get them down the hill.
Certainly, and it's a long way up too.
It is.
The drivers are doing this in under 10 minutes,
Yeah.
but I think the race down the mountain is certainly as important, if not more.
Yeah,
in
perhaps
that case.
more important.
Yeah, so certainly that's a huge part of how this event can happen, and it cannot happen without a safe environment. And UC Health is certainly a big part of how it happens. So
We're
thank
thrilled
you.
to be here. Absolutely. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks for joining us, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the day as well.
Absolutely.
It's a gorgeous day for motorsport. And I hear engines, and we're fired up and away. Thank you so much, David, for joining us. And that seems like, is that Cody Vaschholz that just took the green?
Cody Vaschholz.
He is up and away. He began his career at Pikes Peak actually on bikes. So he's transitioned to four-wheel racing now with this open-wheel 2013 Ford Open is what this car is called. And his family's got a long history here at the Pikes Peak International Hill Climb, Robin. And even his grandmother created and ran a backup timing system for years. I think their family's still involved with that. And of course, Clint Vaschholz, Cody's dad, is still a big part of this. I think he'll be piloting the Parade of Champions car at the end of the day.
That's it, yeah, he's the last one up. This car is actually the last car to be an All-American win on the mountain.
Really?
Yeah, 2020. And that was Clint driving it at the time, and he handed over the reins to Cody, and it's just been great seeing him getting faster and faster each year.
The thing that struck me when I saw this car at FanFest on Friday was how large it is. It has the proportions of something like we saw earlier, like the Sierra Alpha, which is a much smaller car, but this is a large car, but it also, I think it's very efficient in how it's designed. It's very purpose-built for this task.
That's it, it's very purpose-built. The motor inside that is something very, very special, and it's, at sea level, that's probably making well into 4 figures of NA power. Up here, they lose the horsepower, obviously, but the NA cars actually work really well up here if you can get all that power out of them, and this is an example where we see it just running so strongly.
And of course, Cody is one of the more experienced drivers here this year, 14 years of experience on the mountain. And with the large rookie class we had this season, 21 entrants are rookies, the first time a mountain out of the 60 never have, as Cody rockets by Picnic there. He's one of a handful of drivers that has double-digit years of experience, and that has to play into his opportunity to jump to the top here.
Absolutely, yeah. He's a reliable performer there. You know he's going to get everything out of the car he possibly can. So I think he has a pretty good shot at getting Danny. He's dropped. He's 3 seconds quicker than Danny on that first sector alone. So I think this should be, a good bit quicker than the current winner. Yeah,
certainly looking to be P1 overall if it trends this direction. A 1:38.456 first sector. It's not the quickest first sector that we've seen today. That was run by Jay Esterer, but we saw that his Empire Wraith didn't make it all the way to the top without incident. He's out of the car, he's okay, but it did end his run, unfortunately. So Cody Vaschalt's trending to be the quickest here, and Jimmy Ford should also, I think we'll also see him maybe get another go here. He was on his way up when Jay had his issue as well.
That's it, yeah. So with Jimmy, he's got to go and turn the car around, and that means probably putting the tires back in the blankets and also refuel the thing. So we're a little out of order with this, but that's just to give Jimmy the best chance to set his time.
Yeah, certainly. So as Cody continues his climb up, I imagine we'll see that second sector time here pretty shortly. Second sector takes a little bit longer. We've seen about a 20 to 30 second variance on that second sector as he climbs up in the open wheel category. And currently the only car in the open wheel category that's run a time is Cole Powelson at a 9:33.222. So we'll see how long that stands before Cody will eclipse that. But about 8 cars in that open wheel category, and here he comes in the Ford Open. Looks a bit off pace though, doesn't it?
Looks like he's slowed down, unfortunately. Oh, we've got a wave as well. I think he is pulling off
this
here.
is not what Cody wanted to see.
That's ski area. That's really unfortunate to see. That's too bad.
Trouble on the mountain for Cody Vaschaltz. He's going to come to a stop and didn't quite make it to the second sector stripe, unfortunately. And that is a shame, right? I mean, all the years of experience and having this car very well set up, and the weather is beautiful. It's warming up pretty quickly though, so that's got to factor into, the cooler weather's better for a number of things, although, keeping tire temperature is a challenge, but this is not what he wanted on his run.
That's too bad. You really, every year you come here and there's always these little things that sneak up here and there. And on top of that, I know Cody's always trying something new upgrades to make the car faster, and sometimes they don't always work out. But yeah, he looks like he's out of the way, and we should have to be able to continue running.
Yeah, that's a shame. He's out. I didn't see any fluids trailing from it or anything. It just might not be running right. And yeah, I think you also have to make a decision, especially if it's something with the powertrain. Is it worth destroying this custom motor to finish this run, or is it something where you save it and try again?
Exactly, yeah. No, these engines are not cheap, and blowing them up is definitely not a good thing to do, especially if you're pretty sure you're not going to make it to the top. This is Dan Novembre on the line. This is a Wolf, very similar to what I've been racing the last couple of years. I know this car has gained some turbos this year. This is now twin turboed, 2.7 litre Radical V8, RPE V8. So I'm really excited to see how quick he can go. I know he was a little late getting the car together, so he hasn't had all the testing he's wanted, but he's really chipping away at the time. So I think this could be a really strong run.
Yeah, it was one of the drivers I had a chance to chat with yesterday. Full family affair down there as well, and he's going to get the green flag. So Dan Novembre is going to get the green here just prior to 9:30 a.m. here, just outside of Colorado Springs at 9,300 feet at the start line as the Race of the Clowns begins for the number 28. So it'll be Christian Murley up next in the Wolf Aerobay GB08. So actually, it might be Jimmy Ford as he's rolling past us here on the stage. So he might be getting back in line to go again.
I think so. Looks like Jimmy's up next. Yeah, splitting the Wolf pack.
Yes. And so tell me about these Wolves, right? Because they're chassis that I was asking about, what they're built for in general. It sounds like overseas there's a racing series for them, but here you can kind of customize them a little bit and choose different motors and things, but they seem like a very good chassis for this, as we've seen with you in the past, a very good chassis for this particular task.
That's it, yeah. Originally these were made for endurance racing, a CN2 class, which had a Honda K20 in it. But that's an older class now, and since we've gone to LMP3. But these cars have also been used extensively in hill climb in Europe. And this is, the platform I picked essentially to go and make my Pikes Peak Monster. And they do so well because they're light. I mean, we're talking probably somewhere between 1,200, 1,300 pounds. and it's in a full sports prototype, so it's a lot of downforce on the car. So you've got a lot of grip, especially in those first two sectors. And then the last thing is, because it's quite you've got this tub and then you've got the engine on the back, you can be quite flexible with what engine you put in. So you can really, do something cool with it, do a very special build for Pikes Peak.
Yeah, certainly. It's fun to watch as the next car is going to line up. That is the 313 that we were anticipating, which is Christian Murley in that 2024 Wolf machine, Robin, as he gets set for his run.
That's it, yeah. So Christian's multiple-time European hill climb champion, similar to Simone Fagioli, who came here back in 2018. He is an absolutely incredible driver, always on the edge. I know this is going to be an exciting run with that car. This is a factory effort from Wolf, actually, and they've got this really fantastic engine there, a 2-litre Aurora Bay, turbocharged. They're about 400 horsepower, I believe, on the mountain.
Dan Novembri's first sector, 1:36.459. That is the quickest first sector we've seen all morning long. So he is trending to be the fastest on the mountain so far here in 2024. We're joined now by Jack Demoli, the president of the Broadmoor. And this is obviously a very big part of this event. So Jack, welcome and thank you for joining us here today.
Well, good morning. We're delighted to be a part of this. And, our founder, Mr. Penrose, started this race 102 years ago. And pretty special that we have so many wonderful partners, and the Sports Corporation, the National Forest Service lets us run this race through their national forest all the way to the top, and we're just delighted to be a part of it.
This race has seen some changes over the years, the paving of the course all the way to the top, and I think the international acclaim and people building cars specifically for it, and some new classes like the Pikes Peak GT4 Trophy by Yokohama. It's becoming, and it has been for many decades, an enormous international event. So that's got to be a source of pride for the area for sure.
Without a doubt. And in some cases, we wonder if it's better known internationally than it is right here in our own United States. And to think of its humble origins, 102 years ago, our founder, Mr. Penrose, built the first race car out of a Pierce Arrow, and his chauffeur drove it up the mountain. And so it's just kind of neat.
Yeah. As we wait for the 313 to get the green flag, for those that aren't familiar with the Broadmoor, tell us a little bit about it for those that might not know its significance to the Pikes Peak Hill Climb and the area.
Well, absolutely. So the Broadmoor will be celebrating his 106th birthday next week. And so we've been around 106 years, a luxury resort, the longest running Forbes 5-star, 5-diamond resort in the entire world. Full array of amenities, golf, tennis. We'll be hosting the U.S. Senior Open Championship, which I'm wearing that hat proudly next year, a year from now, actually. And so it is a wonderful place that people can come and experience the luxury as well as the beauty of Colorado.
How exciting is it to see this event continue to grow and the operation continues to just get smoother and smoother, and it just drawing huge names, Le Mans winner Romain Dumas, just to name one of many here. It's got to just be great for the Broadmoor as well and the Colorado Springs area.
Well, absolutely. And when you look at the companies that are here, Yokohama and Porsche and Audi and Acura, I mean, just it's growing and growing exponentially. And so that is just a wonderful thing, I think, for the race, for the Pikes Peak region, and it just shows the significance of what was created at this on the mountain 102 years ago.
Yeah, it certainly has been a big part of it the entire time. And again, we thank you for being here and being a part of it. This is my second year here, and every year it's just an amazing spectator event. And honestly, there are times when I'd like to just be up on the hillside spectating it and getting that perspective as well, because we've got competitors like Dan Novembri continuing his climb up above the tree line here. It's a beautiful area as well, and I think it shows the natural beauty of Colorado. We were talking with Carl Bauer from the Forest Service about how gorgeous this area is, and we get to race right in it. And tomorrow this goes right back to being a public road.
Without a doubt. And a little more scenic way, the Pikes Peak Cog Railway leaves from Manitou Springs, and it goes about 12 miles an hour up the mountain and 8.5 miles an hour down the mountain, but it's the other way to get up and down.
Yeah, that's cool. I have seen that. I've been up to the summit once before, and I gave that a look. I should give that a try sometime.
Absolutely.
Maybe
well,
not as fast as Robin Shute to get up the hill, but
consider it an open invitation, gentlemen.
All right, I'd love
All
that.
right.
As we continue to watch both Dan Novembre and the driver of the 313, Christian Merle, work their way up the mountain in their respective wolves, did we see Jimmy Ford turn around and come back to the paddock?
We did, yeah, which is a little concerning. He should be in the start line. You can see Romain now is lined up, and he's the fastest qualifier. So hopefully Jimmy can fix that problem and get back on the mountain. We have Dan Novembre. He's 2 sectors in. He's a couple seconds off his qualifying time on those first 2 sectors, but he's looking really strong in that middle section. And Christian also a little bit quicker than Dan, so also setting good times. So yeah, these two are going to be head-to-head, I think, all the way up the mountain.
Well, Jack, I want to thank you for joining us here today, and again, appreciate the Broadmoor for being a part of this, as it has been for basically since it began. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much, gentlemen.
Appreciate
Thanks for having me. Bye-bye.
Dan Novembre in the 28, looking a little slow here, but maybe just tiptoeing up to the top. There's the 313 again, Merle, and he's still on a mission here, isn't he?
He's pushing, yeah, there you go, Dan's just pulled over.
Oh, man.
That's tough for him. I know he hasn't had the ability to do a long runs on this mountain just yet, and when you go and put a new system on the car like that turbo system, you don't always know how it's going to turn out. So great that he's pulled over in a safe place, and that shouldn't interrupt the running, but yeah, really
looked like it might
too
have
bad
been
for him.
pushing water, overheating or something. It gets challenging the higher you get to cool the car down as well.
Exactly, yeah. The air gets thinner and thinner, and that's proportional to how much you can cool the car. And the W's are just really tough because it's like a drag race after drag race going up there. And you're just putting so much heat both into the cooling system and the brakes. But once you get to the top of that, typically the car cools off a little bit, and then you can race onto the top. Then it's the bumps. That's what you're going to worry about next.
Yeah, it is unfortunate. The attrition has been quite high actually this morning, which is, I don't recall at least the morning being like this last year. But again, this is the challenge, and you see there's some speedy dry going down there. I hope that's water. It looks like it.
I think that is, yeah.
But anyway, while we wait for this to get cleaned up, Romain Dumas is on the starting grid, and the 2024 Ford F-150 Lightning Super Truck returning again to try to beat a record set last year by the Super Van that he set with an unbelievable time of an 8:47, and trying to beat it in this F-150. Second overall last season, and of course Romain Dumas, one of the already coming to a stop, and maybe they have stopped him?
I think that's red flag, I suspect.
Okay, so
yeah.
that might not be such bad news then.
Yeah, no, I think it's all right, and that's really good for him because he's not very far into the run. EVs are tough because, to go and turn around, you can't just fill it back up with fuel. You have to go and put that back on charge.
Yep.
And then there's also a load of prep around tires and all this, so that's not their favorite, but it's, it could be worse. He could have been a couple minutes up the road, and that would have been even harder.
I was mentioning that Romain Dumas is one of the most accredited drivers, I think, in the world as far as his accolades. 24 Hours Le Mans winner in 2010 and 2016, FIA WEC champion in 2016, won Le Mans in GT in 2013, the 24 Hours of the Nürburgring 4 times, the 24 Hours of Spa twice, the 12 Hours of Sebring in 2008, 2-time the ALMS champ, 2 times winner of the Goodwood Festival of Speed. What hasn't that guy won? And so this is, and currently the overall record holder here at the Pikes Peak Hill Climb. So he's done a lot of things.
Yeah, he needs to calm down. I think that's a lot. Good on him.
Yeah, he's certainly got his resume filled up, and I think he's going to add another page to it here if he can get a nice successful run here today.
Yeah, Christian Merle's through second sector. That looks to be like I think pretty much on par with his qualifying time as well. So we're sort of seeing the qualifying performance and race performance being quite similar now. So that's really great to see. I think he might just sneak under 9 minutes. We'll have to wait and see on this one.
Yeah, about 2 seconds quicker in Sector 1 than anybody so far, and 4 seconds quicker than Dan Novembre in the car just prior to him. Of course, Dan was able to finish his run, and there's
he's
Romain
still going.
Dumas.
So that looks like that was a problem.
Interesting. So he's now rolling, but did he get pulled back to the start, or did he
No,
just
he
continue?
didn't. He's keeping on going. So he's now got a bit of drama here. He has got about 18 seconds to find on Christian, and I think that'll be really close. He might be able to reel that back in, but at the moment, Christian's looking pretty good.
Yeah, he is looking very, very good and very solid. And for Romain Dumas, yeah, the first sector time of 1:52.514. So that's a good bit slower than the other cars that we've seen up towards the top. So maybe not going to achieve the mission of beating the van that they had last year, but still possible to get back Murley, but it's going to take a Herculean effort. But if there's anybody in this grid that can do it, I think Romain Dumas is the one that's set up for the task.
That's it. That's true. Yeah, I mean, with these EVs, sometimes this was like my experience in 2017 when I was in an EV. I had to stop, turn it off, and turn it back on again, and that sometimes makes you go. So we'll have to see if he's back with a vengeance with the same amount of pace, or if he's just nursing a problem to the top now.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like it's relatively on pace now. Maybe a bit slow here into some of the hairpins.
Looks like he's a little steady.
It's not the lightest vehicle on the grid, but it has a whole bunch of power and the aero to boot. And that was a pretty quick corner.
Yeah, that's looking good. Yeah, we'll see. I mean, this next sector time, section 2, will be telling, and he's approaching that. The second sector is actually really, really technical. There's a lot of turns. The lines are very, very important, and you know, difference between a good and bad time can be quite big. This car really excels here because of the all-wheel drive and the EV torque, so that's something that really helps him out.
Yeah, this car, you know, quite a bit of modification, obviously, to it. Similar in some ways to the super van that preceded it last year. And, of course, Ford constantly on the mission to bring cool things to the Pikes Peak Hill Climb. And they've done that with the van for many, many years in different configurations. I think it was the 4th iteration last year. But this F-150 Lightning just demonstrating, again, what Ford is willing to do to go to the top here at Pikes Peak.
That's it. And they haven't just put a new hat on it. This is an all-new car, a little longer. And then you can see the overhang on the back is far, far larger than that. That houses a big diffuser there.
Well, it looks like Sector 2, a 204,
yeah,
862, by far the fastest we've seen so far. 5 seconds quicker than Christian Murley, so that is, you know, didn't eat up all those 18 seconds he needs, but a good portion of
That's it. So he's got 13 seconds to find. We've got a race on our hands here.
we sure do. And Christian Murley, Sector 3, 2:37.620, by far the quickest we've seen. So Dumas will be chasing that as Rob Holland awaits his green flag and his Helipagged Porsche as part of the Pikes Peak Trophy by Yokohama GT4 Championship that is new for this year. Of course, Rob Holland is not new to it. Here's Murley as he comes to the last few corners here at the Pikes Peak International Hill Climb. We're expecting Murley to go to the top potentially and knock Danny Sordo off the top step here across the stripe. And is it quickest of anybody so far?
Yes, it is. 9:04. Fantastic.
Is a 9:04. 4:54 for Christian Murley. That is an exceptional time.
Really good time, especially in his rookie year. That was a fantastic effort. Great to see that car make it to the top. It's always tough when it's your first year. You're never quite sure how the car's going to react when you string all these practice runs together. And we really have a race on our hands. Let's see what Romain can do on the W's. This is where this car excels. I think it's about 1,300 horsepower. It's got so much horsepower, it doesn't matter. And with all that grip and downforce and all-wheel drive, this thing just absolutely excels on this part of the mountain.
Yeah, I think the other piece of this is that this is electrically driven, right? So it's not going to lose performance at altitude. Cooling still is potentially an issue here, even with the EVs, but didn't hold them back a lot last year. The super van, and don't anticipate it doing it here as well as he continues to climb up above the tree line here. And it's looked very tidy so far. Other than that hiccup in the first sector, it's looked quite good since then.
That's it. Yeah, these cars, when they're so heavy, you have to be very careful on the tires. You start sliding them, and the tires will go up very, very quickly. Even on my Wolf, which is a lot lighter than this, if you start sliding that around, the road's very abrasive, and there's often dirt on it. And so you can, as soon as you start sliding, you can really grain the tires and lose grip.
Romain Dumas, the siren blaring on the Ford F-150 Lightning super truck. Hear the electric motors spooling up here as he continues the climb. Waiting for that third sector time, and that will give us a good indication of how much more he's managed to take out of Christian Murley's time here. And Romain is running in the Pikes Peak Open category, and Christian Murley is in the Unlimited category. So two different categories, but again, these cars, it's all about who's at the top step and going for King of the Mountain.
So looks like he took another 9.5 seconds out of him. So that is close now. We're talking 4 seconds.
And if he continues that trend in the last sector, that could mean that Romain Dumas would end up at the King of the Mountain potentially. Again, now we still have a lot of cars left to run, but these are the top seeds from qualifying, so this is what we would anticipate here. But Romain has put in a nice run. And wouldn't that be amazing to recover from that stoppage in Sector 1 and then still go on to go to the top of the board?
That, just shows the dominance of this car. If he can do that, I mean, the top sector, a lot of things can happen. I think this car should be a lot stronger than the Wolf. The Wolf struggles because of the stiff suspension. You saw Christian over the line bouncing around. That's the story of my life too when I was racing those. And I know this car is a lot more composed in the Ford. So, as long as there's no more issues, I think Romain is looking pretty good for a fifth King of the Mountain. He's now ahead of me. We were tied.
Oh boy, we got to solve that problem, don't we?
Yeah.
But Romain, again, putting in a great effort last year. I think it was an 8:47, I think was the time. And he's actually shooting for, or aiming to break his own record that he set last year in that category. So we'll keep an eye on that as well, as the record declaration is for the electric modified truck and van, which he's the only one going for that record here, and it's an 8:47.682 is the time that he's trying to go for. So if he can break that, it might be a little bit much.
I think that's tough. I reckon 8:55.
Okay, we'll see. We'll see what he can do in the last couple of sectors. There's the Rob Holland Porsche through Picnic there and looking very strong. We chatted with him earlier. He was feeling pretty confident, but he was also impressed by the times that his classmates, if you will, were running with Nuno Catano and Laura Hayes. Romain Dumas climbing to the top of Pikes Peak, 14,115 feet. Here comes the F-150 Lightning Super Truck, going for a record and going for King of the Mountain across the stripe for Romain Dumas. Where will it land him once the timing updates? Top of the board, 8:53.553. It is not breaking the record, but it is top of the board here in the 2024 Broadmoor Pikes Peak International Hill Climb, brought to you by Gran Turismo. Wow, that was an incredible run there by Romain Dumas, but Christian Burley still second overall with that 904, and Joey Atterbury is up top, standing by with him.
Standing by here with Christian Murley, who just set down a scorcher, his first time up the mountain, a 904. How did it feel?
But I'm happy for finish the race, but I hope the time better. But in the first part, the car sleeping, and okay, for me it's important finish, and I'm very happy here in the top of the mountain.
How did the car perform for you from the bottom all the way to the top?
But in the medium part is okay. In the last part is okay. In the first I have no grip, nothing grip. But I'm happy.
Well, congrats on making it to the top and with one heck of a time.
Sorry, I not.
Congrats.
Thank you so much. Sorry, but my English. Thank you.
Well, the numbers are the same in all the languages there, Robin, and 904, 454 is a pretty solid time there. It's a great run, great interview there by Christian Murley, and Rob Holland continues his climb, 150.186. Curious where that stacks up with the other Pikes Peak Trophy cars. It is right in the middle between Laura Hayes and Nuno Catano, so maybe Rob will split the difference there. And we're joined now by Scott Crouch up here in the booth, who is running a Subaru this weekend. Again, in another attempt here at the Pikes Peak International Hill Climb. Scott, welcome. This is a great event. We've been talking all day to drivers and teams and partners and sponsors. And, for Subarus, this is right at home. So tell me about your car and your experience here so far this week.
Subaru is the car for Colorado, so it's only appropriate that we're running it at Pikes Peak. We've had our challenges this week. We, in qualifying on Thursday, I think we blew a head gasket, but something went in the motor, so we had to send my guys back to our shop in Boulder, and they did a heroic effort to put a new short block in it and get the car back here Friday at 5:05 at the gate to get up here so we could get some runs on the bottom on Friday. So, and I got 2 good runs on slicks and was happy with my time. So excited about today.
Yeah, certainly the weather's absolutely gorgeous. It has been all morning. We've talked a lot about the experience levels of the 61 competitors that are here this weekend. You've got 14 years here on the mountain, and that is, you're in the top 5 as far as the experience is concerned. How much does that experience help you? The mountain changes a little bit, especially up at altitude. That road shifts around. How much do you learn year after year, and how much will that help you this weekend?
Obviously, having done the event that many times, I know the road, but every race day is a new experience because weather and just the conditions. And it seems like every year I learn something more in terms of maybe running a different gear through a hairpin or a different line somewhere. And obviously the goal is to better my time every year, and typically we do that. So.
That's the goal there. We saw Henry Hill blast by Picnic there in that number 8 Wolf GB08 F1. And those Wolves, man, they're quick through that section, aren't they? They're leaning on their downforce.
They really are. That's got a 5-liter Ford Coyote engine in it, so that thing roars up the mountain.
It makes a great noise, doesn't it? And there's another look at Rob Holland as he continues his ascent there in that Porsche 718 Cayman GT4 RS Club Sport, with Hella Packard on the side. We talked with his representative from Hella last year before he went up the mountain and had a very successful run. But as a part of the new Pikes Peak Trophy by Yokohama Championship class, there's a handful of other manufacturers involved. It was previously just Porsche. Now we've got Toyota and Ford involved this year as well. So very exciting. We spoke with Jim Jordan earlier today about that class and how exciting it is, and Rob Holland. So his climb is going quite well. And his second sector is a 2:29.796, which I think is best in class.
No, it's a little slower.
Oh, it is a little slower.
It's
by
actually
about a
going to
second.
be really close there. You see Laura Nuno were only 3 seconds, less than 3 seconds apart, and looks like he was quicker in the first and slower in the second. So they're neck and neck at the moment. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a great time, though. He still could improve in that third and fourth sector. But, of course, the driver that just went to the top of the board, Romain Dumas, in his Ford F-150 Lightning Super Truck, he is up at the top of the mountain, standing by with Joey Atterbury.
Standing by with Romain Dumas here, the top of the board so far. How was your run?
This run was just, very difficult. I mean, I don't know what happened at the start. The car switched off completely on its own. It never happened before. And I didn't panic. I just looked all the numbers. Everything was looking okay. I made a power cycle on my own because the main was red. And due to time to do power cycle, I restart. And suddenly it was working again. So, on the radio, they were telling me that it was red flag because I assumed they saw that I was on track, stop on track. But I already restarted, so I didn't know if I should stop or not. There was a little bit confusion, let's say like that. But certainly at the first split, first sector, I know exactly which time I should have. I saw that I was 26 seconds compared to my prevision slower. So I said, okay, I need just to push and should be okay. So I catch some seconds. So I think compared to prevision, we are a little bit slower, but it was quite stressful, I have to say. I think the most stressful so far I had since I am here in Pikes Peak.
You said stressful, but you're one of these drivers who's gone under 9 minutes here at Pikes Peak. What does that feel like?
Oh, I already done less than 8, so 9 doesn't change much. But it's really, it's for sure a mixed feeling, but at the end of the day, Pikes Peak is so difficult because you have one shot, only one chance, one run. And if you have a small issue or a big issue, you can lose everything. So we work quite hard, or very hard, the team and Ford Performance, and start since 1 year to improve. We wanted to improve our lap time from the Supervan. We didn't do, so we can be in one side a little bit disappointed, but in other side, let's see what will happen now. But if we can stay to the top, will be very nice. I mean, our target number 1 was to win our category. Number 2, possible to win the overall, because last year we were quite close. But we will see. Some more cars will come, and we will see after. But it was very, very difficult. But this is Pikes Peak. You cannot predict anything. I mean, we prepare everything perfect. In 2 years, it's the first time that this problem is coming. We don't know. I don't know why. By chance, I was reading all the procedure and I arrived to restart the car. So at this time, I was quite happy that last night I was reading again what I should do in case of issue.
It's amazing to have you here. Thank you for coming out, and congrats on making it to the top of Pikes Peak again.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you.
An amazing run there, despite the challenges in the first sector, to still end up on the top of the board. That is a feat that we cannot underestimate there, Robin. That was unbelievable. Scott, Romain Dumas got so much experience in so many different things and has won so many things, but you've also done quite a few things in motorsport. You were a co-driver for Subaru in X Games Rally. You were a co-driver with Tanner Faust. So you've also got some motorsports history behind you.
Yeah, I kind of blame Tanner for getting me into the sport. He used to sell cars for me back in the 90s, and we stayed in touch, and I ended up buying a rally. Here he is, right here, a rally car, and ran in the American Rally Series, and did Pikes Peak in 04 and 05 when it was dirt. I was I was in the passenger seat, which was an experience for sure.
Well, there's Rob Holland across the stripe and a 10:56.880, which is behind Laura Hayes and Nuno Catano. I think he'll be a little disappointed in that, Robin, but still a strong run, sub 11 minutes, and he's up at the top.
Yeah, it looks like he had a problem in the last sector, if I would guess. They look very slow over the line, and then that's quite a bit back on that last section 4.
And an issue here as well.
Same with Henry, it looks like.
Wow, same place, too, it feels like, right? I mean, maybe not exactly the same, but it almost looks like the same exact issue.
Yeah.
With water coming out.
Down. Yeah.
So,
it's a hot day.
Yeah, it's challenging.
And it changes things.
Yeah, it certainly does. But Scott, I want to thank you for joining us, and good luck to you on your run today. It's been a pleasure to talk to you, and we've got a little bit of a moment. We're going to step away for a few, and we'll be back right after this.
There is no formula for passion. No way to simulate the blood, sweat, and tears of sacrifice. There's no measurement for the highs of victory or the lows of defeat. So we prove it in the real world, from pavement to peak to podium. We prove it for the driven.
Don't miss the Downtown Summerfest, a dynamic kickoff event presented in Olympic City, USA by Colorado Springs Sports Corporation and the U.S. Olympic and Paralympic Museum. Join us on July 27th for a day filled with excitement, showcasing our city's Olympic spirit, featuring sports and cultural demonstrations, live music, and over 40 partners and vendors. Catch the action on the big screen in the Museum Plaza and rally behind Team USA. Downtown Summerfest, July 27th in the heart of Olympic City, USA.
Hello and welcome back to the 2024 coverage of the Pikes Peak International Hill Climb, brought to you by Mobil 1. You can see Henry Hill over there. Looks like he's doing a little bit of overheating, stranded on the left side of the road just after the third sector, so we have a stoppage. We're still waiting for Jimmy Ford to present to the line. I think he is the last competitor that could be competing for the top 3. He unfortunately has been turned around from a previous issue and stoppage, I believe, Don Wickstrom. So, yeah, we're waiting to see what he can do there. He has been running very quick in all practice days and qualifying, and I think he is in very strong contention to get into third place overall against Danny Sordo. Danny performed an absolutely fantastic run to go and do a 9:30 there. I would say the surprise of the top 6 at the moment. So, yeah, it's a tough run to go and beat to put that on the podium.
Challenges here of the mountain with the weather that we've got. It is beautiful, but it is warm, Robin.
Yeah, toasty warm, as you can see.
Yeah. So, well, we're a little bit of a delay here. We've had about 20 cars run so far, or a little less than that, about a third of the way through our running order here today.
That's it. So we've got to that point now where the top 25% of qualifiers ran in reverse order, and we've just gone past that. So now we're getting from fastest to slowest with the rest of the cars. But as I say, Jimmy Ford has yet to go and run because he's on that rerun. So I don't know if he set off again and had this stoppage or not, but I did see his car roll over to the start line.
Well, we're joined now by one of the people that makes this all happen. Thanks for joining us. Would you like to introduce yourself?
Yeah, for sure. My name is Lauren DeMarco, and I'm the Marketing, Comms, and PR Manager for Colorado Springs Sports Corporation. So.
Well, thanks for joining us here today. Thanks. It's a beautiful day. It's been an awesome event so far. The attrition level's been a little high this morning, as we've seen a lot of mechanical issues so far, but this event is such a great international event. And tell me about all the behind the scenes that makes this event happen.
Yeah, absolutely. So I work for Colorado Springs Sports Corp. We're a local nonprofit. We kind of serve as the sports commission for Colorado Springs, and we put on some of our own big events in town. And so we share an office with the amazing Pikes Peak International Hill Climb team. And so for race weekend, our staff kind of steps up and helps operationally. So I was up dark and early, if you will, 1, 2 a.m. helping with parking and stuff. But as you mentioned, it is a big international pull. We have riders coming from all over the world and stuff. And so it's super exciting to see the team. It's a small and mighty team, the hill climb that they have, to kind of come together on race day. And we have great weather for it as well. And, you know, everything's running smooth, so it's good.
Yeah, certainly. I think one of the things that struck me last year when it was my first time here was this event is held on a mountain where there's one road up and one road down.
Yeah.
And every single person that is here has to use the same road to get in. So there's a huge logistic challenge to get not only the drivers here, but the fans, the medical team, the broadcast team, the operations team. There's a lot going on.
Oh, yeah. There's many, many moving parts, you know. And again, when it's dark and early in the morning, everyone's just trying to get in really quick and smooth. You know, yesterday was really good load-in with the pits and the crew and stuff. And again, thankfully, the team really loads up and kind of spells everything out for them. You know, here's your credentials, here's where you park and stuff. But it is really important to get everyone up here safely, and the mountain does a really good job at that, too.
So how long have you been with this group, and how many years have you been here?
So yeah, I've been with Sports Corp I just hit my year anniversary, if you will, a month now.
Great.
Yeah, and this is actually my first year for Hill Climb. So
wow. Okay.
I'm a kid in a candy store. It's super exciting to see all the riders, all the cars, and just kind of being part of the action. And start line's definitely where it's at.
Is it for me last year? It was almost an overwhelming experience with how much is happening, how many new faces and things to learn there are. It's a very unique event in the scheme of international motorsports. I mentioned earlier, you've got your Le Mans, your Daytona, and your Spas, and all your other famous races, Isle of Man, right? But then this is certainly in that category, but it's such a different race because of the location it's in. I wouldn't say it's remote, but infrastructure's challenging to get up here as well.
For sure, yeah. And I think we're super lucky, again, to have this in our backyard in Colorado Springs. You know, it's Olympic City, USA. It's one of the few 14ers you can drive all the way up to. We have a fabulous summit house up there and stuff. But logistics and everything definitely play a role. But we're super excited to be able to host it here for 102 years. So.
Yeah. 102 years of this, first race back in 1916. It has become such an integral part of the history of this place in this area, and I think it will continue to be, especially broadcast on an international stage. We're on the Mobil 1 YouTube channel going all over the world, so I'm sure there's people tuning in from almost every country you could imagine. It certainly draws a spotlight also on the Colorado Springs area as well for tourism in general.
Oh, 100%. As I mentioned, yeah, we're Olympic City, USA. Some of the ads that have been running, you know, it is an Olympic year and stuff, so we'll have a good celebration that Sports Corp will host this summer, you know, Olympic athletes and such as that. And we also host the bike race to the top of Pikes Peak. So August 10th, we'll host e-bike and Grand Fondo, and a couple pros will come out and they'll bike up to the top. And same sort of thing, it's closed course, no cars, the altar, if you will, so it's kind of nice for the cyclists to be able to experience that.
Yeah, certainly. How many times have you been up to the peak?
I would say in total, maybe 5.
Okay. Yeah. It's a really neat experience up there. We were talking earlier about the cog railway you can ride, the railway you can ride up to the top, and the donuts and coffee you can get up there as well. I had a chance to get those a couple years ago. Yep. It's all part of the experience of climbing to the summit.
Absolutely. Yeah. When I go up there, I definitely don't go as fast, but it's still a beautiful view.
Yeah, I think even at 20 miles an hour, there's enough excitement involved, wouldn't you say, Robin? I mean, there are places where maybe 100 doesn't feel so quick, and then all of a sudden 20 feels like you're flying.
Yeah, I like to take passengers up and edge to the side of the road, scare them a little bit. I wouldn't recommend a passenger ride with me.
Do you, I mean, we talked about limited practice here this week because of the weather conditions up at the upper section. Do you just drive it just to drive it and learn anything that way, or is it really only useful to you in the race car environment?
I think when you're a rookie, it's really helpful just to do lots and lots of runs, for sure. But then once you get more experience with the mountain, then you're looking for less. You don't need to go and do that so much. The road feels and looks different when you go in 20 mile an hour versus 120. So I would say, now I typically don't. I do silly things like cycle up the thing and things like that just to enjoy the mountain. But there's no replacement for driving flat out up there.
I could probably cycle down it. My little quick factoid on the up and down here. The max grade, 10.5% up, and that is, there's 61,000 feet of uphill, 61,626 feet of uphill, and 3,900 feet of downhill on your way up. So that's a lot of distance.
That's too much.
6,000. 60. I did the math, I promise.
Oh,
61,000 feet.
Your math's wrong.
No, I promise, I did it. And then 12.42 miles, 61,000 feet, divide that by 5,280.
Oh, on like straight, not vertical. I got you.
Yes, not vertically. That's 14,115.
Be a fighter jet at that
linear
point.
Feet of uphill, yes. If it was 61,000 feet, we would probably not be doing very well right now. But no, it is a lot of uphill linear travel, right? Yes. So if you were to ride a bike uphill 61,000 feet of your linear travel, you're going to be fighting the gravity there. So quite the ride up.
Yeah. So we'll see you both August 10th for the race, though. You'll be up.
I don't know if you can count that high for me.
They'll have the medical helicopter there, right? Maybe then.
There's 8 stations. You'll be good.
Oh, man. It's just after 10 a.m. here at the Pikes Peak International Hill Climb, and we're in a little bit of a delay. We've had a couple mechanical issues. That has been sort of the topic of discussion today, just a few mechanicals here and there. It has been a great week of action here on the course, but also down in the city of Colorado Springs. And on Friday every year, it's the Fan Fest, which was attended by so many. Here's a look at what happened on Friday at Fan Fest.
Fan Fest is it's a coming together of people to celebrate cars.
So thanks for coming out and watching the race. Every year we come to Fan Fest.
30 years now.
This is my first time coming here, and we're also going up the peak, and I'm loving it. I'd say it's one of the best car fests there is. The Fan Fest is like a huge, great fan base. Great fan base, great people, great teams, great cars.
Just the environment, just being surrounded by, all car enthusiasts, we all have the same passion, so it's just an awesome feeling to be here.
It's not every day you're going to see a real life race car.
Meeting the drivers is a lot of fun. They've all been good people so far. You can talk to them about stuff. Last year they had a car where a bunch of kids got to sign on the car. That was pretty cool.
This is incredible. I've seen cars that I've never seen before and never thought I would see. I thought this is really neat, and I get to learn a lot about cars and meet drivers and see things that I haven't seen before. So this is actually very, very incredible.
Obviously, Pikes Peak is the big thing that brings everybody here, the big draw. But the fact is, you look around at all the different vendors that are here, and it's all people just enjoying, all things automotive.
Definitely to see the teams and the cars and talk to some of these people and actually learn what they have to do and all the things they have to go through.
Like the predecessor to the hill climb, you have to go if you're going to be any part of the hill climb.
And we're back at the 102nd running of the Broadmoor Pikes Peak International Hill Climb, brought to you by Gran Turismo. Kyle Heyer alongside Robin Shute. And all the way to my left here is Earl O'Malley, the third year that he has competed at the Pikes Peak International Hill Climb. Of course, brother Rodney also competing. Earl, welcome. This is a great event. We've had a blast talking to a whole bunch of different competitors and sponsors and partners here. But this is year 3 for you and your O'Malley Special Spec 4. Tell me a little bit about that car.
Basically, I just bought it, and then the Hondas didn't like the asphalt, so I kept blowing them up, and then we switched to just a NA Subaru. So, and then just keep going, building, and trying to improve it.
Yeah, certainly. Your brother Rodney's got 14 trips up to the mountain. It's kind of a part of your family, I'd say. It seems like you guys are Colorado natives, so this has been a big part of your life for quite some time. Tell me, how important is this race to you and your family?
Dad raced it a few times, so then of course grew up around here. He worked safety and helped out, and then just always just been up here, and then we just said, hey, we want to go fast, and then we just started figuring out how to build stuff and make things come up here and go fast and turn.
So this week was a challenge. The upper section had some weather. How much practice and qualifying did you get a chance for that upper section? I know that was a big topic of discussion for those that had a little bit less experience than the others.
I lucked out that Dan ended up having some problems, so I actually snuck into a test day. So I got actually some practice on the upper section. But yeah, my brother did not get any runs on the upper section, so I mean, but he knows the road. He'll be fast, but just got to be fast and smooth and get up there.
Yeah, I have to lean on the experience a little bit perhaps without that practice. But, this challenge every year, this is your third year. How much confidence do you carry in with a couple of years under your belt, or is it something that you have to approach almost like it's new until you really have it down?
Overall, I have it pretty well memorized, I guess, for the speed I'm going. But I just always just concentrate on what the moment is and what has to go, in front, because it don't matter what I did. Just got to get topped and go get my donut. So,
how much conversation, between yourself and your family and your brother, advice, tips, tricks, is there anything that you've learned over the years from them that you've applied to your own driving here?
Just overall, my brother, just with his experience, and then we're good friends with Dan. And like I said, all the times we've helped Dan and Rodney, like I've seen it, I've basically know the road, but it's amazing how you just got to concentrate on where you're going to be and just hopefully be as fast through there as you can.
As far as we think about this track in 3 different segments, right? You got your bottom, your middle, and your top effectively is how it's split up for practice and qualifying. Do you have a favorite section or a favorite part of the course that you like to drive on, or is it all kind of equal to you? That's what Catherine Legg said earlier. I love it all. It's all great.
I was going to say, overall, I love it all. I have way more practice on the middle and upper, so of course I like it. But, the bottom is just going through the trees, so sometimes you just get a tunnel vision, and then the upper section, you just got to be way more paying attention to, first leg W, second leg, third leg, fourth leg, 16 mile, just keep concentrating on where you're going to be. So.
Yeah, it's we had a little bit of attrition so far this weekend. We've had a number of cars have mechanical issues and things of this sort. Robin, part of the challenge of this is, I said in the open, you don't get a lap 2, right? You don't get a second shot. There's no pit lane to go service the car or fix anything. So, how much effort is put in prior to the event to make sure that nothing can go wrong? Because it seems like so much effort's put in to this one run, but things still happen. And I think it just goes to show how challenging this really is. That huge manufacturers and huge companies and, even those building their cars in their garage that know every inch of their car still seem to have just a little bit of trouble getting all the way up at times.
I think it's what makes the race special. There's just one shot, one chance. We're preparing all year to go and do a 8-minute run. And I think that's part of what makes it special. And you just have to check every nut and bolt and also ensure the car is robust and reliable. But up here, it's just really hard to get that car, absolutely perfect. We're also pushing the limits at the same point. We're racing physics as much as anything else. There's very few rule sets, especially in Unlimited, of what you can do to the car. So that means, the sky's the limit with the build, but you've got to rein yourself in and make a reliable car. So getting that balance between the two is just really tough.
Earl, how much testing happens outside of the mountain context, right? Is there other places and other tracks that you test at with your car just to work through those technical gremlins that might pop up?
There's just normal open lapping days we do. And then we have a couple other race cars. We race on the dirt in the Colorado Hill Climb Association. So, like I said, there's just always something to do. And, yeah, there's not much testing sometimes.
Yeah. What else do you do outside of this event? As far as racing, it seems like there's a handful of people that come from a rally background that, off-road racing and rallying is really their bread and butter. There's some that are circuit racers or oval racers. What's your background?
My background is in the Colorado Hill Climb Association. I started when I was 14, racing junior car for 4 years, and then we were able to buy the car basically that I'm running now. And like I said, just keep, improving it and making it better. And that's my overall experience. So I don't have much other series racing stuff.
Gotcha. Do you think that being, I guess, focused on one kind of racing is an advantage?
I guess for me, it's just finding the balance in between my love of this hobby and then, still got to go make money somewhere. So.
Right. That's the other challenge. Robin, we'll talk about that a little bit later. But Earl, I want to thank you for joining us here and wish you the best of luck on your run later today. It's been a gorgeous day, so I hope the weather stays nice for you. But thanks for joining us.
Yep. Thank you.
Good luck.
Thanks. And Robin, talking about the challenges of racing and also finding a way to make the racing happen, right? Finding partners and making it all come together. The business of motorsport. How challenging is that at times?
Doing that at Pikes Peak is actually unique. It's a unique opportunity. I'm putting my marketeering hat on here, but it's a unique opportunity for brands worldwide to go and get exposure on this mountain. But part of that comes with creating unique content. You really have to go and sing your own song here. You can't just rely on the coverage, and because it's only one race a year, that also becomes hard also. And then we're also creating and building the car, so it's a mixed bag. On one side we get a lot of exposure, the other side you've got to also tell your story, and it only happens once a year, so it's tough.
Yeah, certainly it is a challenge, and we see, we talked about all the way from club racing all the way up to massive OEMs, working all towards the same goal, and I think everyone does it a little differently as well. So pretty fascinating. I think we're joined now by, is it Kathy from the Pikes Peak Marathon Association? Thanks so much for joining us here today. We've had a great chance to talk to a whole bunch of the businesses around the local area that contribute to this event and to the tourism for Colorado Springs and the surrounding areas. So tell me a little bit about the Pikes Peak Marathon Association.
So Pikes Peak Marathon is a trail mountain running race that goes from Manitou Springs to the summit of Pikes Peak on the east face of the peak up our trail. We have an ascent portion, which is 13.3 miles, and then the marathon portion turns around, comes back down to the base.
That's an exceptional challenge, I'm sure.
Yes.
We were just talking about just the linear feet of at least on the road, 61,000 feet of uphill and 3,900 feet of downhill on the way up, of course, climbing from about 9,300 feet up to 14,115. So in a car, that's one thing. On foot, it's another.
Right. The 13.3 miles covers 7,815 feet of elevation gain. And then, of course, then you have that descent if you're doing the marathon portion.
Certainly. What time of year does that happen?
It happens the third weekend of September. Okay. So we're in the heat of training season. A lot of runners are on the trail right now, already running and preparing. And
what's the weather like here in September? I've only ever really been here in the middle of the summer. So does it cool off quite a bit, or is it still pretty warm, at least up on the summit here?
The summit's always about 40 degrees colder than the base of the start of the marathon. So September provides a little bit cooler conditions from the August heat that we used to have when our race was then. It's a more predictable month. We're out of our monsoon season, less lightning, less hail. We have a little higher chance of snow, but that's not as critical as sometimes the lightning and grapple can be.
One of the things that we talk about at this hill climb event is the people that we draw from all over the world, some of the best in motorsport. Does the marathon do the same as far as drawing people from all over the country and all over the world that want to take on this challenge?
Yeah, this year we have 12 countries represented in the marathon, 49 states. We'll have 1,800 runners for the Pikes Peak Ascent, and then 800 runners the following day for the marathon. And a number of those, about 100 of those runners will do both races, Saturday and then Sunday.
Of the 49 states, what's the one that's missing? Do you know off the top of your head?
I'm not sure this year. If it might be Hawaii, might be Alaska. I'm not sure.
We could probably solve that problem right now. Who wants to be the 50th state? That's awesome.
I think every state has been covered in one year or another.
Yeah. So tell me about that event as far as how I would learn more about it if I wanted to join. I'm probably not in the condition to join at this current moment, but if there was someone out there that wanted to be a part of the event, how would they find out?
Absolutely. They can find lots of information on our website, pikespeakmarathon.org. There are running groups all over the country people can join in. They don't have to be training on Pikes Peak to train for Pikes Peak. A lot of people come from Florida and the Flatlands and things like that and come out here just for race weekend to race. But there's any of their local running organizations. They'll train on treadmills, to stairs, to the Manitou Incline, to training on Pikes Peak. Any kind of running will do it.
Well, Robin, you're a biker also.
I did do the bar trail as well.
So you have done it.
Well, not as quick as that. I was going to ask. How long does it take to?
So the record for the Pikes Peak ascent right now is 2 hours and 20 seconds. The record for the Pikes Peak Marathon is a 30-year-old record at 3 hours and 16 minutes up and down for 26 miles.
That's crazy. Wait, hold on. So 3 hours up and down, and
That's
the record
combined
for the up is 2 hours and 20 seconds. So the down is twice as fast, basically. I guess that makes sense. But
It's an average 12% grade. Very rocky and rooty in places. Not the entire trail is technical, but a portion of it is. You know, a majority of your participants are power hiking most of the mountain. Your top few percent are actually running the whole thing.
That's crazy. The max grade on the road configuration, 10.5%. So the run is actually even steeper.
Yeah, on average.
On average, that's
and the
absolutely
top's
crazy.
a scramble as well. It's not just a little like, oh, yeah, you have to run a little bit. No, you're like on all fours.
It is a scramble. You're right.
Yeah. And it gets rockier up there as well. The vegetation drops away after the tree line. So it's almost like you're transitioning to different biomes when you climb up all the way that high.
Absolutely. I mean, you're having to plan your nutrition and hydration for the entire course based on the race not really starting until almost the 10-mile point, because that's where all of the intensity really sets in. When you get above tree line, you're dealing with hydration and nutrition, and some people get elevation sickness. You know, it just depends on your training and how you handle race day. It might be fully trained in race day, just it's either great or it's not.
I think it's spectacular that this mountain has drawn so many different events from so many different areas of sport, right? We've got motorsport here with the Pikes Peak International Hill Climb. We've got the marathon that goes up the side of the mountain and back. I think that drawing sport, you know, one of the things Melissa was talking about was tourism through sporting events, and this is an example of this, and so is the marathon. I think it's pretty amazing that it's drawing people from all over the world. So thanks for joining us here.
Absolutely, thanks for having me.
What's your week been like? I mean, this is a pretty busy event. You have to get up here pretty early in the morning, I'm sure. So
right. I mean, our race week is not much different than your race week. You know, we have so much prep that goes on, setting up the mountain, setting the course, setting, you know, the audio visual, everything like that on race week. And then execution, you know, it's up to the mountain what we're going to get that day.
Yeah, well, it's awesome. Thanks so much for joining us here and telling the story of the Pikes Peak Marathon. And one more time, where can people go to find information on that?
pikespeakmarathon.org.
Awesome. Thank you so much for joining us, Kathy.
All
Appreciate your time here as we continue to be in a red flag scenario where we have not moved cars in a while. I think it's mostly due to the cleanup that we've got with a little bit of a spill of some kind from one of the competitors a little earlier, Robin. So the challenges continue just to get the pace of the race continuing to move. But does that introduce other nerves as you're waiting and just waiting to get it over with?
This is the worst day to go racing, especially for the people towards the end of the field, because those nerves are just building and building. And excuse me. Yeah, your nerves are just building and building, and yeah, it gets worse as the day goes on, and then you have the worry of the weather potentially coming in.
Yeah, that's the other thing, right? We were blessed with very nice weather here this morning, but it's been pretty nice since then. But that does not guarantee that we're going to have the same weather all day long, right? And as soon as we get closer and closer to the end of the day, things are going to start to get a bit interesting as far as the weather blowing in from around the area, and it can happen in a hurry here on the summit of Pikes Peak. We continue to wait for the next competitors to roll. As far as an update on where we were as far as the running order, we were just working on Henry Hill in the Wolf GB08. He was one of the drivers that had an issue. So Sean Bassett would be the next. That would be our 21st entrant of our 60 that we have today, and quite a few left to go here before we wrap up the day from the side of the mountain. So you're not missing anything for the moment. And just a highlight of the morning, Romain Dumas to the top of the board at an 8:53, 5:53, and that was with a stoppage in Sector 1 for the vehicle shutting off. Christian Murley sits second in the unlimited category, 9:04, 4:54. And Danny Sordo is third in the number 930, was one of the first drivers up to the top of the mountain. One of the other drivers that made it to the top of the mountain in the new Pikes Peak GT4 Trophy by Yokohama category was Rob Holland in his Helipagged Porsche, and he's standing alongside Joey Atterbury at the summit.
Here at the top of the mountain with Rob Holland, one of the GT4 competitors. Races Porsche, came in GT4 all the way up to the top here. Had a little bit of trouble on the way up, but talk to us a little bit more about this platform and really just the GT4 class in general.
I mean, GT4 is amazing. You know, I'm really looking forward to seeing kind of where this class grows to. It's a car that is based on street cars, and they're homologated by the manufacturer. And then Pikes Peak comes here and balances them. So the cars, the times are more about the drivers than the cars themselves. You know, we've had a great amount of success with our Hella and FCP Euro Porsche GT4 RS Club Sport. It's been amazing. Unfortunately, had some issues up there today, really unexpected. You know, this car just runs like a top. We've done endurance racing with it. This car runs at the Nürburgring, and we've never had any issues with it. And for some reason today, it decided to dump some fluids on the circuit. Didn't see anything until we got to the top, and we got some warning lights. But you know, I'm gutted for all of our sponsors. You know, the guys at Hella here are here, the guys at FCP Euro are here, and they've been great and super supportive. So we were really looking for the win here. I think I saw what kind of the time was in the lower sections, and I think we were pretty quick. And you know, we get up to the upper section, and it all goes wrong. So it's the mountain. You know, every year I've never seen this many problems inside the top 20. You know, usually you get through the top 20, and it's great. Got a beautiful day here, and we'd like to get some racing done for all the fans.
Well, you are a veteran here, the 8th time to the top of the mountain, and you're also one of the big promoters of just the GT4 category in general. You don't just race it here at Pikes Peak, you also road race it. What really draws you to this? Is it more the best bang for the buck, or just the platform suits your driving style? What do you love about this?
Everything. I mean, who wouldn't love to be able to go wheel to wheel with a GT4 RS? I mean, it's just awesome. You look at the other competitors that we race against. It's the Aston Martin, it's the AMG Mercedes, it's the Ford Mustangs. It's all of these cars that, you know, the guy as a kid you would dream about racing against. And so to be able to do that in their kind of stock plus form is fun. And also too, because it is such a driver based platform where, you know, if you're off by 1/10 of a second, that's you, it's not the car. And so we're really looking forward to growing this platform. I mean, everybody at Pikes Peak, the guys at SRO, everybody's come together and really wanting to do a great job to grow the category. And we've seen just even over the week that we've been running, like I've gotten a ton of interest from other drivers that are all kind of going, hey, you know, we race a GT4 car over in Europe, and you know, is it the same car, and you know, can we race it at Pikes Peak? And you know, and so that's the thing we're trying to do is you know, make it more international now. You know, now before you used to have to build your one-off car for Pikes Peak, and it was always going to be a specialized car that only had one place to run, and you didn't even know if you were going to be able to get into the race before you started your build of your car. So this gives, I think, a lot more guys a lot more access, and so we're really excited to see kind of where this goes.
Well, thanks for coming out competing with us here at Pikes Peak, and we can't wait to see what you do in the years to come.
Thanks, Joe. Appreciate it.
Yeah, Rob Holland, a little disappointed there with his run, with the issues that he had, but he's a racer's racer there, and was disappointed that the oil or the fluid came out of the car and has slowed things to a halt here for now. But good news, back down here at the start line, I'm now joined by Lane and Randy Schranz, the 40-year competitor on the far left here, and then Lane, 29-year competitor, Hall of Famer there as well. Guys, welcome back, and this is a great event that you guys have had a lot of experience in. This is only my second year, so I'm still learning on the fly, of course, every time it goes. But this is a beautiful day for racing, isn't it?
Yeah, being up here my whole life, 50 years, this is as good as it gets for sure.
Yeah, and so tell me about, you know, this race has changed over time, right? We've seen the whole course get paved, you know, really not that long ago, and records continue to get set year after year, the 10-minute mark, the 9-minute mark, the 8-minute mark. How much progression have you seen in your careers?
I started in 1972, so it's a big change from then. And I run dirt, I think all the way 30 years of that. It's just all dirt.
Would you say now that the challenge has even upped even higher with the additional pavement up at the top because it makes corner speeds higher, or was the dirt and asphalt transition a huge part of the challenge?
Most drivers think it's more dangerous, but I felt pretty comfortable on asphalt. So I felt that the car, you could at least slow it up quicker on asphalt than you could on dirt. And usually that's when I got in trouble, was just going too fast and not being able to get it rolled down.
the course knowledge. You know, there's 21 rookies in this field of 60 here this weekend, which I think is one of the largest rookie classes we've seen in a very long time. The knowledge of the course, I think, is critically important to going fast. So, you know, you guys have had long careers here. Tell me about how the experience has paid off for you in the past running up this mountain.
Well, growing up with Dad, I was 9 months old when he raced, and he won his first 2 races up here in 72 and 73, so I don't know anything but this mountain. And I started memorizing it as a teenager just because I knew I wanted to race one day. That was a dream of mine. And before I ever had my driver's license, I had this course memorized because that was my end goal. I ended up starting racing up here on quads. The first year they had ATVs. I competed on an ATV in 1993 on an all gravel course, and that turned out to be a great way to learn the course at a little bit lower speed. The ATVs were brand new back then. They didn't go as fast as they do today, and so it was a great experience to get me prepared for a stock car, which he gave me his car in 1997. My rookie year in stock car.
So you ran a stock car. What was your first car that you ran?
71 Ford Bronco.
Oh, okay. That's a heck of a vehicle to climb up the
Yeah,
mountain.
we wish we still had that Bronco. It's worth a lot of money now.
Yeah, I mean, over the years, I'm sure you've had some amazing experiences and really great runs. Is there any particular year that stands out to either of you as a big significant moment?
Probably in 13. In 13, we got first and second in the Pikes Peak Open. It's the first time we was that close in the same class. Most of the years we raced in different classes, but that particular year was kind of fun.
It helped us convince him to retire the next year.
Yeah.
It was his 39th race. He was the champion. I finished second. I'm like, Dad, this is the perfect time to go into your last race as the defending champion and hang it up and retire. That was a lot of fun for him. It was not a lot of fun for me because I was faster than him in all of practice, all of qualifying, and then he got me on race day.
Was that if you look back on it now, is that the right place to stop when you finished 1 and 2 in class? Or would you have liked to go another year or two?
Well, I wanted that. I wanted the 40-year just to be rounded off.
So we came back the next year and he retired.
But, yeah, I didn't have a good last year, but it was my fastest time on Pikes Peak. So it was good way to go out.
To race at 40 years and finish with his fastest time in his 60s, that was pretty impressive in my book.
That's got to be very, very special. So we're hearing that we should be getting back green pretty soon. Of course, we've been doing some fluid cleanup on the mountain. The attrition level's been a bit high so far. We've had a lot of mechanical issues so far. This is a challenging course, right? Over the years, how much of a struggle was it just to get a car that would finish the mountain, or was it not a challenge at all for you and your dad?
One of the biggest challenges we ever had was to make sure that everything stayed together, and sometimes you have very simple. One time Dad had a wire get hit by a rock and it cut the fuel pump, and his race was over because of a broken wire, and that's heartbreaking when that happens.
And in practice, we only get 1/3 of the course.
Right.
Race day is the first day you actually run the whole course. So.
Yeah, Jimmy Ford getting to run again. He was supposed to run a bit earlier in the day, but he had a couple holdups on the way, so they pulled the car back to the paddock, refueled it, and let everything cool back off, and he's going again. And you know, we talked about all the families. This is really a family event, right? There's so many people that have been here for many, many years. I think you're a great example of it, having been here for so long. But, you know, how important is it that this event stays as grassroots as it does international?
I think it's huge because look at the Bascholtz family. My dad raced against Leonard for years. I ended up using one of Leonard's old car that I drove for 20 years and raced against Clint and now Cody. Like, it's so heartbreaking that Cody didn't finish, which is never really a thing for a Bascholtz. That might be only the second time between all of them that there was a DNF. So my heart breaks for Cody. I was cheering him on. I hate that Dan November broke, and like it's the mountain first.
The mountain decides, right?
I mean,
that's I hear that all the time, that the mountain decides, and yeah, your competitors can beat you, you can beat you, and the mountain can beat you, and that creates a kind of a triple threat there. Sean Bassett here in this Datsun 240Z. He's run this over in Grid Life, where I hail from, in time attack competition. 1972 Datsun 240Z. So that's contemporary with your career there, Randy. So this is cool to see cars.
It's a very cool car
of a whole different variety. You see open wheel cars and modern supercars and things like this go out on course as well. Lean customs there on the nose as well. They do really nice enamel pins, which is cool to see. But great looking car. There's Jimmy Ford blasting through Picnic. That thing is on a mission right now. A little wiggle there.
Great.
Off into the corner. And tell me about the different sequences. We got bottom, middle, and the top, right? You kind of separate them into 3 for practice and qualifying purposes, as you pointed out. Not a lot of teams got a lot of practice up at the top this year because of all the weather. Describe to me the differences between those 3 sections, because the bottom seems very quick. The middle section, you start to get some technical parts of it, and the top, that's when things get really wild.
Yeah, and plus when we're practicing, it's 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning. So this is the first time race days you actually race, when the sun's up. So it changes the course a bunch, race day.
Yeah, the track temperature, big factor as well. Tire temperature is something we talk about, especially for those that are racing on slicks.
Yep.
Tell me about the tire tech, because I think tires in particular, they're the thing that glue you to the road, and the technology has changed a lot in the last handful of decades. So have you experienced that from a driver's perspective?
Oh, absolutely. When we had the paving began, that was a 10-year process of starting with 1 mile of pavement, and they broke it up. It wasn't consecutive. And so we had to run a dirt tire until 2012. We couldn't put a slick on even when there was only a mile of dirt left. And we had to run that dirt tire. And then once we switched to slicks, it was a new game. And all of us, especially the local, the grassroots guys, we didn't have the tire testing that the big teams had. And so you had to learn a lot. And we'd never used tire warmers before. That was new technology for all of us grassroots guys. And it was definitely a challenge. A year like my last year, 2022, the 100th running of the race, or 100th running of the race. It was raining. It was dry in the middle. You could see it on your cameras that it was dry. And I had no chance to beat Reese Millen. He was ahead of me in every single practice run, every single qualifying run. There was no chance to beat him. He went out on rain, so I decided to run slicks in 2022 when the mountain was covered in fog and rained on the top half. But it was a gamble because I did beat him in the first half of the mountain and was second by Devil's Playground and ended up 5th by the top because I was on slicks in the rain and the fog. So took a gamble.
Yeah, for sure. And Jimmy Ford, first 2 sections, 141.634 and a 216.395. That's co-requisite with about 3rd or 4th overall at the moment. So that's a pretty quick time that he is running so far. We'll see if he can continue. We obviously saw right there Sean Bassett continuing his climb up the mountain. But Randy and Lane, thank you so much for joining me here. It's a pleasure to meet you guys, and thank you. Pleasure to chat with you and
thanks
talk
for
about
having us. And I got to give congratulations to Don Wickstrom, the fastest pastor now for the first time. I'm a pastor. I've been faster than him with my PR, being a 9:40.630, and he just beat me with a 9:40.513. So congratulations, Don. You are now officially the fastest pastor.
And it sounds like you need to get another run at it next year. So we'll see you back here next year.
I want to stay married.
Yeah. All right. Thanks so much for joining us. And the climb up the mountain continues with Sean Bassett in the Datsun 240Z. And he is working his way now through the middle section. What a drive he is doing just after 10:30 a.m. here in the start line here at the Pikes Peak International Hill Climb. Again, just restarted after a long red flag period to clean up some fluid on circuit. There's Jimmy Ford continuing his climb as he is now above the tree line. And his run has looked very tidy so far. And at the moment, I think his time in the Pikes Peak Open category, I don't know, it's certainly not going to be quick enough to knock Romain Dumas off the top, but it certainly could be second quick in class. Engine throttling up here and navigating these tight, twisty hairpins. This car has a slightly longer wheelbase, and navigating these hairpins, a little bit challenging here, but he is not being held back at all as he continues his climb. Picturesque circuit here on the Pikes Peak International Hill Climb. We've got 14 runners that have laid down their times, and behind that a handful of DNFs. As another look at the 240Z in the tree line there, continuing its climb. Well, hello, who's joining me now to my left? Skylar Rohrbach, welcome. This has been a pleasure to chat with so many people here at the Hill Climb. Well, welcome, and it's been a beautiful day for racing, and so far, been a bit of a challenging morning, but I think we're about to pick the pace back up.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been a wonderful weather. Best weather, I think, we've seen in a very long time, right?
Yeah. What's
Yep.
your experience been like here this week? Of course, early morning for everybody, obviously, and getting in and getting loaded in yesterday. So this has been a busy time for everybody.
Yeah, absolutely. Really preparation starts with Pikes Peak, America's Mountain, and the Pikes Peak International Hill Climb staff about a month in advance, right? We're loading everything in, getting ready for the testing days, preparing for practice days, and leading up to race day. So it's a lot of logistics that we work through with the International Hill Climb staff and our Pikes Peak America's Mountain staff.
Yeah, it's a big event. There's a lot of moving parts. We talked earlier a bit about the logistics of this event as well. One road up, one road down. Every generator, every light post, every ambulance, and every spectator's car has to go up and down the same road. So that poses a lot of challenges, not only to get in, but also to get out as well.
Absolutely. Yeah, we have around 500,000 visitors that visit the highway annually, so our tourism component, and then just working that and melding that together with the Hill Climb staff. And they're out here early in the morning for those testing days, bright and early, 3 a.m., 3:30, and everybody's loading in. And then they're off the mountain at 8:30 in the morning, and it doesn't even look like they were here.
Yeah, I think that's the beauty of it, right? Leave it how you found it. That's kind of the motto. We talked with the Forest Service earlier about how to leave it how you found it, make sure it's as beautiful as it was before. And, I even find a particular beauty above the tree line here where Jimmy Ford is now as he continues his march towards 14,115 feet. We did see some wildlife up there. I don't know if there's, tell me, is there gophers up there? What's up there? There's probably some crazy mammal that I don't know exists.
Yeah, yellow-bellied marmots.
There you go. Is that what it is?
Yep.
Marmots. That's what it was. I remember last year I said it was a gopher and someone picked on me for that. But I've never seen a marmot before, I don't think. So
yeah, we got to get you up there.
Yeah, well, I was up there before. I didn't find any marmots, though. They were hiding from me. But really, really neat stuff. And I believe is this Yuri Kuznetsov, I believe, is getting set to go here. If this is car number 69. Yes, it is. Yep. So he is getting set to go, and his 2014 Apex set. And Yuri's got a little bit of a history here on the mountain. Was one of the drivers in the famous Evo off the cliff a long time ago. So he's since then, he came back the next year, was like, all right, that happened. We're going to go back and overcome that. And of course he did. And now running this Apex set, this tiny little hot rod here. This is a great looking car and very much designed for hill climbs here with all those wings and the big wide slicks on it as well.
Absolutely.
There's again the Datsun continuing to climb. Sean Bassett, and through goes. Didn't catch the car number on that as they went by, but a little slower there as they tuck into the hairpin. And there's Jimmy Ford coming to the top here. Let's see what Jimmy Ford can do and where he can place on the overall running order here in that Ford Mustang. Coming to the checkers, he will complete the climb to the clouds and goes up to 6th place overall, 940.660 for Jimmy Ford. Job well done there for him. Nice clean run up to the top. And it has taken a lot today to get a clean run. Just to get there is a challenge in itself, and Jimmy Ford did a nice job.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and it's great to have the opportunity for our team members with Pikes Peak, America's Mountain, our road crew, our facility maintenance, our ranger staff, even our admin staff, just forming those relationships over the year with the hill climb racers, as well as all the team members, staff members. You get all these people coming in this one time a year, and it's just a lot of fun. It's a blast. All of us look forward to it. And kind of create this little community, race community up here every year.
Yeah, and I think we've talked so much about the entry list and the number of people that are coming from international acclaim, and then so many families and drivers that this is their entire life, right? And I think it's great that it retains that grassroots club racing feel a bit, but it also draws all the attention of an international event. I think that's great for the region. I think that's great for motorsports, and so I appreciate all the effort that goes into making this event happen. Briefly, I wanted to mention that this car that we saw go by was Henry Hill, who was rerunning in his Wolf GB08. So that's who we saw blasting through Picnic there a little while ago. And whoa, big slide there for the 240 of Sean Bassett. That was a big, big moment, but kept it underneath him, throttle down. There goes Yuri Kuznetsov, his climb of the Exocet, and under the start gantry, he begins the 12.5-mile climb up to the top of Pikes Peak. meticulously maintained area. It's beautiful to look at, beautiful to be in, and I think also, so many people will say, oh, it's so close to Colorado Springs, and it is. It's right around the corner. But when you're up here, you really feel like you're in nature.
Right.
There's not really a lot of infrastructure up here, and I think that's on purpose.
Yep.
Is to keep it natural in the way that it was.
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely is. You want to draw the people up to the mountain, and then all the great vistas and views. It's been nice to have the Crystal Creek Reservoir filled back up again, having that nice backdrop as you're coming up to the start line here.
Yeah, looking through the bottom section there for Kuznetsov in the number 69. And looking very solid for now, just tucking it in right to the what is of a shoulder. There's not a wide shoulder on this road, and even when you're driving up, that's the first thing I noticed the first time I went to the peak was just how narrow the road can feel at points without that shoulder there to catch you. And some of the drivers that are running circuit racing and SRO or whatnot, they're like, well, there's runoff area, but it's dirt and rocks, and sometimes there's a cliff face to go with it, so you have to really be careful. Of course, Yuri is in the open wheel category. And this is his third run here. He hails out of, Manville, Texas now, but he is a Russian native. And then Sean Bassett making his way up. Let's see where Sean is as far as sector times. A 153.564 first sector, 229.370 in section 2, and a 258.335 in section 3. So that's all times that'll put him about in the top 10, so he's going to be in a pretty good spot if he continues this climb. One of the drivers that just did while we were up here, P6 overall, Jimmy Ford in that 2017 Ford Mustang. He's at the top with Joey Atterbury.
Standing by with Jimmy Ford in this amazing Ford Mustang, but it was a little bit of an interesting run for you. You actually had to pull up to the start line 3 different times in order to get your run in.
Yeah, it was a long day, man. We were sitting in this car since about 8:30 this morning. Our first run, we got red flagged. Then we made it back down to the line, had some miscommunication on whether we could have put tires on or not. So we were able to get new tires back on it. They let us go back, put new tires, came back to the line again, and then there was a long delay while we were sitting there on the start line. I mean, we had leaf blowers on me. We had all kinds of stuff trying to keep me cool inside of that car.
That's awesome to hear. Are you happy with your run up to the top here?
Yeah, I didn't know what exactly to expect on the top section. I did run the bottom section once, and I feel like maybe our brakes got a little bit hot, but I'm happy overall just to be at the top,
Congrats on the run, Jimmy.
Thank you.
And trouble on the mountain for Sean Bassett. He has come to a stop.
Thank you very much.
And has not made it all the way, unfortunately. And this is one of those challenges of the mountain, is that mechanical issues can happen. The car has to be perfect and perform perfectly. And he's so close. He's almost there, but just not quite far enough.
Right. Yeah, the mountain, I think, as you've heard today, just kind of tells its own story. Each and every run, each and every day. We've had so much challenging weather over the last couple years, too. The first tornado in Pikes Peak history. We've had some really heavy rains and snows just even this past June. So
this is going to be tough. He's very close to the summit. I think he's only a few corners away.
Yeah.
And he's getting a push, and that's great effort there by everyone standing by to get him around. They've got, of course, Yuri on a quick trip up to the top. So as long as they can clear him out before he gets there, and so that there won't be any kind of obstruction, and they're going to push him to the shoulder. Mm-hmm. Great effort. Pushing uphill, that's got to be hard. I know that car is not super heavy, but that's great work there.
40% less oxygen at that elevation as well.
Very dedicated trackside staff here this weekend, and they do a great job. A whole lot of volunteers that put this event on as well. I think that's something to point out. Oh, they got it refired. He's going to continue, maybe just enough. Came to a stop again. Unfortunate for Sean Bassett. And that is not where he wanted to come to a stop, just a couple hundred yards short of where he would like to be. But that is, the mountain decides whether or not you get there, and for Bassett, just not far enough. Now, Bassett is competing in what category is he in? He is competing in the unlimited category, and this is his third attempt. So he has done it before, but might not get all the way there today. And sounds like the Apex set has stopped around Glen Cove area, so they're going to avoid the potential of an impedance there. So again, they're trying to do the best they can to get everyone a clean, fair run, which I think is in the best the spirit of the sport there, to not have any kind of obstruction, especially if that car had anything that laid down oil or any kind of fluid like we saw earlier. But yeah, this event has been great. Every year it seems like it continues to grow, the international audience with this broadcast, and all the people standing here from all over the country and the world. It's really great.
Yeah, absolutely wonderful exposure for Pikes Peak, America's Mountain. Yeah, love having everyone out here, hosting everyone, and just being a part of the event.
And so it sounds like we've got a replay of, I think it was. Okay, so we're just waiting to get some footage here of a replay a moment ago, and here it is. There's Sean Bassett, and goes over. Oh, he did get across the line finally, so he did finish.
Yeah, way to go, Sean.
Okay, good. That's great to see. And then so that he finally got there. Just the old Control-Alt-Delete sometimes to reset the electronics there. And Henry Hill, we saw overheating a little earlier. That was up by Devil's Playground, and here is what happened. See it start to a little bit of something coming out the rear tailpipes there. Maybe it was water or overheating, but yeah, unfortunate. So again, this is a challenging condition. Again, the weather's nice, but the heat, it's not necessarily hot up there, but it's warmer than you might have been practicing and testing in the early morning hours. So I think that's posing a unique challenge that we haven't necessarily seen as much last year.
Right. Yeah, different weather conditions. Cars are going to perform differently up there for sure. Different highway conditions. It's just you have to have everything dialed in so well, and it is unfortunate when you see people that have prepared for the entire year for this one day, and unfortunately they're not able to finish.
Yeah, 364 days of waiting for this one today, and some great efforts and great runs by some, and some missed opportunities for others perhaps, but it has been a fun run. Of course, we've got a moment, so we're going to take a short break. We'll be back in just a moment with the return of the Pikes Peak International Hill Climb.
Overlanders and crawlers, clubs and individualists, newbies and not so newbies. We can all agree on one thing. The tougher the tire, the easier the escape.
I'm Brian Boitano, and this is the United States Olympic and Paralympic Museum. 60,000 square feet of inspiration. A complete collection of torches and medals. Fun for the kids. Opening ceremony. Summer games. Winter games. Miracle on Ice. It's a museum that sets the gold standard. Visit the U.S. Olympic and Paralympic Museum. That's what I do.
Cruising altitude takes a new meaning for the race to the clouds. Fly Colorado Springs Airport, the official airport of the Pikes Peak International Hill Climb, and go from terminal to track in no time. With daily nonstop flights across the U.S. plus easy parking, friendly service, and speedy security lines, it's no wonder why so many people are falling in love with COS. Visit flycos.com and fall in love with Colorado's small airports.
Well, one of the unique partnerships here with the Pikes Peak International Hill Climb is North Drinkware. They provide custom-etched glasses to competitors. You can get your own while supplies last. These are hand-blown USGS data. They're made in Oregon, and I've got myself a couple of them. They're really, really neat. You can actually see the highway in them, which I think is spectacular. The detail in it is just exceptional. Each Pikes Peak glass purchase gives back to the Rocky Mountain Field Institute, and you can get your own at northdrinkware.com. They're super high-quality glasses. They come in a pint and also a shorter glass as well, but they won't last forever. They are etched with the date and the logo from the race here this year. A really unique piece that you can add to your collection at home. I've got a couple of them, and certainly they are really, really neat. NorthDrinkware.com to pick up your own Pikes Peak International Hill Climb glass from North Drinkware. Really, really cool, and a pleasure to have them partnered with us again here in 2024. A little bit of a delay again here at the Broadmoor Pikes Peak International Hill Climb, brought to you by Gran Turismo. It's been a troublesome morning to just keep things moving, but this has been a fun one to watch. There's one of those yellow-bellied marmots we heard about earlier, and that's all the way up towards the summit. And also up on the summit is Joey Atterbury with another interview from a Pikes Peak Hill Climb finisher.
Here with Sean Bassett and probably one of the coolest cars that's going to race up the mountain. You've got a ton of time in this, but it's more coming from track time and developing it for Pikes Peak here.
Yeah, we spent a lot of this year for this event. I think we've already done about 7 races. You know, we've just whittled all the little things that could possibly, be troublesome here. And there's nothing like being here. It got us today. We got up here by the skin of our teeth, but bittersweet right now.
The mountain. You can always look forward to next year. What did you learn here this year?
I learned preparation is key. We prepped like maniacs. We were, I like to say if you're not winning in the shop, you can't win on the track. So we've done a lot of prep work and homework to make sure we could bring the best car we could. We just a couple more percentage, and I think we would have had a rock solid run.
Congrats on making it to 14,115 feet here, Sean.
I appreciate you guys having us. See you next year.
Yeah, Sean Bassett, again, has a lot of experience in time attack and has run that car in a variety of different organizations, and again, continues to make his efforts to ascend to the top. But he did it this time, a time of 13 minutes, .323. Wasn't a perfect climb, but that's rare enough. It's, again, the slogan for this year was often challenged, rarely conquered. But Sean Bassett, P16 overall, as Romain Dumas sits at the top of the order here still in the Ford F-150 Lightning Super Truck, 853, 553. And then Christian Murley second, Danny Sordo in third, Cole Powelson, Don Wickstrom, Jimmy Ford, David Donahue, Randy Popes, Dominic Tapia, and Laura Hayes, the rest of your top 10. Well, joining us now is another one of our Pikes Peak International Hill Climb competitors, and this is Rick Lind joining us now. Rick, welcome. This is a spectacular event, as we've talked about today. This year, the weather is absolutely gorgeous, and the challenges so far today have mostly been reliability all the way up to 12.5 miles.
Absolutely. I hope I'm not a victim.
Right, certainly. Tell me a little bit about your car and your entry here this year, because there's such a huge diversity in the different cars that we have. We have open wheel, stock cars, touring cars, and everything in between.
Right. So I drive a 1967 Chevy C10 truck, and once upon a time, about 10 years ago, I ran in NASCAR, and so what I did was I took one of my old NASCAR chassis and we made it a C10 body to it, and then took great liberties with it in the wind tunnel. So it has a 2016 Silverado nose on it. It has a Dodge NASCAR motor in it, makes about 850 horsepower, and fun. It's rowdy. Everybody keeps saying it's rowdy, so I'm going to go with that.
Rowdy is a great word for it, I think. And we look at the different kinds of cars that we have up here, and yours sounds like an amalgamation of a few different eras and things. But tell me about how this car is to handle, or I guess this truck is to handle on the mountain. Mechanical grip is key in a lot of places, right? Having a nimble chassis, being able to corner very well, but having 800 horsepower under your right foot's also pretty important.
Yeah. So. The lower section, you're trying to blend. Jeff Swart's been kind of trying to help me all week with it. Hey, you got to give up here to be better there. But the lower section's pretty fun, a lot of speed through the campground. It's those people are going to get a show when I come through there. The switchbacks, that is some white knuckle adrenaline driving. It's drive everything you got. Get a hold of that steering wheel, get a hold of brakes, get a gear, and when you're coming off the corner, you need to steer it with the throttle because it won't mechanically turn necessarily as much as you need.
So is it correct that this is your first year? You're a rookie in the Pikes Peak Hill Climb.
Absolutely, yeah.
And you're not alone in that. There's 20 other drivers that are making their rookie starts here this year in the field of 60. So over a third of the competitors are new. How much preparation can you do for an event like this outside of the practice and test days? Because, weather and time permitting, this is a challenging course to prepare for.
Well, so I watch YouTube videos just about every day, and thank you, Cody Vaschholz. He, slides them sideways, and that's kind of how I like to drive, a little bit loose. So I watch his video every day. I've maybe made somewhere between 75 and 100 trips up the mountain in a rent-a-car. I just had a little conversation with the guard a while ago. But nothing prepares you for all them corners at 100 miles an hour. The first time I did that, I was like, oh my God. And where am I now? Just, I had this great plan, and it went out the window. But I spent 3 days up here testing, and that was a big benefit.
As far as the testing for your specific build, is it a truck or car that you have taken to other tracks to test, or is it really just a hill climb car that you only test in a hill climb condition, or do you run it at PPIR down the road here or any other place to get prepped?
No, this is if they leave the gate open, I'm running it. We've set land speed records in that truck.
Wow.
A 13-year-old girl, we put a 13-year-old girl in that truck. She ran 175 miles an hour in it. And much to my mental discredit, I rode with her. But she was a really, really good driver. It'll run 200, not here. We don't have it geared to do that. But from South Carolina, so I run at places like Eagles Canyon in Texas, Road Atlanta, Barber Motorsports, all those sort of places. We road race it whenever we get a chance. As a matter of fact, Chin Track Days is one of my sponsors. I use them as a test ground, and they're really good. They put good drivers with me to try and help me develop. So that's great.
Does your comfort in the car at those other facilities, does that translate here? I mean, are you more comfortable on the mountain because you're kind of one with the chassis at this point?
Yeah, I'm one with the chassis, but I'm not one with this. Some guy, people have been asking me, so what about this corner? What about that corner? And I'm getting better with it. But, I said, hey, there's 156 corners, and they're, oh my God, 1, oh my God, 2. And so tell me what number that is.
Yep.
But I'm going to tell you, so we rented a house here for a month, and a local guy comes down, sees us working on a truck, and he goes, I was a test engineer for General Motors for 10 years on that mountain. And he says, I've driven motorhomes, dump trucks, everything. Would you like me to go up the mountain with you? I was like,
yes, please.
Yes, please. And so he came up here last Saturday, took me through the line with a dump truck, with a motorhome, and a Corvette. So that was a big help.
That's awesome. What's the draw for you for this event in particular, right? I mean, you're based out of South Carolina, right? So there's a lot of road racing and oval racing around you to do, but you're here at the mountain. What for?
I'm 64. At one time, this was your pathway to NASCAR. Not NASCAR, but Indy 500. You weren't anybody if you didn't come win this. The Unsers, the Andrettis, all these people, the Mears. And so, I'm at that point in my life, I had the resources and the ability to come do this, and took me 2 years to get here, but I'm here now and going to have fun.
That's exciting. And tell me about, the challenges of getting the truck here. Who works with you on the truck and puts it together? And is it a one-man show? You got a team behind the scenes?
Oh, well, so the put it together is pretty much a one-man show. I have a shop right there at my house, and I'm mostly retired now, so about noon every day I go down there and I work on things. But I got, 4 or 5 guys here that are, I got a tire guy, one of my local tire dealers from Aiken came with us to handle tires. I got a guy that wires half the NASCAR cars that you see on Sunday. He's here handling the electricity. And my normal crew chief couldn't make it, so he sent his son. And my girlfriend, she's the den mother to 5 guys this week, and I'm sure she's ready to get out of that job.
Oh, man. And this has got to be just a great experience, right? I mean, this is an international event with a lot of eyeballs on it. And one of the great topics, I think, and we've said this a number of times today, you've got major OEMs here with their projects, CFD, Aero, huge tires, all this, expense spared sort of builds, right? And then you've got, Rick in his South Carolina shop building his car by himself. And I think that is an amazing accomplishment, by the way, to put your car together and give this a go. So congratulations to you for being here. And certainly we're looking forward to celebrating you up on top of the mountain later. I mean, Romain Dumas up there, multi-time Le Mans winner. Catherine Legg's going to be up there later. So, I mean, I think it's just really cool that there's an amalgamation of really very club racing grassroots efforts and also international acclaimed drivers.
Right. And you know what was awesome, like Fan Fest, all the Ford guys came down and asked about the truck, wanted to get their picture taken, wanted an autograph. The Hyundai guys, I was like, really? The only autograph I've ever done is checks.
Well, that's probably not abnormal here in this paddock to be writing checks. But no, I mean, I think it's a great story, and I think the build is very, very cool. I saw it come in on the trailer the other day. So, as far as what's next for this, right? Well, you still have to do the run today, but what's the next challenge after Pikes Peak?
So right now, I'm building my own museum. That's my next challenge. They're doing some work on it right now. When I get home, I got to get the dirt work done. I'm in a 12-step program for cars, and I'm failing miserably. But and if I can get some sponsorship, I'd like to come back and do this again. This has been a riot. People of Colorado Springs been super.
Well, certainly a lot of eyeballs on your efforts here this weekend. And Rick, best of luck to you later today, and we wish you the best and hope to be talking to you up at the top of the mountain a little bit later today. Appreciate your time and talking to me.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And one of the other storylines we've been talking about here this weekend is one of our new car categories, and that is the Pikes Peak GT4 Trophy by Yokohama. And I would like to show you a little bit more about this new category that might be making waves here in the future as more drivers and cars and manufacturers get involved with the Pikes Peak Hill Climb.
The GT4 platform, you see these types of cars raced all over the world.
GT4 is one of the biggest classes worldwide that you can go buy a car like this from Ford and run all over the world in a spec class.
With the GT4 class, the whole thing is balancing the performance between the Porsches, the normally aspirated Porsches, which are a 4-liter, 500 horsepower car on the streets, versus the 500 and something horsepower big V8 Mustang versus the small 6-cylinder turbocharged Toyota. So all of these cars are designed to go head to head.
The fact that I've done run these cars, get into a car and I'm competitive on it, just tells you a lot about the platform and how reliable and good and fast it actually is.
We as a team endurance race the cars, so it's super impressive. We race typically two 8-hour races over the course of a weekend. When you include a test day and a practice day, you put about 24 hours of time on the car.
We had 2 GT4s up in the Fast 15, which is, I think, it's the first time we've had. I think Tanner Faust made it 1 GT4 in a few years back, but we got 2 this time. So it's super versatile. It's kind of plug and play. You just go and run, put petrol on it, a couple of setup changes we've done, but most of the car is as it came off the Porsche factory.
It really allows you to do so much different racing.
So I'm racing a Cayman GT4 RS Club Sport. It's a car that is manufactured by Porsche Motorsports, to compete in the GT4 class.
I think it was a brilliant idea for Ford to enter the class, and I think they've done an amazing job with the car, and I think it'll shine worldwide.
I'm surprised we don't see more people coming around here with GT4s. Hopefully the results that we're getting this year will get more people to come around, because it's a super platform to come learn the mountain and actually be fast up the mountain.
This Porsche is one of my favorite cars to drive. It's a mid-engine car. It's the handling of this car that makes it so much fun. And when you're on the mountain, inspiring driver confidence is probably the most important thing. And this car, for me, is probably one of the most confidence-inspiring cars I've ever driven on the hill.
Super reliable. We are just impressed with the platform, and here we are this weekend taking a car up to 14,000 feet.
The Broadmoor Pikes Peak International Hill Climb, brought to you by Gran Turismo, continues here just after 11 a.m. Mountain Time here in the start line of the course, the 12.42 miles and 156 corners that take you to the summit of the Pikes Peak Mountain here just outside of Colorado Springs, Colorado. My name is Kyle Heyer, and it's been a fun day so far. We've had a handful of really solid times on the board so far, but also some attrition as far as mechanical issues. We're currently under another delay as we get prepped to send the next group of cars up to the top of the mountain. And I believe that Yuri Kuznetsov, who was attempting to run up in the apex ascent, he came back down from a little ways up, so that car went back to the paddock to get reset and go again. Shortly, we'd be expecting Mattis Huska and Duncan Cowper, who we spoke with shortly earlier, to make their runs up the mountain, and then Catherine Mead will also be heading up fairly shortly as well. There's a great look at some of the cars. There's Jim Hall, this is number 6 Porsche, his 2019 Porsche 991.2 Cup GT3 here in the paddock as we await the continuation of action from this great event. It's been a beautiful day of weather, but again, as it warms up and gets a bit hotter, the challenges will continue for those that are cutting it close on their cooling. There's Mattis Huska in that 2010 Audi TTS. Great looking car. And a very nice short wheelbase. It has some big aero on the back that should help it stick to the road. And it seems like we're just moments away from turning that Audi loose on the course. Of course, Audi's history in rally and on hill climbs cannot be overlooked. We'll see a couple very historic looking cars a bit later today. Mattis Huska is off and away, and green flag again here from the Pikes Peak International Hill Climb under the start gantry, and begins the 12.4 mile trip to 14,115 feet. They have all picked their spot. Many have been coming here for years, if not decades, and have picked the perfect spot to watch cars ascend the mountain. So with Mattis Huska off and away, we would expect Duncan Cowper to be shortly thereafter in his 1998 DAX Pikes Peak Cowper Special. That's car number 35. Huska is in the Pikes Peak Open category, and Cowper is in the Unlimited category, followed by Ethan Hunter. And then it'll be, as we mentioned earlier, Catherine Mead, and then Jim Hall we looked at earlier. Is that some more wildlife I'm looking at there? What is that? That's another one of those yellow-bellied, nope, that's a bad place to be there, buddy. You're going to want to skedaddle here pretty shortly as the marmot runs across the road surface there and goes to hide in the rocks again. I feel like John Hindhoff calling the kangaroos jumping down the dipper at Bathurst there for a moment. But well, he didn't turn the right direction, so we don't have a transponder on him either. So no time for the marmot as it runs across the road there. So waiting for the first sector time for Mattis Huska, and I have not seen one come across just yet. We would expect mid to high 1 minute to 2 minute range. He'll be the first one in a little while to put a time on the board, as we had another hold up for a little bit of a reset. I see across the beautiful Colorado region there at the foot of the mountains. And there comes Huska into the shot now. Beautiful sounding engine there. Turns in very tidy there for his first section. And still no time yet for him just yet, as we await to see what he has put down in that Audi TT. Other cars coming up, though. I mentioned we've got some more classic Audis on the horizon. 1984 Audi 4000. Trevor Ueda is going to be driving that, and we'll see a few more of those throughout the rest of the day. We'll also have a couple Honda S2000s. Brett Dickey will be behind the wheel of one of those. And then Spencer Steele in his 1994 PVA Peak Special is also going to make an appearance fairly shortly, as well as a few of those from the grassroots racing world. Jeremy Lauder, a Time Attack competitor, both in Grid Life and Global Time Attack, should be making his run a little bit later this afternoon in his Chevrolet Camaro. And some good, fun stories to talk about there, as well as Christopher Becker in his 2024 Mustang GT4. There's Yuri Kuznetsov awaiting his second attempt after he was going to be impeded by an issue at the top of the mountain. There's that 1998 DAX Pikes Peak Cowper Special. Those tires have had a chance to cool off, had a chance to refuel the car before he begins his second attempt at an ascent. And the nerves, that's kind of the story that I've got in my brain, is waiting and waiting and waiting, and then going, and then having all the energy to go up to the top, and then having to turn around and do it all over again later in the day. Let's get another look at Huska working his way through as he works his way towards the tree line. And looking very tidy so far, hasn't really put a wheel wrong, but if not a little conservative perhaps. But as he climbs, the temperature is going to drop and the grip level will drop as well. Huska's first sector is a 154.358. That is aiming for about 12th or 13th overall if he can continue with that trend. And now carving his way through the middle section here on the mountain in that Audi TTS. Breathtaking scenes here from so many different corners, 156 of them along the way, and all different radii and cambers and widths, and with different obstacles approaching and leaving. And the sun this morning also a topic of discussion with it rising up. Is it going to be in your eyes at all? Probably not by this stage, as the sun's fairly high in the sky, approaching noon. And the sights that the fans get there, the same ones that you're getting all across the world from the side of the mountain here at Pikes Peak. Huska second sector, 233.968, and that again puts him about 12th or 13th overall on this trend in that Pikes Peak Open category. All right, Yuri Kuznetsov, second attempt, and he's off and away in the number 69 Apex Ascent, thundering away under the start gantry, and off and away he goes. Engine making a great note as it peels away into one of the fastest sections of the course. That lower section filled with long sweeping corners, and the further up you go, the tighter and more challenging the course gets, and the drops get bigger and bigger along the way. Huska continues, and there's the tree line. All of a sudden all the greenery disappears in favor of tan and brown rocks, and it is a hostile environment for much to live up there other than those marmots we've seen. And I guess Joey's doing all right up there as well. He hasn't run out of breath just yet. And waiting for Huska. There he pops out from behind the rocks in that 2010 Audi TTS. And very conservative turn in there. And this leads into a very tight hairpin. Cornering in the braking zone is challenging, especially for those that don't have ABS. Gotta make sure you're not hopping and skipping along your best braking opportunity. Wide corner entry for a tight exit. That was very nice. And now going to do another left-hand hairpin here as he continues to navigate the 156 corners here. Still waiting for that third sector time to come across. There's 4 sectors before we get that final time, as the 35 of Duncan Cowper awaits his launch in his Dax Pikes Peak Cowper Special. And great looking car. Very purpose-built, very lightweight, wide stance. Got a chance to talk with Duncan earlier today, carrying a special hat on board. There's the Apex set of Yuri Kuznetsov, continuing his march. Waiting for the green down here for Duncan Cowper. A couple of minutes of separation, 3 to 5 minutes is kind of standard affair here. And once we get this third car up and running, we should be churning through them fairly quickly. We're very quickly nearing our halfway mark as far as entries and drivers who have made an attempt. Duncan Cowper is our 24th entrant that will take the green here shortly. Great crackles and pops from the exhaust of that Audi. Engine laboring a little bit more as it climbs up, and it's gasping for air just a little bit, but making a great engine note along the way. Here's a great perspective of how tight things can be on the exit of a corner. Not a lot of room for error at all. But continues for Mattis Huska. Duncan Cowper still awaiting the go sign, and Yuri Kuznetsov in the Apex set. Let's see where he has laid down his times. Yuri 149.011 first sector, 223.876 second sector. That first section for Kuznetsov is very, very quick. It's actually quicker than Romain Dumas' first sector because he had that slowdown issue where his car shut off. But Yuri's first section is about 8th or 9th overall. And there's a look at him from high above. Yuri again has competed in this event for a number of years now. Not always in this Apex set machine. And of course, it is running in the open wheel category. This is his 3rd year competing in the Pikes Peak International Hill Climb for Yuri. And for the aforementioned Matas Huska, this is his 2nd year. Hails out of Slovakia, or representing Slovakia, but his operation is out of Wheat Ridge, Colorado in that Audi. That's home base for this red and white TTS. And continuing up towards 14,115 feet. 2 drivers on course now, waiting for the 3rd. Duncan Cowper, engine fired on the number 35. Waiting for it to launch. The anticipation of sitting here has got to be killing him, especially after the delays on the day. But there he goes. Duncan Cowper is off and away under the start gantry and begins his ascent of America's Mountain. The race to the clouds begins for the 35. Here comes the Audi TTS through the last few corners here. This is going to be a successful ascent for Matas Huska in the Audi TTS. Let's see where it'll drop him on the timing and scoring. Across the very bumpy finish line, the Audi streaks through the checkered flag. And let's see what it will be for Huska. It is 13th overall and a 10:49.233. And that is 3rd place in the Pikes Peak Open category. And there's a great look again at Yuri Kuznetsov in the 69, working his way now through some of the tightest hairpins on the course. Those guardrails there, just giving you a sight line. Some of the drivers that I chatted with effectively use the warning signs on the side of the road that tell just normal drivers that there's a hairpin coming. They'll use that as a braking point to just give you an idea of how late they're braking. Those signs are just a handful of feet before the corner. Now on the start line, next I believe is the 137. Yeah, this is Ethan Hunter in his 2013 Port City stock car. Looks like it's from Trans Am origin of some kind. And waiting patiently for his ascent. There's a celebration there for Huska. Nice strong run, he's happy with that. A 10:49.233, sub 11 minute time in that car certainly is a job well done. Duncan Cowper through Picnic. Back to Yuri Kuznetsov. Up above the tree line now, getting closer and closer to completing this run. He was so far along when he had to turn around and start all over again. Up the hill, the engine sound of that car is just unbelievable. So Yuri almost complete with his run. And we documented earlier, born in Russia, came to the U.S. at age 9. And always been a fan of motorsports. Has co-driven in this event before. But now he's on his own in that Apex set. Searching to beat his previous times. A little bit of celebrations happening down there at the start line as we get set. at 137. Ethan Hunter with the Ford City stock car getting ready to fire up. V8 power under the hood. No replacement for displacement for Ethan Hunter, and he'll wait for the green. Let's get another look now at Kuznetsov. And there's Cowper right out to the edge of the road, using the little bit of shoulder that there is to track out. And unlike a traditional racing circuit, not really a lot of rumble strips or curbing or any real sight lines. You're just kind of committed to using anything you can find on the side of the road, whether it's a sign or any kind of surface change to memorize this course. Of course, some drivers will use the sim to help them prepare. We heard others that use a lot of video resources, but there's no real replacement for just driving the mountain. And Duncan Cowper, again, with the experience he's got, I think this is going to pay dividends here. So Yuri Kuznetsov, just trying to see if we had any sector times, but well, as we continue to watch drivers ascend towards the summit, Duncan Cowper is on his way, but let's head back up to Joey Atterbury with a chat with someone up at the top of the mountain.
Standing here with Matis Huska, and you are extremely excited to be standing here at the top of the mountain. Last night was a totally different story for this car.
Yes, Friday morning on practice, we blew up transmission into the pieces. So we had to replace the transmission, replace the differential in it back to the limited slip. And at midnight, car was back together, but was not running. The wheels were not spinning. So finally, Saturday, 7:30 a.m., the wheels spun. So it was a huge emotional battle for everybody in the team, but the car is running. So today we were like, hey, we're just gonna try to make it at the top, and she was a beast. It was a beast running up.
How does it feel that you actually made it up here knowing what you already went through the last 24 hours?
It's a huge relief. Thanks for all the people that they support us, my team. I would not be able to do it without them. I would not.
Congrats on making it to the top.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thanks.
Yeah, great achievement there for Huska, and put himself up on the board just after 11 o'clock here, closing in at 11:30 a.m. and a green flag now flies for the 172 of Ethan Hunter, and he is off and, the 137 of Ethan Hunter. He's off and away under the start gantry, and that V8 is definitely letting all the spectators know that he is on a mission and on the way there. It looks like Duncan Cowper is up above the tree line now, just rocks and boulders track side for him. And into the hairpins. This is where this car is going to excel. All mechanical grip, just a little bit of aero from that rear wing, but it won't be of much assistance at these slower speeds towards the top. And we'll wait and see what his time will be and where he'll put himself up on the board. Don't have any sector times at the moment to report back, but still just a quick rundown of the day so far. Romain Dumas remains at the top overall and in the Pikes Peak Open category, 853, 553. And a look at the number 50. That is Catherine Mead in her 2022 Porsche Cayman GT4 RS Club Sport. This is her 5th year. Hails out of Santa Fe, New Mexico in this Porsche Cayman. Looks fantastic. Striking livery there. And there is Yuri Kuznetsov. He has made it to the top as well. And where did Yuri land on the timing and scoring? P9 overall, 10:19, 2:45, so sub 10:30, and second in the open wheel category. That's a great run there for Yuri. And back to Ethan Hunter. Sounds like a stock car. Down into the braking zone, turns in. Duncan Cowper is making his last push. Carrying the hat and the ashes from his dad up with him as well. It's an emotional climb for him and his family, as Catherine Mead waits in the wings, waiting for her green flag. Well, we just saw Yuri Kuznetsov celebrating at the top of the mountain. He seemed pretty stoked about being second in open wheel, 10:19, 2:45, and our own Joey Atterbury is caught up with Yuri.
up here with Yuri Kuznetsov. How was the run for you here this morning?
It was awesome. It was amazing. Crew put together an awesome car. Yeah, been here. It was 7 years since I last been here, so I had to go from memory in the top section. We didn't get to practice. Everything else went great, man. The car held together. Temp stayed good. Couldn't ask for more.
Talk to me about how difficult that is with the varying weather early in the week and the limited practice, but you have to lay it all on the line when it comes time.
That's it. Yeah, you're right. And so during qualifying or in practice, your tire temperatures are all over the place. Tire pressures are changing every day. And so this is the weather we hoped for. This isn't the weather we tested for. So we knew where we needed to be on tire pressures and everything else. And I trusted my crew did a great job to get me through the week. And hopefully I delivered for them.
Awesome drive up to the top, Yuri.
Yeah, job well done there for Yuri Kuznetsov, and a very clean run as well. And it seems like Ethan is on a trip as well here in this Port City stock car, number 137. Very clean and tidy run so far. And just taking it easy here into the corner. Again, as you climb, the mechanical grip becomes more and more important, less and less aero. And for the number 137, this is part of that Pikes Peak Open category. And this is his rookie year in this, right? And so many drivers didn't get a chance to run the top of the mountain at speed because of the weather conditions in practice and qualifying. So this is his first time. He hails out of Colorado Springs. Catherine Mead gets her green flag, and she's off and away. And in this category, David Donahue, remember he had his brake issues in that TA1 category. And that is of importance because Catherine Mead is in Time Attack 1 in that number 50 Porsche. So she could certainly bring some competition to David Donahue at the top of the order in the TA1 classes. Here comes Duncan Cowper, and he makes the ascension to 14,115 feet. He completes his run, and Duncan Cowper goes 9th quick and unlimited, 10:03.973, just 4 seconds shy of going sub 10 minutes. A very, very strong run there for Duncan Cowper as we get a look at Catherine Mead from high above as she navigates the lower section here of the Pikes Peak Highway. And because of the issues that David Donahue had, we would anticipate that that she would be in position to potentially take that TA1 time away. Back to the 137, Ethan Hunter. In his rookie year, set the goal to just get there, but what can he do as far as placement in the Pikes Peak Open category? There are 2 cars up in the top 10 that are Pikes Peak Open classed. He would have a provisional podium if he could knock Huska down off of the 3rd step there. Mattis is 15th overall at the moment. Here the revs kick up a little bit. Not sure if that was wheel spin or if he gave it a little clutch just to get the revs up a bit to get the acceleration out of the corner. And Catherine Mead through Picnic. This is going to be a blast. Listen to this. Onto the brakes, onto the downshift. Very aggressive into the braking zone there for Mead. She is on a mission to take down David Donahue. So she is on her way up to the top. Now, the next car that we're looking at there is the number 8, I believe. And that, I believe, is in the unlimited category, and that is Henry Hill. Now, we documented that he had come back down for another go. So we'll see where he lands on another attempt, perhaps, as Catherine works her way towards the middle section now. And Ethan Hunter into the hairpins. Streaking by the fans there, that V8 making great noises. Just like to listen to that echoing off the mountainside. Again, there's Henry Hill just waiting. Visor down in focus mode here. The team standing around getting that car prepped to go again and have a shot at running up towards the top of the order. Catherine Mead there passing one of those U-turn signs in her Porsche. She is having a very solid run so far. Hasn't put a tire wrong just yet. Almost clipping the inside of the asphalt there, trying to shorten that up as much as possible. I think also if you've got a bit of trouble making rotation, just hooking the inside of that asphalt edge can help you rotate like you'd use a curb at a racetrack. Same story here. And Ethan Hunter is well up into the high elevations now in that Port City stock car. See the ice and snow up there that is accumulated. And it was forecasted to be in the 90s down in Colorado Springs. So it gives you an idea of how different the conditions are at the top of the mountain versus the bottom. And in his rookie year, this would really be a great run for him. Then we mentioned Catherine Mead. She's in her 5th year here. Support from many of her friends. 137 now, looking very, very tidy. This has just been a very clean run. I think you have to be happy with this as a rookie in your first year, just to not put a wheel wrong, to not have any issues or problems along the way, and just to get to the top, as the team mentioned this morning. That is an achievement within itself. Well, engines firing, and Henry Hill is off and away again in his Wolf chassis to try for another go here. So we'll see if he can improve on the first sector that he had run earlier in the day before he had a problem. Begins his climb up to the top. I wanted to also mention a couple things about the Catherine Mead car, the Porsche, and some great information provided by Kelsey Caranges, who helped work on this car along with her partner. But it's a GT4S Club Sport, but this year it's been upgraded with lightweight carbon bodywork, titanium exhaust, bigger aero, custom attractive electronic suspension, and it is fast. Of course, Catherine Mead holds the record for the fastest woman in a car as of last year, but there's a handful of women that could still pull that record away from Catherine Mead here today. Jim Hall is getting prepped at the start line, but here comes Ethan Hunter up to the top of the mountain, and in his rookie year, he is going to see the checkered flag here at the Pikes Peak International Hill Climb. Successful climb to the top for Ethan Hunter in his rookie year, and job well done. Ethan Hunter, 10:47.501, puts him 3rd in the Pikes Peak Open class for now. There's Catherine Mead in that Porsche that we just talked about. Custom bodywork, new suspension, and a current record holder, fastest woman in a car on the mountain. In her 5th year, 5th attempt. And that's Jim Hall getting prepped in his Time Attack 1 class car here shortly. And that is effectively a stock 991.2 Cup GT3 car. It's got basically a hill climb setup on it. It's raised up a bit, softer springs and things, but for the most part, that car was purchased not too long ago, just a couple of months ago. And he had to convince his wife to let him buy it. That's probably a common story. Big lunge through. That was a very strong run there for the 8. So, continuing their climb. Here's Catherine Mead again popping into view. Into the hairpins here, well above the tree line now. The familiar sound of a Porsche Flat 6 screaming up the side of the Pikes Peak Mountain. So while Catherine Mead continues her climb to the top, 9th place overall, Duncan Cowper is standing by with Joey Atterbury up at the summit.
Here we are with Duncan Cowper. Now, I understand you have had a lot of adversity here this week, including losing a motor the first day of practice.
Yeah, first day of practice, just literally 3 corners from the finish on our first day, the motor expired. We broke a input shaft, and that took the oil pump out, dry sump pump, so wrecked the motor. But we brought a spare motor, but it wasn't the same spec, so we did just over a 20-hour shift swapped motors, transmission, gears to get out for qualifying. Then we had a slight oil leak in qualifying, which put us back a bit. Then we went to the middle sector for practice on Friday because it got cancelled. That rained and we went out on the cut slicks and did a fairly good time. Then yesterday we just loaded the car up, or was about to, and one of the front wheel bearings went out. So we had to rebuild the front wheel bearing. After that, turned the motor on to turn it, and the fuel pump packed up, so we had to rebuild the fuel pump as well. And then we lost the clutch halfway up the run today, so it's been quite challenging. But everybody, this is Pikes Peak. This is what happens. You know, people think it's only 10 miles or 12 miles. Wow, it's like doing 120.
Well, let me ask you, after everything you fought through, are you happy you're up here?
Over the moon to make it up here again, because, you know, I know we didn't beat our time of last year, but we got to the top, and that means my dad's hat, and Dad's in the chassis with the, you know, he's got his ashes in there, so he's done 2 runs up the hill as well now. I'd just like to thank everybody in America, Bob, Rob, Holland, John Edwards from Alcon, all my sponsors, you know, Vertige, Deranged, Fast, you know, everybody who's helped us. And, you know, again, my wife, Wendy, and daughter Molly, because without them, you can't do this.
Congrats on making it to the top, Duncan.
Thanks very much.
Emotional interview there for Duncan Cowper, but a job well done despite those clutch issues that he talked about. Jim Hall just took the green flag at his 2019 Porsche 991.2 Cup GT3. I talked about it a moment ago. Effectively a stock 991.2 Cup car that was purchased just a couple of months ago, and not a lot done to it other than setup changes and JRZ shocks and some Toyo tires. Of course, he's running that softer setup, but here comes Catherine Mead. The goal here is to make it to the top, but also potentially beat David Donahue in TA1, 9:49.429 earlier, but he had braking issues. So we'll see, can Catherine Mead go to the top in TA1 in her Porsche Club Sport across the stripe? No, 10:37.010, but she completes the mission to the top of the mountain and comes home with a 10:37.010. Respectable climb there for Catherine Mead as we take another look at the Henry Hill car that continues to climb that wolf that we documented earlier. Troublesome run for that car, but this should be a pretty decent time on the overall timing and scoring. Disappears behind the mountainside for a moment, and closing in on noon local time here as the run order continues to cycle through. Some holdups earlier for mechanical issues, but trouble on the mountain for Jim Hall. And that is the number 6, and it's got some damage to the right side of the car. And the door is open, he is climbing out. But Jim Hall's run up to the summit has come to an end prematurely. And that is a real shame. He was so excited. We had talked to him yesterday with the shop WR Technica that assisted the work on this car. He has World of Racing Sim Center on it. They're a simulator center in Pasadena, California. Just a shame for it to end that way, but you know, Jim's a great guy. Had a chance to speak with him yesterday, and he'll be disappointed in this for sure, but thankfully, you saw the door open. He's climbing out as overheating again is that wolf, the number 8 of Henry Hill, but he is close, just corners away from completing the Pikes Peak International Hill Climb. Will it last? Past the crowd. They see the water spitting out. Those temperatures must be rising up there under the engine cover. A similar issue ailed him earlier today, and if he could just complete this run, I think he would find a lot of success in that, despite the challenges that everyone has had here today on the mountain. So as we continue, we've got another interview at the top of the mountain. Joey Atterbury standing by with Hunter.
Yeah, standing by with Ethan Hunter here. Your first time up to the summit in competition in a car that you and your father built. How does it feel?
I mean, it doesn't get much better than this. You know, coming up to the peak in a car that me and my dad built in our garage, grassroots style, don't get better than that.
This is your first year. When did you get the itch? When did you need to scratch coming up here and racing up the mountain?
Yeah, we started doing road course racing about 4 years ago, and this is the pinnacle for road course racing. Obviously, it's the most dangerous road in the world, so of course we wanted to come here. Last year, we decided we're going to start building and working towards it.
Last question for you. Was there any sketchy moments for you on the way up?
I had one sketchy moment. It just got a little soft on the brakes, but other than that, the car was great.
Thanks so much, and congrats on making it to the top, Ethan.
Thank you so much.
Ethan Hunter makes it to the top in his rookie year. And we continue to watch Henry Hill climb up the mountain, spitting water out of the tail of that car. And again, we had just documented the 6 of Jim Hall had an issue and got turned around sideways, was out of the car and okay, but certainly a premature end to the run that he was hoping for here on the mountain. And waiting next at the start line here as we continue to cycle through our runs here today. I believe this is the 117 car, and this is Trevor Owita in the 1984 Audi 4000. His 4th go, hailed out of Boulder, Colorado, and man, something about 1980s Audis. They just feel right on a hill climb, don't they? And another driver that has had some experience here for sure, Dan Owita, 9 runs on the mountain, who will be running a bit later today. Of course, Audi made waves in the 1980s, that Quattro system that was on board all their rally cars. And a great looking build this is, very, very clean. But here comes Henry Hill, pushing through the problems with this car, but only 2 corners to go, make it 1. Henry Hill is going to get to the top of Pikes Peak. Just a few more feet to go, 14,115 feet, and he has done it. He has gotten there. And Henry Hill, 10th overall, 10:07.787 in that unlimited car, about 4th in class, I believe. So despite the issues, pushed through it and made it to the top. That's a great run there for him. I'm sure they would have liked to not be spitting water out the whole time. Hopefully the engine was cool enough that it won't need major repairs. But at this point, you made it up the mountain. You got a whole other year to fix it. So at that point, you might as well get there, and that he did. So great work there by Henry Hill. And I imagine that it'll be a little bit longer before we kick the next car off because of the 6 turned around backwards in the center section of the course. But, yeah, been a fun day so far as we get closer and closer to noon as far as the cars that have run. We're in the 20s now, deep into the 20s. And, again, 60 entrants here today. And still a handful of cars from each category still left to run. But the highlights of the day so far, it has just been an attrition-filled day, even for those at the top of the order. Romain Dumas in particular, he's the fastest driver here, provisionally the king of the mountain if he can stay there at an 8:53.553. But the first sector, that car shut off and would not restart until he gave it the old Control-Alt-Delete. Restarted, and he managed to still put down the quickest time of the day. But it has not been an easy one for anybody here in 2024. And despite the beautiful Chamber of Commerce weather, it has just been a challenge, as it has been for the last 102 runnings of the Broadmoor Pikes Peak International Hill Climb, brought to you by Gran Turismo. So there's another look at the finish line near the top of the mountain. Those bumps in the road have been a challenge. We even saw Henry Hill have a bit of a skid over the top of those bumps and almost understeered off to the right edge of the course. But he did manage to keep it on road, and man, this Marmot is really flirting with it today, isn't he? He is playing Frogger at 14,000 feet. Normally he's dodging 747s, but today it's Audis and Porsches and Fords. But great look at this course, and just the breathtaking sights, especially once you get above the tree line and you start to get those massive drop-offs, and the road is just paved beautifully. Over the years, it has changed just a little bit. The addition of pavement every couple of years. And it is just a great, great road. And at the top of that road all day long so far has been Joey Atterbury. He's got another one up there waiting to chat.
Yeah, I'm standing by with Catherine Mead this time in her Porsche. Now, it was a little bit of an interesting start to get it all going for her. You were one of these drivers that had to sit through a lot of delays. How was that mentally for you?
It's hard. I want to get in the car and drive, and I'm always calmer once I get in the car. But they kept having red flags, so I got in the car and I'm sitting there and I'm like, I'm going to get out of the car, take care of business, sit around till it goes green, got back in the car. Oh, now it's red again. Get out of the car. So that's a big challenge because you don't know when you're going to go. This is only my 5th year, but this is the most red flags I've ever seen. And then I get in the car. Oh, now we're actually going. Oh, now I'm queued up. Oh, now I'm ready for Dave to wave the green flag. That's part of why we love Pikes Peak, because you have to manage your emotions that way, and it's hard.
It is your 5th time up here to the top of the mountain. What draws you to Pikes Peak?
Because it's so hard, and how I feel when I take the double checker, and how I feel up here. There's no more up, and this race is just so hard. And there's crazy fans. I don't know how they do it, and there's so many different kinds of cars. Every single car is different, and there's so much creativity in the paddock with how people have decided this is how I want to go fast up the mountain. And it's just, I could go on and on and on about that, but it's so different than circuit racing. I just think it's so much more interesting because there's so many more challenges.
Well, congrats on making it to 14,000 feet.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Catherine Mead, a successful climb there, 16th overall, 2nd in the TA1 category. And there's still a lot of Time Attack 1 cars left to go. We have about a dozen of them, I believe. So there still is a chance that someone else could jump to the top there and steal a class victory from David Donahue in that TA1 Porsche that he ran earlier today. Well, and again, a bit of a hold here, waiting for the cleanup from the number 6 at Jim Hall. Again, just a minor issue that turned him around backwards. He's out of the car and okay, but the progress, again, has been a bit of a challenge to get through the rest of the cars here today. But this is the mountain, right? This is the challenge. And I saw a funny bumper sticker one time that says, we didn't try this because we thought it would be easy. We just thought it would be. Or I said that completely wrong. It's what was it? We thought it would be. We didn't. Hold on. I don't. I have to Google it. Jack's laughing at me on the sideline there. It's one of those things that you can say wrong backwards 3 times, like you plug it in a USB port and it goes in wrong both ways. But anyway, we're still waiting here as we're just shy of noon on the mountainside here. Everyone's been going and waiting. The marshals, trackside, the medical staff, the spectators have been basically in position for the last 6 or 7 hours, and there's still a ways to go here. So it has been a beautiful day. The weather is gorgeous. Took off the jacket at this point, so things are looking up. And, well, we've got a little bit of a moment. We are going to step away just again for a brief moment. We'll be back with more coverage of the Pikes Peak International Hill Climb brought to you by Gran Turismo.
No hill climb experience is complete without a visit to the Penrose Heritage Museum to see the official race car and memorabilia collection of the Pikes Peak International Hill Climb. Get up close and personal with hill climb history through this immersive experience, including both vintage vehicles and modern feats of motorsport engineering. Witness the stories and memorabilia that make the race to the clouds come to life. With free admission and free parking, there's no reason to miss out on one of Colorado Springs' best attractions. Visit our website to learn more.
Make your way to downtown Colorado Springs, where the city meets the scene. This 1 square mile in the heart of Colorado Springs boasts over 130 restaurants, bars, coffee shops, and breweries, and more than 65 boutiques and galleries to explore. Immerse yourself in culture with public art, live music, museums, and sports. You belong here.
And welcome back to the 102nd running of the Broadmoor Pikes Peak International Hill Climb, brought to you by Gran Turismo. It has been a beautiful day for motorsport action in the world's second longest running motor race. I'm Kyle Heyer, and we've got Joey Atterbury up at the top of the mountain. And we've seen successes and failures so far today, but that's what it's all about. Trevor Rueda gets the green flag in his 1984 Audi 4000, and he begins the 12.4-mile journey up to the top of Pikes Peak. This has been a fun day so far. I wanted to redeem myself, though, because a moment ago I tried to recite a bumper sticker I couldn't remember. We do this not because it's easy, but because we thought it would be easy. Thank you very much, Jack, on the sidelines for fixing that for me so I can redeem myself. But, yeah, that was kind of what I thought about when we talked about it being easy or not. But it's not. This is an incredibly challenging event. And we have seen it kind of rear its head today with a couple of incidents and a couple of mechanical failures. But some have pushed through all the way. We saw Henry Hill push through a mechanical problem. We saw David Donahue do the same. Romain Dumas, they have managed to persevere through all the challenges that the hill has thrown at them here today. They've done a very, very nice job indeed. So while the top of the mountain is quiet, the bottom is going to be filled with the sounds of an Audi in a moment here, because Trevor Rueda is on his way as we continue to circulate through our driving order here. The sound of that car is just spectacular. On the brakes, a little bit of a dive in the nose as it corners into the left-hander. And again, another team and name that has been pretty familiar with this mountain. Of course, we have another one up at the top of the mountain. Joey Atterbury has been up there all day. Hope it's not too cold up there for you, Joey, but you've had an enjoyable time chatting with those that have made it.
Henry Hill, the 2022 Rookie of the Year, and you're back here in 2024. How did it go for you?
Yeah, that's right. I mean, we had some issues, but my team pulled it together. Mauricio at Wolf did some magic to get the car running. Definitely too low, learned from that, and we were down some horsepower, but caught a couple red flags, had to rerun the course 2 or 3 times, got a lot of experience, but overall really well, I think. Lacking a lot of horsepower, which cost me on the time, but overall learned a lot.
As you go up in altitude with that naturally aspirated motor in there, how difficult is it to really will it up the hill?
During qualifying, I really felt like we had it nailed, and because of the weight of the car, about 1,450 pounds, I felt like we weren't lacking with gearing and horsepower. It wasn't until, had a few issues and had to put a few patches in place for that did I really suffer like I did today, and that'll show in the times. But it's absolutely lower than, say, a boosted or electric car. That there's a lot more to struggle with when fighting those.
Well, second time up to the top of the mountain. Congratulations, Henry.
And there's Trevor Rueda continuing his climb in the Audi 4000 as he works his way up to the middle section. And joining me now in the center headset here, it's going to be Jeff Zwart, who is a competitor here this year. And, of course, this is we talked about all the names and faces that are familiar with this mountain. And, Jeff, thank you so much for joining me today.
No, glad to get up here.
It's been a little bit of a, we've had a whole bunch of people up here from, all sorts of drivers and competitors and sponsors and teams. But, this event has been a challenge today. Is this similar to events that you've seen in the past? Last year, it seemed like it went fairly smooth for most of the day.
Yeah, I mean, it's difficult on all the competitors this year because we've all had compromised practices, and you don't put the cars through full cycles and back-to-back runs when you have weather issues and things like that. So, the testing is what brings out the problems, and when you have less time to practice on the mountain, the mountain takes over, I guess. So it's been tough, and normally I don't get to join you up here because I'm usually one of the few people up front, and this year I didn't get a chance to qualify myself, so I'm starting 60th, so I've got a ways to go.
Yeah, a little bit of time to spare. Yeah. You're driving a 1997 Porsche Carrera. It's your 19th year here on the mountain. Experience and the lack of has really been a topic of discussion. 21 rookies in this field of 60. That is a lot. 19 years of experience, though, that's going to pay off, I think, for you as well, even without a qualifying time.
Yeah, and also I think the thing that's kept me kind of consistent this year even with the challenges is I'm coaching. So I've spent the last 6 years coaching with Porsche Motorsport. This year I'm coaching with Mobil 1. So I'm kind of up to speed, at least from the coaching standpoint, and going through the courses. And I've really had a great time coaching both Lonnie Unser and Laura Hayes. So They both were two different styles of car they're driving. So coaching one that's a momentum car and another one that's a power car. So that side of it has helped me kind of stay fluent in this year.
Certainly. The changing conditions we get later in the day, it's been warming up. We've seen a couple cars overheat and have issues as well. How are the delays going to compound for those running later in the day, or will it start to help you as the sun starts to dive a little lower in the sky?
No, I mean, our sun is up so late this time of year that it's just getting warmer and warmer. And what happens also is as the sun hits the road all day, that air between the road and, let's say, your door handle is pretty warm, and that's all that's coming through the car. And that will stay, because even once the sun goes down, the asphalt stays warm. We won't be to that point, but it is difficult.
Yeah, it certainly is challenging. Trevor Ueda working his way up in the 1984 Audi 4000. This is a beautiful car, sounds the part as well. It's a handful. There's one of a handful of similar generation Audis that we're going to see here today. But this is a car that I think there's a lot of fans at home that are waiting to see run up the mountain. This is Catherine Legg, the number 93 Acura Integra. And this is effectively a TCX class car that you would see run over an SRO. But Catherine Legg, of course, has a history running basically everything there is to run in professional racing. And we talked to her earlier today. She's a rookie again, and that's something she's had a chance to do a lot, but maybe not in a while.
Yeah. No, it's always fun to see seasoned racers come here, people that we've followed for years in the motorsport community, and Catherine's certainly one of them. And like you said, she's driven virtually everything in her career, but you got to be a rookie at some point, and this is her point to be here. And I think talking to her, the mountain's been a great experience for her. And, I hope that as this mountain has always proven, once you run here once, you come back.
Yeah, I hope so, and I think there's a lot of drivers and fans and spectators here in the paddock that are grateful that she's here giving us a chance. And, her experience in IndyCar, Champ Car, IMSA, NASCAR, DTM, Formula E.
Yeah.
That's an incredible list, and it's probably going to continue to grow and add Pikes Peak Hill Climb to that set of accolades here this weekend.
Yeah, we're really fortunate to have people like Romain and Catherine here who are truly international motorsport stars, and it kind of puts the perspective of how important this race is.
I think so, and I know the fans at home have heard this quite a bit today, but just the amount of drivers here that are just club racers, grassroots racers, and then those that are from international motorsport series that have won everything there is to win. The fact that they're all achieving the same goal today, and they're all stuck with each other at the top of the mountain, I think that's really, really cool.
Yeah.
This 93, by the way, if you're not familiar with why Acura and Honda use 93 in a lot of their factory racing programs, that is the year that Honda Racing US was founded. So that's where the 93 car comes from.
I actually didn't know that.
Yeah, I didn't either. I had to look that up. I figured there was some significance. That 93 we've seen run in SRO and IMSA and basically everywhere that they've run a Honda or Acura machinery. And, of course, Catherine, most recently, as far as in the headlines, was a competitor in the 2024 Indianapolis 500. And while that race didn't end the way that she had hoped, I think this one was the next one on her list. I think she hopes to conquer here in that Acura. It does have about 360 horsepower, at least at sea level. But otherwise, it's got a sequential transmission, and it's fairly similar to the TCX cars that you'll see in a TC America race in the SRO. This S2000 that's climbing up the mountain right now. Didn't get a look at the number off the line, and admittedly, it's not one I had loaded up. But it's Brett Dickey in the 29, I believe, out of Melbourne, Australia, his 2001 S2000. Here's Trevor Ueda working his way up, disappearing behind the rocks. Favorite section of the mountain? Middle, top, bottom? You got a favorite?
It's evolved through the years. It's like at the beginning I hated the top, and now I like the top. But it really changes. But I'm probably the 11-mile area, which is kind of in the middle. It's a good one.
Yeah, I think looking at a course map, there's definitely kind of zones that have a lot of excitement going on, a lot of hairpins and things of the sort. The W's, I think, are a pretty spectacular section to look at.
Yeah. The visual part of that is pretty cool, and you just don't think about what's over the edge, and you push, so it's good.
Right. So Catherine Legg is getting ready to go in just a moment's time here. That number 93, waiting for the track to clear, and there it is. Catherine Legg begins her ascent, tires smoking off and away, and I wouldn't expect anything less, giving it her all here in this Acura Integra. one of the great racing drivers in the world, and she is on her way up to the top, 14,115 feet. All the while, Trevor Ueda in the 117 Audi. 2 corners left, little one-wheel peel there, leaving the hairpin, and we'll see what this time is for the Audi. And waiting for it to cross the stripe. Watch those bumps right there. You see it compress. And where did Trevor Ueda land? 18th best in 10:48.402. Not a bad time at all.
That's a good time, absolutely. Getting to the summit is important today,
yes.
So that's awesome.
Yes, certainly. There's Brett Dickey again in that orange S2000. 3rd attempt here at the mountain. This S2000's got a lot of aero on it as well, which will assist in those faster sections, but the higher you get and the slower you get, the more you're relying on just the tires and the mechanical setup of the car to stick you down to the ground.
That's for sure. You know, everything goes away about tree line. When the trees go away, your horsepower goes away, your aero goes away, all sorts of things. And then obviously there's less cooling for everything. And this is Spencer Steele getting ready to run. I actually run in the Colorado Hill Climb Championship here, which is on dirt. And Spencer's one of our top runners in that series. So it'll be fun to see how he does on pavement today.
I think he's also the most experienced driver in this field by number of attempts. That would be 20 this time. So this is going to be a big one for him. That 1994 PVA Peak Special. That is a great looking car. Low to the ground. That is a proper race car.
Yeah, I know Spencer's struggled this week with engines and things in that car, but it'll be interesting because I think he's probably qualified a little farther back than he'll actually run. So this could be a little bit of a surprise how quick he goes.
He said in an interview to the Pikes Peak Hill Climb Association, why open wheel, why that category? Well, he just simply said they were the fastest.
That's true.
True racer's racer right there.
And I'll tell you, Spencer can wheel those open wheelers. That's good.
There's Brett Dickey continuing his descent. Honda engine.
He looks solid.
Yeah, very, very much so. And it seems like, you know, the drivers that really are comfortable, they are really pushing the limits to the edge of the road. They're getting down to where the shoulder of the road drops off into the gravel, and if they can really push that limit and use all the track, they're maximizing the road.
I mean, we're limited to 2 lanes, so you got to use all of it. So it's definitely, and this is the day to do it. You leave things on the table during practice, but today you kind of put the blinders on and deal with what's in front of you and push as hard as you can.
For guys like yourself and Spencer Steele who have seen this track kind of progress over the years, right? Originally not all pavement, certainly it had some dirt components as well. How much does the pavement change year to year? I've heard a couple drivers tell me that the top section in particular, very close to the finish, the bumps change year to year.
They change year to year, and interestingly, because we started so early in June, a lot of the areas were still frozen underground, so they were a raised up part of the track, and then a week later that had thawed, so then it dropped down and it was actually a dip. So it really changed week to week just because of that too.
Catherine Legge in the middle section now, looking very solid in that car, carrying good speed right out to the edge of those tire bundles there. She's pushing. And,
that's a nice line through ski area for sure.
She's got experience in so many different kinds of cars. I asked her how challenging it was to adapt, and really for her, it was really just the front-wheel drive. She said she'd only driven one race in a front-wheel drive car prior to this. Wow. So despite all the years of running open wheel and stock cars and touring cars and this and that, not a lot of front-wheel drive experience. Now, I think she has the experience to overcome that deficit of knowledge pretty quickly.
Yeah, well, to be where she is, she has to be adaptable. So
yes, absolutely.
That's for sure.
And looking, she's actually carrying really good speed on this run. Just flowing very nicely edge to edge here. And this car is not, the most powerful in this class by any stretch. She's in the TA1 class, which is paired up against cars like David Donahue's, which is a much more powerful platform. But this is a turbocharged car, which will assist. I mean, it's not going to drop quite as much power as perhaps an NA car. But 360 wheel horsepower is, I would consider it probably on the lower end. But I think Honda and Acura, they've always been about carrying momentum and setting up a very well-balanced chassis. Of course, for the longest time, double wishbone suspension cars that were relatively inexpensive as well, and they still remain to this day very adept track cars, just like this S2000. And Brett Dickey, last couple of corners for the number 29. And the Australian is going to come across the stripe. He has made it to the peak of Pikes Peak, 14,115 feet, and does a 10:27.940. It's
not a bad time either. Yeah. And you were mentioning, low horsepower cars or lower horsepower. Nothing's real low.
Right.
But it changes the style of driving to momentum driving, which is really a different line, a different outlook on how you approach this. And it's totally changes it up. And I think that, that's almost a real acquired skill to keep the momentum going, not overriding, doing things like that. So it's good. Here goes Spencer.
Steele, off and away under the start gantry, and that thing just took off like a rocket ship. He just lit the afterburners, and it is on its way. Man, and the experience he's got, 20 years of experience here, I mean, that's got to pay off. Memorization of the circuit and that sort of thing. That is not a static shot. There it is. I was going to say, she's not stopped. I see the motion blur there. Catherine Legg is up above the tree line now for the first time in anger in her career in the Pikes Peak International Hill Climb. And this is the same body shell that Lonnie Unser took up to the top last year, but there has been a lot of changes since then to make it more race ready. And she's doing a very nice job. I'm very curious to see where this is going to land. One thing I will notice is that this year, seemingly more than last, there's a lot of drivers really in that 10-minute to 10:40 range.
Yeah.
It's extremely competitive in that bracket here this year.
Absolutely. And even, within classes, that was also tighter competition, but I thought when they merge all the classes together overall, it will be very, very tight.
How about that spectacle?
Yeah.
That is an unbelievable camera shot there from the helicopter, showing just that incredible drop, of one of many, along the 12.4 miles up.
That view defines Pikes Peak. I mean, that's kind of why we keep coming back.
It's just one of the most breathtaking racing facilities, if you could call it really a racing facility. It's not most of the year, but it is truly spectacular to watch drivers climb up here. Here comes Spencer Steele. Onto the brakes. This is one of those cars, it seems like, Jeff, that would, if it were to step out, it would happen fairly quickly.
Yeah. No, but he's got lots of aero. It's lightweight. Interestingly, we had an ice race in Colorado, and Spencer showed up with one of his open wheelers to race there, too. So, but you were mentioning about the course. Even if Pikes Peak was laid out on flat ground, it would be the most interesting track you've driven on. So the fact that it's on the side of the mountain really shows how spectacular it is.
Catherine Legg continues her ascent, and I likened it last year to the Nordschleife.
Yeah.
But it has more corners and less distance even in the Nordschleife, to put that in perspective. And again, you only get one chance. If you're racing the Nordschleife, you get a second lap.
Yeah, no, that's very true. But the style-wise, Nordschleife has kind of three characteristics to it in the same way this place does. So it's there are some parallels to it.
David Meyer getting set to go in his 2017 O'Malley Open Wheel, another driver that's got double-digit years of experience. This is year 13 for him. And, it's interesting to note, as far as the experience list was concerned, we mentioned the rookies, 20 of the 60, but there wasn't really that many that had more than 10 years. So there's a lot of drivers on either end of the spectrum, but not a whole lot with, the 4 to 10 range of experience. But Steele looking very good. Do you find that the visibility is challenging when you start getting up into the higher altitudes where you don't have any reference points for trees and things like that?
Yeah, no, definitely when you get above tree line, it changes everything. I kind of term it like racing on the surface of the moon in a way. And people do stack up rocks and do different things along the edges that you can't depend on being there on race day, but it's definitely an acquired skill up there because it takes a lot of commitment to turn against the sky, for sure.
Yeah, I think that's there's a couple of corners that I think there's just no reference point, and especially if you're sitting low in your car and you don't have a good high vantage point over the front, I think that could be pretty scary until you're comfortable with your car and the track layout.
And that really makes a difference. I try to, when I'm driving up and down, to just look at it myself, and when I'm coaching, I try to drive in a car that has a relatively low eye line.
Catherine really getting to the inner edge of the racetrack there. She's pushing the limit, dropping that right front tire in to hook the car around and continue her ascent here. And she's done so many great things in motorsports. This is just going to add to the list that she has got on her resume as we wait for David Meyer to get the green flag here down at the start line here, 9,300 feet, all the way up to 14,115. There goes David Meyer off and away in his O'Malley Open Wheel. that shot also, just the gantry with the mountain in the background.
Well, you know what's really fun, and I tell people, is looking at that starting line, it's just unfathomable to think that when I go under that starting line, 10 minutes later, I'm at the top of that thing above the starting line. You just can't even imagine that, even if you're in an airplane, it feels like. So it's pretty amazing.
Yeah, Spencer Steele working his way. You see the vegetation start to go away, and right there's the tree line. We're expecting Catherine Legg here in a moment's time. She has done so many things in motorsport and crossed basically into every division you could possibly imagine, but she was a rookie on the mountain this year. Catherine Legg has added another notch in her cap, another feather in the cap, per se, as she comes up to the top. Catherine Legg will get there in the number 93 Acura Integra. She has done it in her rookie year. Catherine Legg to the top of Pikes Peak. And with a time of, I lost it there for a moment. It's going to come right back to us in a moment. There it is, 10:51, 3:59 in TA1. Solid time there. And that's a great time considering potentially really the power deficit her car has to the others in the class.
And front wheel drive, there's a lot of things that kind of naturally fight against you here.
Yeah, so job well done there for Catherine Legg. I think there's a lot of motorsport fans around the world that are clapping at that attempt. 22nd overall in an Acura Integra. Spencer Steele now above the tree line there, and boy, this thing just looks like a rocket.
Yeah.
Disappearing behind the rocks again, and as we continue to watch the drivers climb up to the top. This is, again, the 102nd running. You've seen a lot of change over the years of running here. What do you think is next for this? What's the next great, we've seen so many technology improvements over the years. I said in the opening that the first automatic transmission was back here years ago. The first onboard camera to climb the mountain was in 1956. So there's all these technical hurdles and things. What's the next thing on the horizon in your mind?
This is a proving ground both for the human side and the mechanical side. So I think that, what's showing is with what Volkswagen did and what Ford's doing here is that the sky's kind of the limit on those programs, but there's still plenty of room in the, internal combustion world too, which is also a lot of fun to deal with. And, people like BBI that built the car I'm driving, they keep making Porsches faster over and over again. And, we all can develop into that. But, suspension, there's getting to be very sophisticated active suspensions. And now that this has gotten so bumpy, that's playing into it heavily.
A little smoke out the tailpipes of that car. I'm not sure if that's normal or not. You might be able to tell me if that's on the downshifts. At least it seems okay under power, but saw a couple puffs there. Either way, making his way up.
He's pushing hard at the summit there.
Yeah.
Yeah, so here goes another Porsche off. This is a normally aspirated Porsche, so these guys come over from France with a lot of help from Romain Dumas. So they come over. I think it's going to be fun to watch them run.
Yeah, Jerome hails out of Romania.
Yeah, I think Romain Porsche runs this team out of France.
Okay.
So, yeah. So it's cool.
Fascinating. Number 37's got that classic Porsche livery. You can't have a Porsche without those stripes on at least one point, right?
Yeah, that's for sure. But I love to see, because Romain's been a big kind of proponent of bringing the Porsches over, and he knows how to prep the cars and look after the cars. And so these guys, as you said, he's from Romania, but to come in with somebody who has the knowledge that Romain's team does to run these things is good.
That camera there that spectator's got, I would love to see the images out of that thing. I got to figure out where I can see them post-event there. But we continue to watch David Meyer continue to climb in that number 24 O'Malley open wheel car, still in the kind of the middle sections here. Spencer Steele is getting closer and closer to the top. Less and less vegetation.
Looking like he's moving real quick there.
No, so I wonder if that smoke was a harbinger of something else going wrong.
Yeah, I think he is going into a hairpin there, so hopefully he'll be back on it.
Yeah, we will see where it pans out for him. Again, the run looked great until, honestly, it doesn't look so bad. Yeah. I mean, if anything, it's just down on power a bit, but it seems like it's still kicking, still turning revs. The exit of the corner was a little slow.
Yeah, it's a very bumpy area, I can tell you.
Yeah. You see that front wing bouncing up and down there, reflecting. Look at that shot again as well. Yeah. We've seen this a couple of times today, but the spectators look like they're sitting on a 50-degree incline there.
On a day like this, it doesn't get better, but if the weather goes bad, that wouldn't be a good place.
No, and it moves in quickly, too. Yeah. We've seen some pretty quick coming in rainstorms. 37's off and away, Jerome France. And under the start gantry. I love the sound of the Porsche. I know you and I are probably biased a little bit, but
yeah, that's for sure. And especially the normally aspirated cars sound so good, because that's basically a cup car, which is the standard of road racing for Porsche. So it's always fun to see that car run here. I ran one in 2010 when this course was actually half dirt and half pavement, and had good success with it.
Yeah, I think, the challenges of the dirt versus the asphalt, we've talked at length about today, and how some have viewed the asphalt as an even bigger challenge because the corner speeds are higher. But you also have to compromise on your tire selection, and you probably have to compromise on your setup as well. So there's a whole bunch of different things that you have to consider when you're running on multiple surfaces.
Absolutely. And I will say the pavement takes a whole nother level of commitment for sure. I didn't see Spencer pop up in that shot, so I hope he's still running up there to the summit.
Yeah, there's 24, David Meyer, into the hairpins here. I think there's some cars that are very well suited for those hairpins, and others that it's probably just painfully awkward to get them to rotate around those tight apexes. This is only the third open wheel car that we're going to have on the timing and scoring. Cole Powelson at the top still with a very impressive 933.222. And Yuri Kuznetsov, who had a bit of a couple challenges on his run up the hill, but a 10:19.245. And here it comes up over the crest here in a moment. This is the anticipation. You can see the heat rising off the asphalt there, actually.
And when you think about that altitude and there's heat coming off, it's definitely a warm day.
Yeah.
I understand why the engines are working so hard.
I haven't noticed that up until this point either. But while we've got, so we're waiting on some other drivers to get up to the top. Catherine Legg successfully completed the trip to the summit. She's standing by with Joey Atterbury.
Standing by with one of our international motorsports superstars, Catherine Legg, hopping out of Indianapolis just a few weeks ago, and now here we are, 14,000 feet in a totally different platform. What's that like?
Different, as you can imagine. It's just awesome to be here. I'm so proud of all of the guys at HRC and the folks that have made it possible to be here, because the car made it up the hill. I almost didn't a couple of times. It was a bit scrappy. The weather's made it a little bit greasy out there, so I had a little bit of oversteer in places, and I wish I could go back and do it again, but we made it to the top, and car did great, and I'm just happy to be here.
It's your first time up to the top of the mountain here. What drew you to Pikes Peak?
Oh, the history, right? It's the second most long-standing race in North America. It's one of the most terrifying, if not the most terrifying race in the world. And it's just epic. I mean, how could you not want to drive up this mountain? It's amazing, and it's no mean feat. It's not easy.
Well, congrats on making it to 14,115 feet.
Thank you very much.
And thanks, Joey and Catherine. Nice job there. And again, drivers always wanting a little bit more. There's a red flag up at the top of the mountain, and it looks like we might be turning the Porsche around. There's the 24. I don't know exactly what happened to cause this situation, but we'll see if we can get an update at some point. But everyone's climb has halted for the time being. We're now about 5 hours into the progress here of the running order for the 2024 Broadmoor Pikes Peak International Hill Climb, brought to you by Gran Turismo. And generally, if this runs as intended, it'll probably run another 4 to 5 hours, but again, we'll see how things pan out as we send the Porsche back down towards the start line, the number 37. Still, I think a lot of interclass battles, interdivision battles to keep our eyes on. And as far as the front-wheel drive records there, Catherine Legg just a couple seconds short of that 10:48.094 that she was shooting for. We did see that Gardner Nichols earlier today did manage to get up close to that record in the electric production truck. And some new records set now, the electric production SUV and crossover, electric modified SUV and crossover, those records were set. Danny Sordo and Ron Zaras are going to hold those now for the future. So in another moment of pause here on the side of the mountain, and the beautiful sights. We have just been blessed with the best weather that you could possibly ask for. And again, with the storms we saw blow through earlier in the week and posing a challenge to qualifying, those that didn't get a chance to see the top of the course at speed will get to do it today, hopefully, with sunny and bright conditions. So as we sit here waiting under another red flag, Romain Dumas still at the top of the board overall and trying to hang on to claim his 5th King of the Mountain title. Christian Murley sits second, then it's Danny Sordo, Cole Powelson, and Don Wickstrom. And the interesting note there is 4 different classes in the top 5 overall. So divisions well represented at the top of the order as we get a look at the beautiful sights around this Colorado area. And still plenty of drivers left to go from a variety of our divisions, including a handful of people from Time Attack competition in Grid Life and in the Global Time Attack Championship. Seen a couple of cars there. But because we're under a red flag, we are going to take another moment. We'll step away. We'll be back in a few moments right after this. Welcome back to the Broadmoor Pikes Peak International Hill Climb, brought to you by Gran Turismo. And we've been watching drivers ascend the summit of Pikes Peak all day long, but currently up there is Trevor Rueda. The Audi 4000 has made it to the top. He's alongside Joey.
Here with one of the more unique cars, an Audi 4000 driven by Trevor Rueda. This is your 4th time up here on the top of the mountain. How did it go for you today?
It went really well. I'm just stoked to be here up on the top of the mountain. Car's running great mechanically, and we're just proud to be here.
Now, this car is a little bit unique compared to a lot of the other cars out there. It's a little bit older. You guys have put in a lot of time and work on it. How is it to drive?
It's a handful. The chassis is from 1984. It makes 620 horsepower to the wheels. It's got no ABS, no traction control, no nannies of any sort. I'm constantly having to watch the gauges, make sure everything's always good. We've had overheating issues in the past. Didn't overheat today, even when it's so beautiful and hot like this. The only thing we had today was a slick course. It was a scary one. No traction at all.
Lots of drivers have been up here complaining that it's been loose all the way up through the mountain. Was that the same type of situation you had?
Absolutely. Really hard to trust the car coming into any corners because is it going to slide across the track? We won't know until we get there.
Well, congrats on making it all the way up here.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Job well done there, and slick conditions is what we'd heard about, from a couple different drivers. But the challenges of this situation, I think, as this day gets a little bit longer, I don't know that we're behind schedule by any stretch, but it's getting hotter up top, and the hotter it gets, the slicker it's going to get as well. And there's a temperature range that tires will be happiest, and we might be exceeding that at points in the higher load corners here. But look at the sky; it was cloudless this morning. Now there's a few nice fluffy ones up there. Not totally the overcast where you get to actually climb above them, but it is still a really cool spectacle up there at the top. So we're in a bit of a reset here at the moment. We're just about halfway through our running order here for the day, and a couple cars getting turned back around to make a second attempt. with another mechanical issue causing us to hold things up here for a moment. But great views, and great views there on the horizon here in Colorado. And Joey is at work up at the top, and he is now with Brett Dickey from the Honda S2000.
Standing by with another one of our international competitors here, Brett Dickey. You made it up to the top in the S2000. You feel good about the run?
Yeah, it can definitely improve for next year, so we'll make sure we have to come back. So it wasn't the 9-minute run that we wanted, but yeah, the course has definitely changed since last week and very dusty, and the bumps coming up into the final couple of corners is, yeah, it's like riding a bull. It's fun, but yeah, I don't really want to do that too often.
Now, a lot of competitors use a lot of track time, and you're one of those that competes over in Global Time Attack, really tuning this car to come up here and compete at Pikes Peak. What have you found to really excel with this S2000?
I think the major part, which we've sort of chased at Superlap Battle in March in Texas, is just the guys that work on the car. It's a good environment, everyone's happy, and when you've got a happy team, good results come from it. So we've chased trying to limit the boost lag that we have in this car. I reckon we can make it better for next year, but yeah, those guys, I think they're on about 5 hours sleep for 3 days. So yeah, hats off to those guys. So I think they're fishing now.
Well, congrats on making it all the way up to the top here, Brett.
Thank you, and thank you for all the volunteers.
Yeah, job well done, and thanking the volunteers. That's awesome there from Brett Dickey. A nice run up there in the Honda S2000, a chassis that we've seen used so much in club racing and grassroots racing to great success, and he will continue to do that here as we climb the mountain. Just about 12:30 here in Mountain Time, in just outside of Colorado Springs at the start line for the Pikes Peak International Hill Climb. We've got another 30 or so competitors left to make their run up the mountain. A handful of them we've already gotten a chance to talk to today, but the conditions are challenging, so all the drivers that have yet to run, if they've been listening and paying attention to what the other drivers have said, they'll be maybe making some adjustments to their tire pressures, maybe making some adjustments to any roll bar settings and things of the sort. I think it's wise to continue keeping an eye on the weather and the conditions, just to adapt to whatever you're going to get. It certainly has been a challenging one here this weekend so far. So waiting to turn some more drivers loose here. You can see the timing and scoring, all the different categories that we've got up at the top. It's still Romain Dumas at an 8:53, 5:53, the only driver sub 9 minutes so far, and trying to go for another King of the Mountain victory. Christian Murley just behind at a 9:04, 4:54. And then, of course, Danny Sordo, one of the first drivers to run this morning, in a 9:30 in that exhibition Hyundai Ioniq 5N TA spec car. That was a very strong run there for the Spanish rally driver. Cole Powelson in that very open wheel Sierra Alpha, 9:33, 2:22, just behind him. Don Wickstrom, a successful climb. He was stoked about that when we got a chance to speak with him earlier at a 9:40, 5:12. So in a holding pattern once more as we continue to wait on the rest of the action here. We just spoke with Trevor Ueda and Brett Dickey. And there at the start line is the number 96 car. Now that is Andy Kingsley. It's a 2002 Porsche 911 GTR Pikes Peak. As he gets prepped to go, the door open, keeping everything cool inside the car. And see, I think there's tire blankets on that as well, keeping those tires right at the optimal temperature for going fast up this 12.5-mile climb. There is the 24, who has just come back down to the start line, and he was almost all the way to the top. So I imagine that car is going to need at least a refueling and maybe some other attention before it makes a second attempt. Of course, Spencer Steele, I don't believe, also got to complete his run, made it to Sector 3, and David Meyer got to Sector 2. So those two cars both unable to complete the mission the first time up. Now that we've got David Meyer back down, it shouldn't be too long until we see the release of the next car. And Andy Kingsley, that'll be Dan Ueda in the 2012 Ford Mustang Boss 302S. Excited to see that car as well, some American muscle to add to the list of cars we're going to see. Raymond Guerrero, Jeremy Lauder, Zach Sober, Kendall Samuel, and more on deck here in just a few moments' time. Once the course is clear, we'll send them back up the hill. Engine is fired in that Porsche, and off and away goes the number 92. great sounds from that Porsche. They just make great noises out the tailpipes. And off and away to the lower section where all that speed is going to continue to climb. And well, we'll check back in when we circle back around. Kingsley, sorry, that's the 96 car. I said 92 a moment ago. 8th attempt here at the Pikes Peak International Hill Climb out of Buena Vista, Colorado. So another Colorado native peppering the entry list here this weekend. And with 8 years of experience, that would put him, as far as reference to the other competitors, you're about middle of the road as far as experience is concerned. But being from the area, has probably grown up around it, just like a handful of others that we've spoken to today. That Porsche 911 GTR looked very well set up for the mountain. Bit of a breeze blowing in down here as well, and a bit of shadow coming from the clouds, which we haven't had down here in quite a bit. So that could change things up as well. Again, we started with a pretty blue sky to kick off the day, and if the clouds blow in and start to change the dynamics of the course, that could actually benefit some drivers if the track might cool off a touch as we get closer and closer to the end of this thing. So going to wait for Andy Kingsley to come by on the timing and scoring, and we'll see if he can lay down a decent time that would put him in threat of dethroning any other cars in the TA1 category, sorry, the unlimited category. And flat 6 under the rear engine cover. Here he comes. Let's listen. Downshifting very nicely, turns in a very confident left-hand corner there, and on a mission right now. And I don't have a sector time just yet for him, but as soon as I do, I'll let you know what he has run. But looking very confident on his climb up the 12.4 miles to the top of Pikes Peak. And again, now that we've got the track cleared, we should be expecting the resumption of kind of our typical pace here. So it should be about 2 or 3 cars on the mountain at once. And after we let Kingsley go, to be Dan Ueda in the Ford Mustang Boss 302. That'll be the next car that we see. Unless there's some others that that make the trip to go again. We mentioned the 24, David Meyer. And Spencer Steele, I hadn't heard more on that car. I didn't see it back at the bottom. But if I find out more, I'll relay it. They were both almost to the top, and the 24 came all the way back down to the bottom. So we'll see if they get another run at this here in pretty short order. So just after 12:30 local time. There's the 24, so this is what we were potentially anticipating, is trying to slot some of those cars back in that weren't able to complete their run a bit earlier in the day, and he was on pace for a pretty solid run, David Meyer was. And here's the 96. Whoa, big slide and spin on the mountain. And around goes Andy Kingsley, and keep it on the road, clutch in, drives away to cloud of smoke. That's how you do it on the side of the mountain. Andy Kingsley up and away. Spin it to win it, baby. Let's get it back under speed here. Climb the mountain again. Almost fell off the shoulder of the road. In that case, he might have grounded it out, but he got the clutch in just in time and got it back rolling. So here's a look at the replay. Hairpin corner, back on throttle, and you see the rear end bouncing there, so it wasn't confident. And then watch this, spins it back around, gets the brakes on just in time, gets the clutch in and off and away. That was a great recovery there for Andy Kingsley. Action driver here today with that spin as he continues, and hopefully that doesn't give any hit to his confidence here as an 8-time competitor. I imagine that he's pretty confident in getting back rolling, especially now that he's found a limit on the bumps. But Porsches are known for having quite a bit of rear grip leaving corners because of their weight balance that trends towards the rear, with the engine behind the rear axle for the most part. But give it some stiffer suspension and start bouncing it over through a hairpin turn and apply throttle, and that can be a recipe for disaster. And here goes the 24, David Meyer, going for a second opportunity here in the 2017 O'Malley Open Wheel. And we'll see if this time he can get all the way to the top, but looking very good to start as he passes under the gantry. And from high above, scenes from the side of Pikes Peak. I'll bet you Andy Kingsley will have a fun interview here as we get another look. Another moment, drops the tire on the right. And what else has happened here? Nope, all good. So he will continue. And there's the 37 line back up. This is a car that got turned around, Jerome France, when they had to resend a couple of the open wheel cars back down to the bottom of the hill. They forced the 2011 Porsche 997 GT3 RS to restart its run. Doors are open, keeping the driver cool inside. Last minute words of advice. Last minute changes. And the moments that pass, just a lot of anticipation here. Here is Andy Kingsley again, up above the tree line. Looking very tidy now. As you climb, the road will get bumpier, the hairpins get tighter. Up through the gears. A little bit tentative back on throttle there, leaving one of the hairpins, but continuing up the ascent in that Porsche 911 GTR Pikes Peak. And disappears behind the rocks again for a moment. And here's the spin again from a different angle. Again, that corner, there is a little bit of camber to it as well, but as you cross the road, if there's any crown in the road as well, that would help the drainage. If it were to rain, that can throw the car off as well if you split it left to right side and just gets back on the power. And a quick loop and got back rolling, and the 24 is pulled off, I believe. Again, David Meyer, and that is Picnic fairly early on in the about halfway up, and that is going to be an incomplete attempt. And this time, I don't know that he's going to get another one. So that is a frustrating way for David Meyer to have his run come to a stop. And again, this has been the topic of discussion all day today, is just mechanical issues and things preventing drivers from getting to the top. And that's why we've seen a concentration of cars around that 10-minute to 10-minute 30 bracket. Let's listen to Kingsley. Clutch go in as the shift happens and back at it, and his climb has just been fun to watch. And honestly, having a driver leave everything on the mountain there and just go for a spin and get right back at it, that is honestly one of the coolest things we've seen today. So close to dropping off the edge of the road there, but Kingsley on his way to the top. We'll see him get up there momentarily as his climb continues. The 37 still has not left the start line just yet. Perhaps Marshall's making sure that the 24 didn't leave anything on the course that would be a hazard to this number 37 car. And the patience and the waiting for some of these drivers has just got to be getting to them at this point. Have to turn around on one attempt and then wait a long time for your second. And there's a mental state that I'm sure these drivers will have to get in to be at their best. So we check back in on Kingsley again in one of the most spectacular sections, of course. High speed and lots of drop off, some ice flow there from the high altitude conditions. And getting closer and closer to the summit of Pikes Peak. Now, there is, so there's the 24, and there's that left rear tire is flat. And that is no good. So that tire is not as round as it needed to be. So go back and check on Kingsley once more in that number 96, his 8th attempt at climbing to the summit. And other than that spin, he has been fairly tidy. And just rolling by us down here is the 66. That is Dan Ueda. So we are about ready to kick them off as well and keep things moving down here once that 37 rolls off the start line. Kingsley continues. Dan Ueda's got a special flag waiver as well. We'll talk about that when he rolls up to the start line in a few minutes. But I imagine they're just going to try to figure out what to do with the 24, whether or not he'll head back to the bottom or if they'll continue running the race and leave him there at the halfway grounds. There's the 37 once more, waiting to go. And this Porsche just sitting engine off, waiting for the moment to get the green flag and the word to head up to the mountain. There's the flagman walking across, just waiting for the command to send that 37 free. And here comes Kingsley to the top of the mountain for the 8th attempt in the number 96 Porsche. Andy Kingsley spins and still goes to the top, completes the Pikes Peak International Hill Climb, and puts it 18th quick overall, 10:38.061. All things considered, with the spin in there, that is not a bad lap time or a bad time up the mountain at all. So I will give him credit for where credit is due there. Certainly an exciting moment. 37 getting ready to kick off here in just a moment's time. Jerome France will be rolling here in a moment. And off and away, the 37, Jerome France. And he begins his climb up to the top of the mountain. And I'm joined now by a driver that has had 33 consecutive starts here. And would you like to introduce yourself?
Yeah, my name is Steve Gagline. I'm from Falcon, Colorado, just east of Colorado Springs.
Yeah, so this is, I know we've talked about this event and the drivers that have been here for many, many years and have had a whole bunch of starts and experience and rookies and all of those things. This year, the mountain has been a challenge, at least mechanically, on some of these cars. How much of the experience do you think is really paying off for those drivers that kind of know what the mountain is going to take a toll on their cars?
Well, you can't replace the experience and the preparation. And both of those take experience, you know, prepping the car, checking it twice, and knowing you're going to have a good piece of mechanical underneath you.
In the years of experience here, are there any particular things that you find break more often? Suspension breaks, motor issues? What's kind of the thing that everyone should really be double checking and nut and bolting?
Well, we've had a pretty good run. We made it to the summit 30 out of the 33 times. And one time was the second year I raced, I ran the car off at the campground. So that was driver error. So I didn't replace the driver, I just kept the same one. And then one year we had an oil line come on and it drained all the oil out and we have a shut off switch. So it saved the motor and parked us on the side of the road. And then my third time that I didn't finish, we had bad fog, and because we were running a windshield, a Lexan windshield, I got up just past Glen Cove, and the windshield went to fog, and I just pulled it over and parked it. So we haven't had mechanical problems. We just took good care of the car.
Yeah, it seems like this year it has been especially challenging. The conditions in qualifying and practice meant that a lot of drivers didn't get to see the top of the mountain so much. We have 20 drivers in the rookie class this year out of the 60 that are entered, so a third of the field really hasn't even done the mountain, the top section of the mountain at speed before. So how critical is it that you really get sufficient practice at that area of the racetrack right up at the top?
Well, I'd say a real bummer for those guys because the top is so fast and so windy, and a lot of it looks the same, and so it would be easy to either cause yourself troubles or you're just lifting way too much.
Yeah, it seems like also visibility is a topic we chatted about with, I think it was Robin Shute earlier, that, you know, once you pass the tree line, all of a sudden your visual references go away. So over the years, have you picked up any tricks as far as finding references, or is it just a memorization game once you get above the tree line to figure out where your braking zones are, where your turning points are, and just where you are on the course as well?
Well, it's a big memorization because the dirt and the rocks all just look the same. So you really have to know where you're at and remember what you've been practicing.
As far as practice elsewhere other than the mountain, where can drivers go to get experience in a similar kind of environment? I mean, there's a lot of drivers that come from a circuit racing background. Some come from a rally background. That seems to be pretty popular as far as drivers' backgrounds. Some come from, you know, off-road racing or dirt bikes or, you know, BMX and things of the sort. Where was your background in racing prior to the hill climb, or was this just where you spent your career?
Well, I'd done some ATV racing, three-wheelers, and that's what really led to wanting to race Pikes Peak, the sliding on the gravel was very much the same as our three-wheel racing. And so I bought my first car and came to Pikes Peak when it was all gravel, and then just progressed through the years with it. There's nowhere to go practice or simulate what we have here. We've taken the car to lower elevation after we put some aerodynamics on it, and we got into a lot of air and shoved the car right onto the track. And so we left there going, okay, we know we've got downforce at this lower altitude where we have air. What are we going to have in 2 weeks when we take it to Pikes Peak? So there was just there's no way of replicating the lack of air, the incline angle, other than coming here and practicing here.
Right, it's unique in that way. Is there a year or a particular running of this event that strikes a memory for you?
Oh, they all have a memory. There's something happened every year, both good and bad memories.
As far as the competitors here today, we're about a little past halfway through now. We're getting later in the day, I think, for some of these drivers than we anticipated. Dan Arita, Boss 302, lighting up the tires as he heads up the mountain. The progression of the weather, right? We started with beautiful blue skies. It still is gorgeous out there, but there's some cloud cover. Is that going to change anything for these drivers, or does it really need to swing wildly in temperature or cloud cover or precipitation to mix things up at the top?
I don't think that at this time the temperature is going to change enough the asphalt's got to have some good temp into it by now with this many hours. So you bring in a cloud for an hour, I don't think it will change much for the drivers.
So is that a goalpost that I think is easier for drivers, that they know, all right, now the track temperature's warm. We've actually seen shimmering off the surface on some of the cameras up near the summit, so the surface there is warm. That's information that you want to collect as a driver watching the broadcast and figuring out what the conditions are up top?
I don't know. I think they just need to, they know the course is hot, and they need to ease into it the first few corners and then run their car the way they know the car will handle.
Well, up at the top of the mountain, Andy Kingsley just had a successful run with a spin and then finished it up. And looks like Joey's up there. He's caught up with him.
Standing here with Andy Kingsley in his heavily modified Porsche. You're a veteran here on the mountain, but today it threw you for a new loop. Talk to us about what happened.
Yeah, so the bottom section was fast. I was feeling good. Tires were feeling really, really strong. And so I felt like I would lay down a little higher level of commitment through ski area, and in turn got a little sideways and greasy. I was already throwing it in reverse by the time the car was backwards to try to reduce the time frame to get the car back in motion again. Unfortunately, I did do that, and it only took me a couple seconds to get it back on track. Usually it takes roughly about 10 seconds to recover the spin on average in most cases. But this time, I think maybe cut it in half by throwing in reverse right away while still having forward momentum. So it utilized the rearward momentum going backwards in reverse. And then by that time, I put it in first gear, popped the clutch about 6,000 RPM, and just let her rip and get out of there. And after that, man, the tires were greasy because I had overheated them from spinning. And it took maybe another 45, 50 turns just to kind of get the tire temperature back to a normal temperature so then they would operate normally again. But yeah, I left more room where I usually do, and I committed where I usually didn't, and, spinning and dancing pirouettes, but that's the nature of Pikes Peak.
But you are here at the top of the mountain smiling, so that's a great thing to see. Yeah. And you've been coming here for 10 years, 8 years driving now. We always talk about how special Pikes Peak is. What's so special about it for you?
Really, it's we call it the Pikes Peak family. It's our friends that come up that are crew. It's the maintenance crew that treat us awesome. It's everybody on the mountain that's awesome. As you can see, we have Pikes Peak advertised on the car this year because we just love them so much, and we get the appreciation back, and it's just a very family-oriented environment. And once we get involved, it gets better and better each year, and we just can't help but coming back.
Great job, and we look forward to seeing you in years to come.
Thank you. We do too. Thanks.
Well, it was a spectacular climb up, a spin that he had on the way, but he got there and ran a solid time on top of that. I wanted to thank you for joining us here. Appreciate your insight on the tips and tricks to the mountain, and thanks for joining us. Enjoy the rest of your day.
You bet. And I'd like to congratulate Jimmy Ford on that was one heck of a run the kid put in today. He crewed for me years ago. His dad crewed for me, and I, just really proud of them.
Yeah, he did a great job. And
let's hear it for Jimmy Ford.
Yeah, Jimmy Ford. There you go. And he had to do two attempts, I think.
That's
also.
correct.
So
he got a red flag.
Do it all over again. Yep. So thank you again for joining us.
You bet.
It's been a pleasure. Nice to meet you. 37 of Jerome France continues the climb up towards the top of the mountain. And Sector 3 was a 3:04, 3:96. And Sector 1 for both France and Danaweda, 1:53. 1 minute 53 seconds, so they're kind of on equal footing as far as that's concerned. And a great look at the fans around the course on the uphill sections here. And the next car on the start line is the 888 Raymond Guerrero in the 2019 Porsche GT2 RS Club Sport, 8th year here at the Pikes Peak International Hill Climb. I'm joined now here in the booth by Ryan Cheek. Welcome.
Hi, Kyle. How are you?
I'm doing fantastic. It's been a long day. There's been a couple delays along the way, but the exciting action is picking back up. We're getting cars rolling again. I wanted to welcome you here. The stat that when I was researching you is I learned that you competed in the Red Bull driver search and you finished second to none other than Alexander Rossi.
That is incorrect.
Is it really?
I'm so sorry. It must be a much more famous Ryan Cheek.
Oh, no. Well, that is unfortunate. But you are driving a 2021 American Cross Kart.
Correct.
Is that correct? Tell me about that car.
It is made by American Cross Kart, which is an American-made company based out of Virginia. It's powered by a 750cc Suzuki Gixxer engine. We got a little turbo on it here for Pikes Peak, which is really fun. I'm pretty new to turbos. I've been enjoying it. It's a single-seater open wheel. So I'm my only rookie in class here in the open wheel.
Yeah, so you mentioned you're a rookie. There's 20 of them here this year, and that was been kind of one of our biggest topics of discussion is the range of experience. We spoke with or we had Spencer Steele on course earlier. 20 years of experience, 20 rookies also in this field. Not a lot of practice in qualifying up at the top section. So how confident are you in that top section in particular?
I'm not confident at all.
Oh, okay.
But the goal here is to just make it to the top. We want to run a very conservative pace, maybe set some time down at the bottom, make sure we don't do anything crazy in the middle, and hopefully the car makes it through the upper section. And we just want to take that checker.
How much time have you spent in your cross kart outside of the hill climb environment? Is it something that you test at other facilities, or is it really just Pikes Peak Hill Climb car, I'm testing it here, driving it here?
I've been really fortunate. Scott and Susan McMillan, who own American Cross Kart, have been very, very accommodating. They brought the car out to some local autocrosses, so I was getting some testing in there. The shorter wheelbase, I'm used to Mustang GTs, which this is a completely different beast. And so I got some time behind the wheel. We also did an Appalachian Hill Climb series. We did Pine Mountain already, and I get to do a couple more after this one, but this is the one I'm focused on right now.
Well, certainly, it's really cool to see that this car is very lightweight, right? So you've got that going for you, especially in the top section. As far as your comfort in the car, you talked about the mountain, maybe not that upper section, but how comfortable are you sliding that car around, feeling the limits of it at speed?
I'm a grip person. I definitely prefer to try to maintain grip. I'm not a Cody Vaschholz who hangs it out on every turn. But, the car is very predictable. It's fast, it's lightweight, but Scott and Susan have done a great job with a great vehicle. It's a very predictable thing and very fun to drive.
Danaweda's working his way up in the Boss 302. This car sounds fantastic. Big rear-wheel drive American muscle.
And I love it because it's a Boss 302S.
Yeah.
Go Dan.
Great ripping by the crowd there on his way up to the top. This event, it's your rookie year. What's this been like? There's another one of those marmots. We've been looking at those things all day long. There's a million of them up there. But what's this event been like for you, also as a spectator, to experience it? Because you've got drivers of international fame. You've got drivers that are, grassroots racers that come from just building their car in their garage. There's a lot of diversity and experience in driver knowledge. It's just got to be a lot to take in all at once.
That is amazing. This experience has been something. What's up, Rob? Hey, dude. This experience has been just a variety of emotions. running with people that have names and legends or that are on the hill as well as rookies, they've just been so welcoming. Like, they are not treating me as an outsider. They're open arms. Anything they can do to help me, anything I have questions about, they are totally there for me. So, I mean, I come from one hill climb family. I feel like I just jumped into another one.
And we got Rob Dahm joining us here on the far side. And Rob, welcome. It's good to see you again, actually. The last time I saw you, I think you was at a Grid Life when you were testing the four-rotor RX-7. So
that is correct.
A lot has been done to that car.
Yes, well, this isn't the four-rotor.
Oh, it's not the four-rotor.
Yes, my goal is to take the three-rotor, learn and respect the mountain, and then come back with the four-rotor.
Got it. Yeah, so the flat floor, the sequential transmission, there's a whole bunch of other things that have gone into this build, stripped all the way down to the bare chassis, right?
That's correct.
And it's all happened very quickly also. So what's that been like, the build process and getting sorted for your first run up the mountain?
Well, I will tell you, and this isn't a bragging right, but my first time out of second gear into third was here on the mountain. And so we just trying to build it properly, put us behind schedule. And thankfully that worked because the safety tech crew was like, as soon as I came back down, they're like, go back up. And I'm like, I'm going to blow this car. And I didn't. So the last week has been pretty crazy, making sure I passed tech, or the previous 2 weeks was passing tech. And the last week is just having a Rotary Survive race week is actually quite an honor.
Yeah, it's really cool. We'll talk more about that in a moment here. Let's check back in up top with Joey Atterbury on the top of the mountain as Jeremy Lauder gets his
It's a
go.
little bit different than some of the other Porsches we've already seen come up the mountain. Did it handle okay for you? Did it perform all right?
Yeah, it's okay. The temperature was very high at the top, but this car performed already sometime in Pikes Peak, so she knows better the road than I do. It's a good car prepared by the team of Romain Dumas, RD Limited, so I have no stress with that. A great experience that they have, and the car give me the chance to be at the top of the mountain, so this is very important. For the rest, happy for the first drive, let's say, but still a lot of things to improve. Really, Pikes Peak is a race of experience, so now I have a bit, then I will have to find a way to come back sometime.
We have a heavy international field here, including yourself. What's the travel schedule like? I understand you only got here about a week and a half ago just to prepare for this race.
Even not 1 week and a half, just last week. I came last Sunday here in Colorado. So the team take care of the logistics with the car. But for me, just 1 week here. So a lot of things to discover, to adapt with, the altitude as well, climate, everything. But to find so much passionate people, the people, it's you. I mean, people brace motorsport in Colorado Springs, so it's so good. I mean, we enjoy. People were so nice with us, so yeah, it's a good thing to push our friend to come with us.
Congratulations, Jerome, another new driver to make it to the top.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, great interview there with Jerome France. And on course now, we've got Raymond Guerrero, 8th year here on the mountain. Also on course, I mentioned Jeremy Lauder getting his first green flag as a rookie. And for both of you, this is your first time on the mountain. You were talking about how accepting the community is. But Jeremy Lauder in particular, a couple weeks ago, that car was upside down here in practice. And it's got some hash marks on the A-pillar to prove it. So there's also a lot of risk involved with it. And Rob, I know for you in particular, you said that you didn't want to bring a car to the mountain unless you knew you could do it right. What do you mean by that?
Mostly passing tech. That was honestly the most stressful part for me because I'm an amateur builder. They see me on YouTube and think that I know what I'm doing, and I don't. I'm just trying things, and so here you don't do that. You have to be safe. And to be honest, being part of this event has raised my level of my standard for safety, and I think that that's something that's going to stay that way.
And for you, as far as your first to go on the mountain here in practice and qualifying, how hard do you push?
I like to say that I don't push, but you get behind the wheel and then you get that laser focus and you start seeing those double yellows and you just want to send it. So it's definitely a balance there. I definitely want to make it to the top. So once I start going a little bit too hard, maybe hanging it out a little bit, I do reel it back. I just want to get to the top.
This morning in the driver's meeting, the instruction for the rookies was, hey, just get to the top, set that benchmark. Is that where both your mindsets are for this one, or is there something else on the table for either of you?
For me, yeah, getting it to the top in a rotary is honestly by itself a huge accomplishment. And of course, I've got times that I would want and dream, and then realistic, and then very realistic. so that's ancillary though to you can't make a time if you don't make it. So yeah, absolutely.
Right, is that the same for you? Just set a baseline and come back next year and go for
Absolutely, Kyle. I just want to set a time.
Yeah.
Take that checker.
Yeah, and certainly it's, we're talking about the stats of the course, 156 corners, 12.4 miles. Got more corners than the Nordschleife in the same amount of distance, and it's all uphill. And as I said earlier, you don't get a lap 2. You don't get a second try at any of those corners, so you have to leave a little margin there, certainly in your first go. Rob, did you get a whole lot of practice up at the top? I know that was a challenge with the weather, and you just laughing.
I want to point out my mom and my girlfriend are watching, so I'm going to tell them I had tons of practice. This is very easy. But no, my upper section practice was canceled Thursday with that insane weather, and then Friday, you guys persevered, and we had 40-mile-an-hour winds. It was raining, and so I did maybe like a 70% push of what I felt comfortable doing, and got one run. So yeah, very, very minimal amount of pre-running, but I know where I'm at, and I like that.
Have either of you gotten just to drive up just in a rental car or things of the sort, just to kind of scout it out?
Absolutely.
Yeah. Is that helpful?
I think so. It helped me realize that the top is a lot more bumpy than a previous time I was here. Definitely want to hug the mountains at certain points, and but realizing it's very steep. I think the rental car helped.
Yeah.
I had a Hyundai Genesis GV80. Shout out to Hyundai. It was great.
Well, it sounds like you guys are got to get your cars pretty soon because things are moving. So I want to thank you both so much for coming here.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ryan, and thank you, Rob, for being here. Good luck on both your runs, and hopefully we'll be talking to you at the top of the mountain here shortly.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thanks so much. Cars continue to roll up the mountain. The car that just left is Zachary Sober, the TA1 number 281. It's a 2013 Subaru Impreza WRX STI. And on the dashboard of that car, it's that orange Subaru that you just saw leave the start line. On the dashboard are signatures from David Coulthard, Travis Pastrana, Roman Grosjean, and Bucky Lasik. So some great names riding on board there with that car as it climbs up the hill. It's a 1 of 100 special edition WRX. As we get another look there at Jeremy Lauder on his way up towards the top in his Chevrolet Camaro. Mentioned Jeremy Lauder had an accident in practice a couple of weeks ago. Got the car turned back over, had also installed a fuel cell for this climb up the mountain and had to completely disassemble the car because of the saddle fuel tanks. Requires quite a bit of modification to get that to fit. So cars across the stripe. Here comes Raymond Guerrero across the finish line, and he will complete his ascent to the top. And Guerrero on the timing and scoring. Where did he land? Trying to find where he landed on the scoring. Do not see him on the timing and scoring for the moment. We'll get an update on that when we can. Joined now by Sterling Chase. Sterling, welcome.
Thank you.
Been a busy day up here. Lots of revolving doors, and I'm sure for you it's been a very busy day. Long one as well.
It has. It definitely has. But other than that, we're just having a good time and just making it happen.
So you were a crew member for which car?
So right now I'm a crew member. Actually, the owner of the 76 car. We got Jack Penley driving the car. It's a 2004 Volkswagen R32. Just definitely want to, throw some celebration out because this is the 50th anniversary for the Volkswagen Golf. So.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
I took a look at that car in the paddock the other day, and there's quite a lot done to it. It looks like. Can you take me through what the modifications have been and how much goes into building that car as it is?
The original 3.2 VR6 was actually donated to another friend and everything else, and the vehicle actually was a parts car that we had, and then just thought it was going to turn into a rally car and then all of a sudden Pikes Peak came up and just kind of made it happen.
Yeah. So for a lot of drivers, they grew up with Pikes Peak. They were around it all the time. They were incumbents because their family has been here forever. There's others that just see it as a goal that they like to attain. Where was it for you and your team as far as where that goal came from?
The goal came from pretty much, it was just like just hanging out with Dave and Allison Kern and started crewing for them and everything else. And then all of a sudden I thought I was going to do this for 5 years, but all of a sudden I'm here. It's almost 14, 15 years in a row. So far, so good.
Yeah, and for Jack driving the car, rookie, one of the 20 that we have, and this has been a constant topic of discussion. I'm sure everyone at home is sick and tired of me saying that, but 20 rookies in a 60-driver field. So about a third of the drivers have never ascended Pikes Peak in anger. So what's that been like for you, setting up the car, Jack, experiencing testing and practice and qualifying?
It's actually not too bad. I'm just like really glad that like having the experience for crewing from other teams in the past and everything else to be able to at least relate some good information and kind of keep everything all nice and tight.
This is a great sounding car. This Camaro, Jeremy Lauder. He's a competitor in a handful of time attack organizations, and I'm familiar with him from Grid Life. And this car was also in the tire bundles at Lime Rock last year, and he recovered from that, and of course had the thing turned over here in practice a few weeks ago, as I mentioned, and has some I think they call them tiger stripes or bear gash or something. They're the scratches on the roof from turning over. That's a proud moment, I think, because you put your first scratch on the car. All right, now it can go even faster, right?
Yep, it's got its own personality now.
Yep,
it's some character.
How long has that Volkswagen been a race car? Has it just been many years, or is it recent, or how long has it been?
It's been recent. I've owned the car for about 6 years and everything else, and been slowly putting everything together. So yeah.
Yeah, and here's another look at Zachary Sober as he continues his climb. I mentioned this is a 1 of 100 special edition. He's autocrossed nationally, Zach has, and does time attack with the Global Time Attack organization. In autocross, he went through 3 motors in this car with that Subaru Boxer engine. However, he's worked with P2P Racing and Cosmic Shop and a couple of other partners. Got forged internals in it now. It makes 450 foot-pounds of torque, and that car has run like that for about 5 years since. So that's a great testament to his builder, I think.
It definitely is. It definitely is, and it takes a lot of work and preparation and everything else. So definitely kudos.
Yeah, and reliability also is a factor as well. The 197 is off and away, and that is Kendall Samuel. That is off and away in the unlimited class Subaru GC8. And I've got a little story about him in a bit. But talk to me about reliability, getting to the top of the mountain. There's things you have to sort out, make sure that they're going to make it to the top. Cooling has been a concern today as well. How much have you had to do to get this car reliable to make that trek up the hill?
This is one of those things that I was like really fortunate to, as soon as that we got the invitation, to spend like 2.5 months of like just thrashing on the car, working 8 to 14 hour days to make sure that we can be able to have something solid and everything else, and then we can start doing our testing and to make sure that like we can be able to find the little hiccups and everything else, so then it doesn't like bite us in the butt later on.
Right. And as far as your experience here building cars, where else have you raced in the past or had experience building cars for, as far as the background in building?
Mainly background came from rally. Used to watch Colin McRae and Richard Burns tearing it up in the old WRCs back in the late 90s and everything else. But like for the most part, it's just like the love for the rally, the hill climbs with CACA, Rocky Mountain Vintage Racing, just everybody, and especially Pikes Peak is definitely one of my favorites and everything else, and everybody's nothing but family. So.
Yeah, it's really cool. Rally seems to be a pretty common background as well for a lot of drivers and teams here. A lot of wheel-to-wheel racing as well. But there is another look at that Subaru, I believe, as Zach Sober continues to climb up above the tree line. The conditions get more challenging as you get higher up. The engines have to breathe kind of through a straw up there as well. High altitude testing, how much?
We done some. I mean, we done a few and everything else. But luckily, since that we're some locals and everything else, we're already at mile high and everything else. So that's the fun part. So.
Jeremy Lauder, in his rookie season here at the Pikes Peak International Hill Climb, comes across the stripe and completes the trek to the top of the mountain. And what a strong run that was indeed for him. And we'll see where he landed on the timing and scoring here, hopefully momentarily. I didn't see him pop up just yet. Where did he land? On there for the Camaro, Jeremy Lauder. Either way, my timing is not updating. Either way, we got a couple more cars to keep our eyes on. The 58 is up next. That's Philippe Marion in the 2017 Porsche 991 Cup. Second year, hails out of Paris, France. And the other thing, so many drivers from so many different places. It's all one community, though, isn't it? And it just feels like everyone's kind of one big family in this event.
It really is. I mean, it's just like the camaraderie that we have, that everybody works with together and everything else, because like, we are competing a little bit against each other, but the mountain is the competition itself. So. Yeah.
All right. Well, Spencer, hey, it's been great talking to you. Good luck today on the mountain with your team's car, and we'll be rooting for them. And Jack will head up a little bit later this afternoon. For a moment, we're going to step away. We'll be right back after this for the Pikes Peak International Hill Climb.
Oh, yeah.
ready to rise? To the challenge? Above obstacles. Yes! Above perceptions.
Ruttiger, implement the pass on the top lane.
Above it all.
Let's go!
If so, we're looking for you. Join us at Toyota Racing.
Broadmoor Pikes Peak International Hill Climb, brought to you by Gran Turismo. Runs continue here in the afternoon as drivers continue their ascent to 14,115 feet. But up at the top, the Owedas have made it up there successfully, and Joey Atterbury is standing with them.
Standing here with Dan Oweda and Trevor Oweda. This is truly a father and son sport for you guys. How was 2024 for you?
It was awesome. Our goal was to be under 11 minutes, and we did that. And I had gas this year. Last year I ran out of gas, which was horrible. So got it up here. It did get a little hot, so it's kind of overheating, but I made it. We made it.
Now, it's two totally different cars between you guys, with the Audi and the all-wheel drive and then the big V8 with the rear drive. What do you think is the main difference between the driving styles between you two?
Well, this is, front engine and rear drive, about 480 horsepower, and that's 620 horsepower all-wheel drive. So he drives that amazing. This is all four tires. This one is a little more, loose some places.
Well, I got to ask you, Trevor, which one do you think is more fun to drive?
I don't know. My first car up on the mountain was a Mustang very similar to this, and it's a blast. The confidence is just incredible. My car is a blast, but it does not have the confidence that you sometimes need.
Well, it's awesome seeing both of you up here on top of the mountain. Congratulations.
Thank you.
A job well done by both of those drivers here, as looks like we've got Zach Sober crossing the stripe. He will complete his run in the Subaru WRX STI. And job well done there for Zach Sober. And here's a look at Kendall Samuel, and we have got a special guest up here in the booth at the moment. It is Mary Barker. Mary, this has been a very challenging last 12 months. So last year, Kendall was here running the hill climb. You were here in support. And then after the hill climb last year, you were diagnosed with cancer. And it's been a very tumultuous last 12 months. But you're here today, not only supporting Kendall Samuel's efforts, but also running it yourself. So talk to me about the last 12 months and the challenges that you guys have had.
Wow, the last 12 months have just been such an adventure. It's hard to say that it was, easy, because of course, obviously it wasn't. I can't even find the words. Last year when I was supporting Kendall, I knew about the tumor in my chest and in my neck. I didn't know what it was. We didn't know where it would lead, but on September 7th, I was officially diagnosed with stage 2 Hodgkin's lymphoma. Since then, I have gone through 6 months of chemo and radiation. I came out on the other end in April and was officially declared in remission in May. So now I'm here to climb yet another mountain. If I can make it over cancer, I think I can make it over this mountain.
That's a great way of looking at it, and it's a spectacular story. You got your acceptance letter, I believe, in January, and at that point, you and Kendall went, uh-oh, we have to build another car, right? So it's not only been the challenges of getting healthy again, but also building a whole other race car to take up the mountain. So what has that been like? As we watch Kendall come up towards the top, up above the tree line here, it's been a wild couple of months of building cars, hasn't it?
It has been absolutely insane. We have the car that I'm driving, which is nicknamed Blue Steel. We built it last year in about 2 months. This year, it was pretty ready to go, but had a few issues we had to fix and modify. But Kendall's car, on the other hand, needed so much work. It basically went down, stripped down to a bare shell, and we just built it right back up. We did that in the last couple of months because in between the time that we got accepted and the time we came here, we also had to finish, I think, 4 customer cars as well. So for those of you that don't know, Kendall and I run our own business, and it's just the two of us. So And then we, hauled all the way out here from North Carolina, and now we're here, and it's been a challenging week. We've done 2 engine swaps this week on Kendall's car. Had a few issues with mine as well, but thankfully it's held together decently. It's definitely been a bit of a challenge, but nothing that we can't handle, especially with our awesome crew this year. Couldn't have done it without them. They have been more than selfless with us.
And as we watch Kendall ascend the mountain right now, first couple sectors looking very, very solid. Making it to the top is really a feat in itself. This is Kendall's second year. This is your first. And your goal, I guess, is to get to the top of the mountain and meet Kendall up there. And, it'll be a special moment for the both of you.
Oh, yeah. It'll definitely be very special. In addition to making it to the top, we have a special goal in mind once we get up there. Last year, Kendall proposed when he redescended the mountain, and this year our goal is to say our vows at the top of the mountain.
It's amazing. The strength that you guys have shown through this last 12 months is truly inspirational, seriously. Honestly, I've been following along the build process and everything, and I know how much work has gone into it. You mentioned the building the customer cars, which I didn't know about the whole time. So not only building your second race car, but still at work, pushing through it the whole time. So I know this is a nervous moment for you, waiting for Kendall to get to the top, but how are the nerves in your race car? How has it been for you acclimating as a first-time runner of the Pikes Peak Hill Climb?
Honestly, I've got to say I'm not nearly as nervous as I thought I'd be. I have done a lot of practice on our racing simulator to learn the mountain. I trust the car. I trust our building skills. So I believe that as long as I can maintain the car, and especially watching temperatures, as that's been our main challenge, I believe I can make it to the top.
That's awesome. And as we get above the tree line here, the course gets a bit more challenging. The big topic of the week was not a lot of practice in qualifying at the top of the mountain, but you mentioned the sim experience, and that's probably indispensable experience to have, especially coming into a week where the weather wasn't great. Not a lot of competitors got experience up there, so that probably gave you an upper hand as well.
Yeah, it definitely did. I only got 2 runs on the upper section, not because of the weather. We actually had the best weather of the week on the upper section on Tuesday, but because we had some issues with my car that made it a little unstable, so I only took a couple runs before I called it.
Between your 2 cars, tell me about the differences and similarities between them, because they're both, I believe they're both 2000 Subarus, right? So there might be probably some differences between the builds, or are they built to be as close to identical as they can?
They're very similar. They're both 2000 Subarus. The engine's still the base, same engine, 2.3D stroker, which is a 2.5 liter Subaru engine with a 2-liter Subaru crank in it.
Here it is, Kendall Samuel, 12 months. It's been a hard 12 months, but here he is coming to the top of the hill. This has got to be a proud moment, I'm sure.
Yeah, I'm very, very proud. I'm incredibly excited.
There it is, checkered flag, top of the mountain. Kendall Samuel gets there, and it is a 11:46.875. How's that stack up?
That was a little slower than last year's, but I know this year that's a more challenging car to drive. It's twin turboed, so you have twice the turbos to take care of. And it also tends to overheat a little quicker than our other car. It's also a mid-ratio gearbox, so coming out of the switchbacks is a real challenge for him.
Yeah, it looked very tidy, though, and the time on the board is the time on the board. And next, we've got one of our Pikes Peak Yokohama Trophy cars heading up, the GT4 Mustang, but you're coming up a bit later today. So now that Kendall's up there, now the mission is just to go get up there with them.
Yep, that's it.
Well, thanks again for joining us. It's been an incredible story to follow, and I know we'll all be rooting you on from down here and hoping to see you guys up at the top. And I'm sure Joey will be talking to both of you later today. So thanks so much for joining us. It's been an inspiring journey to follow.
Thank you.
Great stories here in the paddock at the Pikes Peak International Hill Climb. A lot closer to home than you might think some days, but 58 working his way up the hill. Philippe Marion in the 2017 Porsche 991 Cup. 2 years he's run the hill climb out of Paris, France, on the way to the top. And here at the bottom is the number 65. That will be making the ascension here shortly. That is Rodney O'Malley, brother to Earl, who we spoke with earlier. 14 years experience on the mountain as we watch the Mustang continue to climb the hill there. This is the Pikes Peak GT4 trophy by Yokohama. Christopher Becker is behind the wheel of this car at the moment. Nice looking gold and black livery on this relatively new Ford Mustang GT4 platform. It's been a big investment for Ford to bring these cars not only to the GT4 category, but also to GT3 in 2024. And Becker taking it to the top as part of this new championship with the Pikes Peak GT4 trophy by Yokohama, as Rodney O'Malley waits the green flag down here in that O'Malley Special Spec 8. Big open wheels, big wide slick tires on that car, and 14 years experience is what will sharpen his knife here as he gets ready to tackle the mountain. Mustang working its way through some of the switchbacks here. And Becker's first sector is a 154.987. So as far as where it stacks up with some of the other cars, about 4 seconds off of Rob Holland's speed in the first section. And Rob is currently third in class. Rodney O'Malley is getting the green, and there it goes, off and away. Bodywork shaking and shuffling as he ascends the mountain for the 14th time in that number 65. And then back to the number 58 Porsche that continues the trek up the side of Pikes Peak. And working his way up past the tree line now and into the thinner air. And it's just after a quarter after 1 here, so there's still a little ways to go as far as cars and different car categories we haven't seen go up just yet. Still a handful of those left in Unlimited and TA1 and the Pikes Peak Open category, including Cash Singh and a few others. Jeff Swartz, Satoshi Yagi as well in his Starlet. But waiting for the cars to reach the top of the mountain to see the cloud cover coming over. And again, as we discussed earlier, we probably don't expect it to change the conditions all that much unless we see a storm start to blow through. And waiting cars to come over that crest as they navigate the last few corners here of this 12.5-mile course. And there's Christopher Becker once again in the Mustang. Sector 2 is a 2:38.186 for Becker, and compared to Rob Holland, that's about 9 seconds down, so a bit more of a tentative run up the hill. But Chris Becker is in his 6th year running here at the Pikes Peak International Hill Climb. Home is Englewood, Colorado. And here comes the 58, last few corners for Philippe Marion. And across the stripe as it's a successful climb for the Frenchman, and to the top he will complete his run here on the mountain. See where the lap time lands him in just a moment's time as we get another glimpse of Rodney O'Malley on his trip up to that peak right there. And in between the runs, the silence of the mountain here. Christopher Becker has not yet gotten to sector number 3. And Philippe Marion's time, 11:23.094, puts him P7 in class in time attack, 130th overall for the number 58 Porsche. Expecting to see a car rounding this crest any moment. And still have a handful of, quite a few cars left to go here. And I mentioned Cash Singh. I've got Rick Lind, who we talked with earlier. Jack Penley, who we spoke with his crew member earlier. Bruce Giuani with the Quarkus crew. And here comes Chris Becker on the braking zone here into the tighter hairpins towards the top of the mountain, turning in with that Mustang platform, throttling up. Making great sounds on the way. Chris Becker's 3rd sector, 3:15.089. There's about another 9 or 10 seconds off of Rob Holland's pace, so not necessarily on pace to knock Rob Holland off that podium step in class. Rodney O'Malley, 1st sector, a 1:47.908. That is a quick sector time. And if he were to hang on to that, it would put him in the conversation of top 10 overall, I believe, if he could just do that each sector from here on out. We mentioned Rodney's experience here. We talked with Brother Earl, who doesn't have quite as much experience on the mountain and will run a little bit later today. But carving the canyons here on the side of the mountain, using every inch of the road there on driver's left in this O'Malley special. There's Becker once again in one of the most spectacular sections of the course. Big drop-offs to the right side. Visibility starts to get challenging as you come over blind crests at high speed. This GT4 platform, the benefits to it we've spoken about already today, but a relatively, well, brand new category for this season, allowing drivers to enter GT4 cars from all sorts of series across the world. And at the moment, at the top of the mountain, Kendall Samuel, who just got to the top successfully, he is standing by with Joey Atterbury.
Standing by with Kendall Samuel here, another driver of a Subaru, the second time to make it to the top here. How does it feel?
Feels really good. This year was far more meaningful, I think, than last year. You know, we were kind of here for fun and to see it. This year, we need to get 2 cars to the top so we can elope. But it was a tough one, and I think a tip for any competitors at the bottom, including Mary, cars are running hot, and I wasn't the only one. That was like, you know, 8 tenths at the bottom and almost at Glen Cove, screaming hot engine temps and managing 6 tenths for basically the whole middle section, and then the upper section, I was able to get back on it again. But it was a tough one, and we replaced 2 motors in this car in the last 24 hours, which made it even more scary, knowing that, you know, I really don't want to do it again. Our luck streak was pretty low, so hopefully we're on the uptick now.
Now, we are still waiting for Mary to make it up to the top, but you are both in similar platform Subarus. What kind of makes you love that GC8?
I bought this car specifically in college and came to this race and just, I don't know, I dove into the Subaru platform and always wanted to run one here. And when we got accepted last year, I fixed the new car up to be the successor to this just because it was bigger, better cage. And I ran it, and it was awesome. And then we had the idea to let's both try it. So we had to redo this one to be up to spec. And they're just a unique car. They have their struggles, clearly, with, you know, the engine issues we went through. But, you know, it's a labor of love, and it makes it that much more special when we get up here.
Congrats on making it to the top, Kendall.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, great story that we had Mary tell us about a little while ago, and she'll be getting in her car here shortly. I believe this car is Rob Daum's machine, this 1993 RX-7. And joining me now to my left is Mr. Clint Vaschholz, who this name is synonymous with the Pikes Peak International Hill Climb. And first of all, welcome and thank you for joining us here. It's a pleasure to have you alongside. Cody ran up earlier today, had some issues. Wasn't the year that he was hoping for, but you've got 24 division records and a whole other list of accolades that runs down a whole page. This is a very important race to you and your family.
Yeah, very much so. I feel bad for the team. And Cody, they prep real hard. It's not a normal thing for Vaschholz Racing to have DNFs. Yeah, the mountain's been good to us, and you know, everybody knows that the mountain is king.
This year in particular, it seems like it has been wreaking havoc on people's cars and mechanical issues and things. It seems like the challenge is really up this year. In your experience, you've been here so many times, and you've seen cradle to grave the gamut that this can run as far as challenges. Where does this year seem to rank as far as competitors making it to the top? As we look at the timing screen, there's a whole bunch of drivers that didn't quite make it up there today.
Yeah, for sure. So a few things. You practice in the morning when it's, you know, cold and the road's much different. We had a couple days that had some, you know, inclement weather, so that played a factor, and it was fairly cool all week in practice when we could, and even the pre-testing that some teams have done. And then you just get a really hot day like today, and you know, these cars aren't like a 24-hour car. You know, they're not built that way. They're built to sustain, you know, 12 minutes or less. And so with that being said, you can't take some away from like an endurance car. And when you get a hot day like today, it does play havoc on some.
Watching now Rob Daum in that 1993 Mazda RX-7, 3 rotors under the hood of that car. Extensive work done to the underbody of it, flat floor and sequential transmission. And it's not the craziest build that's ever taken to the mountain, Clint, but there's certainly a lot of effort that's been put into this car over the years. This is Rob's first time up the mountain, There's 20 rookies in the field. He is one of them. You've got lots of experience. What do the rookies have to know about this mountain to make it up to the top successfully?
Well, I'm interested in this car because it's unique to itself. So I'm curious to see how he does. You know, I wish him the best, but rookie thing, the only thing I can say to him is it's very important to, you know, take your time, get up to the top so you got a result. Because if you go home without a result, that's usually a tough day. It is for a veteran also, but it's I think it'd be tougher as a rookie.
Yeah, we spoke with him a bit earlier, not that long ago, about half an hour ago, and he said his mission was just to get to the top, set a benchmark, and come back. And he told us that, you know, he didn't want to come to Pikes Peak. He's always wanted to do this, but he didn't want to come to Pikes Peak until he could do it properly. And he referenced the, you know, the tech process and keeping the car safe, and that's a huge part of it. As we watch Rodney O'Malley come up to the top, it looks like he's going to make it this time in the 65. This open wheel category car. Pretty good first couple sectors. We'll see what he does here, Clint.
Yeah, let's go, Rodney. Let's get her done. Woo. Nice job, buddy.
Big wiggle across the line.
He'll remember that.
11th place and second in open wheel, 10:15.446 for Rodney O'Malley. That's a pretty solid time.
Very solid.
Scott Crouch next up in that Subaru, working his way up. We spoke with him earlier as well. Had co-driven with Tanner Faust at one time and competed in X Games Rally, has plenty of experience. But this is, you know, this is his 14th year on the mountain, so he's also been here a number of times. And it's just interesting to me. We've got one driver that's got 14 years of experience, the driver following him, brand new to this. I think that's so special in an event like this.
Yeah, that's what's really cool about Pikes Peak is, and then you qualify different days than the other two groupings. So you may have a little bit different road, but that's the beauty of Pikes Peak. You just have so many different variables. It's not a circuit track where you got 9 corners to remember or something like that. You've got 156 turns and a lot of elevation. Your body goes through a lot because you know, you're lacking oxygen and such.
Well, as we continue to watch for the next drivers coming up the mountain, and we've, of course, got Rob Dahm making his way up at the top of the mountain as part of that Pikes Peak GT4 trophy. It's Chris Becker in that GT4 Mustang, and Joey's got him.
Summit with Chris Becker in virtually a brand new Ford Mustang GT4. How did it perform?
You know, it's an amazing car. I got 2 days of testing at High Plains, and this car ran almost record times. I missed practice up here because I was at one of my son's races, so I wasn't able to extract the performance that it should have done out of it, just because I didn't get enough practice. But it's the perfect car for GT4. It's going to do great, and it was just a ball for Ford to give this to me, even though it was at the last minute. But you know, I'll take it. It was a ball.
We've had a lot of the drivers complaining about lack of grip coming up the mountain. Is it a similar story for you?
Oh, first few corners I pushed off and I didn't think it was going to catch, and I was just going off into the dirt, and I was like, I just blew this, but it wouldn't turn because it was so slick. So I just, by the grace of God, I made those few corners, and I'm sure it cost me a ton of time to having to lift and reset, and but you know, we made it. So that was my goal.
Awesome to see you up here at the top, Chris.
Yeah, you betcha. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, great run there by Chris Becker as we continue to watch Rob Dahm navigate the mountain, 156 corners, and not a single one of them is alike, really. They've all got their own unique characteristics. And for Rob, again, this is that 3-rotor power, rotary, bringing it to the top. He said that was really his goal, is just to get that power plant to the top of the mountain for the first time in a long time. So I think that'd be really cool to see him succeed with.
Yeah, for sure. That's a complex engine, and you know, I'm sure he's going to get up there. He's looking good so far. You know, I get back to Chris with the road being slick. That was something that I did tell Cody early on. I said, you know, I think with these temps we're going to see some slower times down low, and then when we get to the middle and the top that we usually don't get on race day because it never does warm up top enough, and those times seem to be better than the practice times. So, yeah, get through the bottom and remaining.
Yeah, certainly. So slick racetrack is certainly proving to be a challenge. And this is Dan Oberg in the 2018 Volkswagen Polo RX as he is off and away. We've seen him here in the past a number of times running in the Pikes Peak Open category. And I believe this is, as far as his experience on the mountain, what is he on my list? I don't even know if I thought he was in Pikes Peak Open, but maybe not. Either way, he is out of Grums, Sweden. So he's a Swede heading up the hill right now in that Volkswagen. And up after him, we're going to have Paul Hubers, Earl O'Malley, Ben Ryan, Cash Singh, Rick Lind, and a couple of more. We're on the last page of competitors, though, so we're getting closer and closer to the end of this as the afternoon wears on. And Clint, we've seen a lot of successes today with those up towards the top of the order, despite some big challenges. And this next car is the number 41. This is another one of those Acura Integras that we've got. That's Paul Hubers that is on board out of Marysville, Ohio, representing Canada. And this is his third attempt at climbing the mountain.
Yeah, so Scott's going to finish here. That's going to be good.
Let's see what Scott Crouch can do. Decent couple of sectors.
Nice.
And across the stripe finishes his climb up to the top of Pikes Peak.
So,
and where'd he disappear to? All the way up to 21st overall, fourth in time attack, 10:46, 1:33.
So I don't know if you know, but I'm going to be the Parade of Champions driver this year. So Winslow BMW i5 M60 all electric. It's I had a chance to run it a little bit earlier on. It's going to be a neat car to drive up here.
Yeah, that's got to be a special thing as well. I mean, after being here for so many years and finding so much success, but to cap it all off with leading the parade back down the mountain, that's got to be a big moment as well, right?
Yeah, I think it's going to be fun. You get to see all the people that had fun today.
Yeah, I think everyone up there is usually in pretty good spirits. They've managed to get all the way to the top. There's been some disappointment up there, though, because some drivers got to the top despite some mechanical problems they had had. And Rob Dahm continues. He's up past the top of the trees here. The brush is disappearing, so this is looking like a pretty solid run here for a first-timer.
Yeah, for sure. He's going to have a pretty good time, I think. It's looking good so far.
He's also spent some time, I mentioned the four-rotor earlier, his other project car. Spent some time at Grid Life events, even here at Pikes Peak International Raceway, just down the road, testing and tuning that car. And it was one of those cars that I just was like, that thing is ridiculous. It's like it lit the afterburners every time he got back on throttle. Makes an incredible noise. But he is a builder, a tinkerer. He really is interested in cars and racing and motorsport. And I think his appreciation for it is what led him here to this particular build. With the history that rotaries have had on the mountain, I think he'd like to add to it.
Well, when you're a do-it-yourselfer, to conquer Pikes Peak is a real neat thing. It just gives you that good gut feeling that you pretty much, that's what we do at Voschultz Racing. We build and do our own thing, and it's just such a good feeling.
Well, Dan Oberg continues to climb. Clint, I want to thank you so much for joining me here today. It's been a pleasure. Look forward to seeing you come down the mountain, leading everybody on the parade. It's obviously been a really fun year to be back here, so thanks so much for joining us, and we'll see you later.
Yep, thank you for being here. This is very good for Pikes Peak Hill Climb. Thank you.
And up at the top, Joey is standing by with another interview at the summit.
Here with Philippe Marion and his Porsche. You've made it to 14,115 feet at the top of Pikes Peak. How does it feel?
So terrific, second time. And I'm so happy. A nice team with Romain Dumas and all the guys. It was really fantastic. With a nice weather, top condition, and a really good sensation.
Now, this Porsche is one of these cup cars. How did it handle going up the mountain for you?
At the beginning, it was okay, because it's like a race in the circuit. How do you say circuit? You know circuit?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Comment on dit circuit? Like a track. I have the back office there. Like a track. But after I jump every time, it was crazy. At the end, it was really crazy, because it jumped like this at the higher level. So it's not made for.
Have you experienced anything else, any other track that's even remotely like Pikes Peak?
No, never. It's why I come back.
Well, thank you for coming and racing here, and look forward to you in the future years.
Thank you so much, and thank you to Victoire, my daughter who is there, and all the team, and my friend Jerome. Thank you to all, and all the team. It was very good.
A great run there for Philippe Marion as he successfully completed the trip to 14,115 feet. Rob Dahm continues his ascent, and he's through 3 of the 4 sectors at the moment. A 157.4, 238.0, and a 313.0 are his sector times at the moment. And there goes Paul Hubers by the camera there, again out of Marysville, Ohio, representing Canada in that Acura Integra as he begins his climb under the start gantry and towards the top of the mountain. Down to the last dozen and a half or so competitors here, with a handful of names yet to come that we've been looking forward to for a long time. A couple of cars that we've been looking forward to, especially that Quarkus P3 Pikes Peak that we'll see with Bruce Giuani driving that a bit later towards the very tail end of the competition here today. Been blessed with great weather here this afternoon. Again, thanks for everyone for sticking with us, whether you're watching from right here in front of us around North America or the world. It's been a pleasure. We've still got plenty left for you to watch as the rest of the field continues the climb up to the mountain. Dan Oberg, this is his second year competing in the Pikes Peak Hill Climb, but here's Rob Dahm in his first year in that number 146, the RX-7 in its inaugural attempt. And his inaugural attempt, Rob Dahm, is going to make it to the last corner here at the Pikes Peak International Hill Climb, and Rob Dahm has done it. He has finished the Pikes Peak International Hill Climb in the air across the finish. Job well done there for Rob Dahm, and that lap time is, or that time is going to put him at an 11:04.797. 11:04.797 for Rob Dahm. Very, very well done. Up at the top, though, as Oberg goes for a slide, it is Rodney O'Malley up there with Joey at the peak there.
Standing here with Rodney O'Malley, who's made it up to the top of Pikes Peak. 14 years you've been coming here and racing. That's an impressive feat.
Yeah, it's a blast. I love it every single year going and come out here, being able to summit. Unfortunately, my career is probably about 50-50 summit versus not summiting. So I'll take it any day to be up here.
Talk to us a little bit about this car. You're in the open wheel class, and this is a pretty hot rod machine.
Yeah, so this is custom built chassis me and my brother built. This is a Nissan 350Z motor with twin turbos, about 750 horsepower. Love it. Handles great. Took the bumps actually really well. Didn't have any actual practice up here. So we made some suspension changes, but it actually took the bumps really well, which was surprising since I hadn't practiced up here.
Well, congrats on making it all the way up here, Rodney.
Yeah, thank you.
Job well done there for Rodney O'Malley, completing his quest to get to the top of the mountain. Well done there for him and all the others that have joined him at the crest, at the peak, 14,115 feet. So we just mentioned Rob Dahm had gone to the top in 11:04 was his first ever time. I'm sure one of the times he was mentioning that he would have liked to have beaten was probably that 11-minute mark. So I'm sure he'll come back again next year and try to eclipse that. But for a first run, very clean, very tidy, and he made it there, in fact. And there has been some trouble. I believe that is Dan Oberg. I think he's a little on the slow side there. And is there damage to that car? It appears it is not going at the velocity that you would anticipate it to be. And, yeah, there is something quite amiss with that car. And it looks like he might have a flat tire as well. But, yeah, right rear is down on that car, so it's going to make this ascent a little bit more challenging. Ooh, that is not looking fun. Dragging the frame here. And, oh, big slide there at the exit of one of the corners. So this was a bit of a challenging car. Ooh, boy, big slide. Yeah, so it was just fighting him all the way up, and maybe just, well, let's see, he's come to a stop there, unfortunately. And Oberg is out of the car. So while Oberg will not get there, Rob Dahm did in 11:04 in his inaugural attempt. He's up there with Joey Atterbury.
Hey, Clark, we do not.
Well, as we wait for the Rob Dahm here, and let's try it again. Rob Dahm up there with Joey Atterbury at the top of the hill.
RX-7, your first year here. Tell us about the emotion.
It's some of you guys are going to have to fact check me, but I think that 11:04 makes me the fastest RX-7 up the mountain. So as a rookie, you know, the goal is make it up the mountain, and I did, the car did. We leaked a little coolant at the last second, though, but she stayed cold enough to make it happen.
Talk to me about this RX-7. I know you know the chassis inside and out. What's this one like to drive?
Well, it depends. If you ask the safety team for Pikes Peak,
they're going to shake their heads. But this thing is fun. It's visceral. It's rowdy. And you'll see on one of the turns, I almost dumped it. But, you know, everybody's saying greasy tires, greasy tires. That was a negative for this, but it was a positive for enjoying the drive.
It's awesome to see you out here at Pikes Peak, and we look forward to seeing you in the years to come.
So excited, guys.
Wow, absolutely stoked up there is Rob Dahman. I was trying to quickly fact check that. I wasn't able to get it quickly. I'm sure someone will feed me that shortly. But what an unbelievable drive there. And just to see his excitement, I think that's what this is all about, celebrating the successes on an event just like this to break a record that was set by a prior Mazda RX-7. With a rotary engine. Now, it's not the fastest rotary car on the mountain. That was a Mazda 3, I believe, but not a RX-7 that Rob was talking about. So, unbelievable drive, and very excited to see that he is excited as we wait for the next group of cars to begin their ascent up Pikes Peak. Been an exciting afternoon. Lots of dramas here today as well to continue to make things kind of a wild goose chase at times as far as picking up where people are running. But Dan Oberg is not going to complete his run, unfortunately. Hood is up, and that's probably going to have us in a red flag scenario for the moment while that safety truck is out there clearing out that car from the side of the road. Yeah, the flat tire could have been from a number of things. It was sliding around quite a bit. He could have dropped it off the side of the road or, just slid too much and dropped it onto the rim. But while we're under red flag, I think we're going to take a moment and we'll step away to break before we're back with more action from the Broadmoor Pikes Peak International Hill Climb, brought to you by Gran Turismo.
There is no formula for passion. No way to simulate the blood, sweat, and tears of sacrifice. There's no measurement for the highs of victory or the lows of defeat. So we prove it in the real world. From pavement to peak to podium. We prove it for the driven.
Don't miss the Downtown Summerfest, a dynamic kickoff event presented in Olympic City, USA by Colorado Springs Sports Corporation and the U.S. Olympic and Paralympic Museum. Join us on July 27th for a day filled with excitement, showcasing our city's Olympic spirit, featuring sports and cultural demonstrations, live music, and over 40 partners and vendors. Catch the action on the big screen in the Museum Plaza and rally behind Team USA. Downtown Summerfest, July 27th in the heart of Olympic City, USA.
And back live from the mountain, Pikes Peak here in Colorado for the 102nd running of the Broadmoor Pikes Peak International Hill Climb, brought to you by Gran Turismo. And a bit of a red flag scenario here while Dan Oberg gets his Volkswagen Polo cleared off of the side of the course. A couple of issues prompting that car to stop trackside. We are down to the last handful of cars to run here, the next dozen or so. But we've had a number of successful summits, including Scott Crouch in his Subaru. He's up at the top with Joey.
Here with Scott Crouch, another one of the Subaru drivers, albeit one of the more experienced Subaru drivers. 14 years you've been coming here to Pike Peak. How was it?
It was awesome. We had kind of a long week. We blew a motor Thursday in practice, and the guys, and thanks to my crew, they did an awesome job, and the car ran great today with the heat and everything. We put a new motor in it, got back up here in time to run on Friday, got some good runs in, so I felt really confident coming in today to make a good run, and we did. I knocked 10 seconds off my personal best, and that was the goal. So no complaints, really happy.
What do you find so exciting about this Subaru chassis? There's a lot of Subarus that compete out here, but what is the main draw for you?
historically, that's how I got into motorsports, was rally racing as a co-driver in a Subaru, an 02 WRX. And I still rally a 02 WRX and spend a lot of time in that car. And I'm comfortable with the setup and the chassis, and all-wheel drive is perfect for rally, obviously. So.
Well, it's awesome. We look forward to seeing you up here every single year, and congrats on this year.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Scott Crouch, a successful summit of Pikes Peak and a 10-second personal best. Can't ask for a whole lot more than that. Job well done here. As that Polo is up on the flatbed here, so it shouldn't be too long before we're back underway. And next up, it will be Earl O'Malley in his 2015 O'Malley Special Spec 4. And then we'll be expecting Ben Ryan, Cash Singh, Rick Lind, Ryan Cheek, who we spoke with earlier, and a handful more before we begin to wrap up the day here on the side of Pikes Peak. So, been a really fun day. We've seen some very impressive times considering the challenges that the drivers have faced. A slick surface, a hot day as far as the Pikes Peak hill climb is concerned. But in this 102nd running, there has been plenty to tell stories about for generations to come, as there has been in previous years. But the story that I think still tops the leaderboard there is Romain Dumas, 8:53, 5:53, and had to stop in Sector 1, do a complete reset of the vehicle, and still landed up on top. So who knows what that would have done without an 18 or 20-second hold down there in the first of the 4 sectors here on the climb up to the top. Quick rundown of your class order. Pikes Peak Open is, of course, the aforementioned Romain Dumas, Jimmy Ford, and next is Ethan Hunter in that Camaro stock car down in 22nd overall. In the unlimited category, it's Christian Murley, Don Wickstrom, and Duncan Cowper, who are top 3 there. Then in exhibition, it's Danny Sordo and Randy Popst that top the order. And then open wheel, Cole Powelson, Rodney O'Malley, and Yuri Kuznetsov, who are topping in that class. The Pikes Peak Trophy, powered by Yokohama class, that's Laura Hayes and Nuno Kitano, and then, of course, Rob Holland, P3 in that class. So all exciting things as we get set to resume the action here in just a moment's time. And the day is getting a little bit later, just closing in on 2 p.m. local time after a 7:30 a.m. start. Again, the silence as we wait for the track to clear. So of the cars that we have remaining, there is a handful of very exciting vehicles that we haven't really gotten a great chance to see yet, including the Quarkus P3 Pikes Peak. We should be talking with Bruce Giuani here shortly in the number 26, but all very exciting. Got a great chat with him the other day talking about that car, and we'll chat with him shortly about what that car is all about as we get set here in a couple of moments. So joining us now up here in the booth is going to be Bruce Giuani, who I spoke with yesterday in the paddock. And Bruce, thanks for joining us up here. It's been an interesting day, a lot of red flags and things of the sort. So, you know, the challenge has been pretty fierce this year. We spoke yesterday about this Quarkus Pikes Peak car. First of all, welcome.
Thank you.
Tell us a little bit about this car that you're going to drive later today.
Well, the car is very new. That's the least we can say, because we decided to take part into Pikes Peak 2024 about 5 months ago, which was completely crazy. But there was such a big group of people around helping that we managed to bring the car here. And we're there about to start, which is amazing, which is already a challenge on itself that we've managed to tick.
So this car, in normal form, it's a hybrid. It's got both an internal combustion engine and a hybrid electric motor. It weighs about 710 kilos, give or take, in this form that you've got. But that electric motor is inoperative here this weekend, so a little extra challenge added to your
Yeah, the entire week has been a challenge, really. We had very little running at the beginning of the week. The engine didn't really work well, and we had problems to combine the electric engine with the combustion engine, and therefore we had very little running. We only managed to bring the car slowly up into Sector 3 the first day, just to be able to qualify. Day 2 was full of challenges as well, because we had troubles in Sector 1. And we only managed to get the car running properly. So basically during the week we built up into making the car work, and Sector 2 was the only place that we could test the car, and we had 3 runs up the hill which worked. So the car is 710 kilos, but this version is actually a little bit more heavy than the version that will be the final version for the road. The idea of the car is just to be super light. The car for the road will be around 640 kilos. It will have the internal combustion engine, which will be running around 280 horsepower, and on top of these 50 horsepower with the electric engine, which gives overall an output of 330 horsepower. With a weight of 650, it's going to be pretty fun. Unfortunately, as you said, the electric engine isn't working this time, and we are only running on the internal combustion engine, which is going to be poor power at the top. So it's an extra challenge, but we're already here, which we wanted to achieve. Our target is to reach the top of the mountain. We have absolutely no targets in terms of time. We are here to learn and hopefully to come back next year.
That's very, very exciting. Of course, with that power struggle potentially towards the top, I think you're very well suited to handle it. You've got quite an illustrious racing career as well, including racing at Le Mans and F3. What else have you done in the past to prep yourself for this moment today?
Nothing. No, the only thing I've done basically it's just learning about the track from videos and also doing some simulators. I'm running a simulator business back in Europe, and it's very handy because you can learn at least where it goes left or right. Turns out that when you come here, it's a totally different story. The level of confidence drops because it's not as easy as on the sim. If you fall, you fall. On the sim, you can crash, it doesn't matter. And basically learning from the team. We are with RD Limited, which is Romain Dumas' team. They have a lot of experience, and they're just helping me for the approach to stay calm, basically, and take it step by step.
So this is, just like we spoke with Catherine Legg earlier today. She's done so many things in racing, so have you, but both of you are rookies in this context. Where does this stack up as far as learning the environment, learning the course? How challenging is it in reference to the other things that you've done in your motorsport career?
Yeah, I think if you come from a rally background, I think it's fairly easy because you've got a routine of learning tracks, learning roads basically, and you have a way of taking notes, which coming from racetracks we haven't got. So I just went up and tried to remember as much as possible without taking notes. I don't have reference points, just learning the track as much as I can with the poor experience about that. And the thing is, you asked what we did before. When I said we haven't done anything, we actually didn't drive or run the car before coming here. So it's basically the first time I'm going to drive the car with slick tires on. So that's a bit of a challenge. And yeah, learning is just going up and down for me, and hopefully I'm going to have a full run this afternoon, which would be amazing. We had a beautiful weather, and I'm really looking forward.
What's your confidence level behind the wheel of this car without a whole lot of testing here at this course? First time on the mountain, of course, testing up at the top where there was some weather and things that made it challenging. So how confident are you to take on this challenge and push, or is it, again, as you said, it's just about setting a benchmark for next year?
Yeah, the thing is, coming with a racing background, you are never there to play cards. You're there to push. So obviously, when I'm inside of the car, I'm going to be tempted and I'm going to push. I know that. The only thing is that I have absolutely no feedback about the car. I don't know the aero balance. I've never braked hard in the car, so I don't know where I'm going to brake. I don't know how the car is going to react. In the high-speed corners, yeah, again, no idea of the aero balance. So I have to learn as I am going. So I don't put too much pressure on myself, just because we're here to finish. And if I have a good feel in the car, I'll be pushing all the way up, that's for sure. And I'll be careful on the bumps on the Sector 3 because I've seen some cars actually jumping up in the air. So I'll be cautious there. But everywhere else, if the car balance is okay, for sure I'll be pushing.
One of the things you shared with me yesterday about the design of this car is that the whole front end is dedicated to the aerodynamics, and all of the components for the engine, including all of the cooling, is to the side and to the rear of the car. So the entire front end is all functional aero.
Yeah, exactly. The concept of the car is that it's just to reduce the weight as much as possible, and the idea of the concept of Damien Alfano, who's the team owner and the CEO of Quarkus, was to bring anything which is to reduce the weight to the maximum. So obviously, if at the front of the car you've got some cooling system, some radiators and some tubes and some liquid that is going to the front of the car, that's more weight. So everything is at the back of the car. We still manage to get a good balance overall of the weight distribution, even though there is more at the back. But yeah, everything is in the back of the car, and the front is an entire wing. So we've got sort of a double wing, one on top of the bonnet, and we've got a massive front splitter. So the level of downforce of the car is very interesting, and for such a little weight as well, the car is super nimble, super fast in changing directions, so that's going to be fun.
Are there any tools at your disposal inside the car? Are there any knobs to turn, traction control, ABS, anything like that, or is it just dead simple?
Now, it's more than that simple. It's there's absolutely nothing. In fact, I've got a gear stick.
Yep.
I don't have a shifter yet, so I have to come off the throttle every time I want to shift up. And I've got a clutch which is here to help the downshift. So I've had a lot of work because there's no help, no electronics, absolutely nothing in the car at this stage. But again, in 4 months' time, that's what we wanted to achieve to make the car reliable. In the future, there's a lot of stuff that is gonna come on the car. One interesting feature is that in the car, you'll have a sort of little dash that you can add on top, which is going to change the car setting and bring the car down to track mode. So you can drive this car on the road, and when you're going to put track mode on the car with a little device, the car is going to jump down 6 centimeters, going to change the cambers on the car. All of that is going to be done through hydraulics. And yeah, I don't have any of this here at the moment. Yep. I've got everything in manual, which is good, but yeah.
Yeah, so the idea is to have an active suspension of some kind to drop into a lower mode, but currently it's all static. It's just the ride height is the ride height, right?
Absolutely. It's all static, no hydraulics. Obviously, you can set up everything, which we haven't had time to do.
Right.
But at the moment, it's that simple, classic.
Yeah. And speaking of setup, some of the drivers that have spoken to me about they've purchased, Porsche 991 Cup cars and cars that are just race cars from around the world, even the GT4 category that is new for this year. They're taking the race car, and all they're doing is changing the setup, right? So how much setup control do you have over it as far as ride height and wing angle and things like that? Is it a pretty open box? You can turn a lot of knobs before you get on the course, or is it fairly restricted in what's possible there?
No, suspension-wise, you can do anything. We've got dampers from a French company called Motion, which are doing dampers for lots of kind of vehicles, but obviously race cars. So you can tune the car, rebound, bump, high speed, low speed. That's normal. You can do the ride heights of the car, change roll bars, anti-roll bars at the front and at the back. This is pretty much standard for any kind of racing car. So you can play a lot with that, like what you would do on a single-seater, basically. But as for downforce, no, everything is fixed. The rear downforce is what it is. The front is what you've got, and you can't play with that. So we just threw some dices and see where we're going to see this afternoon where we're at.
As we take a look up the side of the mountain there, I think it was the Volkswagen Polo that went off that had some fluid trailing from it. So conditions are going to be a little variable until that gets all kind of dispersed. Is that going to add an additional challenge potentially? I mean, the crew's going to do the best they can to clean that up, but certainly something to keep an eye on.
Yeah, absolutely. Actually, it would be fantastic if we could zoom out so I can see where it is. Because I haven't got a clue yet, but I'll see. I'll figure that a little bit later on. Yeah, I mean, I think it's full of challenges anyways, and it's amazing coming here on the first year. The level of emotion that's going up, not only because it's a difficult course, it's just because there's so many stories of so many people. I was listening to Mary before, which gives us goosebumps, and I think everybody that comes to Pikes Peak here is spending a week which is really like enriching. You're going through so many stages of, okay, there's difficult weather, there's also difficulties on the technical side of things, but in the end you're spending an amazing week with amazing people, and if we manage to make it to the top, I think it's going to be a lot of emotion.
The topic of discussion with a lot of the drivers I've had today has been, the grassroots club racing feel alongside drivers that have international experience racing in the world's biggest events, and they're all going to the top, on the same day, and they're all going to celebrate together on the trip back down. So that's special also, I think, in motorsport. As you very well know, the trek to get to the top levels is very challenging, but to compete alongside these professionals at an event like this, I think, is a very powerful thing for motorsport globally.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's funny because not like on a normal racetrack where you're in a small paddock and you see everybody during the week, you kind of know everybody. Here, the paddock grows suddenly on the Sunday because during the week you've got groups, you've got a little group of people, so you're getting to know people there. But I'm sure, touching wood, that's carbon fiber, but I hope I will be able to celebrate up there with everybody, and you become part of a group of people that's been through a week full of emotion. So yeah, I'm looking forward to that. I think I hope I will be I'll be very grateful if this happens.
As far as the list of challenges that you've competed in your career, where does this stack up as far as, you know, you talk about Le Mans and things like that? Totally different kind of event, you know, endurance racing and that sort of thing. Where does this stack up on the challenge level?
I'll tell you after. No, it's pretty high because the weather condition on the mountain can change just like in a second. So just that is one effect that you have to deal with, and then I mean, there are challenges which are different. I was super lucky in my career to race in Le Mans, to race in the 24 Hours of Nürburgring, which is very different as well. And it's fantastic to be able to touch the difficulties in all these different kind of races. But I'd say it's pretty high as a challenge here.
Could we expect to see you back here again next year or maybe the year after? Is this going to be a continued trek to keep continuing to evolve on this car and beat the time that you set the prior year?
Yeah, I think we would be back in 2025. I think when we were prepping the car, we realized halfway through that we were going to be very short in time. And testing, we tried to test the car before we came here. We didn't manage to do that. And we thought, okay, we have to go back. And we already know that we'll be back in 2025 with a car that will be a bit more competitive. And if I can come back again for the next 10 years, I'm in.
Well, I think that's, you know, we look at the experience of the drivers that we have here. There's, you know, the most experienced 20 years, the least experienced is the 20 rookies that we have, yourself included. So it's a pretty spectacular list of drivers. And Bruce, I want to wish you the best of luck today.
Thank you so much.
In your climb up the mountain. It's going to be a blast. And for those that haven't seen the car yet, it's a really neat car to watch. So the Quercus Pikes Peak, we'll see a little bit later. Thanks so much, Bruce. As we continue the coverage of the Broadmoor Pikes Peak International Hill Climb, brought to you by Gran Turismo. Still in a hold for track cleanup after a bit of an oil spill. Those marmots are still finding their ways in and around all the rocks up towards the top. They stayed off the road, thankfully. But it's about to get busy again here in a few minutes. So you better find your little hidey hole up there and get back out of the way. But just after 2 p.m. here local time, we've got about 46 drivers that have made at least an attempt. Paul Hubers was the last one to get a green, but I think he is going to have to, well, I think the next one that was on the line there was Earl O'Malley. So we'll see where things pan out after this cleanup. And then again, expecting Ben Ryan, Cash Singh, Rick Lind, Ryan Sheik, Jack Penley, Chris Dubois, and then Mary Barker, who we talked about earlier, and her amazing story of recovery from cancer in the last 12 months after their attempt last year. And then Toshiyagi and a handful of others are making their way up the mountain, including one of our Pikes Peak Open drivers. That'll be David Hackle, and David's going to join me now here in the booth. David, welcome. This has been an interesting day so far. You hail out of Colorado, and you're running a 1983 Audi Quattro. They are cool cars, man. I've been taking a look at some of them around the paddock, the Audi 4000 that we saw run earlier. First of all, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for having me up here.
It's been an exciting day, and certainly, you know, this dragged on a little bit just because of the cleanup that we have going on right now. We're anticipating getting on track very shortly. Of course, as we work our way through this afternoon, what's your experience been like here this week? It's been chaotic for some, and others have been a lot more relaxed based on their experience. Where are you on that scale?
So I would think for this week, it's been unique. In the last, I've been here, this is my 11th year, so thinking back to rookie years, what the rookies have had to go to, the extent that they've had to go to get here, to get up the mountain, to make those passes, those lead follow laps in weather that normally we wouldn't have for a practice week. I think it's important to note that there's so many steps of course management at Pikes Peak. One is the win just to get here. The second is the win to make it through practice, qualifying. And then the third win of all is just to make it to the top that first year.
This is your 11th year, as you said. You're running this 1983 Audi Quattro. Tell me a bit about your car, how much is done to it to make it go fast here on the mountain, because it's one of the older cars here. There's a huge variety of kinds of cars, and I think there's a lot of fans at home that will look at that car and be like, that's the one I like.
We get a lot of comments about this car. So a little history on this car. When I grew up in Chicago, that was my daily driver that was a rust bucket, and moved to Colorado in 2007. Pikes Peak was in our backyard. We said, we absolutely want to get this done. We want to be a part of this. So 2,000 hours on the car, 200 hours on the cage, built to 2012 WRC standards for safety, oversized cage. And we made it. We got accepted. And so that was the start of this saga.
What are your goals when you come to Pikes Peak? Is it just improving on your prior time? Is it a division record? Where is your focus each time that you come here?
One is to get smiles out of fans. One is to get smiles out of the workers, the volunteers, the people that remember Michelle Mouton and Walter Rural and the Unser family here back in the 80s. So it's a torch that, growing up in an Audi Porsche family in Chicago, it's a torch that you carry because there's a lot of weight behind it. And so the goals are really to finish, but to be better than I was the year before. So we're running around on a 41-year-old chassis with old technology. Yes, it looks nice sometimes. And you have to make progressive upgrades. We just can't throw dollars and technology at it without understanding what the repercussions are of what we're changing year to year.
So, you mentioned it's a 40-year-old chassis. From my experience in the time attack world, you can kind of make an old chassis drive better, but you can't take the old out of it. It still has, quirks and features, as I guess Doug DeMuro would say, about, the twists in the chassis and things that might not be the way that you design a car now. So what are some of the challenges that you've had to overcome in building this car, or are they just, some of them are unavoidable, just inherent characteristics of a 40-year-old car?
Yeah, you've got the steel factor. It's not a tube-frame car. You've got the suspension itself is set in place. You can't really do that much with what you have. Now there's aftermarket tuners out there around the world that build things that make it go faster, make it handle better. And so you use the best of the breed out there on the planet. And since everybody seems to know this car, we get a lot of people coming to us and saying, hey, can we help you with this? Can we help you with that? I think more importantly is if we wanted to do something spectacular and just go bonkers with it, I think that could be a couple of years down the road. We had Aero this year, and as some may or may not know, I had a first off ever in 11 years, coming in much hotter than I've ever come in before at Picnic. Took the left-hand turn, and then couldn't get over right fast enough because we were 14 miles an hour faster in that first qualifying run. So when I had rookies that I was talking to this year and helping out get through this process, don't listen to me. Like this is like. We went through that, and then the guys did a fantastic job, Troy and Dave, rebuilding that car. We had parts overnighted from Texas. Just threw the thing back together in such a way, and it got a better alignment score than it ever has in 41 years after we hit it 80 miles an hour into the concrete ditch. So that being said, don't do that, but it's never been aligned better.
Yeah, do as I say, not as I do,
right.
Perhaps.
Exactly.
Yeah, but I think that's, earlier we were watching Jeremy Lauder ascend the mountain in his Chevrolet Camaro, and he had a big off in practice, rolled the car over, and had some scratches and dings and dents on it. Your car has seen quite the lifetime, I'm sure, of dents and scratches and dings, but does it make it feel like you can push a little harder when it's not perfect anymore? Was there ever, your car was never perfect, I suppose, right?
Yeah, so it took me 11 years to get that first scratch. Now we don't care about it. And so we had Aero on it. We had Aero developed by Zebulon out of Fort Collins, and Ryan was very helpful in scanning the car last year. And so the car was super stable this year. And then, lo and behold, I just take it a little bit too much because I felt a little bit, we need to get this. We need to get this time this year. And that was the wrong thing to do. You take it out on your second time.
You mentioned the rookies and maybe not taking advice from you on that particular portion, but there's a big rookie class. It's a third of the field. How do they learn? Is it really just from watching others and learning and talking and driving up the mountain in a rental car? There's so many things to pick up on. And we've heard a number of drivers that have said, oh, I use the simulator to do this. I watched onboard video. But the practice you get here isn't always sufficient to really master it by any stretch. So you're leaning on outside resources.
Yeah. So one of the things that I did before I even got to the mountain in 2012, it was watching other people's videos. It was coming up here at 7 in the morning, going to Wimberger's Bakery, getting some pretzels, and then waiting for the mountain to open, and then just putting in time over and over, and then we get accepted, and then it's the same thing. You have to be on this. No simulator can predict going around Ragged Edge and seeing a pile of mountain sheep, mountain goats sitting there during race day. You can't predict that. You can't predict the weather. We've driven through rain, hail, snow, sleet, grapple. That first year up here, second year we lost the engines right before Cod Cut and waited for 3 hours in a torrential hailstorm with your feet off the ground in the seat waiting for. So you can't express enough to people who have never done this before. It changes every minute of the day, of the time, of your run. It's raining down here and it's dry and sunny up there. So it's seat time. The simulators do help. However, again, it's seat time and it's talking to people. Reese Millen gave me great advice. Lane Trance had given me great advice. Just drive the road you know. That's very fitting for somebody because you don't know the road. So you can only do what you get in practice and basically take that to heart.
Well, it looks like we've got safety trucks pulling out of the way, so maybe we're getting close to going back green here in the next few minutes. We've still got a handful of cars left to go. But touching back on practice and dialing things in, the setup. Talk to me about this Audi, how it's set up, what are the handling characteristics of it, and how do you make it go faster up here?
So inherently, this Audi is nose forward with that engine. It hangs out way over the front axle, and it's going to push all the time. So you have to spend, that car has to feel like an old shoe, and after the last 30, 25 years that I've owned it, it is like an old shoe. And we spend a lot of time in those cars during the winter doing ice driving, Georgetown Lake, Steamboat Springs at the facility there. We run schools there. It's that car, to me, is every time you get in it, you just feel comfortable in it, and you know what its characteristics are. You have to push it. You absolutely have to push it and then manage that understeer throughout the whole process. And all I can say is tires do make a difference. We've had the luxury this last couple of years of having Toyo involved in the program, and we've got better tires than we've ever had this year with the Rs.
So you've ran this Audi for quite some time. You've had the car for a very long time. Has there ever been an inkling of, hey, maybe I should try something different, I want to build something different, or is it this is the car that I have and this is the one I'm going to build?
Of course. With resources and new sponsorship or just putting all your heart and soul into it, there are other options for this car, even to put different motors in that actually have a torque kit that's farther down the curve comes on. You've got suspension possibilities, but then you're going to rip it apart and you're going to completely redesign it. So, you know, David Rowe over in the UK has been here before. He went to a full tube frame for something that was just a secret project of Audi. It's interesting to watch what he's had to go through to get it there. But if you're going to start with a clean slate, yes, there are plenty of cars in this paddock right now that would be great to drive. However, this one is my first love.
I think, I can't remember who told me it, but they say never to sell your first car. Was it your first car or just the car that lasted to this point?
Everything that I've actually acquired over the years, I just can't get rid of, and everybody knows it's kind of a bad habit. It's like a disease. So, yeah, because as soon as you sell that car that you got when you were 21 or something, you're always going to regret it because not only did it appreciate in value potentially, but it has a place in your heart and the reason and the purpose you bought that car.
Yeah, I certainly think that's the case. And certainly with yours, you've now attached it to this hill climb event this year. I think it was spectacular weather. Great fan showing again here this year. Most dedicated fan base for any motorsport event I've ever seen in my life. You know, they're all here banging on the door to get in at 1:30 in the morning. What's that feel like to be a part of an event that is so diehard for all the fans that are here?
It is an honor. It is an honor to be at this race. This is unlike anything other than the world. I believe it's what top 3 most treacherous races in the world is it's named. I just can't thank the fans enough for coming up year after year after year after year. And you sit there and you're going to wait, and you know I'm going to go 59th today, which I've never been at the back of the pack like that. But you know what? I'm going to get Jeff a T-shirt that says we've never been here before. So
yeah, we got a chance to chat with Jeff earlier as well, so it's been a pleasure. But I hear words that we might be going green pretty soon. Been a bit of a delay. Does that mess with your mindset, having to sit there on grid and just sitting there at the car off and just?
This was the most relaxing year so far.
For right now?
Yeah, for right now. In about, I don't know, 30 minutes, it'll be different.
Certainly. And well, let's see who we have on our list here. So you mentioned Jeff Zwart, who's running 60th place. Of course, Bruce Giuani, who we just spoke with, is going to run right before you. So I think we've actually got all 3 of the last runners on here today. Chris Johnson and a handful of others. Laszlo Keskinen are also going to join us. Mary Barker, who we had a conversation with earlier. But this is Earl O'Malley that is getting ready to go here in his 2015 O'Malley Special Spec 4. And this is very different than your Audi Quattro. This is an open-wheel, custom-built car just for this. And, of course, the different divisions keep things interesting as well. It's a huge variety of cars here every year, and there's something for everybody here.
Absolutely. This car looks terrifying to me, having a shroud around me, et cetera. But I give my hats off and hat off every year to open wheel.
There we go. Green flag. Great work there by the crews up on the outside to get the fluid cleaned up. And Earl O'Malley begins his 12.5-mile trek to the top of Pikes Peak. And off and away he goes in that O'Malley special. And this first section, pretty quick. It's all fast flowing, and then it starts to tighten up once you get to that midsection.
True. Absolutely true.
As we continue to get towards the next couple of cars here, so I mentioned that it's O'Malley now. It'll be Ben Ryan up next in his 2013 Audi TT-RS. All right, there's an Audi from the modern day and age. Tell me about how they've transitioned over the years from the Quattro cars, the original all-wheel drive cars, to what they've got now.
So today, if you look back to the 5-cylinder that we have, which is kind of period correct of what they ran back in the 80s, now you have the TT-RS, which was an ultimate platform, and it's nice to see it here. That platform has the torque curve, that car has the handling, that car has the ability to actually get out of the hole in the W's much faster than any old product that's out there for the brand. I think it's a win. We were waiting for something like that to happen. Mattis today, Mattis Huska, he got up there in his TTS, so a little slightly different, but nonetheless, those are just quick cars. Trevor's got a 4000 from a 1984, killed it. So I would say, there's two sides of it. It's definitely a better step forward because there's cars that are now going in the low 8s, these RS cars from Audi. So who knows what's going to happen.
So after 11 years of competing here on the mountain, you're maybe a half an hour away from getting in the car. Are there any nerves here, or is it something that you've kind of baked into your personality at this point, that this is what I do, I run Pikes Peak, and you're just casual and cool about it? Because you seem pretty chill to me, and my legs would be shaking right about now getting ready to go here.
No, I think getting in that car again and being here, and all the fans and all the people that come every single year, my wife Margaret, my sister's here from Chicago, my nephew Cade, so Dave Lawson, the guys on the team, Troy Castillo. I think what happens is it's not you're complacent. You just know and have expectations for yourself. You look at the weather, you judge the track, and you're going to make it to the top. That's the goal, is just to make it to the top. And so the nerves, they're not there this year. They haven't been in the past couple of years because you start to get familiar. You don't want to get too familiar and say, oh, it's going to happen, because you never know. You never know what's happening across that next turn, that straightaway. There's water there at Brown Bush. It's going to take you off. And then I learned that the hard way a couple days ago on Tuesday.
You also mentioned that this is one of the first times that you started at the bottom of the order, the bottom of the run group. Very different conditions than you would get if you were running up in the middle or the front of the pack there, as far as the qualifying times in the top 15 inversion that we did this year. So does that add anything new, or is it just business as usual for you, just slightly different conditions that you have to adapt to?
Sure. It's business as usual, because the thing about that car is it actually is a lot more fun when it's a little slick. And fans love it. So when you're going by and you see everybody just cheering crazy for this old Quattro, if the weather gets bad, it's not a big deal. I mean, we have driven, I know I have driven through some of the worst conditions in this mountain in the last decade, and it's been fine. You just have to, one time you crest, you're going up the last straight to Cod Cut, the cloud is there, it rolls in, and all of a sudden you're down to 22 miles an hour, and you're looking out the left, and you're looking at the line. Where is the white line on the inside? Just pitter-patter, crawling to get there, and then, all of a sudden I got to take a 180 left and then get up to finish line.
Here's Earl O'Malley making his way up the mountain here, looking good, and continuing his climb there. Sounded like he gave it a downshift there just to get a little extra torque to climb the hill. The peak incline is 10.5% here, pretty steep at times. I mentioned earlier that the linear distance that you're traveling uphill is about 61,000 linear feet, and in that there's actually 3,900 feet of downhill. Does that pose a challenge? Do you know where it is even, or is it too subtle to really notice?
No, you notice it, and you notice it even more when you get out and walk the track. So everybody thinks, oh, we're just going just between picnic grounds and Brown Bush. You get out of the car and, wait, the car's down there. I've got to be all the way up there. So it's definitely noticeable. It's definitely noticeable in Bottomless Pit, because you come off a high at Devil's Playground and you are just going down, carrying a ton of speed, and you've got to bring it down, haul in the mail to get that right-hander.
It looks like first sector for Earl O'Malley at 2:01.618 for his first section. And there's 3 more to go before he'll complete the run up the mountain and getting into the twistier bits here as the vegetation begins to fall off here pretty shortly. Visibility is another thing we chatted about as Paul Hubers gets a second green flag in that 41. He's off and away in that Acura Integra. But when you get up towards, past the trees, you lose your reference points and things. So do you have some signs, changes in pavement? Or I asked a couple of other drivers this, or is it just all a memory game?
So it is a huge memory game, and it comes with experience. It comes with time and seat time on this mountain. The one thing that I told the first year rookies here, you've got to have a system for the W's. If obviously they didn't get the chance to roll through it as many times as they wanted to, and so reference marks. You do have to pick out reference marks, and you also want a safety valve of a reference mark. One specific example is the year that Jeremy went off. I was right behind him, and that was like a 6-hour delay. After that, you go up there and you look at it, and it's where am I at as soon as I get through double cut. And so there's a counting mechanism. You can do A, B, C, D, E, F, however you want to do it. But you have to have something, and the safety valve on that particular section is where the U-turn sign is. It moved from one year to the next, but it's been sitting there for the same position for about the last 6 years, so that's one to use.
Ben Ryan is getting staged here as well in his Audi TT-RS. They're getting ready to take his launch up towards the top of the mountain. Nice colors on it, nice and bright, pink and teal, easy to spot. Earl O'Malley continues to climb. He's past the tree line now and is up into the rocky formations of the Rocky Mountains here as he heads up into some of the hairpins that have been a challenge. We've watched some drivers dip tires off, a couple spins and slides and things of the sort. This car looks pretty tidy. Might be not quite as powerful as some of the other cars as well that might be assisting the rear traction in this particular section. As you climb in your car, I mean, you're going up about a mile up in the air. How much do you notice your power drop off in your Audi?
You do from carrying speed into the corners. So inherently it wants to push away from you. The way it's geared right now, you want to have enough speed to get through second gear, but you definitely know that something's happening. So there are a couple of first gear corners for me right now still, until we make a change in the transmission. Maybe that's down the road, but you absolutely know that you're heading uphill. And the drag on it, especially with the aero coming into the corners, you got all that downforce. It's helping you brake, it's helping you stabilize, but it is definitely a factor every single time.
So Ben Ryan being held down here for a moment. We just saw that Earl O'Malley was getting closer and closer to the top. We got another look at the car following him, Paul Hubers in that Acura Integra. He came through Picnic with a pretty big head of steam there in that Acura and was on the brakes pretty heavily. Front drive as well, and of course you've got a mix of front drive, all-wheel drive, four-wheel drive, rear-wheel drive. That's got to be assistive, I'm sure, at times to have the all-wheel drive system helping out.
And also an Achilles heel, so you actually have the weight penalty.
Sure.
So yeah, front will help you climb out of there. On braking, back end gets a little light, but everybody's got their own little quirks about the car that they're driving, and they continuously tune it every single year, every single day during practice and qualifying, just to get that right mix for the conditions.
Earl making his way past that strip of oil dry. The crew up there did a very nice job getting that fluid soaked up, and didn't seem like there was any traction loss there. You can still see the line, so at least drivers will have a visual indication, but it was kind of right on his left side tires as he left the corner there on an uphill, so it might be tricky to see as it's just some air getting blown in the cockpit. They're hot inside these cars at times. How is your car as far as driver comfort?
Toasty. It's extremely toasty. Yeah, I'm looking forward. Well, not necessarily looking forward, but getting in that suit, you're kind of in that mindset. You're going to have 11 minutes of a little bit of heat there, so rear wheel picking up there, going around that corner. It is definitely a cooker in there.
Yeah, I think that's another thing, driver comfort. You run with oxygen. I see there's a lot of cars that are running with O2 bottles now. It seems to be kind of the preferred choice, but for you 11 years in, how do you feel up there?
I feel great. Felt great. Last year was my first year of oxygen, so we do spend time at 9,000 feet in Grand Lake, where we'll be moving back into fairly shortly after this race, and that sort of acclimation to that, there was never really a problem up there. It is a help. I listened to Steve Gagline, and he said, David, I've known you a long time, and you're not getting any younger. And last year was his last year after 33 years. And he said, you should try oxygen. And he said, Paul used it, he told me about it. And so I tried it. The moment you get in that car and you start rolling toward the pits, you're like, wow, who turned on the lights? You've got there he is right there, Steve. And It's just that little extra muscle, memory muscle movement, and that the quick twitch fibers. The doctor here said, most of the people that they worked with at DARPA and other motorsports and other things, other venues, it's a 20 to 30% quicker reaction time. So that's a win.
Certainly, the effect it has on your capacity reaction time in a situation like this. Looks like Ben Ryan has taken the green. He's gone under the start gantry as Earl O'Malley gets closer to the top. So 3 cars on course. And I guess at some point, David, I'll have to let you go to get ready to go up your mountain. So
I'd love to stay all day, but I got
it is
to
time to
get
go.
up there. All right, thank you
David
so much.
Hackle joining us here in the Audi Quattro that we'll see in a little while. Thanks so much, David. The Pikes Peak International Hill Climb continues, and we've got 3 cars on course again after a lengthy delay for fluid cleanup. On track right now, Earl O'Malley, Paul Hubers, and Ben Ryan making their way up to the top, 14,115 feet. Sector time so far, Earl O'Malley, a 2:01.618, 2:42.581, and a 3:21.104 for Earl O'Malley. And then there's Paul Hubers at a 2:01.857 and a 2:45.197, so a hair slower in that middle sector as he continues his climb up the mountain. As we get closer and closer to the end of this day, though, where we're down to what seems to be the last dozen, a little bit more than a dozen drivers, Ben Ryan, Cash Singh, Rick Lind, and Ryan Cheek upcoming. We got a chance to speak with Ryan Cheek earlier today. And then Cash Singh has got a special guest that will be waving the green flag. We'll talk a little bit more about that when we get closer to Cash's running. Earl O'Malley to the top of the mountain, 14,115 feet. Just 1 corner left to go. And yep, they've done it. Here comes Earl across the stripe, checkered flag, and Earl O'Malley has summited Pikes Peak again in his 3rd attempt. Paul Hubers continues his climb up past the tree line in the Acura Integra. And not quite set up like the one we saw earlier today with Catherine Legg, but still on the ascension path here and getting into the hairpins with that front drive machinery. Gotten a chance to drive one of these Integras. It is a pleasant machine to drive, and I'm sure it will be a lot of fun here on the mountain as well. But continuing to make their ascent. And Ben Ryan waiting for the first sector for that car in the Time Attack 1 class. Here he comes through Picnic at the moment, sailing by. And onto the brakes, onto the downshifts. A bit quieter than I was anticipating it to be. Navigating through the corner as Cash Singh rolls by us here on the stage, so he is getting set up. And Cash Singh's got a long story to talk about, and we will talk about Cash Singh here when he rolls up to the grid. I got a chance to catch up with him the other day. He's a competitor I know from both Global Time Attack and Grid Life, and he had quite the last few weeks, so we'll chat about that when he rolls up to the start line. 2:04.480 for Ben Ryan in section number 1, and looks like we are anticipating the next launch here shortly because Ben Ryan is about to clear section 2 as he continues up. Paul Hubers in that Pikes Peak Open Integra now coming up into the view of the next camera shot here past all that oil dry that we pointed out earlier. Right through it, and no concern for the Acura, back on throttle and continuing its climb. Onto the rev limiter there for a moment, didn't need to shift. Just let it bang off the tack there for a second before throttling back up. Let's have a listen. And then here is Cash Singh rolling up to the start line in the number 78. Now this car started life as a Ford GT. Now it's got a bunch of custom bodywork on it. That makes it look a bit more like a GT350, but it is a Ford GT. Now, this car was twin-turboed and had a whole bunch of engine components in it. But the last Thursday, that engine expired and exploded, and they had to get a new motor. They found the only long block that was new in in North America in Denver, and they were able to get that, put it back in the car, and then they had to break it in by driving it to New Mexico and back, which is quite the determination. Got pulled over by a police officer who happened to be a Mustang fan. That was, I guess, a pleasant surprise for him. But it's been a pretty busy week for him. He drives the car to everything, doesn't even have a trailer for it other than to get it here. So, yeah, this has been quite the ride for Cash Singh. Now, the green flag will be waved by his brother Jash. Of course, their father had just passed away. The car has a tribute on it, so this is going to be a special moment for that family as Cash Singh begins his climb here in just a moment's time. Looking back at Ben Ryan, and Sector 2 almost complete for him. There's Cash Singh waiting for the green flag. There's Jash there with the green flag in hand. And with all the week that they have had putting in a motor, driving it all the way to New Mexico and back to break it in, twin turbos on a completely stock engine. It hasn't even seen a dyno. But Brother Jash gives the green flag, and Cash Singh is on his way to the top of Pikes Peak. And the engine roars to life there. Stock engine as far as the long block is concerned. Twin turbo slapped back on it. Like I said, hasn't even seen a dyno. Just break-in miles to make sure that it would make the run up the hill. So he begins his climb. For Ben Ryan, 2:44, 6:18 is his second sector, so a little bit slower than some of those that had just run prior, but still on a mission there just to set a time. And as far as Ben Ryan's experience, of course, in this Audi, you know, there's so many of the rookies here in this field. Ben Ryan is not one of them. It's his second year, but still learning quite a bit. As a thundering 867 rolls by, this is going to be a loud car. And, of course, that is the Pikes Peak Open entry of Rick Lind, who we spoke with earlier about his sort of stock car, stock truck sort of thing. And that will line up here in just a couple moments here on the side of Pikes Peak. Fans lining the sides of the course. And getting prepped to see Rick Lind roll up. He had mentioned how much custom work has been done on this truck, and takes it all over the East Coast. But for Paul Hubers in the Acura Integra, this will be a successful summit for the 41. A hop and a skip it over the line for Paul Hubers in the number 41 Acura. Job well done, and he has summited Pikes Peak. Congratulations to him, and the time is a 11:40.736 for Paul Hubers, so under 12 minutes for that Acura. Ben Ryan above the tree line now, and not quite to the third section. Tucking in that Audi TTRS, nice short wheelbase, maneuverable car. It disappears behind the rocks here for a moment. And as we wait for Rick Lind to get gridded up at the top of the mountain, Earl O'Malley is standing by with Joey Atterbury.
Standing here with Earl O'Malley. Now, his younger brother already made it up the mountain here. How was your run for you today?
Overall, just very good. I mean, for the lack of experience I have, I mean, I made a couple mistakes, but at the same time, I was just looking forward to getting up top. So
maybe a little bit of a lack in driving experience compared to your brother. However, you are building these cars, you and your brother. Tell us a little bit more about these open wheel platforms.
Both of these are not anywhere near like outside of they basically are, you know, built by us. Because his is massive horsepower, twin turboed, and mine's a NA 4-cylinder with 150. So I'm lucky if I get over 100, and he's like wishing he was under 100 sometimes. So
you guys ever think about swapping cars?
It's always crossed our minds, but at the same time, it's, you know, it's kind of his car. No matter how much it's, you know, I would love to race it. So.
Well, congrats on making it up to the top of Pikes Peak here.
Yep, thank you.
Third run there. As we watch Ben Ryan continue up to the top there in the Audi. And a good chat there with Earl O'Malley. We talked with him before the run, and it's funny that that they've never really seriously considered swapping cars, brothers from the very beginning. That one's mine, that one's yours, to keep it that way. But the 867 of Rick Lind in that Chevrolet C10 getting set to go racing here in a moment. And Rick was a great interview earlier, based out of South Carolina, and very custom build. It's got the chassis and body work from a 2016 Chevrolet Silverado NASCAR truck, and a whole bunch of custom work to make it go quick. It is a pretty car. And there's that 867 on the quarter panel there as he gets ready to go. And for Rick Lind, this is his first year, as we talked about earlier. Cash Singh, by the way, 205, 698 first sector in that number 78 Mustang. So he's making his way up. But for Rick Lind, you know, I just wanted to put this one on the bucket list, and he's going to hopefully complete it here today. Watch Cash navigate the uphill sections here in his Ford Mustang. There's Ben Ryan getting closer and closer to the summit of Pikes Peak in that Audi. And the last handful of corners coming up here pretty quickly. Fast, high-speed section up here. Seems wide open, but just as quickly as it opens up, it tightens and narrows with big cliffs on the right side. Here's Rick Lind. Engine is fired and idling and thumping along here as it gets ready to roll. And a little push from the team. Off and away, Rick Lind goes. In his rookie year in the Broadmoor Pikes Peak International Hill Climb, brought to you by Gran Turismo. His race in the clouds starts now. Cash seeing Sector 2 at 2:49.101. And while we watch Ben Ryan continue his trek to the top, Paul Hubers in that Acura Integra, the number 41, is with Joey at the summit.
Here with Paul Hubers on top of Pikes Peak. Now you've made it up here 3 years in a row, and it sounds like you're excited about this one.
I'm really happy about it. You know, I've been practicing it for 3 years now, and so this is the third iteration of that, and I couldn't be happier with the run. You know, I was able to push the car to the limits, and you know, I know this car is just performing really well, so I'm pleased with myself. I'm pleased with the car. It's just been a good opportunity all around.
You've been part of this program for quite some time. What are some of the really cool highlights of this Integra?
Yeah, well, so I work for Honda, developing and manufacturing of America. So by the nature of what my job is, I have the opportunity to participate in this opportunity. So to be able to drive this car for the third time in a row, it's truly spectacular. There's no opportunity like it. So yeah, it's great.
Congrats on such an accomplishment.
Thank you so much.
Great work there by Paul Hubers to get to the top. Cash Singh, second sector, 2:49.101. And he continues, but Ben Ryan is the closest one to the summit at the moment. Drops a couple tires off on the right edge of the road. And he is going to make it to the top here in his second go at the Pikes Peak International Hill Climb. And across the stripe for Ben Ryan, over the bumps and across the line. And Ben Ryan completes the mission to 14,115 feet. And there's another look at Cash Singh from high above. Things are looking good for him. Nice and tight lines here. Throttling back up again. Didn't get a chance to put it on a dyno, so who knows what's going on under the hood of that car right now with the twin turbo slap back on the stock block. But he'll give it all he's got. Ben Ryan, by the way, time is 11:51.124, which is 9th in TA1. There's Rick Lind through Picnic. Sounding fantastic while doing it in that kind of slate gray car. There's Ryan Cheek in the American Cross Kart. We spoke with her earlier. Very excited to be here. Another one of our 20 rookies. Very small and tidy looking car, but slick racing tires on it, and she should be getting ready to go here momentarily. She is the next one up after Rick Lind. And then it'll be Jack Penley, who we spoke with the team owner before, the car owner before, in that Volkswagen R32, and they are just now rolling off out of the grid and heading for the start line. So Ryan Cheek, the goal is to finish the run to the top of the mountain and set a goal for next year to beat. That was the goal for Rob Dahm too. He was here when we were talking with Ryan, and Rob absolutely crushed the time that he was hoping for. And again, we believe that he has got a new record in a rotary-powered RX-7. Just a great job that he did. But he and Ryan Cheek were alongside earlier and talking about the challenges of being a rookie here on the mountain, and very different machinery as well. And Ryan said that she comes from a grip background, and drifting, sliding around isn't her thing, so keep it under the limit for all 12.5 miles on the run from the start to the finish here at the Broadmoor Pikes Peak International Hill Climb, presented by Gran Turismo. It's been a beautiful day so far. Just closing on at 3 p.m. here local time, and just a handful of cars left to go as we continue our trek here. Another look there at the SCCA Women on Track logo there on the nose, and the Backroads Appalachia logo. There's Rick Lind thundering through the next right-hand sequence. And looking very, very good. He said this truck has been over 175 miles an hour, and that was with a 13-year-old girl driving it. He was along for the ride. He said despite his best intentions not to be, he ended up in there for the 175-mile ride in that car. Certainly not going to do that here today, but the mechanical grip of that car should be good enough to give him a pretty good run here. For Rick Lind, first sector is a 2:05.548, right behind Cash Singh by actually a little quicker than Cash Singh there in that Pikes Peak Open category. See Cash now, sector 3, a 3:27.767 in that Mustang. And all is looking good for Cash Singh. And the most recent driver to reach the top of the summit was Ben Ryan, and he's standing by with Joey Atterbury at the top.
Here with Ben Ryan, driver of this really cool Audi TT. Your second time up the mountain here at Pikes Peak. What did it throw for you this time?
Oh man, it was a hot day. Grip was limited. The car was getting pretty heat soaked, so we struggled the second half of the way up, but I managed to kind of ease off for a bit and cool her down a little bit for the last portion, and you know, all that matters is we're up here with you guys right now. So all in all, good run.
I have to ask you, because everybody styles their race car a little bit different. Yours is definitely one of the more eye-catching with all of the colors. Did you design this yourself?
Yeah, me and my buddy Josh, we have a shop, Mod Finishes, and we kind of do the custom car thing. So we like to have a little fun with the cars this year, and we kind of did the Miami Vice vibe this year, and I think it turned out pretty good.
Definitely one of the coolest looking cars out here. Congratulations on making it to the top.
Thank you very much.
A great run there as Ryan Cheek is trying to get that American Cross Kart rolling. Looked like it was just struggling to get past neutral there, but now that it's up in gear, it's off and away. So Ryan Cheek will begin her trek to the top in her rookie season here at the Broadmoor Pikes Peak International Hill Climb. Brought to you by Gran Turismo, and updates on others that we've been following. Cash Singh mentioned that third sector has not quite gotten to the finish yet, but we're anticipating that very shortly. Rick Lind waiting for a Section 3 time as well. So we've got three drivers on the mountain: Singh, Lind, and Cheek. Singh at the top, Lind in the middle, and Cheek at the bottom. And rolling up now is one of the drivers we spoke to the crew of earlier. We'll talk about that more in a moment, because here's Cash Singh in that 78. Drove it to New Mexico to break in a new long block, and it has made it to the top. One more corner for Cash Singh and the Ford Mustang, and the 78 is going to get there. To the checkered flag, over the bumps, across the line. Cash Singh completes the 2024 Pikes Peak International Hill Climb. That was a great run there for Cash. We'll see where the lap time drops him in just a moment's time when the timing updates. And shortly we'll be looking to see Rick Lind come up the mountain. And Cash Singh landed, where did he land? P10 in Pikes Peak Open, 11:53, 4:09, 39th overall. A pretty solid run there, I'd say, considering the week that they had leading up to this event. I'd say that he will be happy with that. Despite all of the challenges that they've had coming into the week. So, Rick Lind is on course now. Of course, we just let Ryan Cheek up the mountain. Jack Pendley is next. And Pendley, of course, is driving that 2004 Volkswagen R32 that we spoke to Spencer about earlier. And Spencer is the owner. And this is Jack's rookie year, based out of Denver, Colorado, so not too far down the road. And he'll be waiting patiently at the start line for a few minutes while there's some gaps are grown between Rick Lind and the Ryan Cheek driven American Cross Kart. So after Pendley, it is about 8 or 9 cars left to go. Again, it'll be Jeff Zwart who will be rounding out the field of 60 here, and we spoke with him earlier in his 11th year of competition. And here comes the 83. Ryan Cheek, past Picnic. Looking pretty solid so far. And Rick Lind, Sector 2, 251.916. And still waiting for a third section on that 867 Chevrolet. Ryan Cheek's first sector, a 216.674. There's Rick Lind powering up the mountain in that big V8. Let's have a listen to this thing as it comes up the hill here in a moment. sound there as he heads up over and continues his climb past the tree line there. Jack Penley in the 04 Volkswagen R32 waiting for the green flag, and there's Spencer, team owner, who's got the green flag in hand and waiting to turn that Volkswagen loose any moment now. Bring in the cowbell with the Volkswagen logo on it. That's attention to detail if I've ever seen it. And the anticipation to climbing up to Pikes Peak in your rookie year. It looks like Spencer's more nervous than Jack is behind the wheel at the moment. It's just in the power stance, ready to wave that flag. Sector 3 for Rick Lind, by the way, 3:39.981. That's a pretty solid time for that truck. And that means he is heading for home. Here again is Ryan Cheek. Big push there through the center of the corner, using all the road on the exit. Again, her mission was just to finish this climb. And for Rick Lind, I believe that was also the goal. Just get a time on the board that they can chase in years beyond now. Great scenes from the side of the mountain here. Well, Spencer's ready to rip, and Jack Penley has not been turned loose just yet. There's a lot of excitement, I think, for this team. And another look at Ryan Cheek carving her way through the Pikes Peak Highway and waiting for a second sector time perhaps to see where she's going to stack up here. We get closer and closer to 3 p.m. local time after kicking things off at 7:30 this morning. Been quite the day with lots of dramas and successes and perhaps some surprises along the way as well. The anticipation is absolutely crushing Spencer in that gray shirt with the green flag. Just would like to just get it out of the way, and here's the flag pointed, and it's time to turn Jack Penley loose, and green flag for the Volkswagen R32 off and away towards the summit of Pikes Peak. That was a very enthusiastic green flag wave, and that's what it's all about. And down on the ground, you see the excitement there, and maybe a bit of relief as well. Pretty thrilling moment, I'm sure, for that team. So that car is up towards the 14,115 foot mark there. Spencer running back. You weren't supposed to climb the mountain there, buddy, but he's coming back now. I don't think I've seen a flagger that stoked yet today. So let's add that to the list. I think they already won. I think that's what it's all about. The celebration, you see the hugs there. Great sportsmanship. That's the officials and some fellow team members there. So Jack Penley is in that first section, and we'll get an update on him in about 2 minutes' time. A couple of cars rolling in here in the paddock as well. The 250, Chris Dubois in the 2010 Nissan GTR. But Rick Lind in the Chevrolet C10 is going to make it to the top. His rookie year here in this truck. Last few corners, and the checkered flags will wave for Rick Lind. And that beautiful gray machine has made it to the top. 14,115 feet, Pikes Peak conquered by Rick Lind there in the Pikes Peak Open category, 12th in class for the time being. Ryan Cheek, Sector 2, 2:44, 6:26, a bit quicker actually than the driver of that truck that just ran up the mountain just now. Where did, let's see, where did he land in the lap time category? Up into, oh, excuse me, that's 13th in class, 12:31. 2:57 is the final time. And Ryan Cheek on a mission here to do a little bit better than that. They are in different categories. Ryan Cheek is in the open wheel division. And continuing as this GTR gets set to go here, this is, of course, as I mentioned, the number 250, Chris Dubois, and out of Rochester, New Hampshire, USA. This is his rookie year as well. So a handful of rookies there past the camera at like the flash of a speed of light. There goes that Volkswagen R32 and past the picnic area. And the Nissan GTR awaits the green here. Some fan blowing some wind into the car. It's going to be pretty toasty on the way up the hill. But as far as our rookies, there's about half of the cars left to go, our rookies, including Chris Dubois. And then, of course, Mary Barker, who we talked about earlier, she will be up next. And then it'll be Tashi Yagi, and then Laszlo Keskinen, another one of our rookies. Chris Johnson and Bruce Giuani, who will be our last rookie of the day before we taper off with David Hackle and Jeff Swart. Here comes the Ryan Sheik-driven American Cross Kart, and no problems over that speedy dry. Nice clean downshifts, and let's listen to it as she climbs up. So as Ryan Sheik continues her climb, one of the cars that just did it a few moments ago was Cash Singh in that number 78. It's been a busy week. Let's check up with Joey and see how he feels.
Standing here with Cash Singh, driver of the number 78 Ford Mustang, a really cool wide-body Ford Mustang at that. How was your run today?
It was pretty good, pretty good. We were worried about the heat. Luckily, the clouds and everything kind of came over as we had a lot of incidents on track today, so it kind of gave it to a cooler weather for us to run. This is my newest motor that's completely stock. We were hoping it'd hold together. We bolted the twin turbos on a motor that we lost Thursday before tech, and then Friday we put another motor in, and I'm just glad to be up here and the motor held. It's got no break-in miles, really. This is all we've done with it.
I heard that you actually drove the car to New Mexico and back to try to get the break-in miles.
We tried on Saturday night to get down to New Mexico. We needed about 200 miles of break-in. I got to Pueblo halfway, and some prankster on the highway called and said I was swerving and weaving. The police officer that pulled me over in Pueblo, he had a good chuckle, and he's like, "You're not drinking or driving, right?" I'm like, "No, sir, I'm trying to break in some miles." Then we ended up sitting on the side of the road. Actually, we pulled over into an O'Reilly's and talked for a good 30 minutes about the car and so on. He was really cool. Gave me his business card, said, "Look, if you have any other issues, keep driving and come on back," because the full route was going to be down to the border, back up to Denver, and then back to the Springs. Didn't quite make that at 2 o'clock in the morning. I was pretty tired, so brought it in, and so we didn't get the full 200 on it. But first day on the course was our qualifying, and kind of took it easy just because we wanted to make sure the motor held.
Well, we're certainly happy to have you here, especially standing all the way up here at 14,115 feet. Congrats on the run.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Congratulations to Cash Singh there in that number 78. Great run there for all the situations that made it challenging for him here this week. Ryan Sheik, Sector 3, 329, 467, and Jack Penley, 206.1 in the first sector, 254.0 in the second sector, and on his way up to the top. And next on the list, we mentioned Chris Dubois in that GTR, and then it's Mary Barker. And I just saw that car roll past us towards the start line. And we'll recap the story that we talked about earlier with Mary and with Kendall Samuel, who is at the top of the mountain already in his second successful climb after a rookie season last year. And there's a lot riding on this, I think, for them to really feel the success, the weight lifted off their shoulders of the challenges of the last 12 months. But we'll get to that here once Mary lines up for the start. So we close in on the last handful of competitors here this afternoon. So Jack Penley in that Volkswagen continues to make his trek in the Pikes Peak Open category. Ryan Sheik is nearing the summit here fairly shortly at 329 third sector, as I mentioned, which based on the other times that we've seen should put her up in the mix in the mid-30s overall. And what a great sight that is out over the scenic vistas here in Colorado. And it is quiet at the finish line, but not for too much longer. We'll have a few other cars joining those that have already successfully summited. That is 42 cars that have made it up there so far. And about half a dozen, a little more than a half a dozen that have not made it or are currently trying to make it to the top. But mechanical issues have plagued some competitors here this year. And even those that have found success have things to dial in for 2025. A 250 waiting very patiently here in that Nissan GTR. Again, a great variety of cars here this year, and this Nissan GTR, of course, known as Godzilla in the car community. And it's, of course, it's seen so many generations of extremely successful, effectively all-wheel drive supercars. And while this the car hasn't effectively changed all that much since its latest generation was introduced, it certainly is still a master of performance. Up at the top of the mountain, though, that great truck we saw earlier, we talked with him down here. Let's talk with him up there. Rick Lind is standing up top with Joey Atterbury.
I always love seeing the ultra cool fan favorite cars, and Rick Lind, I think you've got one of the fan favorite trucks, a C10.
Thank you very much. Yes, it's a 1967 C10 that we mated to a NASCAR chassis. It's got a NASCAR Dodge motor in it, and just really cool. Truck's name is Tammy. It's named after a friend of mine's best friend that was murdered in Kansas. So at any rate, that's where the name came from. Sorry, having trouble here. But anyway, deep breath. And it's been about a 2-year project getting here. And came up the mountain, about lost it at Glen Cove. Now the fans had a good time. They probably got some good pictures down there. But I'm here.
There's always some moments on Pikes Peak, but I also understand that we have a little passenger on the back end of this thing as well.
Yeah, Marty the Marmot. I got him. He fit in the tow hook just nice with a couple zip ties. So he was waving to all of his buddies as we came up the mountain. I seen about 6 of his fans on the way up, so that was pretty fun. So you got to have fun.
Probably the fastest Marmot here on Pikes Peak.
Yeah.
Thanks for coming out and racing with us, Rick.
All right, thank you very much.
On the tailgate, not up on the front. So dodging and weaving all the way to the top. The Marmot on the tailpipes of that Chevrolet C10. Job well done there by Rick Lind. He did a nice job ascending to the top of the Pikes Peak International Hill Climb, and we continue to work through the last handful of competitors here in the 60-car field with a stout group of rookies here this season that have really had to learn on the fly. It has been a challenging week with the conditions in practice and qualifying, and certainly as we get closer and closer to the end of this event, the drivers up at the top are celebrating with those that they are familiar with, those that are friends and family. And certainly the next couple of cars we have coming up, there are some great stories to share as well. And we'll get back to that. If you were here earlier, you might have caught some of that. We'll talk more about Mary Barker and Kendall Samuel here shortly. Again, this has been an amazing day of action, and the clouds are coming over. It's cooling off just a little bit, but there's a look at a safety truck making a run up here, so potentially this is our reason why we haven't seen that 250 take the green flag just yet. This is pretty high up on the mountain. We're up in the ice here, so whatever has gone awry is likely up fairly high. Now, Ryan Cheek nor Jack Penley have tripped any new sector lines since I last updated you a few minutes ago. So it could have been an issue with Ryan Cheek that prompted a red flag for Jack Penley, in which case I would imagine Jack Penley would get turned back around to go again, and we'll get another chance to see one of those great green flag waves potentially. But we'll see what the update is here in a few moments' time. So still under a little bit of a delay here as something has gone awry up towards the top, and we'll get you an update when we can. Of course, so we've got 42 cars that have completed their summiting here out of the 60 that we expect to run here this afternoon at the Pikes Peak International Hill Climb. It's been a pleasure to be here in the second year, and I have to give a huge shout out and thank you to all of the volunteers and the marshals and the medical staff and the safety staff that make this event possible. We could not do it without them here. And of course, a huge thank you also to the Pikes Peak Hill Climb, the whole group for putting on this event year after year. It really is special to be a part of this event. It is a very special one, and we'll talk more about the rest of the competitors here in a few minutes' time. While we're under delay, we'll step away to break. We'll be back after this.
The best pro rodeo cowboys and cowgirls are coming to Colorado Springs July 9th through the 13th. Catch the speed and excitement as top rodeo athletes from the U.S. and Canadian circuits, plus national champions from Mexico, compete for over $1 million in payouts. Then stay and enjoy all the beauty and adventure Colorado Springs has to offer. The NFR Open at the Pikes Peak or Bust Rodeo, July 9th through the 13th. Get your tickets now at pikespeakorbust.org, the official site of the NFR Open.
Pikes Peak Regional Air Show returns to the Colorado Springs Airport August 17th and 18th. Don't miss the incredible sights and sounds with vintage aircraft flights and displays, and the first Colorado Springs appearance of the legendary Blue Angels flight demonstration team. Fun for the entire family. Colorado Springs, you are cleared for takeoff at the Pikes Peak Regional Air Show, August 17th and 18th. Gates open at 8:30 a.m. Purchase tickets and learn more at pprairshow.org.
And welcome back to the Broadmoor Pikes Peak International Hill Climb, brought to you by Gran Turismo. Special guest joining me here while we're under another red flag delay here. It is Larry Chen, a fantastic photographer that I see all over the place. I cannot even imagine or begin to imagine what your flight schedule looks like. Been a very busy week. How's it been going for you?
It's kind of insane. The only time I can come here and talk to you is during a red flag. And I remember there was one year where there were so many red flags I kept showing up, on the live stream. But yeah, you've been killing it up here, just keeping everyone up to date with everything. And yeah, Pikes Peak, I wouldn't miss it for the world. It's something that we like to do every single year. It's such an honor for me to lead the official photography team. And it's just something that I think about all the time, especially the other day we went to the ceremony for the, the Pikes Peak, I guess they were honoring the, what is it, the...
You have to help me out too.
It's skipping my... Yeah, Hall of Fame,
Thanks.
yeah. Went to that, and I just looked at all the photos that they were showing and all the material that has been shot of this race over the past 100 years. And I think it's on me now, it's on me and my team. The weight is on our shoulders to show the world and show everybody moving forward for the next 100 years what this race looked like today. And then for the past 8 years, we've been doing that, and it's been incredible.
Well, you and your team do amazing work across a variety of different motorsport series, and some of the most spectacular photos I've ever seen are yours in the motorsport world. And so I think it matters a lot that you have a very skilled and professional team that's capturing these moments. So you mentioned the weight that's on your shoulders, but this particular event has a lot of other additional challenges, especially to get people around the course, right? Because one road up, one road down. We talked earlier about the medical staff and the logistics that they have to deal with. What's the media team logistics like to get people in place to get those images?
This is probably the most physically demanding race that we have to shoot. You guys know, the altitude is insane, right? The drivers are all running oxygen. It's 40% less oxygen up top, and we have to hike uphill, hike downhill. It's just such a logistical nightmare to be able to cover as many angles as possible. So this year, it's 6 of us photographers. Right now, for race day, I'm down at the start line shooting, people leaving the line. And then we have people in the middle, and we also have people up top. But during practice, it's crazy. We have this very intricate plan of, okay, so if this gets rained out or something happens, you have to go here. It's crazy. There's just so many moving pieces, and we just want to try to get as much materials as possible every single year just to showcase this beautiful race.
It seems like every time I see you, you're always capturing content. You're always running around getting those shots that we just talked about. Do you have time to enjoy the event? As far as, in the moment, do you have a second to just take a step back and say, hey, this is really cool that we're doing this? Or is it just, get the images now, get the content now, then look back later and say, wow, that was cool?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of times, especially with something like Pikes Peak, there is a lot of suffering, legitimate suffering. There was a couple days during practice this week where it was just so cold, sideways rain, snow, and all that. And, of course, waiting through the fog delays, whatever. But then afterwards, when we come down and we look at the images and video and whatever content we gather, it was all worth it. That's what it's for. And it really is fun. It's worth suffering for. And I know a lot of people don't like hearing me complain about what we're doing, because it looks like it's so much fun from the outside, but it is actually very hard. But we take pride in it, and it's such a big honor for us to be able to do this for Pikes Peak.
Talk to me about the creative decisions that have to be made, because there is, you mentioned that the Hall of Fame, in looking through all their images, is there a crossroads between, capturing something of historic value versus capturing something of significant creative value? And how do you justify, when you only have a finite number of times you can click that shutter, what you should be getting in each individual moment?
Yeah, I think that really comes down to the risk, and also that comes down to our experience here on the mountain, right? We just know there's certain staple shots that we have to get. Once we get those shots, then we can move on to riskier things. And every single year, we at least take one whole day. This year, it wasn't really, the mountain didn't really let us take that day to experiment and push hard to go for new spots or new techniques. Generally speaking, for race week, we just use Friday as that day for us to experiment. It's like, hey, I've never been to this corner. I've never climbed on this rock. I've been shooting this race since 2011, but there's still so many new angles that I've never shot at, just because it's pretty much limitless. There's so many factors: the weather, the position of the sun, the types of vehicles. When I first started shooting, it was still dirt in the middle section. So there's just so many new ways to photograph it. And also, everybody has their own take too, right? So when I'm standing at a corner next to another photographer and we're shooting the same scene, we look at our pictures at the end and they look completely different. And I think that's so good. I think that's so great.
You talked about the team that you have and the desire for creativity, and also to capture that journalistic content that I think is so important to preserve the history of the event. Do you treat that process as a team, and if you've got creative ideas, you're sharing them with each other, or do you retain some things for yourself, maybe even a little bit selfishly, to grab that one special shot?
We all love this race so much, and we all really shoot to get the best photos, and we always give each other a grade at the end of the day. After we come down from the mountain, it's 9:30 a.m. We've been up since 2 a.m. and we go around the room and we each give each other a grade on how we did, and we all compliment each other. And because those are the people that I'm shooting with me are the people that inspire me. These are the people in the trenches that I'm rubbing elbows with. These are the people. We're just at the same event trying to get the best shots possible, and we're just prideful of that. It's not like a competition per se. It's just like a friendly, okay, so who got the best shot, who got an A grade, or who got an F grade. I got a lot of D's and C's this week, just because I don't want to have to blame it on the weather, but I'm going to blame it on the weather.
Well, I think also, when you look at these events and you look at the historical value that they carry, there's a lot of reasons to find those A and B shots and have those be the ones that you save. So when you look back at the years that you've done this, is there a moment or a shot or a day that stood out to you that you are particularly proud of in your work?
When I think about this mountain, I think about all the other times I've been here apart from race day or apart from race week, right? So we were up here for the shooting of Climb Connor with Ken Block. We were on the mountain for 12 days for that video. And there's just that one iconic shot that is my most famous shot of him hanging the butt of that unicorn off of the side of Foley's Corner, right? And if you get a chance to walk that corner and you just see the fact that there was no margin of error at all, and then you look at my photo and you see the front tires clawing for traction to get that car back onto the road, it's incredible. It's crazy. I think about that moment all the time, and I think about where I was standing and when it happened, and it's just crazy, right? But I've been up here for other things, other shoots, press release shoots, magazine shoots, and this mountain has given me so much, so I just owe it to everybody to really showcase how beautiful it really is.
And to that point, is it particularly challenging to show off the drama and the scale of this mountain. There are places on this course, especially up towards the top of the mountain, that are particularly dramatic, right? So how challenging is that to really bring that through in your photos? Because if you're too tight, you're not going to see these massive drops. If you're too wide, there's not, you're not looking for the detail. So there's got to be a particular challenge to capture this amazing landscape and also the cars that are on course.
This, my take is that this is the most beautiful racetrack, I think. There's just no other racetrack that looks like this place. It is so different. The fact that it's well above tree line. The joke between me and all my guys is that I don't want to shoot the bottom section just because I'm shooting in the trees, and that potentially could look like anywhere in the world where there's some alpine conditions, right? But nowhere else in the world looks like the middle section and the upper section at Pikes Peak above 12,000 feet. It is honestly cheating. It's too easy to come here and just come away with excellent photos, whether you're shooting with a cell phone or with the best equipment. It's just the way the light is. I mean, especially sunrise, we're so lucky, we're so spoiled in that we get to see these sunrises at elevation. You have Colorado Springs in the background also. You have all of these different colors of light, purple, very deep purple light that you don't see unless you're at that elevation, looking through that atmosphere. It's kind of incredible.
I think there's another challenge that we should speak to as well. When you look at circuit racing or drift or any of these other sports that take place on a circuit, and I said this in my intro, you get a lap 2, you get a lap 50, sometimes even a 500. That's opportunities for the drivers, but it's also opportunities for photographers and media content capture, because you're going to see the car more than once. Here, you're standing on the side of the mountain, you're going to get a couple of seconds of warning, and you have to nail that shot. That is challenging as well, because you're not going to see it again until it comes back down the mountain, and that's not necessarily the shot that you're looking for, right? So talk to me about that challenge and how you prepare for those quick moments when those cars blitz by.
Yeah, we know this mountain all too well. We just know that the conditions can change so quickly. Like, for example, Friday was completely fogged out. We missed the sunrise. We thought it was a complete wash, but then guess what? In 5 minutes, the fog or the cloud that we were in cleared out, and I was able to just push hard for the rest of the day. I was in the middle section, and we got 3 more runs, and I made those 3 runs count. I pushed as hard as I could, push myself physically to move to different places to just get as many different angles as possible, shooting uphill and downhill. Like, I love shooting them rolling down, but in a different way. Like, I can get closer to the track because I know they're not going to go off, or I can get a different angle where it may be unsafe if they're going uphill. And then I just think, okay, so this will be a downhill shot, but it'll still look cool. They're still on the mountain, and it's still an amazing background, and it's still an incredible machine that we're photographing.
Is there anything in your mind that you have yet to capture here? Is there any perfect shot that you've been looking for or planning for, or is it just something that you'd comb through at the end of the weekend and find in the aftermath?
I see shots in my head all the time. Even if we're just going up in the morning and it's still dark, or if we're coming down after a practice, or let's say the perfect sunrise happens, but there's some red flag or whatever, I'm always thinking about it. And, there's not enough time up here. Even though we're here for so long between testing and between practice and between the race, it's just so many things that I want to do. But you know what? I have a great team, and they really kill it every single year to try to capture the essence of this race, of this hill climb.
So outside of this event, this is what's going on, this is what's happening right now, but what's going on in Larry Chen World beyond this weekend? Obviously, you've got a lot on your schedule. It's a busy year, a lot of traveling. What's on your schedule, and how much fun are you having in between those moments? Do you have a second to just relax?
It's tough. I mean, I'm having fun when I'm doing these events, and I'm doing shooting my show. My show is on the Haggerty channel. We're on our 3rd season. It's called Capturing Car Culture, and that's what we do. We capture car culture. This month in particular has been crazy. So I flew directly from an event, Drift Appalachia in Kentucky. I flew from there to here, and I'm going to Poland after this for Ultra Race, which is a car show. It's going to be nonstop for me this summer, but I just love this so much. It's so good that car culture is this popular now. It's never been this crazy. It's really at the peak, and of course I hope it keeps climbing. It is something else. But you know, I've also been trying my best to get behind the wheel, because while I love photographing cars and telling stories about cars, my true passion is driving.
Did you recently just do your first wheel-to-wheel race also?
Yes.
Tell me about that. How'd that go?
This year I got my NASA and SCCA license because, you know, I get the opportunity to jump behind the wheel of all these cool cars that I'm telling stories about. And sometimes I get to race. And I just did my first official wheel-to-wheel race. I've raced before, but unofficially without a license for amateur events or whatever. But this time I had a chance to race at Hyperfest at VIR, which was a lot of fun. It's a very scary track, but I felt confident driving it. It was a lot of fun. I'm a tourist. You know, I just come in and dabble. I drive some cars, you know, have a little bit of fun telling the story about that car or the race, and yeah.
Well, Larry, thanks for joining me here today. Looks like things are about to refire here in just a moment's time, so I want to thank you for joining me, and I look very much forward to seeing all the photos post-event. So
Thanks for having me. I got to get back to work.
All right, we'll see you. Thanks so much. And off and away goes the 250. That's that Nissan GTR we talked about earlier. Of course, that's Chris Dubois behind the wheel, another rookie out of Rochester, New Hampshire, and he's off and away, beginning his climb up towards the 14,115-foot summit of the Pikes Peak Mountain here. And don't have an update for you just yet on well, actually, I did see one car come back down, and that was Jack Penley in the number 76. So that car is back in the paddock area and will likely get another go. I do not know the status of the Ryan Cheek-driven machine, so we'll update you when we can on that. But at the start line now is the 107 of Mary Barker. Now, this has kind of been one of the stories that we talked about earlier today when we had Mary alongside us. But before we get too far, the one that is waving the green flag today is her brother, Seth Barker. Of course, Mary's route to competing in motorsports began with horsepower of the literal sort as a teenager, training her adopted Mustang mare and competing in equestrian events, including show jumping and barrel racing. Her rodeo resume even includes a couple attempts at bull riding before she came to her senses and got into building high-performance cars and racing them up twisty mountain roads with a couple of guardrails. Of course, her brother is going to be Seth Barker, waving that green flag for her in just a moment's time. We talked about her last 12 months after supporting Kendall in this event last season, that she knew that she had a tumor in her chest, and a couple of months after the hill climb was diagnosed with stage 2 Hodgkin's lymphoma, and was being treated for that all through the tail end of last year into the beginning of this year, and was bedridden through a lot of that chemotherapy treatment. Of course, we're stoked to announce that she is currently in remission, so that is fantastic news for Mary Barker. But when she got her acceptance into this event, she and Kendall had to decide to effectively build a second race car. This car didn't exist a couple of months ago. I think it was actually Kendall's that was the new one. This is the one that Kendall ran last season. This one's been renumbered to 107. That boxer engine under the hood of that Subaru has been fired, and we are just moments away from turning her loose. Of course, last year, the story we finished out on was Kendall proposed at the bottom of the mountain when they got back down last year, and they intend on sharing their vows once she gets to the top. Well, the 250, Chris Dubois passed the first camera trackside here. And we'll check in on a lap or a sector time. It's a 2:16.2 first section for Chris Dubois. Jack Penley I also saw rolling towards grid, and that means very shortly we should see Mary Barker taking the green flag. And this is going to be an emotional drive. She said she wasn't necessarily nervous for herself, but I think we can all admit that this is going to be a heavy one as she gets to the top and climbs to the top of Pikes Peak after all that she's gone through the last 12 months. And they compete in time attack in a handful of different organizations, but this is Mary's first attempt at the mountain. Kendall completed his second attempt earlier today. Mary is a part of that 20 driver rookie class and waiting anxiously for her brother Seth to wave that green flag and begin 12.42 miles of twisting, winding mountain roads that lead to 14,115 feet of elevation. It is a challenge each year that about 60 or 70 people get to do. This year it will be fewer than that. It is a select group that puts in hard work and effort. In the off season, they plan 364 days to race on the 365th. And if you ask any of these drivers what day New Year is, it would be tomorrow. They're going to reset and go again and be ready for 2025. Mary Barker waiting, and there's the 250 of Chris Dubois continuing to head up the mountain and working through that section at the moment, making great GTR noises and climbing into the trees and towards the tree line. And as soon as there's sufficient separation, that's when we anticipate Mary Barker will be freed to head up the hill. And I think it's true that while we've talked a lot about the story of Mary and Kendall, it is not unique here in this paddock. There is a lot of overcoming adversity throughout all of the competitors here in some way or another. And I think we should take a moment to acknowledge that so many people have given up so much to be here climbing this mountain today. And so many people have made this their life, their lifestyle here in Colorado for effectively the month of June. As they test, they qualify, they practice, and then they get one chance to go to the top. Greatest races in the world. You have to include this in there, but Le Mans 24, Daytona 500, the Indianapolis 500, you can throw as many races as you want into that bucket. But the Pikes Peak Hill Climb is unique in that you get one shot at every corner on this course. And any mistake means that you'll have to wait an entire year to try again. Seth Barker waves the green flag, and off and away Mary Barker begins her first ascent of the Pikes Peak International Hill Climb under the start gantry. And all the weight that she's had on her shoulders, on Kendall's shoulders the last 12 months, I think that'll come off as they climb into the sky here in the next 12 and a half miles. I think this is just indicative of the strength that they have as a team, as a couple, that they built this car the Kendall's car in a couple of months and reset this one for Mary to take up to the top. And we're also working on customer cars as they have their own shop. And through all of the trials and tribulations and chemotherapy and being bedridden, they managed to make it all happen and all come together. And now it's just a couple of miles away. In just a couple minutes, this car will be higher than this helicopter that's chasing her up the mountain. And next on the list after Mary Barker should be Toshiaki out of Japan in his 1990 Toyota Starlet, but we also will probably get in the 76 of Jack Penley just before that for his second run after he had to be turned around with an issue further up the mountain. Update on Chris Dubois, second sector, 257.019. And there he is up above the tree line now, climbing into the boulders. That car seems perhaps a little off pace as it continues its climb, but navigating very, very tentatively, but delicately. And I think this is important. For Chris Dubois, this is his rookie year as well. He's part of that 20 incoming driver, this new class of individuals that will now have this notch in their belt. The GTR is a pretty good platform for pretty much anything in motorsports. Here comes Mary Barker through Picnic. Downshifting, turning into the left-hander. Very tidy so far for Mary Barker. We should expect a first sector time here fairly shortly. And it's a 2:09.645, which is about 7 or 8 seconds quicker than the cars that went before her. So she's in a pretty good spot there in that unlimited car. We'll see if sector 2 and 3 hold something similar. And the challenges continue. The farther you climb, the bumpier the road gets. the more challenging it becomes to sight obstacles and braking markers and turn-in markers. And another rookie driver that is just looking to complete this and get this monkey off her back here. Well, climbing into the trees past the range of the helicopter, she will continue her ascent. There she is again for a moment. And still waiting for Dubois to pip the Sector 3 line up over that speedy drive that we talked about earlier. That was a source of one of our larger delays earlier today. And let's listen to this 250. So up and continuing to climb, and Sector 3 for Chris Dubois is a 3:39.223, which is about 10 seconds slower than Ryan Sheik, which was the car prior, but continuing again just to set a benchmark. Dubois is in the time attack category, so the next car that he's chasing is, well, would be Ben Ryan. There's Mary Barker rounding the corner. Engine sounds healthy. Towards the trees she continues to climb. And I think one of the special things about this is right now inside the car, we have no idea what her emotions are like. But I'd venture to guess that she is focused and it'll all hit like a ton of bricks once she gets to the top. Some more cars heading towards the start line. The number 10 is approaching fairly shortly, and that is a 1986 Audi 4000, Laszlo Keskinen, and this is Toshi Yagi in the 1990 Toyota Starlet, and ran here last year as well. And Yagi is competing in the Pikes Peak Open class, of which has 17 cars here. And making this little car climb that big mountain is a feat in itself. But Toshi was here last year and made a climb up the hill. Now waits for the green flag command. After Yagi, that's Keskinen in the Audi 4000 that I just saw roll by. But there goes Toshi Yagi up across the start line and under the gantry. And that 1990 Toyota Starlet will begin its climb up the hill. And off with a pretty quick start, too. Short wheelbase, that Toyota Starlet is a small, fairly lightweight car. It should be very nimble up towards the top, even as it starts to run out of power. Waiting for Chris Dubois to finish that fourth sector. And Mary Barker, her third. Everybody waiting anxiously to see what the times will be. And again, for some of the rookies here, the goal is just to complete the mountain pass. But Mary Barker continues. She is still climbing this mountain. And there's the tree line. She's up towards the top of this mountain. She's just got a little ways to go. And it's an emotional moment for, I think, a lot of people here. And look at that shot as she comes around the corner. Breathtaking views here that draw people from all over the world to put this feather in their cap. And here comes Chris Dubois, his rookie year in this Nissan GTR. Throttling up. Doesn't sound like it's running all that great, but it's going to get there, I think, with one more corner to go. Chris Dubois is going to finish his first ever Pikes Peak International Hill Climb to the top, 14,115 feet to the summit. And Mary Barker still on her mission to make it to the top in her first go as well. Taking it easy up here. Again, the challenges of this top section well documented here this week. And she said the simulator was one of the most helpful things for her to get practice in as many places as she could on the mountain so she could have it down, at least the muscle memory there. Here's the number 10, and that is Laszlo Keskinen out of Waltham, Massachusetts. That's 1986 Audi 4000. This car looks classic. And here comes Toshi through Picnic. And a 217.7 first sector. And Laszlo Keskinen waiting for the green flag to drop. And boy, there is someone out here with a real vintage looking camera, and if they don't capture a picture of this car, I'll be real sad by the end of the day here. This car looks straight out of the 1980s. Meticulous attention to detail up close, if you had a chance to see it at FanFest earlier this week. And there is the strip of mountain road that we are awaiting the continuation of Mary Barker's climb. Here she is. Still running, still climbing, and getting to the last few hairpins on the course. There's that speedy dry, the oil down from earlier. That Subaru engine is healthy. You can hear it throttling up the hill. It is getting harder and harder for it to suck in the air it needs to mix with the fuel, but she's given it all she's got now. The spectators here in the final few sectors. Sector 3, 334, 289. And she's just got one more to go. Expect that in about 3 minutes as Keskinen waits for the green, and there she is again. The scale of this mountain, I don't think, can be over-exaggerated. When you see pictures like that in just a very small sector of this course, that's why it's so challenging. 156 turns over 12 miles. There's places for radio signals to hide and no place to run cables. It is a challenging proposition, but some of these angles and the things that we've seen today, just absolutely breathtaking. As Toshi works his way now through the middle section of the mountain, through the trees, and looking pretty solid while he's doing it. For Satoshi Yagi in that Starlet. This is going to be his third year, make that his second year actually, competing in this championship out of Tokyo, Japan. Mary Barker has seen the landscape change, and the more it changes, the more she knows she's closed in on reaching this goal of summiting Pikes Peak alongside her partner. And once they're there, they plan to commit their vows to each other after a proposal last year coming down the mountain from Kendall. And what a celebration this will be. This has just been very delicately driven. The goal here is clear. And she's going to continue her climb. There's the 10. Keskinen waiting at the start line still. And green flag is being pointed and now waved. Laszlo Keskinen off and away in the number 10. A little bit of a jolt to the clutch. That 1986 Audi. What a spectacular image that could be. Could be from any year in the last 20, 30 years. Almost 40 now, actually. Aerial shots here of the challenging mountain roads. Getting up towards the tree line in a few moments for Toshi Yagi, but this is that Audi, this Audi 4000. It just, the attention to detail on this car. It's one thing to make a car fast, it's another to make it pretty. It's very challenging to make it pretty and fast. This Audi playing the role, throwing us back about 40 years in time. And here comes Mary Barker. All the weight from the last 12 months on her shoulders will be lifted in one more corner. 12 months of trials and tribulations, but not the mountain. Pikes Peak conquered by Mary Barker and Kendall Samuel, and that will be an emotional celebration later today. Congratulations, job well done, and I think that will be a big moment for everybody on that team and everyone who's been a part of that whole mission. As we check back in with Laszlo Keskinen in the Audi, and Satoshi Yagi in the Starlet. Up above the tree line now. And sector 2 is complete at a 2:55.884. And we're still waiting on a time for Laszlo Keskinen in sector 1. And there is Kendall. No words needed for that one. That transcends every language. So we continue to watch drivers ascent Pikes Peak in this hill climb, the 102nd running of the Broadmoor Pikes Peak International Hill Climb, brought to you by Gran Turismo. Keskinen in the Audi, past Picnic, sailing by in the 5-cylinder Audi, and now the sector time, a 2:19.624 for that yellow and white machine. And next up is the 132. This is Chris Johnson in the 1991 Nissan Skyline GTR out of St. Augustine, Florida, his rookie year as well. He'll be the next rookie to make his run up, and he'll be the second to last rookie that we have, as we're down to the last 5 or so drivers. Next up after Chris Johnson will be Bruce Jouani, who we talked about earlier, out of France. He'll be taking that Quarkus P3 Pikes Peak up just after this just GTR Skyline. This is a cool looking car, man. There's some cars that I think you put on your wall as a kid, and this is certainly one of those. And man, if there was a photo of that climbing this mountain, I'd print that and put it on the wall for sure. There's the Audi continuing. Laszlo Keskinen hasn't quite reached the second sector mark, but is on decent pace here to cross that stripe in the next couple of moments. So just to update you, Laszlo Keskinen is on course right now. Chris Johnson is about to be. Satoshi Yagi is near the top. And then it's Bruce Jouani, David Hackle, and Jeff Swart. That's all we have left here today. Keskinen, you see the dive in the nose there as it jumps on the brakes, rounds the corner, and continues to climb up this hill. It is a steep incline here. That car is working very, very hard. Into frame there at the bottom. And there's Toshi again in the Starlet, well above the tree line here, and sector 3 is a 3:34.380. And that means we're just a couple minutes away from Yagi completing his second run up the mountain. Laszlo Keskinen, corner carving here, keeping this as straight as possible. And once this car gets up a little higher and the power starts to drop off, carrying momentum is key. Here's Yagi in the Starlet. Oh, big bump there in the center of the corner. Saw the front splitter rise up off the ground here. And all the spectators on the hillside that have been there since the very early moments of the day here on the 23rd of June, 2024. Green flag for the 132, and Chris Johnson in the Skyline GTR off and away in his rookie year on the Pikes Peak International Hill Climb.
You got rings?
Samuel and Barker.
Yeah. Samuel and Parker. Yeah.
Barker.
Right. Yeah. We're good.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
People always get that one wrong.
You don't want the Mary Abigail? I'm used to Mary Abigail.
Here comes Satoshi Yagi, completing his second run up the Pikes Peak International Hill Climb, last couple of corners. And that little starlet has done big things today, hasn't it? Climbing a little closer to all of its buddies up there in the sky, crossed the stripe, and completed. Satoshi Yagi, the Pikes Peak International Hill Climb in 2024. Next up on the grid, this is Bruce Jouani, the Frenchman with so much racing experience driving a car that he has very little
Well, here we are at
experience
the
in.
top of the summit, a very high place, a place where love can take you and triumphing over adversity. And we're so honored here to be with Kendall and Mary Abigail, to be here to wed them together in holy matrimony. Do you guys have your vows with you? Why don't we open up with your vows? Let's pray first. Lord God, I just thank you for the fact that you brought Mary and Kendall together, God, that there is nothing that is by chance, that you orchestrated this together. And God, we pray over this ceremony, God, that you bless it, God, that may this ring in the hearts of all of us who witness, and especially into both of them. In your precious name, Jesus, amen. Kendall, you got your vows?
Who goes first?
You can do whatever you want.
Oh, I've never been this emotional. All right. Mary, you're the strongest, most kind person I've ever had the chance of meeting. I feel so lucky to be the person you have chose to be by your side. I hear things from your family saying I take care of you with such grace, but the real truth is without you, I'm a complete mess. You take care of me when I cannot. You cheer me up when I am down. You calm me down when I'm angry, and you show me how to slow down to appreciate the small moments. Without you, I would not truly know what a loving and supportive partner is. I vow to take what you've taught me to support you in any way I can. I will be by your side through happiness, through grief, through stress, through financial hardship, and through anything else life may throw at us, the good and the bad. I vow to continue to improve myself and learn how to love and support you better each day. I couldn't be more proud to call you my wife. And over the past year, the past year has been the most excruciating year itself, but to love you and be there every ounce of the way has been worth it. That was part one. It gets worse. There are 3 parts. You may hold part 3. I have always tried to surprise you, and this event is no different. You've helped me grow a business, you pay for the mortgage, and fund our adventures. It was fun trying to think of a way to repay you for all you've ever given me. In a way, this is beyond financial, and that has a lot of sentimental value ties for both of us. I'm excited to give you part 3. Part 3 is the car she just raced up the mountain that I bought and built together last year, and she's been trying to buy it, and I refuse to let her. It is yours.
It's better than a ring.
Yeah. I think I'm sorry.
You don't need to. You already have.
Well, Mary, if you could exchange your vows with Kendall.
Okay. It says, to Kendall, the best dog dad and horse dad, the best mountain biking and driving instructor, the best chicken parm chef, and my best friend. What a wild trip it's been. Kendall, I hope I get to read this to you, otherwise it'll likely seem like a jumbled mess. Our plan was otherwise to just exchange vows and he would read it himself and I would read his myself. Writing this has been a challenge, not because I can't find wonderful things to say and promises to make, but because I cannot find words in which to express the feelings I get when I think of you. It's like being lost in a crowd, surrounded by strangers in a foreign country, and then seeing that one person, the only person who speaks your language, who cares to understand you, and who lights you up when you see them. A few weeks ago, I told you I don't need you, but I want you. The truth is, while I'm sure I could survive without you, I would no longer be whole. You have become a part of me more than I could have ever imagined. You have carried me through my darkest days, and when I said I'm broken, you responded, "You're not broken, you're healing." When you have seen some of my highest highs, you are my highest high, and every other one is better just for you being in it. I know the future will bring more lows and more highs, and I am so thankful I get to adventure through all of them with you. Being with you feels like home. I promise to be your co-pilot, ready to take the wheel when you need rest. I promise to be your best friend, to love you through the good and the bad. I promise to always answer when you call and to prioritize our relationship. I promise to adventure with you, whether in our 30s or our 90s, across the world or to the parts store. You are my best friend. You are kind and you are loving. You make me a better person. There's no mountain high enough or road long enough to keep me from you. I'll love you till the last Aspen and Pluto hair leave this earth, which will be never, because they're everywhere. I'm so proud I get to call you my husband.
Well, Kendall, Mary, you both, by your own admission, are here of your own free will. And because of that, as an outward sign of what you just committed in your heart, before all these people and before God, we exchange rings. The ring is a never-ending symbol. It has no beginning and no end, just as your love should be. It has no beginning and no end, and shall last forever. So, Kendall. Altitude will do that too. There you go.
Okay.
All right. So if you want to give them your left hand, and just kind of.
Pikes Peak rings.
That is cool. All right. Don't quite place it on fully, but just begin. And you're just going to repeat after me. Say, I, Kendall.
I, Kendall.
Promise to you, Mary.
Promise to you, Mary.
To love you.
To love you.
To care for you.
To care for you.
To honor you.
To honor you.
Forsaking all others.
Forsaking all others.
In both sickness and in health.
In both sickness and in health.
To love you from now and forever.
To love you for now and forever.
Go ahead and put that on there. Yeah, there we go. All right, if you want to give you your left hand, Mary, just kind of, yep. Say, I, Mary Abigail Barker.
I, Mary Abigail Barker.
Promise to you, Kendall.
Promise to you, Kendall.
To love you.
To love you.
To cherish you.
To cherish you.
To honor you.
To honor you.
To love you always.
To love you always.
Forsaking all others.
Forsaking all others.
Both in sickness and in health.
Both in sickness and in health.
To love you from now and forever.
To love you from now and forever.
You may slip that on there. By the power invested in me, I now pronounce you husband and wife, Mr. and Mrs. Samuel. Kendall Samuel, I'm doing well. You may now kiss the bride. Woo! I love it.
Well, man, cars can break, that love is not. That was very, very special, and I appreciate everyone for sticking with us. But David Hackle in the 1983 Audi Quattro getting set to go here in just a moment. The 132 is climbing to the sky. Chris Johnson in the Nissan Skyline GTR, his rookie year. First couple of sectors out of the way. Chris Johnson, 225, 310, and then a 348. Bruce Giuani, 2 minutes flat for the first sector. Very, very solid time for him. And the noise that car makes is unbelievable. And while we were away, here is the completion of the Pikes Peak International Hill Climb by the Audi Quattro, that number 10. Coming back to the checkers here in just a moment's time. Just a replay of what happened a moment ago for car number 10, Laszlo Keskinen. And he was climbing all the way to the top and did it very, very nicely. And the lap time that he put up on the board was a 12:57, 142. There goes Bruce Giuani in that Quarkus Pikes Peak. And all the modification that car has seen. And again, here is the number 10, Laszlo Keskinen, coming through the last few corners in a picture straight out of 1986, but captured in, I'm sure, all the highest of resolutions up there. Across the line, and Laszlo Keskinen, as I mentioned, at 12:57, 1:42 completed the Pikes Peak International Hill Climb. And here is Bruce Giuani once again. First sector, 2 minutes flat. That's the fastest we've seen in quite some time. He has not really had much confidence in the braking of that car, but unfortunately, that car has pulled off to the side for Bruce Giuani. So it does not look like it's going to make it to the top there as the safety truck attends to him. Door is open. So it looks like he will come to a stop. Here's that 132 continuing. Chris Johnson in the 1991 Nissan Skyline GTR. And the sectors for that car looking fairly solid. A 348 sector 3. There's David Hackle. We got a chance to speak with him about his Audi earlier today and how long he's had it. And all the things that it's seen over its 40-year history. Fan favorite car waiting to go. So while Bruce Giuani had a very strong start, their goal was to reach the top of the mountain, and it doesn't seem like they're going to get there today. But that doesn't mean that the journey is over for the Quarkus team and for Bruce Giuani. I'm sure they will be back with a little bit more time to prep. I think that car is going to be very, very quick. By the way, a 2-minute first sector is good enough in many cases, depending on what the other sectors are, to move that car quite a ways up the grid into the top 25 or so. So with a bit more preparation time, having that car a bit more complete, and a bit more practice perhaps for Bruce Giuani to take full advantage of it, I think that car's got plenty left in it. As David Hackle waits, I'm sure we're going to be in a slight hold here while they deal with Giuani's car on the side of the course. We are down now to David Hackle is on grid, and then after him there's only one competitor left, and that's Jeff Zwart, who we also chatted with earlier today. He's got his 1997 Porsche Carrera ready to roll in the paddock here in a few minutes' time. It's been quite the day here at the Pikes Peak International Hill Climb, brought to you by Gran Turismo. And again, I've been pleased to bring the action for most of the day and chat with a number of people that have made this happen. Some of our armed forces personnel, people that are part of the UC Health program that stations all the medical crews around the course, numerous drivers and team members, and all of them make up this event and make it what it is. And a huge thanks as well to all the volunteer staff, the vendors, for participating here each year, despite all the challenges, the logistics of getting up here on the side of the mountain at 1 in the morning. And David Hackle will have to wait. He seemed calm, cool, and collected earlier when we talked to him, and now he's getting his own chance to sit tight. Now, there's a fuel can on the rear of, near the rear of that Quarkus. I don't think it's run out of fuel, but I guess that's possible. And that 132, 2 corners left to go. It is struggling, and it has come to a stop. And that is not where you want to be. You're so, so close. If he can just do the Control-Alt-Delete and get it refired and go just a couple hundred more yards. The rear tail lights are out. If he can get it refired, I just imagine starting a hot motor is challenging, especially at altitude when it doesn't have the air it needs to fire back up. Oh, this is painful. So, so close. And no sign of life under the hood of that Nissan Skyline GTR. Didn't sound very good before it shut off. And oh, there's the taillights back on. Hoping for it to turn over. I hear it fired. The engine's alight. Will it make it a few hundred more feet? I hear a car. Uh-oh, is it a clutch or a gearbox problem potentially? The engine's revving, but it's going nowhere. Just feet from summiting Pikes Peak, this number 132. The engine is running, it just will not go. And it's off again. I would venture to say it's some kind of gearbox problem or clutch issue. Saw the car try to start, but it wouldn't move forward. There it goes. Yes! And it is moving, albeit slowly. and against its own will probably, but it is going to get there, I believe. One more corner now, and he has saved his climb up to the summit of Pikes Peak. Perseverance there, given it a second to cool off. Control-Alt-Delete. Open the old task manager, and task completed. Across the stripe, 14,115 feet. Not without its struggles, but he'll limp across the finish line there at the top of the mountain. And the 26, the Quarkus car, will not summit Pikes Peak as that car pulls off to clear the road. So the challenges this year have been mechanical issues. And I think the big storyline is some have managed to make it despite all the protests from their cars, and some have not made it. Of course, we were very excited to see what that Quarkus would do with a driver as experienced as Bruce Giuani behind the wheel. But with Giuani, with his attempt up the mountain, David Hackle and Jeff Zwart are the last two drivers to be heading up towards the summit of Pikes Peak, after which the parade down will begin with Clint Vaschultz driving the parade vehicle. And the celebrations will ensue as long as those cars all come down the mountain. And that'll be all the celebration for the next 364 days before we do it all over again. Some teams will go right back to work tomorrow in preparations for next year. And Satoshi Yagi summited Pikes Peak in his Toyota Starlet. He made it to the top, and he's standing by with Joey Atterbury at 14,000 feet.
Standing by here with Satoshi Yagi, driver of the Volkswagen Polo. You made it up to the top of the hill here. How was Pikes Peak this year for you?
Oh, very exciting, so fun, yes, and very tired to the top, yes, yes, good.
Well, it's awesome to have you here. This little Volkswagen is a really, really cool car. Is it one of your favorites to drive?
Yes, upper section is too difficult. The car is so sensitive, but acceleration. Yes.
Awesome. Well, congratulations on making it to the top.
Thanks very much. Thank you very much.
Satoshi Yagi up at the top in the 1990 Toyota Starlet. I do have an update, by the way, on Ryan Cheek. It was a mechanical problem, and Ryan Cheek is okay. That is the news I can pass on down. Mechanical issue for that American Cross Kart, but not able to summit, unfortunately. So not all the way to the top, but she gave it a good run before an issue stopped that climb up to the summit of the Pikes Peak International Hill Climb. Just a couple cars left to go. Again, it's just David Hackle and Jeff Zwart before things will wrap up here this afternoon. And I think we're just waiting to make sure that the track is clear and safe after a couple of pull-offs there. One towards the middle of the mountain and one up towards the top. But I think the 132 got there without dragging any fluids or anything. Just didn't sound all that healthy in the altitude up at the summit of Pikes Peak. It's been a pleasure to be alongside you again here this afternoon, and this is a challenging event from a lot of different angles, and I appreciate everyone sticking through us from around the world here. This has been an unbelievable experience. Once again, I encourage anyone that has the means to give this a go in person, to try this out, come and see the cars up close, see the drivers. It is so accessible. And I think a great blend between grassroots racing and professional motorsport. So if you're in the Colorado area or can have the means to get to it next year, I certainly recommend you give it a go. Certainly Fan Fest in downtown Colorado Springs as well. And we're going to step away for a few moments, and we'll be right back with the continuation of the last few cars here from the Pikes Peak International Hill Climb.
Hello and welcome to the Museum of American Speed in Lincoln, Nebraska. I think what really sets us apart is our museum tries to pay homage to the grassroots racer and hot rodder. And so we have all kinds of exhibits here that talk about that, but we also have one of the largest collections of pedal cars, art, sculpture, and a lot of other things that kind of tie into automotive culture. And I hope everyone out there watching this will come pay us a visit and just see what makes this museum so special.
Overlanders and crawlers, clubs and individualists, newbies and not so newbies. We can all agree on one thing. The tougher the tire, the easier the escape.
Need parts fast? We got fast. Need them now? We got now. No matter what you need, we have thousands of professional parts people doing their part to make sure you have it. We're O'Reilly Fast. Just one part that makes O'Reilly stand apart. The professional parts people.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
And the Broadmoor Pikes Peak International Hill Climb, brought to you by Gran Turismo, is continuing here about 4 o'clock after 7 after the hour here in the afternoon. There is just 2 cars remaining to go out on course and make their attempt at climbing to the top of America's Mountain. David Hackle and Jeff Zwart, they are both in a holding pattern here as we just double check the course and make sure that it's safe and clear after a couple pull-offs here. But it has been an exciting day. And let's head to the top and chat with Chris Johnson, who just completed his run to the top of the mountain in a very exciting way. Joey, what you got?
Here with Chris Johnson, driver of the number 132 Nissan Skyline GTR R32, one of the older models.
It is, yeah.
But you are also a true newbie out here. You've never been to Pikes Peak. What has this experience been like for you?
Oh man, it's wild. I tell you what, you get on the sim, you spend all the time playing it, going up the course, and you can never underestimate, or you just can't fathom how big everything is, to be honest with you. I got out here, the week of prep was crazy, lots of 2 and 3 hour nights of sleep, getting everything ready, tuned up. I was on with my tuner every single night. And I just think for me, the altitude, the size, the scale, how hard it is. I mean, I just ran out of fuel getting up here. I almost had to get out and push it up myself, but I was so close. I was getting to the summit today. So yeah, it's amazing. And now that it's here, the new is off. So I walked up here, the veteran said, no excuses for next year.
Well, it's awesome that you made it all the way up here. This GTR is a fantastic platform, especially for hill climb. What draws you to it?
Well, it's just classic, right? I mean, I'm a kid of the 90s, so obviously when I wanted to build like that one-of-a-kind car, there was really no other car other than the R32 GTR. Now, I'll get a lot of hate mail. It is rear-wheel drive. Just a lot of GTR parts missing to do this kind of thing because GTR tax is real. So it's still an RB, so I am care and feeding for that thing, but it's DCT transmission, rear-wheel drive. We did everything we could to make it really reliable and really serviceable up here in the mountain because, you just can't fly to Japan and get parts for it. But still, I tried to stay true to the JDM culture, Takata harnesses, a little bit of seafoam green. So trying to carry the torch up here on the hill.
Well, congratulations on making it all the way up there. And yeah, that's a pretty cool hairdryer sticking out of that hood.
Yeah, no doubt. Thank you so much.
It was an exciting climb, especially the last couple hundred feet, but he did get there and summited Pikes Peak for his first go. Of course, we're still in a holding pattern down here, waiting for David Hackle to be turned loose, and also we'll finish out the day with Jeff Zwart here. We've had a couple mechanical issues along the way that have put us in a bit of a delay, but still the volunteers working very, very hard trackside to make sure that we can finish this up very safely and timely here in a couple moments' time. Highlights of the day, if you just joined us, Romain Dumas has been on the top since way earlier in the day, before noon, and that 553 is not the full capability of that Ford F-150 Lightning Super Truck. It had an issue in the first sector, came to a complete stop for about 20 seconds before he was able to fire it back up and continue on. Despite that, he is still sitting in a great position to become a 5-time King of the Mountain champion here at the Broadmoor Pikes Peak International Hill Climb. Brought to you by Gran Turismo. So he's in a great spot. Christian Murley also had a great run early in the day. So did Danny Sordo, the Spaniard, the rally driver who put that Hyundai Ioniq NTA spec car up in P3. Cole Powelson and Don Wickstrom, the rest of your top 5s. And it's been an interesting mix of successes and failures today for those that gave it a shot. But I think every failure has to be looked at as a chance to do better again next year. And most of the issues were all mechanical issues. Hey, the marmots are back, and this one's not attached to Rick Lynn's Chevrolet this time. It is free to move about up in the rocks up there. they've been pretty photogenic, I'd say, so far this weekend. And we've been catching some nice shots there of the wildlife and the aerial shots as well here this year. Pretty spectacular viewing all from around the course. But with just 2 drivers left to go, we're just so close to finishing this out after a pretty exciting day of motorsport here on the side of Pikes Peak. Once again, we want to bring attention one more time to the North Drinkware glasses that you can purchase on northdrinkware.com. They have an engraving of the logo for this year as well as the date. They are very high quality stuff, and you can get them. All the proceeds head directly back to this area. So of course, they're manufactured in Oregon and super high quality. I have a couple of them at my house, so highly recommend you pick one up to celebrate this year's Pikes Peak International Hill Climb. The competitors have all received one as well. Very neat. There you see the just married on the windshield there of now newlyweds after a pretty emotional moment earlier this afternoon. Well, we began this day at around 7:30 in the morning. The broadcast began just after 7 o'clock. It is now 4 o'clock in Mountain Time, and it's been quite the day. And with just a couple cars left, so we're anticipating a green very shortly once they assess any cleanup procedures that have to be done. For those that missed the announcement a little bit earlier, I did give an update on Ryan Cheek, who didn't complete the climb up to the mountain earlier today. She is okay. It was just a mechanical issue and dropped off the timing and scoring. Did not complete the summit to Pikes Peak, but no issues to report there. So all good news from the side of the mountain. We've had a couple offs and things here much earlier in the day, but all the drivers are okay, and an engine is fired, and the last 2 drivers are about ready to go. David Hackle, we chatted with earlier in his 1983 Audi Quattro, a car that he has had for a very long time. It's a fan favorite, this number 2. And revving it to begin his climb, 12.4 miles. Bringing it up to launch revs here. Anticipation of his next run up the hill. Hackle has run here 11 times, this being the 11th. Had a lot of confidence earlier today when we chatted with him. He felt very comfortable in this car. He said it was like wearing an old shoe. Over the years, it's seen a whole bunch of modifications to get it prepped for this activity. 11 years of Pikes Peak ascents. Just waiting for the green flag command. Once the engine is fired, it's imminent. And dropping back down to idle here for a moment is just making sure that the course is safe and clear. David Hackle waiting to go. Now, I mentioned there's one more driver after this, Jeff Zwart, who is also, sorry, David Hackle, this is the second year on the mountain. It's Zwart that has 11. I think I miscorrected myself. It was 11 for the number 2. Engine is off again. And the marshal in the window here. And it's fired back up. Let's try it again. Green flags in hand of the starter down there by the start line, about 9,300 feet. The finish, 14,115, 12.42 miles, 156 corners between here and there. Green flag and back underway. The Broadmoor Pikes Peak International Hill Climb, brought to you by Gran Turismo. And Hackle is off like a light up towards the first handful of corners. And we'll head back up to the top of the mountain. Mary Baker, who had an exceptional climb earlier today. Let's head back up and talk with Joey Atterbury and Mary and see how she's feeling.
Standing by here with the just married Mary Samuel, competing in your very, very first Pikes Peak International Hill Climb. What does it mean to you to be standing here at the top?
It means everything. This past year has been so challenging and so exhausting that just making it up here, this was the goal. So I made it. I'm at the top and I'm here with Kendall. So I couldn't be happier.
Yes, with the love of your life, but also a new love of your life as well. I understand that this is now your race car.
Yes, this is a car I had jokingly asked Kendall a few months ago. I said, so how much would you want for Blue Steel? Because that's the car's name. And he was like, I don't know. And I was like, well, think about it. I would love to have it because I have one other race car, but nothing quite like this. So, yeah, now that he's given it to me, I couldn't be more thrilled, but having him as a husband is even better.
Well, congratulations, not just on making it up here, but everything to go along with it.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, Joey. And we talked about her story earlier today, and I think it's worth spending a little extra time there talking about people that have had, such a hard year. And appreciate everyone sticking with us, listening to the stories, and understanding that there is so much more to life than just motorsport. It's a huge part of life for everybody, but it is a part of life, and not all of it for sure. Here's Jeff Zwart, the last one to head up the mountain here today, the 1997 Porsche Carrera in the Pikes Peak Open class. Spoke with him earlier today, 19 years of experience, and he is feeling quite confident in this Porsche. Hails out of Aspen, Colorado. David Hackel through Picnic. And rounds the bend here. The conditions so different than what we had this morning at 7:30 a.m. Now on the other end of a workday, essentially. Sun has traded places in the sky. And as soon as there is sufficient separation, they are going to turn this number 11 car loose here. Jeff Zwart in that 1997 Porsche Carrera. There's Larry Chen grabbing those shots we were just talking with him about a little while ago during a red flag. Always in the moment. Likely capturing the eyes through the helmet. One of my favorite shots there. In the helmet, through the windshield. The intensity and anticipation in the eyes of every competitor that has summited Pikes Peak here today. Waiting for a sector. It is a 2:02.092 for David Hackel. That's a very strong start, just 2 seconds shy of the Quarkus that was running before it, that was not able to complete the summit of Pikes Peak. So David Hackel's off to a pretty good start. And as soon as he clears that second sector mark, I'd anticipate this Porsche getting the go-ahead. So the 20 rookies this year, and the handful of those that have 18 to 20 years experience. Spencer Steele, 20. Jeff Zwart, 19. And a handful of others. Cody Vaschholz with 14 years. And a whole bunch of others that have put in their time on the mountain, learning, educating. And David Hackel continues. Nice right-hand corner and continues to his climb. And that Audi looking and sounding very, very good. Passing some major milestones here shortly. As soon as you clear the trees, it starts to look like an alien land up there towards the top. Another car that looks straight out of the era that it was manufactured in. Where's that guy with that retro camera when you need it? I'm sure he's trackside. I'm sure he's got a shot of it. I'll be trying to find him later. But David Hackel continues. And looking very, very tidy with the experience that he has. All eyes on this 1983 Audi Quattro after another delay. And here goes the number 11, Jeff Zwart. Should be our last runner today. The 1997 Carrera, 19 years of experience. Whoa, spin, slide, and off in the first corner. Trouble on the mountain at the very beginning. And that's huge drama for Jeff Zwart. And the safety team will immediately be on scene here very, very quickly. There's the car off to the side of the road. And that is certainly not the way that Jeff Zwart wanted to start or finish 2024 here on the mountain. Well, a crash has bookended our day here, but the challenges of the mountain continue. It has been a challenge for almost every single driver that has taken it on today. 60 drivers gave it a go, and 47 were able to complete the summit. So last year, I think there were 7 DNFs. This year, a handful more. But this is what it's all about, conquering the mountain. The whole slogan for this year was often challenged, rarely conquered. And if it was easy, everyone would do it. And it certainly is not everyone doing it, and certainly isn't easy. But the stories of the day, of course, Romain Dumas up at the top, should lock in that King of the Mountain status here for a 5th time, which is extremely impressive considering he had his own troubles. David Donahue in the TA1 division had his own troubles. And here's David Hackle continuing his climb. 2:41, 7:55 second sector. And pace looks to be very, very good here. So just 2 sectors to go, about halfway up. A little further than that, actually, now that he's past the tree line. And I believe he will be the last driver to make this ascent. Don't know the damage that's on Jeff Zwart's car, but I imagine it is not a small amount. I don't think he'll have an opportunity to reset, but until we get an update, can't confirm anything. And back behind the rocks again. Well, what a day it's been with all the different cars and the different divisions, and running you through again Dumas and Murley in the Pikes Peak Open and Unlimited categories, Danny Sordo in Exhibition, Cole Powelson in Open Wheel, and by a huge margin, almost a full minute, Cole Powelson is on top of the board over Rodney O'Malley. Yuri Kuznetsov finishing 3rd in the Open Wheel category. As Hackle was going to pop around this cliff here momentarily. We should see him cross the 3rd sector line in a couple minutes. Sector 3 is a little longer than the others, and Sector 4 has been the longest so far. As the air gets thinner and the corners get tighter. Bringing it all the revs. Let's listen to this Audi Quattro. Sector 3, 3:18, 6:78. That's a pretty solid time, actually. That's way quicker than some of the other cars we've seen in the Sector 1 time bracket. And those breathtaking sights, maybe for one final time this afternoon. And as Hackle continues to make his way up the mountain, 14,115 feet is the summit, and he is quickly climbing as the inclines increase to a maximum of about 10.5 degrees. Basically, every 100 feet you travel, you go up 10 feet. That's a lot steeper than you think it is. And that is the maximum grade, but the average is about 7 over the course of the run. David Hackle within minutes of completing this ascent to the top of Pikes Peak once again. And that, I believe, is our Parade of Champions car, driven by Clint Vaschultz, which would signify that all the running has been completed, or at least all the starts have been completed. The 2024 BMW i5 M60 will begin its run up the mountain to collect and retrieve all of the competitors that have made it to the summit, and they will all return in as champion status of the Pikes Peak International Hill Climb for 2024. They've all done it together. And we are hearing that Jeff Zwart is okay. That is the best news of all. And it's an unfortunate run for him, but we are so glad to hear that he is okay after climbing out of his 1997 Porsche Carrera. It sounds like we do have a replay of that, so we should be able to get it to you here shortly and have a look at what happened. But just
driven by
You know, again, the challenges of the mountain, the slick road surface, even down here at the start. Here's a look at it. Just throttled up, shifted gears, and I think the shock of the gearbox. You saw the whole car shake there for a moment, and as soon as it shook, it just took a hard left, and ooh, it went. You see bumpers and things sailing through the trees. So it could potentially have been a mechanical failure there as well. It just took a hard left. That was very strange. So unfortunate for Jeff Zwart. The best news, though, is he is okay. And that is a great way to end the news coverage. And we're hearing that maybe the left rear toe link, something the suspension might have broken upon further looks. So, you know, maybe not just a mistake or an issue. I think it just could have been something breaking. Here's another look at it again. Watch very closely. Boom, right there. Something broke. I don't think that car just looped around on its own. And that is a bad place for it to happen, but if I had to be honest, there's worse places that it could have happened. So at the bottom of the mountain before you get up to the cliffs and the high walls and things, I think Jeff Zwart would take that one, even though he'll be disappointed in the run. So it seems like, where is our next runner here up the mountain? We were watching David Hackle, and David Hackle has finished at an 11:28.198. So he has completed his run, and that will put him, I had to look up really far on the order, that puts him 8th in the Pikes Peak Open class, about halfway up the category, and 35th overall. So that's a pretty successful run, I'd say, for starting so deep in the order. And he said he had never really started that deep before, but it didn't seem to matter all that much. P8 in the Pikes Peak Open category. And that has completed our running of the cars here, with the exception of the Parade of Champions car that Clint Vaschholz is taking to the top here. So of the drivers that began the ascent here today, 60 cars, 48 completed the climb on this 23rd of June 2024. And I have to wish everyone that made it to the top a congratulations. And those that didn't, congratulations for giving it the effort and building the programs to be out here and joining us here this weekend on a beautiful Sunday. I don't think we could have been treated with better weather, to be quite honest. So great news for those up at the top. We got to see a marriage, which was unexpected for me coming into the day. But again, for those that know Kendall's and Mary's story, that was a pretty important moment for them, so appreciate that. Let's have a look at some highlights today of the division winners, because there was pretty exciting moments, of course. There's that pace car that started the day. Of course, our Armed Services making an appearance here as well. And Randy Popst was one of the first drivers off the line early on the day. And it was a pretty successful climb for him and for teammate Danny Sordo. There's Randy Popst climbing out of the car. Pretty stoked about that. There's Laura Hayes in the Toyota GR Supra. She comes across the stripe as the winner of the Pikes Peak GT4 Trophy by Yokohama category. And there is the open wheel winner as Powelson brings it home in victory lane there for them. Up the hill, David Donahue, TA1 winner despite the braking issues he had. And the 313 also on the run up the hill there in fashion. There's Romain Dumas, the 150, the F-150 Lightning Super Truck. Did not have an easy go. It stalled there in the bottom section, but it redeemed itself and climbed all the way to the top and was the fastest car or truck on the mountain here today. And Romain Dumas will be a 5-time King of the Mountain champion in 2024. Despite those challenges, Ford has done it this year, with the quickest car on the mountain being that F-150 Lightning Super Truck. That was an incredible display of performance by that team and by all the teams up there as the division winners here this weekend. And when they look towards next season, they're going to look at times to beat, some records still to take down as far as those that were declaring records. Rob Dahm had an amazing debut in that 1993 Mazda RX-7 with the 3 rotors. He was extremely excited about his time, so I think that just gave him the bug to come back and do it all over again. Part of the motorsport community at the very core. He is definitely one of us as far as his interest in cars and interest in racing. Others that climbed the mountain today, of course, we saw a handful of others make their climb up, and one of them was David Hackle. He's our most recent finisher, the final finisher of the day, and Joey Atterbury is alongside him up at the top.
Standing here with David Hackle, driver of one of these really, really cool Audis, and the last one to make it all the way up to Pikes Peak International Hill Climb. How was the run for you?
It was great. Actually, the car, solid as a rock. It was pretty bumpy at the top section. I will admit that I claimed a marmot, unfortunately, so breaks my heart, but we made it up to the top. It was an exceptional run, I think, for given the circumstances that we had this week in qualifying. Put the car back together. Fantastic day all the way to the end.
A little bit difficult on the mental side of things with so much start and then stop and then start and stop again. What do you do to stay in the zone?
So you just think about where you've got to be in about 10, 15 minutes. This car, we had 3 starts, like we didn't go off the line, but we just sat there because there was an incident further up the hill at ski area that they needed to clear. Then they had some oil dry to get that off, manual labor to get the car off ahead of us. And so it was a start, stop, 3 times. But you're just focused. You're right there. You're in the game. You want to be at the top. You just take your time. That's the important thing, is don't stress out about the mountain. It's here, and you're going to make it.
Well, congrats on making it to the top.
Thank you so much, Joey. Appreciate it.
David Hackle, an exceptional job there in that Audi. One of the other things we wanted to point out, Laura Hayes with a 10:24.87 is now the fastest woman on Pikes Peak. That is a record that she broke earlier today. So congratulations to Laura Hayes and the Pikes Peak GT4 trophy by Yokohama. The inaugural trophy will go to Laura Hayes with that performance in her Toyota GR Supra. Job well done by her team. And the plan here for the tail end of this show, we're going to show you a little bit of the trek down the mountain here as the Parade of Champions heads all the way back down to the base camp here at the start. We'll bring some of that to you before signing off here from the side of Pikes Peak Mountain. What a day it has been, and man, it is gorgeous down here. Track temp is 75 degrees Fahrenheit down here at the start, and what started as a chilly morning has turned into a pretty nice day. But up at the top of the mountain, it's a little colder up there. Chris Dubois is up at the top of the mountain with Joey Atterbury.
Well, we saw one of the older Nissan Skyline models, but Chris Dubois drives one of the newer GTRs and is also one of the newest names to make it all the way up to the top. How does it feel?
Feels great to be at the top. We've been trying to get up here for about 4 or 5 years. This car was my best friend, Mike Sereau, who passed away before he could complete it and run it to the top himself. His parents wanted me to get it to the top for him, and we finally did it after about 4 or 5 years, so it's been a huge accomplishment.
That's an awesome dedication. What does it feel to do that?
Just unbelievable. It's been surreal, for real. Every hill climber wants to do Pikes Peak. We're from back east, and we do Mount Washington, and that's kind of like our big one. And a lot of guys just strive to get here, and it just takes so much to get here. And finally, we did it with a lot of help.
Awesome job making it all the way up to the top, and we look forward to seeing you in future years.
Thanks.
Job well done, and again, a lot of emotionally heavy moments here, but success and celebrations in order after the climb to the top of the Pikes Peak Mountain, 14,115 feet. Look at the sights here delivered by the camera crew all day long. Again, I mentioned it's been a long day. Almost everybody here in at about 1:30 in the morning. Some even sooner than that in preparation, and I'm sure those organizers that have put on this event and make it so successful every year would love to get a little bit of sleep tonight after putting on another amazing event. The challenges this year, the mountain was tough, it was brutal, but that is why it is not an easy task to get to the top, and you know, we've seen some of the best drivers in the world fail to make it to the top. But here this weekend, we've seen some triumphs, certainly, and we ended with an accident there for Jeff Swart. Once again, success, and there's all the drivers that have summited Pikes Peak in a celebratory moment. A lot of drivers in that group from all walks of life. Some that have raced Le Mans and Spa and the Nürburgring, and some that build their Subaru in their garage and open trailer it, some that drive their car to the event. And all these drivers can share in the same moment here at the end of this day. I think that this is the most unique thing about this event. And I think it's extremely special. And I think the Pikes Peak Hill Climb organization should be very, very proud of putting on an event that transcends all the barriers in traditional motorsport as far as cost and travel and all those things. They bring together people from all walks of life. I think that's so, so important. And the paddock here, the vibes have been fantastic. The spectators up on the hillsides have gotten to see some amazing cars from all different eras and categories and divisions, and gotten to hear some great sounds and hopefully take some great photos and video as well to share after the fact. But once those drivers complete those photo opportunities, they're going to get back in their cars and they'll begin heading back down the mountain behind Clint Vaschultz in the 2024 Parade of Champions car, that 2024 BMW i5 M60. And there's a look at the top from the bottom, or at least from where they start. The gap through the trees there, and unfortunately that's the highest I've gotten to see it this year. I didn't get a chance to go up to the top like years past, but living vicariously through all the drivers that did. And certainly a lot of successes to be celebrated here. And the weather, we just got the best that we could possibly have asked for, I think. A little bit of overheating issues perhaps, but those things can be accounted for. Beautiful blue skies here in Colorado, and part of the mission of promoting tourism through sport. Bringing people together in motorsports, that's the mission. And all those spectators aligned along the road there, watching their heroes do what seems impossible at times. Some heading back to their cars as they'll be following those drivers back down the mountain, driving the very same road that they drove to get to the top. Tens of thousands of people, campers on the side of the mountain, all staring at the marmots. I wonder how many marmots are up there. It feels like there's 100,000 of them. But we've seen one of them tacked on the back of Rick Lynn's truck. Some ice floes up there as well. And it is a beautiful scene, a beautiful sight. It is a privilege and a pleasure to be here and part of this event. Some great scenery around here that the drivers have all had the privilege of navigating, although they were all going too fast to really stop and smell the roses there on the way up. Here comes Clint Vaschultz, though, in the last couple of corners, who's navigating those big bumps in that BMW i5 M60. And Clint Vaschultz in the Parade of Champions car reaches the checkered, and then he'll slam on the brakes, turned around, and head right back down. He'll collect all the cars that have summited. This is a fan favorite moment. All the cars get to pass back by the spectators, the medical crews, the broadcast crew, all the people that put this event on. Get one more pass as they head back down the mountain. Well, Romain Dumas picks up another King of the Mountain celebration, his fifth, over Christian Murley, and it was about 11 seconds between the first and the second place car. And it was a little ways back between Romain Dumas and Jimmy Ford, who had to do a second run. And Jimmy Ford managed to come home in second place in that Pikes Peak Open category. I think he'll be thrilled with that. One of those drivers that had to turn around after some issues earlier in his run on a red flag. And big thanks again to all the marshals and the flagmen out there keeping the racetrack safe. The cleanup crews, we had a couple of oil spills today that needed some attention, and pretty quickly they got things turned back around. You cannot mess around with slippery surfaces here on the side of a mountain, so they did an exceptional job. And after those fluids were cleaned up, no issues beyond that, despite all the challenges posed by those cars. So job well done, I have to say. And a big thanks as well to all of the other organizations that have made this event possible. Of course, Mobil 1 and Gran Turismo and a whole bunch of others that have come together. Optima Batteries for providing the stage for us here this weekend. More photo ops up there at the top with the decal BMW. And fairly shortly, they'll be climbing behind the wheel of their time attack machines to turn them back down the mountain. There's a look at the start line, and that's where 60 hopefuls began their runs this morning and all through the day. And passing under that gantry, I can't tell you how many tourists and spectators and people driving under that gantry stop to take a photo and share it to whatever social media is of their choice, because there's just something so cool about looking at that gantry and looking at that peak and knowing that in under 9 minutes, our fastest competitor got from there to there on your screen. That is just an unbelievable accomplishment. And it's a great testament to all the work that the teams put in. It's a hard job, and certainly we've seen teams like we talked about the Corcus car that 5 months ago, they didn't even know this car would be here. And so much technical knowledge and engineering required to perfect or get close to perfecting or hope to perfect a car to ascend a linear mile into the sky. Things are quiet for the moment, but spectators will find their way trackside and pull out their phones, their cameras, and they will celebrate this together. Everyone together, the vendors, the marshals, the medical crews. It's all a celebratory moment. And those that have been corralled into spectator areas all weekend long, it has been, or at least all day long, since the morning hours. And you had to be committed to where you wanted to be and knowledge of the mountain, what shots you wanted to get. All of those things are a pleasure to see. We're going to step away to break. We'll be back with the descent from the top of Pikes Peak in just a moment, right after this.
State Games is Colorado's largest sports festival with over 12,000 athletes competing in more than 35 different sports. Athletes can compete in a variety of sports ranging from archery, basketball, ultimate frisbee, and lacrosse to figure skating, pickleball, soccer, and tennis. Registration is open now for athletes of all ages and skill levels with early registration discounts and youth scholarships available. Learn more at RockyMountainStateGames.org.
Straight for the field.
There is no formula for passion. No way to simulate the blood, sweat, and tears of sacrifice. There's no measurement for the highs of victory or the lows of defeat. So we prove it in the real world. From pavement to peak to podium. We prove it for the driven.
Don't miss the Downtown Summerfest, a dynamic kickoff event presented in Olympic City, USA by Colorado Springs Sports Corporation and the U.S. Olympic and Paralympic Museum. Join us on July 27th for a day filled with excitement, showcasing our city's Olympic spirit, featuring sports and cultural demonstrations, live music, and over 40 partners and vendors. Catch the action on the big screen in the Museum Plaza and rally behind Team USA. Downtown Summerfest, July 27th in the heart of Olympic City, USA.
And welcome back to the Broadmoor Pikes Peak International Hill Climb, brought to you by Gran Turismo. And just moments away from the 2024 Parade of Champions, as all of the finishers up at the summit will follow Clint Vaschultz in the 2024 BMW i5 M60 down the mountain, passing all the spectators, all the marshals, everyone who made this event possible. Drivers are suiting up, climbing in. And I think the big stories here this year, besides the attrition that we saw from some of the big names, was the setting of some new records here. Of course, we documented earlier today that the electric modified SUV and crossover category did not have a current record, and Danny Sordo now holds that with his time up at the top of the board in position number 3 overall. Of course, the electric production car SUV crossover record is also set now by Ron Zaris in the Hyundai Ioniq 5N. So a couple new records set and a couple defeated here along the way. But the challenge each year is not only to break records, but just to beat your old times from previous years, to set new lap times for people to chase, and for some just to get to the top. As I spoke about with Rob Dahm in particular, he was very, very excited to get to the top of the mountain and also achieve what we believe to be a record for a Mazda RX-7 rotary-powered car. Now the Parade of Champions begins as Clint Vaschultz is going to pick up the field. A couple of those military trucks behind one of the race safety vehicles. And now all of the drivers that summited Pikes Peak will begin their descent. And trust me, folks, when you descend this mountain, if you've never been, it is sometimes as scary as climbing up. There's a couple of checkpoints for brake temperature for your standard passenger vehicles, just to make sure that you're not overheating or dragging your brakes. There are some very steep inclines that lead into very steep cliffs, and it is as spectacular of a ride down as it is up. And part of me would really enjoy seeing this run like a what do they call that when they run them downhill, like a Pinewood Derby or whatnot, and run them without fuel and just push the clutch in and just let them roll down the hill. I think that'd be pretty fun, and see who's the best at getting down the mountain in the fastest amount of time without any power. But cars queuing up, and the photos from this next few moments are pretty spectacular in their own right, as the whole goal of the Pikes Peak Hill Climb organization is to keep cars separated and not near each other on course. So when you get to see them all together, it is a kind of a special treat. I said earlier today that there is no bricks or high banks, but this race to the top of America's mountain has forged its way into history as the second longest running race in the world. It pulls international acclaim. It pulls international drivers, international attention, but it has the hometown grassroots feel and the sense of community that I think everyone searches for in a great motorsports event. There was no lap 2 today. There was no second chances, at least for those that didn't get turned back around after a red flag. There was just getting to the top with 156 corners. They didn't have to be perfect. They just couldn't be bad. And for those drivers up at the top here, some of them made mistakes along the way, but Romain Dumas sailing the flags out the side windows of that Ford F-150 Lightning Super Truck. The quickest truck up Pikes Peak, claims his 5th King of the Mountain championship. Cole Powelson, winner of the open wheel category. Sean Bassett. And so many others. Ethan Hunter in that Camaro stock car, making his first run successfully to the top. And this is when I think it starts to set in just a little bit for the drivers, now that they've stood up there for a couple of hours at 14,000 feet. On the way back down, it's time to slow down and appreciate all the people and places and things that got them to where they are here. Catherine Legg, making her first successful climb up Pikes Peak, adds that to her long list on her resume. Of course, many others behind. Jeremy Lauder in that 125. That car was upside down 2 weeks ago, and right side up just in time for this. 65 of Rodney O'Malley, second in open wheel. And of course, the Kendall Samuel driven machine, Mary Barker in a very similar Subaru. Scott Crouch. And so many more. Chris Becker in his first run up the hill in that new Pikes Peak GT4 trophy by Yokohama. A new class for this year, running homologated GT4 cars from around the world. It's a great way to be involved in the hill climb and also keep that car for other motorsports activities, whether it be in IMSA or in the SRO or other places like the WRL. There's Cash Singh. A lot of work went into that car in the past week to get it up to the hill. Satoshi Yagi in the Starlet, and so many more. And as the cars head down the mountain, this is effectively the finale for this event. Rob Dahm, many successes to be had from this event for him and for so many others that ascended with him, the other 47. And it has been an amazing event this year, and 48 drivers of the 60 ascended to the top, 14,115 feet. And this event is one of the greatest motorsports events in the world. It is the second longest running race in the world, and it will continue to run indefinitely. It is an amazing story of success for those that can climb to the top of one of the tallest peaks. And it's just been a pleasure to be alongside everybody here, talking to the drivers, the teams, the marshals, the organizations that make this all happen. And a huge thank you again to Melissa Eickhoff and all of her team that put this event on. It could not be done without their incredibly hard work night after night after night leading up to this event. So a big thank you to them. And with that, thanks so much for the coverage, for watching the coverage of the 2024 Broadmoor Pikes Peak International Hill Climb, brought to you by Gran Turismo. We'll head up one more time to Joey Atterbury up at the summit.
It was awesome to be here, standing on top of the mountain all day long, getting to see all of these familiar faces. So happy to make it to the top. Loved Pikes Peak International Hill Climb. Can't wait to come back again.
Thanks, Joey. And again, thanks so much, everybody, for tuning in and watching. And we look forward to seeing you all next year. Thank you so much. I'm Kyle Heyer. I was joined by so many influential and fantastic people. We wish to see you again here next year from the Pikes Peak International Hill Climb. Thank you.